To my father, for enabling me. To my mother, for believing in me. To my brother, from another mother, for accompanying me. To my wife and partner, for loving, supporting and indulging me. This wordscape would have been but a dream without all of you. Acknowledgements. Here's to everyone who helped me weave the Wordscapist to life. Priya at Lotus Lane Literary, my incredibly supportive agent, who helped me make the Wordscapist a lot better, and did not give up on me through the numerous rejections. Matthew at Urbane Publications, the most collaborative and encouraging publisher ever, for giving me my big break, believing in the Wordscapist and helping me wrap it up. My friends, who endured multiple versions and retellings of the Wordscapist and told me that all of them, even the horrible first drafts, were good. Every teacher, boss and friend I've had who mentored me and taught me how to string words together and keep doing it better. Terry Pratchett, the elder god, and Neil Gaiman, the younger god, who are responsible for my obsessive love for fantasy. I hope word of this mention reaches them at some point. And finally, to 10-year-old me, who wanted to be a writer so very bad. I'm sorry it took so long, but there, we're published now. Introduction. Everything you say is true, somewhere. How artful your truth is and what you make of it determines how real your wordscapes are. You shape your reality, consciously through actions, and unconsciously through means you do not realize, far less understand. It is a world made of words. The written, the spoken, even simple thoughts. All words, each a tiny piece that helps build realities. It is a world that you and I live in, today, now. It is all going to change soon. And yes, careful what you say. Because everything you say is true, becomes true, somewhere. There are some, though, who know more, do more, say more. They use words. They weave reality with words. Wordsmiths. It is part gift and part rigor. It is half discovered and half tutored. It must be absorbed and harnessed. Somewhere between the lore of magic and the abstractions of subatomic resonance, lies the art of weaving wordscapes. It is a powerful art, one that binds and one that destroys. And yet it is not infinite. Its boundaries define it as much as they limit it. Reaching the pinnacle is a journey, a tale of becoming, realizing. Power comes in reasonable, and at times frustratingly, small increments. Yet legends tell of one who can weave beyond these boundaries, a man, a myth, the Wordscapist. He didn't have the luxury of becoming over time and with learning. Power came as a tornado, brought on by an insane situation in sheer chance, sweeping him up and throwing him into a melee of warmongers. A con artist who suddenly finds he is the genuine article and has to live up to the reputation. The world waits while the one man with the power to destroy it wages a personal war to save himself. Prologue. In the image of your dreams. Let me come to you. All it will take is a word. Close your eyes and breathe it out. He should have been here by now. Watch carefully. I'm sure he already is. That man is more slippery than something that is very slippery. You have a gift for the simile, don't you? My mom always used to say so too. Never quite figured what she meant though. There he is. Where? Look there, right beside Louise. There she is in the red dress. Ooh. Yeah. A very quiet voice speaks in their heads, boys. Shouldn't you be focusing on him? Yes, ma'am. A pause and then, I hate it when she does that. Me too, and what's worse, she can hear us right now bitching about her too. Enough then. Let's get to work. There he goes. He's walking around that girl, no. He is talking to her. I saw, wait. He is, she is, what the, dot. The same voice speaks, still in their heads, slightly sharp now. Only slightly, though. What is happening? He slipped his arm around her waist and now is walking off with her. I swear to God, she doesn't know him. How does he do it? The voice speaks again, patiently, there is a reason why he is called who he is. Do not let him out of your sight. He is with her now. There's no way he can slip out of sight. The voice, with more than a hint of ice to it this time, boys, you screw this one up and you'll end up in the Himalayas for the winter, playing valet to the Yeti. Yes, ma'am. A look is exchanged. I know. Let's go. The square is in one of the hundreds of Venetian quarters, with the mandatory canals and quaint little buildings. There is a chilly bite to the air and most people are snug in extremely stylish winter apparel. There is a pleasant smell of coffee and cheese in the air, though this does not manage to drown the dank odor that Venice will never manage to lose. There is an air of casual bonheur as people mill around the square, stopping for a coffee or a slice of pizza at one of the numerous bistros around. Snatches of gossip and laughter fill the air, pretty people in a place full of mirth and rich aromas. There is one figure that should draw the eye, a woman in a red dress, the only one who isn't wearing something warm. Yet she seems quite comfortable. A closer look reveals an extremely beautiful woman in perfect physical shape. Curves wrapped with smooth and glowing skin that is exotic in its light brown tinge. Her dress is designed to accentuate and reveal rather than conceal. In a square full of red-blooded Italian men, she should be the center of attention, at the receiving end of many flirtatious remarks and admiring glances. But strangely, hardly anyone notices her. Perhaps that is all to the good, because beneath the attractive veneer one would notice several disturbing things. The woman's eyes have irises that are long and vertical, akin to those of a cat. Her nostrils flare in a predatory manner each time someone passes by. Her skin and dress appear almost unreal in their shining cleanliness. There is something about the woman that seems odd, and very, very dangerous. She is waiting for someone. And she does not want to be noticed. One of her many gifts is the ability to fade. Only someone looking for her would be able to find her. She is curious to see if he will be able to do that, the man with that warm, deep voice that was so intoxicating. She has been replaying the conversation she had with him 15 minutes ago, over and over. She thinks of that deep voice saying her name. Louise. Oui. Cat est-ce? You do not know me, Sherry. But rest assured, we will get better acquainted in the time that comes. Enough about me, let's talk about you. You're here in the city looking for some adventure, a fresh, sensual experience, NSC pop? His gift stirred matter, as reality stirred in anticipation. The misty tendrils of time-space quickening, waiting for words to tell them what shape to weave. Who is this? Louise was startled. Demons were sensitive to wordscapes and could feel the shift in the world around them. Louise's fear added to the heady mix of the scape. I'm the adventure you have been so unconsciously searching for the past 3 years of your life, Louise. You've left quite a trail, but still have not found what you're looking for. That search, ma chère, is over. The direction had been given. The scape was directed at the demon's mind, at her concept of reality. The tendrils moved with speed that defied time and space. But, how? Comment tu sais, vous saves? The scape was working its magic and Louise was more than a little befuddled. The two is indeed so much more endearing. Why would you bring a vous between us? Or anything else for that matter? Monsieur, state your purpose or hang up. I do not talk to strange men who act familiar in such an inappropriate manner. She was fighting it. But a wordscape is always an impossible foe to beat. It curls around you, pulling you into the reality it defines. There was the sound of warm, rich laughter. Now Louise shed the pretense. Fine, I'll humor you. Meet me at the square before your hotel. All your questions will be answered. However, be warned that you are watched. They are wise to your antics. And if it weren't for the lure of much bigger prey, your adventure would have been brought to a regrettable end much before you got anywhere close to Europe. You might even have been stopped in Australia, considering Amra is on the case. A gasp. Ah. You know her? Good. The voice on the phone grows firm. It was time to close the game. Then I do not need to say anything more. So, the square in 15 minutes? Impossible. I need to get ready. The red dress will do, Sherry. Just bring your exquisite self to the square in 15 minutes. And we'll figure out this mess. And do not bother to bring any of your toys. They won't help. Toys. Monsieur, I hope you know what you're doing. I am not someone you can, comment Dyer, mess with. I do not mess. There was a smile in that. Come soon, Sherry. Let's play. In a sudden swirl, the invisible tendrils swooped and as the scape wove itself to completion, she forgot the alarms that had gone off in her head at the first sign of weaving. The woman in the red dress comes back with a start to the present. Her loss in concentration has caused her camouflage to fail. A couple of men have paused to stare and smile at her. Irritated, she starts walking to another part of the square. Just as she starts negotiating her way across the lane, her nostrils flare as she catches the whiff of subtle but unmistakably masculine cologne. Priding herself on her knowledge of scents and perfumes, she is surprised to realize she has no clue about this one. She starts to turn to see where the fragrance is coming from. Don't turn, don't say anything. Just act normal. The voice on the phone. Louise makes a mighty effort to restrain the urge to turn and see this mysterious man. Normal. What is normal about any of this? Louise, everything will be explained. Come now. Let's go take a stroll. There is a cafe I want to take you to. First dates after all are such lovely affairs. He places a hand on her waist and starts leading her forward. She turns to look at him. She sees a clean-cut, pleasant-looking man with an exotic tint to his skin. In spite of nothing remarkable to his frame, looks or his clothes, he still exudes an air of complete self-assurance. He looks at her and smiles. She can't see his eyes behind his dark glasses, but can feel them smile too. She nods her head and starts walking with him. Cafe or no cafe, she is going with Mr. Mysterious. She could feel her heart begin to quicken with the excitement of a situation where, for once, she was not in control. This was going to be some ride. She would go along with his games for a while. And when she tired, she would take him. This one would be a veritable feast. Both of them seemed oblivious to the two men hurrying in their wake. To the rest of the world, they looked like just another couple in Venice, the city where love can indeed be felt in the air. Where did they disappear? I don't know. What the? The voice, much colder now, and definitely angry, speaks again. You boys are going to regret this. Find the bastard now. They hear a woman scream. They turn and run towards the noise. People start converging to the source of the sound. They quickly make their way through the crowd. In a professional way, they jostle just the right people in just the right places to make maximum ground. Soon they break through to the eye of the storm, the end of a cul-de-sac. The body of the woman in the red dress lies there. Only, she is not so beautiful anymore. She looks very plain, and very, very dead, like she has been that way for a long time. One of the men bends to examine her body and sees a little note slipped into a fold of her dress, and quickly pockets it. There are sounds of the authorities approaching, distinctly loud. The men disappear into the crowd. The two men are standing in a small, bleak room. A very petite woman sits before them, looking over a huge desk. So? You lost him. Amra. You already know that. Give me the note. The note exchanges hands, from a sweaty, slightly trembling one to a small, cold, and very firm one. She passes the note beneath her nose, sharply inhaling the faint scent of extremely distracting cologne. Bastard, she says under her breath, but without rancor. She unfolds the note. Amra. It's a pleasure as always to work with you. Louise was getting ahead of herself. Succubi do tend to go crazy when they are let loose by their summoners. Such a trail, Amra. Your definition of acceptable losses is getting more and more unacceptable by the day. I do not need to remind you of the sheep you are supposed to guard. Stop chasing me, Amra. You will never catch me. However, if you're ever to consider marriage, do let me know. Amra raises one thick eyebrow. Does he dare? I know this retired Hungarian butcher who would be most interested in a tiny, tight-arsed, cold bitch for a wife. He does tend to get behind on the meat carving at times. She flushes a very delicate red. Enough personal insults. I'm sure you would love to fling some at me too. What I really do want to tell you is simple enough. Louise and her ilk have to go. I do not know why you're letting them run amok when your gang should and could have cut each one of them down way back in the 19th century. But you need these demons to do your dirty work. That will stop Amra. I need to close this love letter now. My words do not come cheap, as you know. And there is so much to be done. I am after Smithy next. I'll see you wherever his skinny derriere turns up. So be good and try to do what you really should be doing, instead of chasing poor innocent wordsmiths who are just trying to make the world a better place. Who knows, you might even get Smithy yourself. Love. The Wordscapist. Amra takes a deep breath. He is right, you know. We really should be chasing down those soulsuckers, instead of wasting our time on him. In our field, we could use all the vigilantes we can get. Winston, I shall hire you as my personal advisor when I come upon such bad times as to need your counsel. For now, Gabriel and you can make your way to Kathmandu. Rope is done with her term and will brief you on our friend the abominable snowman, and everything you need to know to handle him for the next 12 months. Bitch. Make that 18 months. Go now, before I decide I want to send you as the Yeti's food and not as watchers. Two very sullen men make their way out of the room. Amra leans back in her chair and reads the note again. And again. She inhales the fast-fading fragrance on the note once more. Laugh while you can, you son of a bitch. You will soon be mine. And when I have your balls in a vice, you too will scream. And let's see how much your words will help you then. Chapter 1. Prelude to Escape. It does not start with once upon a time. It does not end with happily ever after. It is a tale nevertheless. Lend me your ear, friend. Here is the blade. There is the box. Historian. In the beginning, there was the Word. Let this tale be true to its beginning, as powerful and as elemental. I am a historian with the guild. I do not have the gift to weave escape. And even if, by some miracle, I found the fabric of reality responding to my clumsy exhortation, I would be committing a potentially fatal crime if I dared weave so much as a spider web. We archivists are forbidden from weaving. All that we witness is for the eyes of the archivist only, and no tale should ever reach the outside world, the multitude of norms who stumble through their lives, clueless of the enormity of the events we witness. I have always been a watcher and analyst of words. I have never been allowed to create. However, with this manuscript I start my own scape, a written scape that will never be more than a tale, that will just record reality and pose no threat to its fabric. But nevertheless it is a scape, a tale of the greatest legend of our times, a legend that came true. And how? Nay. Let me do this right. I need to weave this tale in the manner it deserves. I have already mentioned several smidgens without context. As Mastersmith Silvis used to say, always set the context. You never know what form words will take if you do not set the context. Words are like a dragon. Till you have forged the reins and the whip, do not set the dragon loose. Or you just might burn for your sins. At that, he would burst out into booming laughter. He was a strange one. Things he found funny could well send a sheaf of shivers down your spine. But then, he was right. Context is indeed important, and I shall provide it. So let us go back to the beginning. Not 5,000 years back when the first wordsmith stumbled onto the gift, but rather the beginning of this tale. I received the summons early on a Sunday morning in the dead of winter. It was the kind of morning where you decided to wait to see if the afternoon was more civilized before creeping out of the precariously warm cocoon formed by the blanket and the bed. It was the kind of morning where you thanked your stars it was Sunday and you had no place to go. It was the kind of morning that was too good to be true. I was talking myself into venturing outside the comforting warmth of my blanket when my guild phone beeped. I cursed the busybody who was sending out missives at this ungodly hour and pushed the blanket aside. I would have to catch my lazy Sunday some other week. The guild could not wait. It never did. I quickly tiptoed across the frozen floor to retrieve the accursed electronic leash. The message was brief. You have been commissioned to record a groupscape. The sync point coordinates are given below. The quorum comprises all members of the inner council. Please ensure complete confidentiality. Transportation has been arranged and you can expect a pickup at 0800 hours. I had an hour to pack and prepare for a trip halfway across the world on the biggest groupscape I had ever witnessed. What a start to a Sunday! One frantic hour later, I was lugging my luggage across the foyer to the black limo waiting outside. I had not even had a coffee. My stomach grumbled as I detected a trace of fried bacon in the air, probably from the bistro next door. I studiously ignored the aroma and dragged my bags to the car. The chauffeur gave me an unfathomable look and said in a flat voice, "You can carry only one piece of luggage. A backpack would be advisable. Please be back in 15 minutes. He promptly climbed back in the car and shut the door, leaving me standing there with my 8 pieces of heavy luggage. 23 insane minutes later, I was back at the car, out of breath, with a backpack hastily stuffed with the essentials of my trade and any clothing I could cram into the crevices. I was gasping and swearing under my breath as I clambered into the car, the door held open by the piece of wood acting as chauffeur. That was when I froze. The limo was a big one with space to seat 6 inside, 5 of the seats already taken, by 5 of the big 6. A.J. Silvis, the master smith, was sitting in the front beside the driver. The other 4 were in the spacious back portion. They moved a bit to make space for me, though it was not really necessary. But then, I guess they did not want to associate too closely with a mere historian. I meekly slipped into position, muttering a good morning. The others weren't in a good mood either and muttered right back at me. Silvis, however, was sunny enough for the rest of us. Historian. Welcome to our quorum. House rules apply. You know us and we do not know you. We do the weaving and you record. We are operating at ultraviolet here. I trust you have read the confidentiality agreement I sent you. Make yourself comfortable and help yourself to that little flask of brandied coffee. We have a long way to go. He went through this entire spiel with barely a breath and was quite red in the face by the time he was done. The booming echo of his words was just dying down as the car sped away. I helped myself to a cup of the coffee and let the combined warmth of the caffeine and alcohol seep into my cold and harried bones. I could feel the silent outrage of the Big Five, who I guessed were being treated as cavalierly as I was. No one mentioned the fact that I had kept them waiting for half an hour. That was a plus, I guess. As I sipped on the coffee, I surreptitiously looked around, studying the faces around me, each of them a legend of their times. And with wordsmiths, times go a long way. The first one to draw the eye was definitely Lily Pendleton. The first thing that struck you was her height. She sat there, all folded up into a corner. I had seen her before and knew that she was a good 4 inches over 6 feet. And she filled out that frame pretty well too. She had an ageless face, the kind where you knew she had to be over 30, but could not decide whether she was under 40, 50, or maybe even 60. She was staring out of the window, presenting her profile for study. Nice profile. Given all that Lily had done to get to the inner council though, the profile faded into insignificance. This was the woman who had woven the Gulf War and brought down Saddam Hussein before he could unleash his arsenal of WMDs. Oh yes, there were WMDs. One fine day, poor Saddam woke up to discover that they had all disappeared. Powerful wordsmith and master strategist, Lily was the type you could count on, if you were foolhardy enough to trust her. Right beside Lily sat the smallest man in the council, Jimmy Sao. It was quite a sight to see little Jimmy perched beside the imposing Amazon. Dressed in his trademark long overcoat in nondescript formals, Jimmy seemed to be in some sort of a meditative trance. He was Tibetan and a Buddhist. Aren't all Tibetans Buddhist? But then, given what Jimmy did, his lack of inches was more ironic than anything else. Jimmy Sao was the master of the Guild Hunting Lodge. The Hunting Lodge was the Guild's shortcut solution to problems that non-violent weaving could not remedy, in short, an assassination unit. Jimmy was one of Silvis's prodigies and had risen to this powerful position in a relatively short time. He had led the lodge for about 5 years, masterminding several key removals. Quite a few of these he had executed personally. He had also started the biggest renegade purge of all time. Over 20 renegade wordsmiths had been eliminated by Jimmy's elite hunters in the last couple of years. Guild hunters were feared by all wordsmiths. There were times when a rebelling wordsmith with a strong opinion and a loud voice had been visited by a horror woven up by hunters. Before long, the same wordsmith would be in the recruitment chamber of the Postmortis division, talking to the notorious ZYX. Almost on cue, my eyes shifted to the lady herself, if ever such can be called a lady. ZYX was one of the prettiest women I had seen in the guild. She was dressed in a suede brown outfit that fit her rather well. She was flipping through a magazine with half-closed eyes, indulging in little ladylike yawns every now and then. Vaguely oriental with a hint of the Mediterranean, she looked exotic and mysterious. No one knew where she came from, or even what her real name was. I mean, ZYX does not sound like the kind of name bandied about at a baptism. Silvis had produced her like a rabbit out of a hat when he founded the Postmortis division, the mandatory retirement benefit devised for all dead wordsmiths who ended up as shades. She was the guild liaison for the Postmortis division. While the Postmortis division was officially run by Landel Blairns, ex-mastersmith and shade in charge, ZYX was the guild's mortal representative, the one who actually controlled the operations of the spooks unit. The remaining 2 of the Big 5, not counting the mastersmith, were dozing. Woody Vegan and Samuel Losenbaum. They were from the pre-Silvis era and had managed to survive the inevitable top-level purge Silvis instigated. Woody and Sam came from the reliable, rock-solid cut that seniority in the guild had represented in older, more comforting times. They handled political and corporate operations. While the 2 did look pretty harmless, they had some of the most powerful men in the world reporting to them. Some of the most crucial government policies and corporate strategies were often initiated by these 2 benign grandpas. These were the 5 of the inner council. And the man who ruled them all sat lost to the world, his eyes closed, moving his head rhythmically to the music from his iPod, AJ Silvis. No one knew what AJ stood for. Some said that even his mother called him AJ. Others said that she would not dare, and she too called him Master Silvis. Some voices whispered that he had no mother at all. Silvis was the most gifted wordsmith the guild had known in a long time. He had been found at 25, when on the verge of going renegade with an intensely powerful and untrained gift. The guild did manage to harness his gift and shape it in the prescribed manner. What they did not see coming was Silvis shaping the guild in return. He wove his way to the top of the guild in an incredibly short time, with tremendous efficiency and singular ruthlessness. As mastersmith of the guild, Silvis rewrote the weaving books. And with the upper ranks staffed with wordsmiths loyal to him, Silvis had little or no opposition at all. I allowed myself a silent sigh as I ran out of the pleasantly alcoholic coffee. I was in a car with the most powerful men and women on the planet. This was the group I was spending my Sunday with. I needed more brandy. The car took us to a private flying club the guild used from time to time. A compact but efficient-looking plane was waiting for us. We were in and just like that, we were off. The flight was to take 8 hours. Breakfast was served and I slowly revived in response to the fried eggs, bacon and toast. We were all given dossiers, color-coded to denote security clearance. The others got thick beige-colored files and I got a slimmer navy blue one. The historian was always given information on a need-to-know basis. There was a minute of silence before a blast of noisy exhalations. I exhaled slowly myself. I was not the only one who thought this was lunacy. The barely subdued reactions of some of the council members showed that they were pretty shocked too. It was an innocuous-looking intro page. Scape ID, the Wordscapist Scape. Quorum, A.J. Silvis, Lily Pendleton, Jimmy Sao, ZYX, historian. Objective, weave the essence of the Wordscapist lore into existence and channel it to the Master Smith. Sync point location, latitude, longitude. Standard spells, Covenant Seal, Fractahedron Helix, L'Esprit, Definition, L'Esprit, Assignment. Scape details, not cleared for current profile. Even as the words sank in, the thought came to my mind, Silvis had lost it. He wanted to become the Wordscapist. The Wordscapist. What was he thinking? Looking at the others, I could make out that the same thoughts were passing through their minds too. Only Jimmy Sao and ZYX looked unperturbed. While Sao continued reading like a good boy doing his homework, ZYX pulled leisurely on a cigarette, flipping through the pages like the folder was just another magazine. I looked again at the file. The Wordscapist. Myth, rumor, legend, call it what you will, but ever since the guild has existed, there has been talk of the Wordscapist. In many forms and roles, the Wordscapist has captured the imagination of every member of the guild at some point in his or her life. It would be difficult to capture the sum total of all the whispers, but I shall try. For some reason, the Wordscapist has always been a he. There has never been any ambiguity there. He is supposed to be the ultimate wordsmith, a man gifted in the art of weaving, beyond all realistic limits. The gift exists in each wordsmith. But the big scapes often need groups of wordsmiths to make them work. The current quorum was an example. The Wordscapist was supposed to be the pinnacle of weaving, a wordsmith who would never need a quorum or standard spells. He would weave freely, creating and modifying reality like a maestro painting confident brushstrokes on a canvas. There were many theories on what such a man would be like, and how he would operate. Some say that he is ageless, the gift has of course made him immortal, and others say that it is a secret society of wordsmiths that passes the gift on from generation to generation. One version has him coming to life every 100 years, making sweeping changes to the world and cleaning up after the guild. There is even a secret cult that prays to him, believing him to be the unnamed god that protects the guild and sustains the gift of the word within every wordsmith. The versions are numerous. The name though is always the same, Wordscapist. This is the lore that Silvis hoped to capture and make his own. The megalomaniac. At this point, the protests got more vocal. Woody and Sam had been conferring with angry whispers. They got up and walked to Silvis's seat. I could barely hear the conversation in the muted atmosphere of the pressurized cabin, but then it did not take a genius to figure out what it concerned. Woody and Sam were not happy at all about the proposed scape and were making their displeasure very obvious. For a second, I wondered whether I should join them. I sneaked a look at Lily Pendleton. She looked tense and apparently in two minds about what she should do. I noticed that she kept glancing nervously at Jimmy Sao. I craned my neck to see what Sao was doing. He was not reading the dossier after all. He had his eyes closed in some kind of a meditative trance, muttering some inaudible words. Every now and then, he raised a finger to ZYX, who would say a word or two with an almost bored expression on her face. They were weaving escape, and from the look on Lily's face, they were brewing up something nasty. She seemed to have figured out what they were doing. And if Lily Pendleton had broken out in a cold sweat, it had to be something very nasty indeed. I was just the historian on the scape. I had no part to play in the proceedings. I just pressed back into the seat and tried to make myself as invisible as possible. I could see the argument between Woody, Sam, and Silvis becoming very heated. Silvis was standing now and his huge frame towered over them. Woody was trying the good guy approach, advocating reason while Sam had lost it and was almost purple in the face, shouting loudly. Some of the words reached me. In no particular order, they were maniac, crazy, suicidal, sign and forget it. Silvis had a particularly evil expression on his face as he glared at the other two. In that one instant, I could imagine the most horrifying tales I had heard about his ruthlessness might well be true. Silvis held up his hand to the two before him indicating that the conversation was at an end, and quickly turned around and entered the cockpit, closing the door behind him. Woody and Sam were flummoxed by the abrupt dismissal. Lily quickly stood up and made her way to the restroom. Both Sao and ZYX got up at the same time. I was frozen in terror and did not know what to do. Sao said one word that loosed the scape he had been weaving. The air seemed to warp inside the cabin as everything stretched. Time came to a standstill, and I could see everything happen in slow motion. Woody and Sam started moving away from each other. Both of them started speaking, some defensive spells I guessed. Whatever the spells were, they did not stand a chance. The air before them dissolved in a shower of splinters that headed for the two old-timers. Sudden, intense sound reached my ears, screeching, shattering, exploding. I could see hundreds of wickedly sharp, transparent splinters suspended in the air, and I knew I was within the time warp created by the scape. An eternal instant later, the warp ended. The splinters exploded towards the two older wordsmiths. I ducked instinctively. I need not have bothered. Each and every one of the splinters found their bodies. Just like that, it was over. Both of them fell dead to the floor, ripped to shreds. In shock, my eyes searched for something else to look at. Anything but the mindless horror I had just witnessed. I saw the page I was studying when all the madness had erupted. One line leapt out at me. Quorum, A.J. Silvis, Lily Pendleton, Jimmy Sal, ZYX, historian. Woody and Sam were not mentioned in the list. They had been brought along to be executed. I had just one thought in my mind. The list mentions me. I am safe, for now. Chapter 2. A terrible Sunday morning. Choice is a terrible thing. It makes you think. It makes you live. It makes you kill. And then shows you another way. Slick. There are times when life feels like a movie. Actually, more like a trailer. Flash, memory. Flash, reality. Flash, illusion. Flash, disturbing memory. Oh. Erase. Flash. It's a trailer gone wild. It's a trailer of a scary movie. Hell, it's my life. I could see my reflection in the train window. Still the same innocent, too young face trying to look older and more serious. I tried to catch my eyes in the half-visible reflection, to see if I had aged there. No, nothing different there either. I looked just the same, despite everything that had happened. The flashes of the morning came and went, bringing images and words. I had to stop thinking. I had my music on and the lead singer of Green Day was asking me to wake him up when September ended. I hope I'm alive till then, the words thumped through my head. I did not like them one bit. But then, the words were always there, the one constant in my crazy life. The flash threatened again, dredging up another memory. I managed to block it out. I arm-twisted my attention to the open book in my hands. The breeze flipped a few pages, seemingly more interested in the plot than I was. It was a standard urban fantasy tale, a witch in an imaginary world full of vampires and demons. Every nasty 2-bit character in the paperback was out to kill her. Witches, vampires, demons, death threats. No witches or vampires yet. But the demon. That face. No. Stop. Focus, damn it. Anything but that. I looked out of the window again. The train's motion usually lulls me into semi-consciousness. Today, it did nothing at all. The scenery was fantastic. India's western coastline in all its lush green glory was laid out in the beautiful twilight of a winter sunset. The sky was streaked 100 impossible hues of pink and orange. I could spot the sea peeking between trees and hills. Ideally, I would be sitting at the door, the wind in my hair, soaking in the beauty. But today, it all seemed pretty pointless. What would all the beauty in the world do for me if I was going to end up dead or in jail? I tried to focus on the colors. They blurred together, coalescing, becoming something else. Back to this morning, that moment, I was desperately thinking of words to make sense of what I'd seen, saying anything I could, everything I could. That face did not let me think. My words ran together into an incoherent mess. I was blabbering. I had broken into a sweat. I had to stop this. Back to the personal film trailer of my life. Stuff I wanted to think about. A series of images this time. All the jobs I skipped through. All the things I had tried doing. Talking to a bunch of strangers, selling them crap I didn't believe in. Writing eulogies and obituaries of movies. Interviewing idiots who did not know enough to justify their pathetic self-importance. The money. The alcohol. The loneliness. The lies. The words. Always more words. The trailer was beginning to look like that of an arty disaster flick. Words. I needed words. I quickly went through a succession of nonsensical words in my head. Air, dreams, breathe, go, swim, live, taking comfort from them. Twist, twirl and stir words. I was cooking up something I had never understood and did not need to understand. I just needed comfort. Words comforted me. Words were my companion, they stood by me, instantly responding to my discomfiture. And then, in some horrible parody of events, the music track on my phone changed to Boulevard of Broken Dreams. I was having an extended Green Day. This time when the memory from the morning came back, I gave in. Play it again, Sam. Knock yourself out. I have always hated mornings. I was supposed to be born in the morning and came along at noon. Hell, it was a Sunday. But this morning was special. I had a client meeting over breakfast at the Sheraton. Very promising indeed. I was going to read to him from the book and walk out with my 50% advance on a hefty amount. I was up and about by 8 a.m., an incredible achievement, especially given the weather. It was rainy and cold, and I just did not want to go anywhere. But I managed to brave it all and got out, groggy and still upbeat. I grabbed a cup of tea and my morning smoke at my favorite Irani cafe, watching the wind blow little droplets of rain against the window in perfectly random patterns. My phone beeped, reminding me of my imminent appointment. I got on my motorbike, flicking the cigarette away into the wind and rode off. I was rehearsing my spiel in my head as I rode in the heavy morning traffic. I was mildly irritated at things not going my way. I had not expected so much traffic early on a Sunday morning, but then you should always expect traffic in Mumbai. And the rain was not helping. I already had several damp patches on my blazer, my favorite at that. I had to work at keeping my mood upbeat. Maneuvering in and out of lanes of traffic, I talked to myself and hummed in between breaths. One particularly nasty traffic snarl up ahead caught my attention. I was falling behind schedule and really could not afford to be stuck in a lane for 15 minutes. I decided to get off the main roads and catch the back lanes. That was the first mistake. With every turn, I discovered that the entire city was in some kind of a gridlock, a huge conspiracy to screw up my day. I had to skip to narrower and narrower lanes to find a free road. Finally, I hit a deserted lane no one else wanted to be on, and from then on the going was relatively easy, until I realized I was lost. I zoomed from one abandoned street to another, finally recognizing an old district of the city I had no business in. I was clearly overdressed for this quarter and did not even consider stopping to ask for directions. Mistake number 2. I slowed at a corner to orient myself. And then it started. As I turned around to try and remember the lane I had come from, someone ran into the bike from the front. I braked hard and turned to see a man collapsed on my bike's handlebar. I barely managed to keep the bike standing as the man sagged to one side, threatening to take me down with him. I stared at the back of his head, resting on my headlight, his hands wrapped around my handlebar. I had been doing 10 kilometers an hour and could not believe that I had hurt the man. I did my biker trick of propping the bike on its stand, while still sitting on it. I had never done it with someone collapsed on the handlebar though, and still managed to pull it off. As I strode around, I shouted at the man, "Hey! You drunk or what? Isn't it a little early in the day?" There was no reaction and the man dangled from my parked bike. I placed one hand on his shoulder and yanked. He just swooned right into my arms. I was not prepared for this, and staggered, trying to manage his full weight. My balance was better on a bike. I could not stay on my feet and collapsed in slow motion, cushioning the man's fall with my body. His face was an inch from mine when I first saw it. Blood! I let out a strangled yell and pushed him off. There was blood all over him. I had never seen so much blood before. The man had huge slashes across his torso. There was one particularly ugly one that went right across his throat, the blood bubbling. I'm not much of a medical man, but I figured that was not a good thing. He was unconscious, which was probably not good either. I went a little closer, extremely reluctant yet drawn like the cliched moth to a flame. And on cue, he came awake, gasping for air and spluttering bloody bubbles. "Run!" The little voice in my head screamed at me. I almost did. But I wanted to do something to help. I decided to stay and see if I could. Strike 3. Last and final mistake. I crouched beside him, tentatively reaching out one hand, bracing myself to touch him. I was trying to find a dry spot. There weren't any. "Dude," I said, and almost choked over how lame that sounded. He gasped and choked some more. I looked around, but couldn't see a soul. Didn't anyone live here? I finally managed to touch him, doing my best to ignore the warm, sticky feel of the blood. I cradled his head and pulled him to my lap so that it would be easier for him to breathe. In response, he coughed and threw up a gout of blood and clotted stuff all over me. I gagged at the sight and retched a couple of times. The man grabbed my free hand and gasped one word, "Take." There was a bloodied notepad in his hand that he was pressing into my hand. I shoved it into the back pocket of my trousers. Act 2, he gasped. Act 2? What was this? Some kind of murderous tragedy play? I considered the possibility that he wanted to say something else. His speech gurgled in a stomach-churning manner, with blood and I don't want to know what else getting in the way. I yanked one hand free from his death grip and pulled out my phone. There was a missed call from my client. I hit cancel and speed-dialed the first number I had saved, an old friend from back in school. The phone went through the mandatory beeps as the call tried to get on the network. As I waited impatiently, I noticed a few things about the man. He was a foreigner, occidental, slight of build, dressed in very tasteful but completely shredded clothes. He was muttering some words over and over again. I could make out something that sounded like gilt and silver. And then, I heard the word demon. A moment later, I heard the demon. It was an impossibly monstrous sound, caught between a howl and a screech. It had the sound of a challenge and a question to it. Call it intuition, but it was the swiftest deduction I had ever made. That had to be the demon. It was the most surreal moment of my life. The call to my friend went through and his caller tune Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini started playing. I heard the man muttering something. Again, isolated words. Demon, scape, guilt, or was it guild, hunter? I quickly shut him up with my free hand. I swallowed another gag reflex as I felt the slimy blood and ragged flesh around his mouth. I could see a vague shadow looming larger as something walked up the adjoining alley. It did not look pretty. I did not want the dying man drawing any attention to us, or rather me. The friend I was calling was apparently asleep and the caller tune was replaced by a machine telling me that I should try calling later. I ignored the machine and hit redial. 8 beeps and then Itsy Bitsy started again. The shadow grew larger. The demon or whatever it was let out that blood-curdling sound again. And suddenly, it was there. I have watched my fair share of horror movies. Wes Craven, John Carpenter, and those new-age Japanese directors are my favorites. But none of them could dream up the horror standing in front of me. I shall try and fail adequately to describe it, because I know that I will never succeed. Words are my forte, but some things are beyond language and vocabulary. The demon was basically human in form. The flesh though was a curious mix of rotting gray and green, smooth and corrupted. In places, the decaying, splotched flesh ran into what looked like molten chunks of glazed glass, raised in little spikes and lumps. It had female anatomy. I guess it was a demoness or whatever a female demon is called. Parts of its body were covered in runnels of molten glass, glowing in places with liquid, muted fire. It had patches of long, light blonde hair. The hair covered parts of its face. That was a mercy, because what I did see of the face I will never forget. One eye was squelched out of shape as if it had been stepped on, while the other was a beautiful, watery green. The nose was half decomposed, misshapen, with a freak clump of glass snot that had melted off the lips and part of the jaw. The teeth were a nightmare in themselves, jagged clusters of sharp death. The worst part of the vision was that it was real. It was so close that I could smell the decaying flesh and feel the heat of the molten glass. For a second, I was sure it was looking at me. At least, the one good eye was looking at me. Sheer terror froze me. A cold, analytical voice went off in my head, fright, fight and flight. I recognized the adrenaline rush that was the body's response to any of these 3 stimuli. Fright, check. Now for the decision, fight or flight? In all fairness, for all of 5 seconds I did consider putting up a fight. I looked around wildly for something weapon-like. My options ranged from the toolkit in my bike, which was behind the demon, to a thin piece of bamboo lying on the road beside me. I grabbed the bamboo stick and then wilted as I realized just how ridiculous it was to even consider fighting that thing with a reed-thin bamboo switch under 2 feet in length. The demon shrieked. That did it. I pushed the injured man off and scrambled backwards desperately. I slid and scraped across a few feet of road, stumbled onto a pavement, and finally my back hit a wall. That did not stop me. I kept kicking, my feet scrabbling on the dusty pavement, pushing myself futilely against the wall that refused to give an inch. I did not stop though. I had to get further away from that ghoulish animated corpse. My sanity, my very life depended on it. All the fight had left me. I had to get away. The demon moved forward, quickly. As it moved, part of its jaw dropped on its torso, leaving a trail of thick blood and liquid glass. I stared in morbid fascination, as the little piece of rotted, bloody flesh dribbled down its body. Then I threw up. Violently. Remnants of sweet tea accompanied by hot sour bile came up in a liquid rush. I was on my knees for a few seconds, gasping and choking. I looked up at the demon, swaying over the man's body. My skewed, blurred vision landed on its hands. The hands had decayed right to the bone and the curving skeletal fingers had jagged glass edges. They were dripping with blood. That explained the man's state. The man was staring at the demon in raw fear. He raised his hand and said something. The molten glass on the demon glowed more brightly and the demon shrieked again. I could not take it and closed my eyes. I drew a ragged breath that burned my throat, still coated with bile, dark spots moving across my closed eyes. I heard a stifled scream ended abruptly by a fleshy sound, followed by liquid spurting. I had to open my eyes. I had to see what that horrible sound was. The monster was standing over the man, holding his head in its monstrous hands. The rest of the poor guy's body was on the ground, gushing huge gouts of blood and still kicking feebly. That was more than I could take, my screams piercing the rain. The demon looked at me, startled, like it had just realized I was there. I continued yelling my head off, only louder. I was a natural baritone and could hold my own on the decibel scale. I did not know whether my hollering scared it off or whether it just had another appointment to keep. One moment it was there and then suddenly, it was gone. The decapitated corpse remained, seeping blood from a ragged neck. It had taken the head with it. My screams died down to whimpers, but not before getting some attention. There was a small group approaching. It looked like a family, father, mother, 2 kids. They saw the corpse and that set the kids screaming. The kids did pretty well on the decibel scale too, and then their mother started. I had half a mind to start again myself but was out of breath. The father took a couple of steps towards the body, trying to decide whether he should play the responsible citizen. One of the kids pointed towards me. The screaming got more frantic. The man took one look at me and immediately rushed back to his family. He grabbed the kids and wife and they got the hell out of there. I tried calling after them but I think that got them running faster. I was in a daze and did not understand what was happening. I staggered to my feet and looked around me. I noticed movement to my right and tottered back, my hands coming up defensively against the horrible apparition I had seen. That is when I realized that I was looking at a window, at my own reflection. I looked like a psychopath on a rampage. Wild eyes, tousled hair, blood on my face, hands, and clothes. I was in a lot of trouble. I probably had a few minutes before the cops arrived. There would be questions. Why was I here? How did the man die? Where is his head? My story of a head-hunting demon sounded insane even to me. The headless body had stopped moving but was still leaking blood. I had seen the father of the family give my bike a look as he rushed past. He might have noted the license plate details. It did have an easy-to-remember number. The irony was that I had paid a premium for that number. I remember this and 1,000 other abstract thoughts going through my head as I stood there staring at my reflection. Finally, something clicked and I snapped out my shocked daze. I pulled my blazer off and used it to wipe some of the blood off my hands and face. I gave my favorite, very expensive and completely ruined blazer one last rueful look, and then dumped it in the nearest bin. I picked up my phone. There were 5 missed calls, 2 from my friend and 3 from my client. I hit cancel and shoved it into my pocket. I strode quickly to my bike, started it and rode like hell out of there. I came back to the present, drained, exhausted. I was still staring sightlessly out the window. I could not make sense of anything I was seeing. It did not seem important anymore to do so. Life was no longer based on logic or sense. I had no clue what it was based on now. Point of light, deep inside your head, let go of your thoughts. Forget who you are, who you think you are. Let go of your past, your identity, everything that is you. Let go and float away, to a place that is pure energy. Give into it. Plug in. Recharge. Until you're born again. The old litany came back to me. But for once, it didn't work. My head was host to far too many thoughts for me to visualize the pristine point of light. Chapter 3. Weaving scapes. He was born to crawl. And mayhap to walk. Imagination unfurled its wings. He painted himself an illusion. He leapt. And the end began. The historian. The scape site was a bleak, uninhabited excuse for an island, a clump of volcanic rock somewhere in the midst of the Galapagos archipelago. There were no inhabitants there, unless you counted the thousands of seabirds that flew and crapped all over the island. That day, there was a wicked wind blowing in cold spray from the sea, ensuring that everyone and everything on the island was cold and damp. Every exposed inch of land on the island was coated with guano. The wind did not help the smell much and it was acrid enough to make my eyes water. We had landed at the nearest airport on the mainland and boarded a guild yacht that had been waiting to bring us to the sink point. None of the remaining members of the group had spoken a word to me, though Lily Pendleton looked like she might a couple of times. I was done with my survey of the place and my forebodings. The weather, the location, the atmosphere, it was the perfect setting for disaster. The scape was scheduled to begin in a few minutes. I was setting up my recording equipment. Most of it had been arranged by Silvis's team. I just added the special lenses and filters that marked my personal recording signature, and installed and calibrated the equipment. 7 specialized high-resolution video cameras with infrared sensors were set up at strategic locations on the perimeter. It was not easy, considering the unfriendly terrain and the vicious winds. I had to calibrate every stand and use drills to screw the equipment to the bedrock itself. I finished with the directional microphones and the satellite uplink that synchronized all recorded data to a terminal at the headquarters. The scape was always recorded and preserved, even if there were no survivors left at the end of it. I could not get over the fact that Silvis had asked for a historian on this scape. Given the number of shortcuts he was taking and the singular ruthlessness with which he was proceeding, I would have assumed that he would need no witnesses or evidence. Why bother recording? Once again, I went back to thinking about the report on the scape as I set up the solar panels and the backup power equipment. The file had been a professional report of a proposed scape. Apart from the sheer lunacy of the proposal, it seemed pretty kosher, at least in the beginning. All the information that I would need to record the scape was provided in the folder, along with profile details of the participating members. Everything was in order right up to the risks and mitigations section. As expected, there was the mandatory note on Sign, and the measures the group would need to adopt if she attacked. There was a special handwritten note scribbled at the top of that section. Please assume that a Sign visitation is inevitable. The proposed scape is expected to rate close to 200 on the CM. 200 on the continuum meter. Groupscapes that rated higher than 75 on the CM were flagged red because of a high probability of being attacked by Sign. Only 5 scapes had ever been attempted that registered over 100 on the CM. All 5 had been utterly routed by Sign and their teams hunted down to the last wordsmith. With a CM reading of 200, we might as well have officially sent Sign and her Hellcats a formal invitation, with special funeral arrangements for all wordsmiths on the team. The other concern was the legality of the scape. I was sure that Silvis had not gone through the formal approval procedure with the Continuum Control Core. Any scape that managed a CM score of 50 or more implied a continuum violation and needed CCC approval prior to actual weaving. 200. CCC would have given Silvis hell for even thinking about such lunacy. I was sure though that the CCC had no clue of Silvis's little adventure. I wondered what would happen when the warp showed up on their global surveillance meters. I checked all my equipment. I was ready to record. If the CCC could lay their hands on the records of this scape, Silvis would spend the rest of his life in the detention sector of Alter. He would of course have to survive the scape to get there. With a scape this powerful, Sign would be vicious in her attack. At the thought of Sign, I shuddered. Sign was the age-old nemesis of all wordsmiths, an elemental being whose singular purpose was the fatal disruption of any wordscapes that modified reality beyond a point. Very few wordsmiths had survived an attack by Sign, and no scapes disrupted by her had ever been completed. How will Silvis deal with Sign? I wondered. That was indeed the million-word question. I was not very worried for my safety though. Sign usually did not hunt the historians recording the scape. But then, if Sign did not get me, Silvis would. As I tinkered with the equipment, the rest of the team got there. Lily was the first. She saw me and hesitated for a moment before walking up. I straightened from my last camera and gave her a very tense smile as she approached briskly, struggling a bit with the wind that was whipping her long overcoat against her. As far as I knew, Lily was in the same leaky boat as I was. She returned the smile, adding her bit of tension to the atmosphere. Nasty day for escape, milady, I said noncommittally, sticking to the safety of the weather cliché. Nasty scape, historian, she muttered back, watching Jimmy and ZYX walking towards the skate field. The day has nothing to do with it. I nodded at the wisdom of the statement. I decided to be a bit braver. Milady, have you considered the possibility of Sign? I started. Attacking and slaughtering the entire group? She finished. I was hoping for historian immunity myself, I said with a sick smile, trying a bit of more humor. She gave me one long look that froze me inside, leaving me with a feeling that I would never be warm again. Historian, her voice added to the chill, wordsmith or not, when you see Sign and her Hellcats, you run. Try and skip into the altar rabbit hole as soon as you can, or keep running till they give up or till you die. Sign does not specifically hunt historians, but her Hellcats do not ask for your ID before they rip you apart. With those comforting words, she walked away to study the runes inscribed on the rock that marked the center of the scapefield. Making small talk, historian? The voice tinkling with warmth instantly caught my attention. I turned around to see ZYX's smoldering eyes. Good morning, milady, I gulped. Bleak day for escape, isn't it? I decided to give the weather topic another shot. Is it now? She purred. I always liked the shitty, frozen charm of this place. It makes you think of ways to stay warm. Her eyes smoldered some more as her words made my heart skip like a giddy teenager. I noticed how the wind fluttered her silky coat against her body in a very flattering manner. I got a grip on myself and looked away from those eyes. Milady, it is forbidden to use your gift on historians, I managed to croak in protest. She laughed. That intensely musical sound made my blood rush to my ears in a hot roaring torrent. I thanked God, or whatever kept the continuum going, for the protection woven around every historian that kept my mind safe from the brutal scape-enhanced flirtation this woman was directing at me. She dismissed me with a toss of her pretty head and walked away towards Lily. I took a deep breath and braced myself for Jimmy Sow. He walked right up to me, and gave me a deep bow. I managed to stagger forward in a sorry excuse for a bow, acknowledging his silent greeting. He moved on too, checking all the recording equipment set up around the scapefield. I heaved a sigh of relief. Those two were a very nasty pair and I was not letting Sao Xian the peaceful Tibetan monk bullshit fool me for a minute. As I walked around my camera, trying to gauge its range, I saw Sylvis walking towards us. The immense power of the man struck me, his sheer physicality and the aura around him. It was like he had shaped himself in accordance with his insane dreams. He was huge and yet very live. He walked like a predator, taking long, powerful strides. He carried a scape staff. Most wordsmiths had a custom-made scape staff that they crafted all their lives, adding runic symbols to the slim totem pole that was their personal weaving tool. Sylvis's staff was a huge one, thick in girth and about 6 feet tall, a few inches less than his incredible height. It was carved with powerful symbols that enhanced his scapes and spells. It must have weighed a fair bit, but he carried it lightly. He nodded at me with a faint smile. I nodded back, not trusting my voice to make normal-sounding conversation. He walked to the center of the scapefield and said something to Lily. I checked the master console. The microphones caught the words and the software transcribed the speech into text for the records. I hit a button and the transcript scrolled on the screen. Good morning, Lily. All set for the scape? Lily's reply was to the point, yes, Master Sylvis. I could not find my scape staff though. It seems to have disappeared. No problem, Sylvis dismissed this with a wave of his hand that I could see from the corner of my eye. The transcript scrolled on, the spells are unusual and would not have been aided by your staff. I have my staff for what enhancement we need. So let's get on with it, Dot. He gestured to ZYX and Jimmy who were talking outside the perimeter, significantly beyond the microphone field. As they started walking over, he turned to me and nodded once, clearly aware of the fact that I was watching them closely. I abandoned my pretense of being busy with calibrations and started walking towards them. Wordsmiths, historian, Sylvis started, the charm in full force. We are here for a historical scape, the first and probably last of its kind. If this works, the guild will be empowered beyond imagination. I trust all of you are sufficiently prepared with your spells and other arrangements. This last bit was said with a nod to me. I am going to lead you all through the scape strategy. As you will have noticed, I have listed in the briefing the spells we will be using in the scape today. The rest of the scape will be woven by me and me alone. I do not want any of you to add to it. You will contribute to the spells only. With the kind of experience and capability this group has, I do not think a rehearsal is required for spell incantations, even ones as obscure as these. And yes, we do not have much time. The moment we define the scape and its intent, Sign will become aware of our little initiative. That gives us a few minutes before she gets here. We need to connect to Alter and set up the special defense I have designed to prevent her from tracing the rabbit hole. He was being cryptic and was leaving nothing at all to the others. The spells were complex but child's play for a group like this. They were only to add the collective strength of their gifts to the scape, while Sylvis manipulated the scape to its completion with his words. Spell incantations were standard, and when rendered in chorus, there would be no innovations and therefore no chance for any misinterpretations. The strategy was well thought out and left no scope for Lily or even the faithful ZYX and Jimmy to sabotage the scape. Lost in my thoughts, I did not notice that the wordsmiths had all fallen into position. Historian? Sylvis's voice was a query and a reprimand. I quickly muttered an apology and ran back to my console. I checked all the equipment readings one last time and raised my thumb to signal that I was ready. Wordsmiths. Make me proud. Sylvis roared out. Snatches of words floated to me, carried by the willful wind. I brought up the master console to check the scrolling words. They were the opening words of the Covenant Seal, a spell to bind the group to its common objective, extracting an oath of intractable fidelity from them. I switched to the camera perspectives to ensure they were all capturing the group members. I then brought up the master camera perspective. It was focused on the Skatefield Center, over the runic rock. The space over it was already warping as the combined words of the most powerful wordsmiths on the planet shaped reality against its will. The air was charged with raw power and the strange smell of split air peculiar to lightning strikes. The master camera had special filters that captured warps and shades that were beyond the ability of regular lenses. The filters had been scape enhanced by a team of wordsmiths to be able to capture these details. I noticed that the overcast sky had got a lot worse and there were dark storm clouds gathering on the horizon. It looked like the set of a horror movie, and I was all set to watch Frankenstein's monster stagger out of the warp, roaring for the blood of his demented creator. I kept switching between camera perspectives, checking the headphones to see if all the microphones were catching the words. The wind made everything a little fuzzy, but it was all still working. I could make out the voices clearly. Sylvis, roaring, ZYX, musical, Jimmy, deadpan, Lily, nervous and yet furious. As I heard Lily's voice, I noticed something strange. She was using archaic phrasing for the spell, against the more contemporary language used by the other wordsmiths. With the power invested in myself, I urged the firmament to accept my words as a definition of its reality. That was strange. It was almost like she wanted to do something differently, just for the hell of it. I did not know what her scape signature was and dismissed the difference as a personal eccentricity. The essence of her words, however, amounted to the same, and the continuum meter recorded a healthy 17. The most powerful scape I had been on had registered a peak of 63.5, something I had often bragged about. I gulped as I remembered that today I would see the numbers go way beyond anything I had ever imagined. I hoped fervently I would live to brag about it. Something had changed about the cadence of the spells. I saw words on the screen that I did not recognize. It must be the fractahedron helix. I only vaguely knew about this spell. It created a complex reality structure that in turn facilitated the l'esprit spells. The l'esprit definition spell would create a non-conscious entity, a shell that would then be the basis for the rest of the scape. The wordsmith, in this case Sylvis, would then weave his scape into this entity. The group would assign this shell to Sylvis with the assignment spell. If all went as planned, this would ensure that Sylvis became the Wordscapist. That thought merited another uncomfortable gulp. The group continued, focused at the center of the field. The warp was growing in size and definition. I glanced at the CM. It was already up to 53. The CCC surveillance meters must have started twitching. Suddenly, the group stopped. Lily took a few seconds more to complete her spell. I noticed Sylvis give her a suspicious look. He raised his voice and shouted out to the others, "Be prepared to complete the l'esprit assignment. I shall raise my hand when I complete the scape." I saw the others tense in anticipation. Sylvis started his scape, his right hand pointing his staff to the scape crux. I did not need the transcription to know the words. He was loud enough for everyone on that island to know the words of that incredible scape. The words were powerful, and the phrasing unusual. I guess it was his signature method, or perhaps he was trying something special for today. I can still remember that roaring voice shouting out words that displayed the sheer insanity of this man's ambition. I, Anton Javier Silversmith, command the scape and the reality that it defines. Anton Javier Silversmith, I repeated the name in my head, the name behind the legend. It was not A.J. Sylvis after all. I wondered why the name sounded familiar. And before I could wonder further, my attention was grabbed by the space warp forming at the crux. It was beginning to thicken. Sylvis continued chanting the words. I call the legend, the lore, the Wordscapist. All that has ever been imagined. The power, the ability, the wisdom. I call it down to the spirit. I saw the CM shoot up like a thermometer thrust into fire. The numbers raced through to 100 and kept going. The space warp froze in a strange, twisted miasma, waiting for the rest of the words. What every wordsmith has dreamed of. The gift to shape reality willfully. To create, protect, and destroy. Let this spirit be all that the myth is. Let it be silent and potent. Invisible and intense. Inaudible and timeless. Intangible and limitless. Let it be shaped in the silhouette of its bearer. Ready to wield. At the breath of a word. At the summoning of a thought. With the last word, the warp went crazy, running into a funnel of furiously chaotic time and space. Slowly, a shape emerged, that of a tortured, struggling human silhouette. It was painful to the eye to see the sheer violence of the warp transformation this shape was going through, threatening to rip apart the very fabric of the space it occupied. I sneaked another look at the CM-150 and still going strong. We were in outerscape. I weave into reality. The legend, the lore. The Wordscapist. Let it be. Everything froze. The crux with its silhouette, poignantly reaching out to the heavens in an attempt to escape, the rest of the forum of wordsmiths, and even the mastersmith himself. There was a painful silence. The wind had stopped. The light had a peculiar, otherworldly tinge to it. The silhouette slowly dissolved into a swirling shape that was rich with indescribable colors, rotating with its evanescent arms twisting together to a sharp peak. I could see the others hold their breath as Silvus slowly raised his hands. This was the moment. The CM read an incredible 186. Silvus was going to reach 200 after all. All that was left was the assignment and Silvus would become the Wordscapist. And then all hell broke loose. The scape crux exploded, a million shards of twisted timespace cast all around. A black, snarling shape tore through, caught for a moment in frozen motion. A vague, blurred memory of teeth, claws and muscle remained as it landed, sliding to a stop with its claws screeching against the rock. It was immediately followed by three more similar shapes coming out of the smoky remains of the space warp, all bounding out in different directions. My heart stopped as I noticed the shape of these beasts. They were wildcats, bigger than tigers. But there were no tigers in this world that came close to these nightmares. Huge cats of peculiar electric midnight blue in color, with glowing green eyes, and jaws with huge saber-like teeth that almost glowed a hellish yellow hue. They now stood before the wordsmiths, one before each, their tails flicking menace. I saw the look of shock on Silvus's face and saw his lips moving. The words appeared on my screen. This is too soon. She should not be here. Sign. My eyes went back to the scape crux. The form in the center had reappeared. Only, this time it looked different. And then it moved, walking out of the smoke and stepping off the crux. Out of the smoke, emerged the most exotic woman I had ever seen. Her skin was so dark it was almost black, but black like some kind of flowing, glittering liquid. It flowed as she moved, swirling with every expression that flitted across her face. She had long hair that swayed with every step she took, moving with a muscular sinuousness akin to that of a snake. She was dressed in a long coat that covered the rest of her form, the same shade of midnight blue as her beasts, with high collars covering the lower half of her face and long enough to hide her footwear, if she wore any. She moved with a fluid grace, walking up to the beast standing before Silvus. All the wordsmiths were frozen in position. I tried to move and realized that I was frozen too. I could not move. Somehow, we had all been frozen into immobility. My mind was still active though, and then the realization fell into place with a click. The ethereal light, the complete absence of breeze and the way we were all frozen. The scape warp had encompassed all of us when it exploded. We were in the warp. Just when I had made sense of this, Silvus moved forward. A voice went off in my head, how the hell did he do that? Another voice was even more incredulous, he moved forward? He was mere inches from the sign beast in front of him. He chose to ignore the beast and looked straight at sign and spoke. My eyes flicked to the console, but it was frozen at she should not be here. However, the word soon came to me loud and clear, a warped split second after their utterance. This is my reality. I command it and all entities within it. You do not have any power within this scape, sign. Be gone. Sign looked at him and smiled even as the last of his words came to me, the expression flowing across her exquisite features. Her lips moved as she walked closer to her beast, the one in front of Silvus. The word soon came to me, in a voice that defied description, liquid and menacing. You have gone too far, Anton. This time I have you, and those that accompany you on this ill-fated adventure of yours. Already, your scape has been cut loose. It searches a host, a being where it may find fulfillment. There will be a Wordscapist, but it will not be you. Once again, the words were still coming to me as I saw Silvus's reaction. No. He leapt for her, his hands bringing his staff about in a violent arc. Even before he could get halfway through the movement, the beast before him leapt to his throat, bringing him down in a soundless motion. The huge man was flat upon the ground, cowering under the snarling beast. I heard the delayed roar of the beast and the painfully loud thud of the man hitting the floor. Sign walked up to Silvus. You puny little man. She almost spat out the word man. You dare attack me? You dare presume? Silvus almost whimpered, no. I am sorry. Forgive me. The Wordscapist. I wanted. No. This last no was almost a scream, reaching me as Sign finished kneeling, bending really close to him. Sylvis must have thought that his life was over, with Sign reaching forward with her fatal touch. She merely bent and whispered in his ear, her deadly presence a couple of inches away from him. Sylvis's face went ashen in response to those whispered words. I strained to hear, but the words did not reach me. She stood and looked at the rest of us. She spoke aloud, "You mortals have no clue what you have reaped. You have set loose an elemental entity, and it has gone searching for a mortal body. You have unleashed power that can destroy the whole fragile world you live in, and that being now heads for an unknown source. No one can be trusted with that kind of power, no mortal, and definitely not your master smith. I give Anton, and the rest of you, a lease of life. He will hunt down the Wordscapist that is created out of this scape, and he will kill it. You all will assist in this endeavor. Unless you can hunt him down yourself." She waited as if knowing that the words would take some time to reach us. "You will probably fail or die in your attempt. But you will persist. Only after you have terminated the evil you have created, will you go about your lives? Or you will answer to me. I will personally hunt down any one of you who attempts to weave for any purpose other than this task." She turned to me and walked a couple of steps closer as her words reached me. "You are not a wordsmith. You are exempt." She then walked to Jimmy Sal. She reached forward with a slow, languid motion and touched his forehead, saying something as she did so. A purple spot appeared on Jimmy, and in a second, he was purple all over, strangely dried and half mummified. He keeled forward and collapsed to the ground in a boneless heap. Sign's words came as I watched him fall, though they were lost on Jimmy's corpse. "And you are my warning to the others." Chapter 4. Words. What you say, what you reek, will follow you, scurrying in your wake. Slick. I watched the sunset, and the landscape turned dark. I stayed on my seat as people around me in the carriage made their beds in preparation for the night. The lights soon turned off. I had played the morning's memory a few more times, my imagination coloring it more and more horribly with each retelling. I tried to focus on what had happened after the incident, the remaining events of the damned day that had me traveling to Goa. I carefully turned my mind back to the point where I had ridden away from the nightmare. The ride was a nightmare too. My hands were shivering violently and I rode like a drunkard. I was petrified that I would be flagged down by a cop on traffic beat and then it would be curtains for me. The bloodstains on my clothes would lead to questions and I was sure there was already an all-out manhunt for me. I tried to keep the speed down and the riding disciplined, but I was too distracted for my own good. There were several instances where my own paranoia got the better of me. There was one woman with blonde streaks riding in front of me. She was in no hurry to go anywhere, and I had a tough time talking myself into overtaking her. When I finally zipped past her, I did all I could to keep myself from looking at her face. I was sure I would see the grotesque horror of gray-green flesh and molten glass. I kept talking to myself, telling myself that my fears were ridiculous. That demon was after that poor guy, specifically, his head. It got the head and was gone to do whatever demons did with heads. I had no dealings whatever with demonkind and should be completely safe. I mean, it could have finished me then and there if it wanted to. All this reasoning did not help though, and only further distracted me from basic essentials like traffic signals and pedestrians. Luckily, no one got killed and I finally got home. I did not bother with the lift and rushed up the 4 flights of stairs leading to my apartment. It took several painstaking seconds to open the door. My hand shivered like I had an attack of the DTs. All the while, I kept mentally willing my nosy neighbors to stay indoors. Finally, I was in. I closed the door and collapsed on the floor. That was when it hit me, the sheer insanity of the morning's events and the mind-numbing horror of what I had seen. I broke down. I fell on my knees, shivering from head to toe. Breathless sobs escaped me and soon I was crying and screaming, trying to vent the horror. After a while, I started running out of steam. A quarter of an hour later, I was done. Feeling much better though a little numb, I picked myself up. I walked slowly to the window where I had installed a couple of cushions on the ledge. I propped myself up against them and sat looking out at the view. I could see the lake that lay close by. I lit a cigarette. I looked back at my flat, a sparse but tastefully done-up studio apartment that I had set up over 5 years. I loved this place. This had been home to me through all my madness and happiness. It came to me in a flash that I had to leave, and soon. I had to abandon all this and go. I had no clue where. I took a long drag on the cigarette. The smoke was tainted by the metallic smell of blood that still clung to me. I needed a shower. I quickly stripped and stepped into the shower. Soon, I was scrubbing like hell to get the blood and smell off my skin. The demon's stench, however, refused to go, and I finally concluded that it was all in my head, which is a lot harder to do than you would realize. I had been nowhere close to the demon and could not possibly smell of that decaying horror. That train of thought did not stop me from overdosing on deodorant and aftershave when I finally stepped out of the shower. I got dressed in my basic survival wear, jeans, a sweatshirt, and sneakers. I had to pack. I pulled out my backpack, the old faithful that had accompanied me on many a trek. I quickly roll-packed all essential clothes and other stuff I did not want to leave behind. There were many tough decisions. Many books, CDs, and other knickknacks had to be abandoned. I'll come back, I kept telling myself. I checked the time. It was more than an hour since I had reached home. I had to move on. My hands were shaking. I lit another cigarette. Where was I to go? The question came back again. I could not go back to my folks in these circumstances. I had too much pride to run home with my tail between my legs. I could not pull any of my friends into this mess. The truth was, I did not trust any of my friends enough to be able to tell them what had happened. That was when I saw my bloodied clothes lying in the corner. The notepad was sticking out of a pocket. I picked it up. It was still gibberish. Well, gibberish spotted with miscellaneous words I understood that were somehow worse than gibberish. Like the word Zauberin. That one was German, and it meant sorceresses. Not that I know German, but I had come across the word in a chat room. But the rest of it was not German. It was not really French either, though some of the words resembled French. Maybe it was Italian, but then I thought I knew enough Italian to know what was not Italian. All in all, it was a lost cause. I had no clue what language it was written in. I flipped the pages. There was quite a lot of stuff written in neat, tiny handwriting. I saw the word demon. There's also a fairy in there. What was this book, the 21st century edition of the Grimm's Brothers' Tales? I turned a couple more pages. One name leapt out at me, Silvus. I remembered the dead man muttering the name. It had sounded like silver back then. From what I could remember of the delirious words, I suspected the dead man had not liked Silvus too much. I continued flipping. Some more pages later, I noted guild. So it had not been guilt after all. I was going to give up on the cryptic booklet when one word caught my eye. It was in quotes and used many times. Wordscapist. I said the word out aloud, and immediately, the air started swirling in front of me. I almost dropped the book in surprise. It was as if there were a warp in the space in front of me, twisting and turning, almost waiting for me to say something. I said the word again, watching the warp warily. Wordscapist. The warp spun a bit more, as if to say, yeah, I heard you. What next? Wordscapist. I did not say it again, but what could it mean? A picture painted with words? Strange. And why the appearance of this bizarre warp? I'd seen a demon rip off the head of a stranger, so the mere appearance of an odd shimmer in the air wasn't going to faze me. And then, I came across a variation of the word, Wordscapist. Even as I read it out in my head, I could see the warp freezing to a standstill. I decided to give this new word a shot. I took a deep breath and said it aloud, Wordscapist. The warp recoiled, almost as if it were gasping. It then rapidly coiled up on itself with a curious sucking sound, and all but disappeared into a dark black spot, suspended in the air. I leaned forward, trying to get a closer look at the dark spot. There was a moment of rapid, silent motion, followed by the quietest explosion ever. The last thing I remember was being thrown backwards, but only inside my head. I eventually came to. I opened my eyes, half afraid of what I would see. My head was spinning and felt really heavy. I picked myself up, feeling disoriented. I looked around, half expecting the room to be completely destroyed. But it was exactly in the shape I remembered it to have been, which was pretty wrecked to start with. At least it was no worse. I closed my eyes and tried to recall what had happened. I vaguely remembered an explosion. Apart from the fact that I had been lying on the floor, there was no other clue to this mysterious event. I remembered the word, and I tried saying it again. Wordscapist. Something stirred in my head at the sound of it, but no strange warp in the air appeared. I repeated the word again. No effect. I clearly remembered saying the word aloud, seeing the warp become a black hole and then a supernova. And then I had passed out. Sigh. My memory was on an acid trip of some sort. I guess I had just passed out from exhaustion and shock, and my mind had cooked up an incredible explanation while I was unconscious. I warily picked up the notepad that I had dropped in the midst of all this drama. I quickly flipped through it, almost reluctant to see anything more I could understand or enunciate. I reached the last page. There was a small note there, in English. If found, please deliver to Actimentes Loon, The Gypsy Shack, Baga Beach, Goa. Finders shall be rewarded. It was one of those moments. The coin dropped. I knew my destination. I was going to Goa. This Actimentes character, not Act 2, Acto, that's who the dead man had been asking me to reach, another revelation, had some explaining to do if he wanted his precious notebook. I had to find out what this was all about, to preserve my sanity if nothing else. I needed to understand. I stole another glance at the clock. Almost 90 minutes since I had reached home. I needed to get a move on. I picked up my backpack, looking around me. I guess I owed myself a vacation. I had enough in liquid savings to cover my back for a couple of months at least. And the promised reward might just pay for my trip. And more than anything else, it would keep me away from the cops and buy me time to come up with a plan. My apartment would be all right without me. I walked around the flat, picking up a couple of odds and ends and stuffing them into my already overflowing backpack. Finally, I gave up and accepted that I was leaving a lot behind and there was no alternative. I hefted my backpack and walked out. I will come back, I told myself again, as I locked the door. Somehow, I knew they were just empty words. I had a strong feeling that this was the last I would see of my beloved apartment and everything I was leaving behind. The memory faded out as I came back to the present. I went back to staring out of the window. I could make out random shapes jumping at me from the darkness beyond. The night was half past, and barely a few hours remained before I would reach Goa. I had never been to Goa. I had always wanted to go to Goa. It is strange how wishes tend to be granted. I closed my eyes and tried to get some sleep. I knew I needed it, but I could not relax. I was petrified that the demon's face would come to me in a nightmare and the sheer horror of it would stop my heart. Pleasant thoughts, I told myself, pleasant thoughts. Chapter 5. A warm welcome. The first sight lies prettily. The second sight warns of dire things. To go beyond the first and heed the second is all about wondering. Is it worth it after all? Slick. The moment I woke up, I knew something was wrong. Something felt different. It was like knowing there was a sharp pebble somewhere inside your shoe, though you couldn't tell exactly where. It was waiting for you to put your full weight down before wedging itself against the most sensitive spot in your heel. Only, the feeling I had was inside my head. Something was wrong up there. Not surprisingly, my first thoughts were of the demon. Had it somehow managed to get inside my head? No, the answer came. It was a little too loud and clear for it to be the voice in my head that I had conversations with. This was another voice. No? I asked. Then who is this? No response to that. Whoever it was seemed a little shy. I was losing it. I looked outside and realized we were drawing into the Panjim station. It was time to get off, and here I was having a conversation with a voice in my head. I grabbed the backpack and quickly got off the train. Everything felt different. There was a lot of noise and color in the air. There was also a certain languid atmosphere. I tried to define what I was feeling in words. It was like a heady mix of drugs, combined to give the perfect high. I had half a mind to try and bring back that little warp and see if it felt any different. But the memory of the extreme reaction I had when trying out the words from the diary was still too fresh in my mind. I decided to leave it for later. I felt an echo of approval in my head at the decision. It was a strange feeling. But I had to let it be for now. I refused many offers of help from porters and other locals. I needed to get to Baga Beach, wherever that was. A few queries later, I was told I needed to take the bus to Kalangote and hike from there. A toothless old man told me that the nearest bus station was a short walk away and at the same time offered to drop me there in his pending disaster of a taxi. I refused and chose to walk. 15 minutes later, I was in the bus, on my way to Kalangote. I settled into a window seat at the first opportunity one got. The bus was crowded and there was a lot of jostling and loud conversation. There was some quaint music playing on tinny speakers and the entire atmosphere was cheerful. I looked out of the window at the lush green landscape. It was beautiful, and the sights kept my mind off my troubles. An hour later, the rickety bus drew into Kalangote. I got off the bus, gratefully stretching my limbs and lighting a cigarette. I was aching for a shower and a proper bed, but I wanted to get the meeting over with as soon as possible. There were dozens of people standing around the bus stop, looking for directionless tourists. I guess I qualified, and I was soon besieged by offers for help. Every person had contacts, could get me a bike or a car for hire, a hotel room for affordable rates, or even companionship if I wanted to party. I walked purposefully away from the melee, but was followed from place to place by eager locals. I finally stopped at a small hotel and ordered some tea. The owner shooed the crowd away and gave me a cup of scalding, hot tea and some much-needed peace. As I carefully sipped the steaming but tasteless liquid, I saw a board pointing to Baga Beach. It was pretty close after all. I could walk down. I paid up, and hefting the backpack onto my abused shoulder, I started walking in the indicated direction. I had managed to shake off most of my pursuers, but there was one man hurrying after me like he had been waiting for me for hours. "Hey man. You want bike? You want hotel room? You want fix? Tell me. The man stuttered out these words as he walked up to me, grinning like I was his long-lost brother. "What?" I asked, a bit dazed at the sudden barrage. "Fix, man. Joint. Weed. Grass. Pot. Marijuana." He went through the synonyms, ending with what sounded like an obscene proposal for a threesome. No thanks. I am just looking for the gypsy shack. "This guy seems okay," the voice in my head spoke up. I did a double take inside my head, if you can imagine that. What the hell? I would deal with this later. I could see the man looking at me weirdly. I smiled at him. "Could you help me find this place?" "Gypsy shack?" he asked, and then spaced out for a few seconds, his face a picture of furious thought, as if he was trying to figure out the meaning of life. "Yees," he drawled, "Acto's place." "You want meet gypsies, man? You want gypsy stuff? Dude." I grabbed his arms and looked him in the eye, trying to get beyond his weed-induced stupor. "What is your name?" He stared at me, trying to figure out this extremely complex question. Finally he smiled as the answer struck him. "Anthony." "Good. Now Anthony, listen to me." I tightened my grip on him. "I need to meet Acto. I do not want any stuff now, or later for that matter. I do not do marijuana. I'll let you know when I need a bike or a room, but that is for later. Right now, I need to meet Acto. Could you take me to Acto? He looked at me for a while as if trying to figure out what language I was speaking. Then he hugged me. "Anything, man. You are like my brother. I will do whatever you want. You want meet Acto, I take you to Acto. Come. He grabbed my hand and started walking. "No marijuana?" the voice asked me. That did it. If the voice had just been me, it would have known that. This voice was someone or something else. It did not know me. "What are you?" I hissed furiously. Anthony was some way ahead and did not hear me. The voice seemed not to hear me, or chose not to. There was no response. I realized Anthony was drawing away and sped up. The voice could wait. For a junkie on a constant high, Anthony walked fast. As I staggered along with him, I looked up at the sky and silently asked whoever was up there if I should be grateful or scared for whatever help this brotherly pothead would give me. What followed was a 20-minute walk and impromptu tour. We walked down a narrow road with a variety of curio shops and restaurants lining it. I could smell the sea but could not see it. I wondered where the beach was. And then, at one point, Anthony plunged into an even narrower lane that shot off from the road we were walking. 2 minutes later, we were on the beach. It was like entering a different world. Up ahead was the bright azure of the Arabian Sea, and the beach was filled with people. There were enough sights, sounds and smells here to drown a person. I doggedly kept after the scurrying Anthony. Walking on the sand was not easy, especially with my heavy backpack feeling considerably heavier by the minute. However, the sight of the sea helped. In all my life, there was nothing I found as relaxing and pleasing as the sight of the endless blue of the ocean. I could sit for hours on end on the cool sand and watch the waves crash against the shore. The sight of the sea made everything all right. I somehow did not mind the thought of a disrupted life if it had brought me to the ocean. All this while, Anthony drawled on. He pointed out shacks to me, stopping to call out his greeting to bikini-clad sunbathing women, turning to me to wink meaningfully. He staggered around, talking to every other foreigner on the beach. Amidst a sea of near-naked bodies, I looked extremely out of place in my sweatshirt, jeans, trainers, and backpack. My sunglasses were the only saving grace, considering everyone sported a pair. I started wishing fervently that I had stopped to drop the bag off at a hotel room and change into more comfortable gear. Soon, the warmth and the humidity coupled with the sheer effort of trudging through the sand got to me. I was sweating so hard I was afraid I would keel over from dehydration. We passed shack after shack, all of them looking the same, with easy chairs laid out, covered with beach towels and sunbathing tourists. Menus were listed on boards, promising fresh lobster and calamari that had just been brought in from the sea. Lots of waiters ran around, passing around beer and food. There was a lot of noise as families and noisy gangs of teenagers played around in the water, splashing and screaming. It was a surreal world, and after a point, it all blended together into a tourist collage. By now, Anthony's words had faded into a kind of a lulling drone. Thankfully, I spotted a board in the distance announcing the world that the gypsy shack was nigh. A minute later, we were there. I grabbed Anthony before he could walk past the shack and pointed to him that we had reached the destination. He took a few seconds to inspect the board, and then announced to me that we had reached the shack. Conversation with this fellow was getting slightly tiresome. Anthony, thank you so much for bringing me here. Give me your number and I will call you the moment I need your help again, but... Anthony smiled broadly. Anthony brings you to Gypsy Shack, he announced proudly, though belatedly. He leaned over and whispered hoarsely in my ear, Anthony helps you. Now you help Anthony. A little something. You help Anthony. Okay? I sighed. In Goa, nothing was for free. I pulled out a 50 rupee note and slipped it to Anthony. Thanks brother, I said, patting his back. He looked at the note incredulously. You give me 50? Anthony helps you like brother and you give him 50? 100 at least. Come on brother. I looked at him, half bemused. Anthony, you have to be kidding. You want $100 for walking me to the biggest shack on Baga? If I knew this place was so big, I would have asked you to stay put and found the place myself. Get going now brother. I need to find Actimenti's loon. Anthony gave me an injured look, and then philosophically accepted the bargain. Okay. Anthony, wish you luck. You meet Acto, but be careful, okay? Gypsy people slightly mental. You never know when he made a little swishing sound accompanied by a stabbing gesture with his hand. I sighed again. That fit right in with the rest of my crazy life. Thanks Anthony. You get going now before Acto. I made the same swishing sound along with the little gesture, you. Anthony stared at me with his eyes wide open. Then, with a fearful glance thrown at the gypsy shack, he hurried off without even a final goodbye. I had seriously scared the poor pothead. I looked up at the board again. I whispered to myself, I am here. Where are you, Actimenti's loon? You want beer? A voice came from below. I looked down to see a little guy, a little over 4 feet in height, dressed in the floral shirt and black pants that seemed to be the uniform for the waiters in the bar next to the gypsy shack. Before I could refuse, a voice came right from inside the gypsy shack, leave my customers alone. Go away, before I set Papa Loon on you. Papa Loon. How many loons could be there in Goa? I turned to face the owner of this voice. The first thing I noticed was her eyes, those beautiful eyes that looked right into my soul. They were framed in a frown directed at the object of her ire, but that could not quite cover the laughter that was so much a part of her. The eyes had a pert little pixie nose below them and pouting lips that apparently didn't approve of whatever she saw in front of her. She was young, definitely a couple of years younger than me, petite with a heart-shaped face framed by long dark hair. Strands of her hair moved in the breeze and the warm Goa sun lit her up like some kind of an angel. You get the picture, I was smitten. Her frown dissipated as the little man ran away, and she turned to look at me. The play of expressions on her face in that moment would stay with me forever. The irritated look gave way to a fake cheerful smile of welcome that immediately moved to sheer shock and almost fear. Her eyes widened as she staggered back a few steps, quickly muttering a few words, her hands coming up almost in defense. The most incredible thing happened next. I saw a warp appear before her hands almost shaping it up. I hadn't dreamed up that entire incident with the warp after all, when I was reading the bloody notebook. And it wasn't just me who could do it. There was someone else, and hers was prettier than mine. Defend yourself, you Egypt. The voice in my head shrieked, for the first time abandoning all pretense of being me. Defend myself? I didn't know what the voice meant, and looked in confusion at the girl. Her warp had become fiery and huge, almost obscuring her from sight. And suddenly, my own warp came up in response to words that I spoke without thinking: shield, protect, repel. The words had come with such clarity and direction, almost as if they had been directed or shaped by someone else. Things went a little blurry for a second as my warp expanded to cover my whole field of vision, and then in an instant went back to being small and unobtrusive. I blinked a couple of times, my warp still swimming in front of me. The girl had disappeared into the relative darkness of the shack. I propped my bag beside the entrance to the shack and took a couple of cautious steps forward. My vision had cleared, but the shack in front of me still looked pretty smoky. It wasn't me, everything was actually pretty smoky. As I stepped inside, I saw that everything looked freshly charred, smoke curling from burn marks on the furniture. What had happened in here? And then I saw her again. She was laid out on the sand that passed for the shack's floor, slumped against a table. Her form had left an untouched outline on the smoldering piece of furniture. She looked stunned and terrified. I realized that I had somehow managed to fling this girl 20 feet whilst also almost burning down the place. My warp did that. Some first impression. I took another step forward, and suddenly there was the voice in my head again, shrieking at me, "Shot-tie, Bampot. That wee lassie will blow you up if you're not canny." I didn't understand half of that, but finally had the confirmation I needed. The voice was not me. What the hell is happening? I muttered to myself as I cautiously stepped forward. It was the last day of my life as I knew it. I remember how it started. I just didn't know it back then. I was running through a checklist. The day was dawning and it was time to head back to the shack to relieve Papa Loon until Matilda could come in to start her shift. She refused to start early, and Papa Loon shut down with the sun. I usually offered to help for those couple of hours to ensure they didn't kill each other fighting during the handover. But before that, I had to make sure that everything that had to be done had indeed been done. Savio and Mario, two of the Norm helpers, ensured that everything happened smoothly. They were Papa Loon's men. I sat back in my makeshift chair of wooden cartons as I watched the Norms set up the final parts of the stall. I found it difficult to think of them as just Norms. These were the guys I had grown up with. I remembered Savio and Mario playing soccer with the other boys while Andy did, and I watched from the road overlooking the field. They were much bigger now, and drank beer while watching soccer instead of playing themselves. But still, I knew these guys. And yet, everything was so different. I was a wordsmith. And that made me different. There had always been a trace of respect and fear in the way the boys had behaved with me. Honestly, I didn't mind, given just how rowdy they were with the other girls my age. I had been spared all that and more. I was Papa Loon and Andy Da's adopted daughter after all. That was enough weirdness to ensure that most Norms gave me a wide berth. But I had never been out on a date either. Being from a gypsy family was bad enough. But Andy Da was one of the gone-free wordsmiths. To the local Norms, for some flummox-inducing reason, that translated into him being close to the Russian mafia. That kept the boys away. Tourist Norms, unaware of the history and intending to get friendly, went through a crash course with one of Papa Loon's bouncers. It was ironic that I was probably the one girl in the neighborhood quite capable of taking care of myself, and I never really had to. It was good, in a way. I was in charge despite my age and had no authority issues. But then that, along with the fact that I was a free wordsmith, ensured that I didn't have many friends. I rarely met anyone my age, and when I did, they were of the hard-eyed fanatic class of wordsmiths the free word usually attracted. I had my share of angst, but wearing it as a burning ribbon on my sleeve wasn't quite my style. I noted that the Norms were almost done with their work. It was time for me to check mine. I got up, tying my hair back with a band. It would probably be all out and bothering me again in a couple of minutes. I never quite managed to tame it. I should try weaving something up for it. I walked around the flea market's narrow aisles, strangely spacious in the early hours with hardly a soul around. There were enough boards pointing to our shack to ensure other Norm vendors didn't suspect our real purpose here, the convention. But what I was looking for were the invisible weaves leading free wordsmiths to the location. There was the one on the entrance gate, quite satisfyingly woven into the night market board, merging with its loud age-old aura. Through my signature scape I could see its faint glow, invisible to everyone else. I walked into the parking lot and there was another weave, nudging free wordsmiths in the right direction, melded into a huge tree in the center of the lot. For some reason, this one nudged Norms to the public facilities at the other end of the market. I had to fix that or there would be utter chaos with every Norm rushing straight from the parking to the barely sufficient restroom facilities at Ingo's. I quickly brought up my skate view to look at it. As space warped and gave me a view to the guide center, I noticed something I had never seen before, a tinge of mossy brown-green all around the place. There were faint striations that were barely perceptible, moving much like near-invisible flotsam in the eye. It blended with the earth and greenery, but still colored everything a different hue. This was not something I had done, it seemed to be everywhere. And yet, it affected my scape in the weirdest way possible. I wondered if someone was working mischief. I ran a quick probe to search for anyone else working the gift in the area. Nada. I was the only gifted one there. The day was getting brighter, and the tinge dissolved into the light until I could barely see it. I decided to ignore it and ran a double weave on the guide sign to take out the Norm anomaly. No more restroom urges. I stood back to admire my handiwork. Neat and efficient, as Andy D always used to say. I was slow, but I was reliable. I allowed myself a tiny smile as I walked back to the stall. Time to wrap up. The night market wasn't until the next day, but I always tried to prepare way ahead of time. I hated leaving things to the last minute. I looked around the place as I walked past the empty stalls. I could hardly believe that the next evening would see the most powerful free wordsmiths in the world flocking to this place. I wasn't sure if I would get to see all them together, but I would definitely try to catch one or two of them for a quick chat. Isis always said that I should try and get at least 2 minutes with one of them if I was planning to become a battlesmith. I would probably learn more in that brief spell than months with any regular wordsmith would teach me. I had met Zobarin and Mother Gaia before, though they had hardly noticed me. I half shuddered with excitement at the thought of meeting Lonergan or Necros. That would be totally cool. That was the caliber of battlesmiths the free word needed, and that's what I was going to be like. Eventually. Slow but steady. I wished Andy D was around. But he was out of Goa on one of his secret saboteur missions. That had left the responsibility of setting up entirely to me. Everyone else on home turf would only be arriving hours before the event, along with the rest of the big names from other parts of the world. Managing all the logistics by myself, with the help of the norms, of course, had turned out to be almost too much pressure to handle. The security scapes, the norm handlers, the boarding logistics, the discreet scape signs, there had been so much to do. I reached the stall and noted with satisfaction that it was ready. I could go tell Papa Loon now that the stage was set for his bunch to take over. And then some sleep before the night, when I do some final checks and ensure that everything was undisturbed. I sent the norms off with some scape-enhanced words to make them feel good about getting the job done and to ensure they slept well. Quickly locking down everything, I rolled out my bike and took off to the shack. The town had already started stirring and there were people everywhere. Goa in December was a completely different place. I wove through the traffic as I swung into Baga and reached the parking just before the shack. I parked my bike and wandered to the shack. It wasn't the cool sand of dawn, but it still felt good. I ducked inside, hoping Papa Loon hadn't already launched into his morning crank. It was already way past the end of his shift. I found him asleep on the counter. There was no one in the shack. These were the slow hours. The tourists wouldn't come out until the sun was high, undressed appropriately to try and catch as many rays as they could. I dropped my bag behind the counter and shook Papa Loon gently to wake him. He came awake instantly, that cat-like reflex that was such an integral part of him. I saw his hand shoot to his side where I knew his favorite blade rested in its sheath. He saw it was me, and his whole body relaxed. "Fool girl, scaring me," he growled, his voice heavy with sleep. "You'll get yourself killed one of these days, sneaking up on me like that, but..." "Sure," I stuck my tongue out at him, "you keep working on that. All the sharpening in the world isn't going to help you past my scapes." He gave me a terrible-looking scowl. He had a natural aversion to wordsmiths, but couldn't stay mad at me. Andy D and he were the closest I had to parents. Andy D and Papa Loon were as close as brothers, and Andy D was probably one of the most powerful wordsmiths of our time. Papa Loon's irritation was more with the guild that spilled over to a lot of wordsmiths, and sometimes his foster family got some as well. "That lazy cow sent a note with Gomez," Papa Loon said, referring to his beloved business partner, Matilda. "She will probably come in after lunch. I asked Gomez to come around breakfast to help you out till then. Catch some sleep here, if you want to." I winced at the thought, as I watched him throwing a couple of his things into a sack to take with him. Much as I loved the shack, sleeping behind the counter during busy season didn't sound very attractive. I didn't say anything though. Papa Loon had definitely hit cranky hour, and I just wanted him to get out of here as soon as possible. I could probably set up something small to discourage people from coming into the shack so that I'd be relatively undisturbed. And don't mess with the shack. If I see the collections dip below normal, you'll have some answering to do, understand? Papa Loon growled, glaring at me. I acted innocent and grinned at him. When in doubt, act cute. It always worked. He shook his head, giving up. "Take care, Dooley, I'll see you at Ingo's tonight." With those words, he trudged out of the shack. I gave it a couple of minutes, and then set up a quick scape near the entrance that would nudge people to other shacks nearby. I got back to the counter, set up a couple of cushions to make myself comfortable, and settled into a deep nap. Even as I woke up, I knew I had overslept. I'd been planning on getting just an hour's nap, but the sun outside was way too bright. It was close to lunch. The shack was still empty. Gomez wasn't here either. The scape I'd put up had probably nudged his feeble mind away too. Crap on toast. I would be in so much trouble with Papa Loon for this. I ran to the entrance, quickly saying the words to undo the no-entry scape I'd put up. I saw Raj from the neighboring shack talking to one of the tourists, fresh out of a plane, train, or bus, bag still in tow. I had to start getting business in, starting with him. Leave my customers alone. Go away, before I set Papa Loon on you. I shrieked at him. That got him running away in a hurry. And then I turned to the tourist, focusing my full charm on him. He was probably one of the young Indian guys. I do the pretty girl act and have him here for a good couple of hours, trying out the menu one item at a time. That's when I saw him, really saw him. My scape view came up almost immediately, almost by itself. His scape sign flared so bright it blinded me. He was the most powerful wordsmith I had ever seen, more powerful than Gaia, Andida, or even Zobaran. He seemed more powerful than all of them put together. I had no clue who he was. To a free wordsmith, that meant only one thing. The guild. I started muttering the words to bring up my elemental attack. Draw on the sun. Draw from the earth's heart. Even as I wove, I staggered back, realizing the sheer futility of what I was doing. I was attempting an attack against an incredibly powerful wordsmith, someone who could vaporize me in an instant. The thought numbed my legs, my hands, my mind. I urged myself to focus, to weave. I couldn't give up, not without a fight. That's not what Andida would have done. I had to keep going. Smolder, burn, consume. To my words, shape thy intent. I completed the scape, making a mess of it, my scape sign flaring uncontrollably. I gave it my all and cast it out at him. This would probably be my only shot anyway. I screamed out the release word. Fajro. I saw my scape reach out to encompass him. He looked almost confused, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I had him. Then, almost casually, I saw his hands coming up, his lips moving. Something powerful hit me and I was flung back. I was covered in intense fire for an instant, my scape protection preventing me from being consumed by my own element. I hit something hard, and landed on the sand, completely winded. For a couple of scary seconds, I couldn't breathe. My training kicked in then, and my lips shaped the words, feeding energy to my body. In a whooping rush, the air came in. I lay where I had landed, breathing the smoky air in huge gulps. Vaguely, I registered the damage the explosion had done. Papa Loon would kill me. That didn't seem very likely though. The wordsmith stepped towards me very cautiously, walking through the shack. For a second, I considered preparing another attack. As I watched him walk towards me, the words came to my head. But I didn't speak them. I had just thrown an incredibly powerful, almost out-of-control scape at him and he had just bounced it off, pitching it right back at me. He would have known that it wouldn't kill me, being my element. That was just a warning, almost kind in intent. Any more hostility from me would probably lead to worse reprisals. I clenched my teeth and waited for him to come to me, bracing myself for the worst. If he was indeed from the guild, I would die before I would betray the free word. I knew the words every free wordsmith learned, preparing for such an eventuality. I could only hope that my implosion scape would take him too, giving some meaning to my sacrifice. He stepped closer, still looking extremely cautious and tentative in his movements, and I saw him properly for the first time. He was Indian, or maybe South European or Latin American. I couldn't quite make out. It struck me again that he was very young. He looked around my age, maybe a little older. He couldn't be over 25. I knew that the gift of the word slowed aging, but that usually kicked in after the wordsmith turned 30. How the hell had someone so young become so incredibly powerful? What devilry was this? Another couple of steps and the dim light of the shack allowed me to see him more clearly. He had straight, dark hair, brown skin, and pleasant features. Nothing out of place or extraordinary, but the whole was definitely better than the sum of the parts. I could see the tension in his face and his body, and wondered why he was worried. Couldn't he see that I was just a rookie smith and wasn't even trying to counter anything he had planned for me? As he moved closer, I scratched out that nothing extraordinary part. His eyes were light, almost glowing in the darkness. I think they were hazel, and I fancied I could see the green and brown swimming in them. At that thought, I brought up my scape view again. His scape sign, his aura, was incredibly bright. It was also brown and green, the same hues that I had seen earlier at the market. His presence and power had somehow managed to affect my scape, even when he was far enough away that I couldn't detect him. How powerful was this man? As I looked closer, I realized there was a kind of a duality to his aura. The brown and the green were distinct. It was almost like two identities. Again, I didn't understand. Whatever this man was, he was beyond my comprehension. I could only hope that death would be quick. I braced myself as he came within a couple of feet of me, his face cocked to one side. I wanted to screw my eyes shut, but I'd rather face my death. I glared at him balefully, willing him to do his worst. "Why did you do that?" he asked, and more importantly, how did you do that? My glare faltered at that. I wasn't sure I had heard him right. I just looked at him stupidly, wondering what this was about. He repeated the questions, louder this time. Oh God, he thought I couldn't hear. "I don't understand you," I rasped, my voice thick with the smoke and the recent hard landing. "You just threw something like fire at me, with no provocation from me. Why did you do that? And how did you do that? How did you throw fire like that?" He said all of this quite slowly, like he was talking to a kid. I stared at him, bewildered. His question was way too dense for me to understand. Why was a powerful wordsmith asking me how I had cast escape? Is it a language problem? He asked, again speaking slowly. "You speak English?" "I speak English very well, thank you," I said, "and I can hear you and understand your words, so stop speaking to me like I'm slow." "Well, then answer my question." He threw that right back at me. I didn't even know where to start with the answer. I decided to take the easy part first. "I didn't recognize you, but I could see your gift. I took you for a hostile, and attacked. I'm sure you understand that much." He looked completely befuddled. "That makes no sense," he said. "You took me for a hostile? You could see my gift? What do you mean by that?" At this point, he again cocked his head to one side, as if he were listening to something. He kept doing that every now and then, a stream of expressions flitting through his hazel eyes. It was mostly irritation though. As if he didn't like what he was listening to. I had the growing feeling that I had a crazy on my hands here. A powerful, crazy wordsmith. Perfect. I'm not answering any stupid questions. If you're trying to be careful or if this is some kind of new free word code that I don't know, I want out of this conversation. I'm due, and I'm a free wordsmith, initiated 3 years back. If you're from the guild, be done with whatever you will do. If you're a free wordsmith, help me up and stop acting weird. I went through that hard and fast, my temper flaring. There was only so much I could take before I lost it. He seemed bemused at that. He then stepped up and gave me a hand. I took it and pulled myself upright. I saw him quickly move back the moment I straightened up, still cautious. Why was this insanely powerful man scared of me? He didn't respond to my rant, but then, he hadn't tried to kill me either. Maybe, with the helping hand, he was indicating that he was with the free word. Whatever he was doing, he wasn't in immediate danger to me. I figured I'd rather have this conversation standing up or sitting on something more comfortable than a broken, smoldering table. My body ached from the hard landing. If it hadn't been for my skate protection, that fall would have probably broken every bone in my body. I turned to glare at him again, and noticed that he was gone. He had gone to the display menu and was looking at it with interest. Really? I saw a bunch of tourists headed to the shack, and then changed their minds after looking at the state of the place. Papa Loon was really going to kill me. I groaned at the thought. He turned around to face me, his body tense again. When he saw that I wasn't trying anything, he went back to the menu. "Do you just try to kill all your customers or do you feed them as well?" I stared at him with disbelief. I didn't know what this guy's deal was, but I was definitely not going to play alone. "Are you telling me that you came here just to eat?" Actually, he drew that out as he looked for something in his bag. "I came here looking for Actomenti's loon." "Acto isn't here," I said, relief flooding me. If he was looking for Papa Loon, he was definitely a free wordsmith. "You can pass on the message to me, whatever it is. He is usually here only at nights, so you need to be here between dusk and dawn to catch him. Or you could meet him at Ingo's tomorrow night. All you guys are meeting there anyway, right?" He looked up at me cautiously, pausing his bag search. "I'd rather talk to him directly. Where can I find him now?" "He's sleeping now," I said, walking around the counter. "If he was one of ours, I might as well feed him. I wouldn't recommend waking him up." "You mentioned food, do you want get brunch while you're here?" He looked at me suspiciously. "Are you going to try and poison me now?" "Nope," I smiled at that. "I don't want to piss you off any more than I have. I'm sorry about the attack, but then, you shrugged it off easily enough. You know how it is. We have to constantly look out for those bastards from the guild." His face had softened a bit when I smiled, but he watched me carefully as I spoke. It was as if I was speaking a foreign language that he was trying really hard to understand. His English was reasonably unaccented, like he knew it well. I couldn't quite figure this guy out, and why he was acting so strange. But then such were powerful wordsmiths, quirky and unpredictable. I guess this one was almost normal when compared to someone like Necros. I am pretty hungry, it has been a long journey in from Mumbai, he said. Mumbai, that's where he came from. Probably flew in from Europe or America. Except that powerful wordsmiths rarely flew, especially the ones in the free word. They almost always teleported to stay under the radar, keeping their movements secret from the guild. Curiouser and curiouser. Well, I'll see what I can fix up for you. Any preferences? I asked, noting the way he was so fascinated by the menu. Sure. I'll take the battered calamari, the Goan sausage curry, the surf and turf, the pork vindaloo and rice. Also, I'd like some buttered, garlic bread on the side. And yes, some cold beer as well, please. He reeled this off, but continued looking at the display menu, as if he was considering adding to the list. That was an awful lot of food. I guess that kind of power took a lot of sustenance. Well, if I could get him to pay for this, the morning would not be such a loss after all. I took off to the kitchen, pulling out my phone to call Gomez and tell him to get himself over as soon as possible. I would need backup to get this spread together. As I walked out, he called after me, "You do have dessert, don't you?" "Yes." I shouted back, walking on. I sighed to myself, this was going to be a lot of work. Just for a moment, as I walked into the kitchen, the thought occurred to me. Could it be that he was a powerful guild wordsmith who was using a glamour to befuddle me? Could glamours be used on wordsmiths? I discreetly muttered up an identification scape. It was a standard free wordscape that helped us identify wordsmiths whose allegiance lay with the guild. I brought up my scape sign and saw tendrils of his aura all around me, even though I had walked right into the next room. I tied the scape to his scape sign, and waited. There was no flare of warning. He wasn't with the guild. He was safe. I could relax. And even as I did, the thought came to me right away, he was cute. Chapter 6. Down the Spiral Helix. Chaos is a beautiful thing. Manifold patterns and brilliant hues. Look but do not lose yourself. Beauty's whim might cast you adrift. Just another flap of the wings. Just another random variable. The Historian. Sign and her beasts vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared, leaving behind a devastated scapefield, Jimmy Sow's purple corpse, 3 very troubled wordsmiths and 1 completely terrified historian. Though the space warp had receded and all of us could move, it took a long time before anyone budged. Silva stayed put on the ground, holding onto his scape staff, almost curled around it. ZYX dropped to her knees, ashen and shaken, staring at Sow's body. Lily looked grim, but in better shape than the other 2. She was moving her lips, whispering words. She might have been swearing or weaving. I was too far gone to want to know which. I had seen sign. Finally. I had come face to face with the elemental and was still alive. Her words, "You are exempt," echoed in my head like a triumphant requiem. I was right after all. Historian immunity. I promised myself never to be on a dangerous scape again. Even historian immunity lasted only for so long. I finally summoned the courage to move, and found my knees a little wobbly. One of those hellcats had been barely 5 feet away from me. It's difficult to walk away from an experience like that with steady feet. I went to my console and wound it back, checking to see how much it had managed to capture. Out on the field, Silvus finally got up, leaning on his scape staff. He was shaken to the core. He probably had never tasted defeat in his life. And he had never come so close to dying either. He half-staggered towards Sow's body, still leaning heavily on his staff. A few meters away, he stopped. I guess whatever he saw convinced him that he did not need to go any closer. He summoned the support operations team with a shout, and they came running. I guess all the sound of what had happened had been contained within the space warp and the norms had not heard a thing. Silvus barked a few curt orders to them and they got busy. A couple of them started working on clearing the debris and 2 more zipped up Sow in a body bag and took him away. Silvus asked ZYX, Lily and me to come with him to a makeshift tent that had been erected close to the scapefield. I had completed packing my equipment, and after handing it over to one of the norms, I made my way to the fluttering tent. As I entered, Silvus called out to me. Change of plans. I was to wait at the helipad, while the wordsmiths discussed whatever wordsmiths discuss in these situations. I decided to spend some more time with my lenses and filters. These stayed with me, checking to see if everything was functional. Thankfully, nothing important had been damaged. The scape and sign's appearance kept playing in my head. I shook with fear as I recalled the overwhelming terror I had felt at seeing her beasts leaping out of the scape-crux. Sign herself had numbed all thought. I could not even remember fear. It was like she had purged all senses, and all I could remember were her words and how her liquid skin flowed with every frown and smile on her face. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I had seen Sign and had walked with my life. I decided that when I was back at home, I would spend more time reading up on Sign's appearances and how to keep oneself safe from her. My survival had been more fluke than anything else. I did not want to leave my continued existence to something as capricious as luck. I picked up my carry-all and started walking towards the helipad. The support ops guy standing there asked me to wait for the wordsmiths before boarding the helicopter. Used to being at the bottom of the word chain, I did not complain and stood around in the freezing wind, hoping that the wordsmith discussion would not take too much time. Bleak weather and landscapes tend to bring on bleak thoughts. As the horror of Sign's appearance started receding, my mind turned to other disaster scenarios. I started wondering if Sylvis was going to leave any witnesses alive. If there was to be a witness elimination program, then I would be the first to go. Historians usually top the list of acceptable losses. Each time a wordsmith went renegade, each time escape went bad, there was always a historian casualty on the cards. I waited for the wordsmiths to come back, wondering what fate lay in store for me. Soon I saw the three approaching, Sylvis in the lead, followed closely by ZYX. Lily was walking to the scape-crux, presumably to collect something. I picked up my bag, impatient to get on to the helicopter. The cold, damp island was getting on my nerves, and ironically I wanted to be back to cold, damp London. At least the combined bouquet of the London smog and the pea soup sledge of the Thames would be infinitely better than this. Sylvis was the first to reach me and he motioned at me with a gesture. "Historian," he said in a voice that was neither hearty nor warm, "I'm afraid we will be leaving you behind. I will need ZYX and Lily for the hunt. You are an unnecessary risk and must be terminated." The words were rather matter-of-fact, and it took a couple of seconds for their meaning to sink in. I felt the cold seeping right into my bones, freezing everything up. I was right. They were going to kill me. It will be quick and painless. I have asked the support team to administer a lethal injection. Your body will be delivered to the historian crypt and interred with full honors. I thank you for doing a professional and wonderful job. I wish it had worked out and you could have lived to tell the tale. With those final words, he waved me a little goodbye and stomped off to the helicopter. I stood there looking at him go, with bile and sheer desperation rising up in my throat. I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I looked around, trying to see if there was any chance of escape. I was surrounded by armed members of the support ops team. The island had no cover and no other means of escape save the helicopter. One of the support ops guys came to take my backpack. I noticed a little thought nudging me in my head. I had been trying to ignore the voice, afraid that the fear of death was driving me insane. Finally, I let the thought in. It was a voice that sounded familiar. "Lily. Move to the scape-crux. I have left an untraceable teleport spell on it. You will find a pair of spectacles. Put them on and they will do the rest. Stay put at the destination. I will join you imminently." Lily was trying to save me. I was not going to die yet. Two of the support ops murderers came to guide me to the tent where their medic would be waiting with the injection. I figured that the tent was about 20 meters from the scape-crux. I could make a break for it. I had never done anything physically challenging in my life, and I began to wonder how I was going to run for it. The support ops guys looked in terrific shape and weren't expecting any kind of resistance. I wondered if Sylvis had woven a submissive spell around me. But then, I was a historian, I was scape resistant. I decided that I did indeed have a chance of getting out of this mess alive. I had to run, and I had to put in everything I had into those 20 meters. I said a silent prayer. The entrance of the tent and all it implied was fast approaching. I waited till we came to a rough patch and then made my move. I stumbled and fell against the guard closer to the scape-crux. He had not been expecting a middle-aged historian to put up a fight and was easily pushed off balance. I did not tarry to make a point and took off for the runic rock. I had a head start on those guys, but they were far younger and in very good shape. 20 meters suddenly felt like a long way. I could sense them gaining on me. I scrambled to the rock and leapt across the last couple of feet, landing hard, almost knocking myself out. Luckily, the promised pair of spectacles was not too difficult to find and were placed on the rock itself. I grabbed them and almost fumbled as I put them on. I twisted around as I heard a sound. Through the tinted glasses, I could see the ops guy closest to me was within grabbing distance. I threw myself back, trying to avoid his desperate lunge. There was an ear-shattering crack that always accompanies a teleport, and everything dissolved into nothingness. Swirls of colors and sounds exploded as my body was whisked across thousands of miles of space through a warp. An infinite moment later, I was alone in an abandoned warehouse. I went on my knees and threw up. I was always sick after a port, even if the port had just saved my life. I grabbed the spectacles and threw them aside, afraid that they would somehow port me elsewhere. I then went back to the important task of retching and throwing up. I recovered after a while, looking around to see where the port had brought me. It was a dark, dusty warehouse. I could not make out much about what lay outside, and for the moment I didn't feel brave enough to find out. There were some boxes around the place and a few farm implements. The standard rakes, shovels and crowbars leaned incongruously against the walls, leading me to believe I was in the midst of a farm. The smell around the place was a little weird though. It did not smell dusty and farm-like at all. There was an oiled, efficient smell to the place, like it was used often, and not for farming at that. Before I could try and lock down that sense of wrongness, there was another crack and a flash of light right beside me. My nerves were not at their best and I jumped at the sound, letting out a scream of alarm. I turned to see Lily Pendleton, a little disheveled and winded, but otherwise all right. I did not know what would be appropriate conversation and settled for a thank you. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time and nodded. She was reasonably unperturbed given that she had just been ported through God knows how many miles in a fraction of a second. She probably saved a lot of cab fare teleporting herself wherever she wanted to go. Me, I would be glad if I missed out on porting altogether for the rest of my life. She got up and brushed herself off. Once again, I could not help noticing how tall the woman was. I watched her walk across the warehouse, checking for whatever security measures she had put up. I could hear her muttering certain words, no doubt weaving verification spells on the protection woven around the building. She seemed to know her way around the place and unerringly homed in on the most innocent-looking objects, checking each and every spell that went into making this place untraceable. Finally, she was reassured that there was no one following our teleport and that it had indeed been untraceable. "We are in a spot of trouble, historian," Lily said as she walked to a dusty window in the warehouse. "Yes, mistress," I said, wondering whether the inner council specialized in understatements. I had many questions in my head, but decided to wait for her explanation. I sat back, rubbing my bruised elbows and knees where I had skinned myself in my desperate lunge across the rock. I looked at Lily Pendleton, the Lily Pendleton, walking around, pacing like an Amazon on the warpath. "I've called for a rescue team," she said. I realized that she had not been aimlessly pacing around. She must have sent a telepathic missive to someone to come pick us up. "Someone from the local guild office, mistress?" I asked, almost instantly regretting the stupid question. I said rescue team, historian, not execution team. No, I did not contact the guild. The team I called is from another organization. Oh, I guess that's all right then. I waited for a while. My curiosity got the better of me. "What really happened, mistress? Why did you do what you did?" Silvus was not planning on an all-out hunt like Sign had suggested. He wanted to try again to capture the gift for himself. That man will not give up and will end up getting everyone else killed. I am done indulging his games. I'd rather not have another visit from Sign and her cats. Cats. Another fabulous understatement. I thought about what she had told me. It did not make sense. I asked the obvious question. Sign said something about an elemental being loosed. I did not understand that part. Did we create an elemental? Of course not. Lily came as close to snorting as a lady could. She took 2 steps towards me and sat on her haunches, again managing to do it in a ladylike way. Silvus, in his arrogance, failed to consider a very important fact. And that is why the scape went wrong. And what fact would that be? I asked the obvious question. She gave me a quick look and smiled. She was not going to answer that one. She rose to her feet effortlessly and went back to walking around. I decided to try my luck with other questions. But, why did you choose to desert him now? You could have tried turning him over to the CCC. I do not want to cross-sign any more than is necessary, Lily spoke offhandedly as she went about doing whatever she was doing, making gestures and moving things around the room. She asked the 3 of us to search for the Wordscapist. Interrupting Silvus in his search might have ticked that crazy elemental off. I'd rather not do that right now. That made sense. But somehow, I could not ignore the fact that Silvus would have launched an all-out hunt for the both of us by now. Lily seemed to be able to read my thoughts, scape protection, or not. She gave me a half-amused look as she spoke softly, almost to herself, "No worries, historian. I'll keep Master Silvus busy." While I had to keep up the illusion of Lily Pendleton, it was difficult to handle him. Now, I am going to have fun with that kid. I almost shuddered at the murderous intent dripping from those words. But somehow, it did not make sense. Illusion of Lily Pendleton? I'm afraid, I do not understand. Have you heard of Zoberin, historian? She turned and looked at me. Of course. Who hasn't? Zoberin was the nom de guerre of the most powerful wordsmith of the free word, a mysterious figure who no one really knew much about. The thought came to me, as impossible as it seemed. It could not be. Yes, historian. Incredible or not, it's true. It's time for Lily Pendleton to retire for good. Zoberin is going to be very busy and I have no time to pussyfoot around anymore. This time, it will be all-out war. Silvus has enough on his plate with the hunt for the Wordscapist. He has murdered 2 of his council members and Sign eliminated his favorite enforcer. I have now officially defected and that just leaves him with that bimbo, ZYX. The numbers are depleted and he is vulnerable. I can't think of a better time to strike. But, Sign? The rest of the question was unnecessary. Sign ordered the 3 of us to hunt for the Wordscapist. And none of us will dare do anything but that. But Silvus is now going to call for an all-out hunt for me, and for that matter, for you. He does not have to hunt us himself. In the same way, I am going to start a war against the guild. I do not have to fight that war myself. There are enough able free wordsmiths. She looked at me and smiled, as if she were explaining elementary mathematics to a second grader. It was too much to absorb. I had been ported from an execution to the heart of a revolution. And what do you want me to do? I asked, the question almost a whimper. I do not trust the guild to faithfully record this revolution. And I want to ensure that every detail of this war is noted and recorded so that future wordsmiths can look back and remember the time when the way of the word was set free. You will be the historian of this war, the free word's first and most important historian. I have already prepared a technical team that will provide you with the entire backup you need. Welcome to the free word, historian. It will be an honor, mistress, I whispered the words. Fear has a way of arresting speech. I had heard enough about Zoberin's legend to desist from raising any objections. I had just been told that I was to be the free word historian. But I could not quite ignore the irony of the fact that I had no freedom to refuse the offer. Amra. There are some things one dreams of. There are some things one waits for. Every once in a while, one might be fortunate enough to dream of and wait for the same thing. Even rarer is the time when this one thing that you have always dreamed of and waited for actually comes along. That time had come for me. And it was strangely bittersweet. I was not the type to wait for things. I believed in making them happen. I had spent my entire life accordingly, and the last decade and a half spent with the Corps had only further convinced me that I had been doing the right thing all along. I remember my first days with the Corps when the job was about observing and reprimanding. This was the balance that had existed between the Corps and the Guild, ever since the ill-fated day when the first wordsmith discovered that he could play with the continuum. Before that, the Corps merely watched humanity trudge through its wearisome journey of evolution. There was a time when a team of 2 CCC agents watched all of mankind. But the Guild changed all that. Now, I had a team of 14 people. And I was just one of the supervising CCC officers assigned to our reality. There were 4 more, officers that is, not realities. The Guild had completely screwed up the number of alternate realities we need to look out for. Don't get me started on that. But then, mankind was still pretty low on the CCC's list. My boss, my Yen, had told me about this race that had powerful psychics who ended up ripping apart the space-time fabric each time they burped. That world had close to a dozen Yens and supporting teams monitoring the place. Earth, for all the brouhaha, still merited only 1/4 of a yen. There were 2 things that helped me change the way the Corps treated mankind, and more importantly the Guild. I did my bit of paranoia mongering and of course, the onset of the Silvus era helped tremendously. AJ Silvus was everything the Corps had been wary of when the Guild started tinkering with the continuum. Silvus had broken half the laws in the book himself and had aided in the breaking the other half in one way or another. He and his team of murderers, necromancers and assorted trash had made the Guild a nightmare to control. His animal cunning had kept him from being discovered for a long time, but soon the ripples and tears on timespace were obvious for everyone to see. The Corps had to come down heavily and stop this outrageous monster. And I was the most obvious choice for the witch hunt. It took me 8 years of evidence gathering, surprise raids and several other such tricks to come up with a file that was enough to send Silvus to the detention center for the rest of his charm-enhanced life. Just when I was taking the decision to close the file and come down on him, Silvus pulled off the biggest scape a wordsmith has ever tried to weave. I don't know what it was about, but we had recorded a 175 plus reading on the surveillance meters. I even had a signature verification on his weave pattern from the trace analysis we ran. There were 3 more signatures, those of Pendleton, ZYX, and Sal. My entire file and all the work that had gone into it seemed quite redundant now that Silvis had gone and conveniently strung himself up. I could not begin to tell you how infuriating that is. But then, I am a believer in results, and I had Silvis now. I just wished the continuum messing bastard had done this earlier and saved me a whole load of digging. Silvis had been outrageously careless this time. He had not bothered with porting to alter, the guild's favorite plane to metal with continuum. He had just woven whatever monstrosity that Scape had generated right under our noses. I checked to see if he had managed to squirrel out an approval. Most guild approvals pass through me, and something in the range of 175 would need the Corian's approval, which would have taken months, if not years, of petitioning. Silvis had plainly not bothered with process. There was no petition filed, not even one for a minor scape. This ruled out the notorious oops clause that he had used so many times in the past. The core process violation in this range itself could lead to lifetime imprisonment if the scape he had tried had done enough damage to the continuum. My file would ensure that the sentence was upgraded to an immediate execution. I would not settle for anything less. The only thing that was left to do was to catch the bastard. I had been expecting Silvis to run and hide. It came as quite a surprise when the stalker sent word saying that he had turned up at the guild headquarters in broad daylight. What game was the arrogant prick playing? But then, it did not matter. I was getting exactly what I had been waiting for all these years, AJ Silvis in a watertight case. I walked into the port chamber. The team was armed and ready. Weaponry was of personal choice, and most of the team carried variations of automatic handguns. I did not bother with arms. I had my pulse quirt, and it did whatever I needed it to do with vicious efficiency. I could disable, maim, or even kill with it. If Silvis tried to resist arrest, I would be sure to do all 3 to him, in that order. Slowly. I waited for the teleport team to set up the coordinates and waited for the port window to open up. A few moments later, we were there. We had a port center just outside the guild headquarters, for obvious reasons. It was just a question of crossing the street and walking into the guild. I allowed myself a little smile at the irony of the front office board, Smith & Sons, Realtors. It never failed to amuse me. I had always hated the bitch who sat at the reception of the big fake facade of the guild headquarters. I had been waiting for the pleasure of wiping that phony smile off her face with a warrant for the arrest of the guild's sacred master Smith. I pulled out my quirt and the warrant as I approached the receptionist, prepared for a polite inquiry or violence, whatever came my way. Well, a girl can hope, can't she? But then, Silvis always had a gift for spoiling things for me. Ms. Amra, I hope you have been well. The bitch gushed all over the place. I hated the oh-so-correct Ms., and I knew just how pleased she was to see me every time I walked in. Master Silvis has been expecting you. He asked that you go directly to his office. I shall have your team escorted to the waiting room down the corridor. Should I arrange tea for them? More games. Silvis would never give up. But then, I could take him by myself, Master Smith or not. I told my team to wait in the designated area and walked to the office. It took a couple of minutes of trudging through 2 plush carpets and overly long corridors. The guild could not help flaunting the stuff. I was waiting for this year's audit, though. It would be fun to dig up the guild records with no Master Smith to hide their dirt. Thinking of the Master Smith, I wondered what he was planning to pull off this time. I kept both quirt and warrant in hand and followed one of those bouncer flunkies they hire as guards to Silvis's office. Finally, we were at the door and I was shown in. The bouncer had some class, I'll give him that. I walked into Master Smith Silvis's trademark greeting, Amra. It's such a pleasure to see you, as always. The first thing I noticed when I went in was that AJ Silvis looked haggard. He looked like he had had a really rough day, more like a week actually. He was in a rumpled suit that looked slept in, and had a 3-day stubble. Moreover, Jimmy Sal was not around. Sal was like Silvis's shadow, especially when us CCC folk were visiting him. I had been prepared to take both of them down, but I was glad to find Silvis alone. I walked right up to the table and laid my warrant down, right beside his damned divining orb. Silvis, you are under arrest. Want me to read you your rights, or would you rather I just give them to you as reading material for your first night in the detention center? He gave me a rueful smile. You do not waste much time, do you? I just got back from the scape and here you are, ready to nail my arse. I have been waiting a long time, Silvis. I can't begin to tell you just how much pleasure this brings me. Silvis gave me a long, thoughtful look. I could almost see the thoughts leap in and out of that brilliant but twisted mind. He was trying to figure out how to deal with me. Given the corner he had painted himself into, he didn't have too many options. The question was, would he dare? I'm afraid I can't come with you, Amra. There are things to be done. He said this in a matter-of-fact way, as if he were telling me that he could not make it for a lunch date. I tensed a bit as I tightened my grip on the quirt. He was way too self-assured, way more than his usual irritating levels. Something was up. Lucky for me I came prepared, Silvus. I kept my voice matter-of-fact too, stepping closer. I felt intense, anticipating my move. Quickly, before he could try any of his tricks, I twirled my quirt to stop right under his chin and flicked the safety off. He arched his head back, straining to keep his neck away from my quirt. He knew what it could do. Good. Wait, I need to show you something. His voice was a wee bit strained from his thick neck being stretched out, but he was still lacking the tension I was looking for. Definitely suspicious. I promise, Amra, I won't make trouble. But I really need you to see this. He sounded sincere. But then, he was the master smith. He could sound like my grandmother, and wouldn't even need escape for that. But he was waving a peace flag, and that was rare enough to make me wonder. I was not sure if he was stalling or whether he really had a rabbit hole woven out. I did not say anything, but moved the quirt marginally so that he could move without getting his throat crushed with a power surge. I saw his massive frame relax a bit. Good, I did have him worried. I needed him a lot more than worried though. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking to himself. Thoughtscape. The idea crossed my head. No, even the master smith couldn't pull that off. I tightened my grip on the quirt nevertheless. Suddenly I heard a sharp crack, and almost reflexively shoved the quirt forward. I saw movement to my left and turned, moving to cover this new threat. There was a demon standing there, freshly teleported in, but definitely not freshly dead. It was a body snatcher, and the corpse was way past its expiry. The thing was disgusting, half-rotten and falling apart at the seams. It also had patches of what looked like glass that had half melted into its skin. I could not help wondering why the body snatcher was still clinging on to this ruin of a corpse. That is when the thought struck me full force. Silvus has summoned a demon in front of me, a CCC officer. I knew then that he had gone completely crazy. I flicked my quirt back from the demon to the master smith. I knew which monster was more dangerous. The pattern of the glass shards and the damage they had wreaked on the body looked vaguely familiar. I put the thought away for a later time. Taking on a rogue wordsmith and a demon at the same time required complete attention. What the hell happened to you? Silvus barked at the demon, ignoring me or the threat of the quirt. It was so tempting to take him out then and there. But no, I'd waited so long. I'd wait some more. The demon tried saying something that ended up sounding like stomach-churning slobbering. I saw that part of its jaw was missing and it could not really talk. I still could not get over the fact that Silvus had actually summoned a demon and was acknowledging that he had it working for him by having a conversation with it. He was drilling holes in his leaky boat, hoping that the water would run out. Silvus made a disgusted sound and stared at the demon, no doubt lambasting it telepathically. At a gesture from him, the demon leaned forward and touched the orb. The orb glowed a faint green. Silvus apparently wanted the demon to transfer some information or memories to the orb. I was getting impatient, and you know what they say about keeping a woman waiting. If you are done with your hoodoo, we really should be going. And yes, please tell the demon that it is under arrest too. Or perhaps I should execute it right here. Patience, Amra. And you shall be rewarded. You are after all chasing the most powerful wordsmith in the world. He said this with an almost absent-minded grimace, which could have been an attempt at a grin, still staring deep into the smoky crystal. I could not believe the man's arrogance. But I was willing to give him that much in his last free moments. I nodded my head with a slight smirk to let him know what I really thought of him. Then I'm afraid you are at the wrong place. A few hours ago, a scape was loosed that ended up with an anonymous wordsmith, in all probability a cipher. The scape captured the essence of the legend that we wordsmiths called a wordscapist. Somewhere in this world, there is a wordscapist. A wordscapist? I could not believe the bullshit he was trying. You think you can weave a fairy tale to skip out of this one, Silvus? Silvus had never been a patient one, and I could see a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Amra, do you think we'd weave a scape that almost hit a 200 on the CM just to toast some marshmallows? It was the biggest scape ever, and it was an attempt to create the wordscapist. But then, it went wrong. If it had not, we would not be having this conversation. I would have been out there, changing the way the guild, and even the CCC works. There it was again, that limitless arrogance. This man really knew how to get under a woman's skin. The story sounded incredible. But then, Sylvis was capable of anything. You are saying this Wordscape escape you tried got lost and ended up somewhere with a cipher. What happened? I spoke slowly, like I would to a kid. A delusional, powerful, dangerous kid. Sign attacked. She killed Sao as a warning and set the rest of the team on hunting down the person the escape ends up with. He spoke coldly, without emotion. He stopped, his eyes glazing over slightly. He recovered soon enough, and went back to staring manically at the orb. I do not have a choice, Amra. I have to obey Sign or she will hunt me down, no matter where I am. I clenched my teeth, trying not to react impulsively. Sign. If one looked at it objectively, Sign did what the CCC did. She kept Continuum meddling under control, though her methods were a lot more direct. However, there was only one Continuum supervisory body, and that was the CCC. That made Sign nothing more than a vigilante, elemental or not. And vigilantism was not something I appreciated. But what was weird about the story was the fact that Sylvis was working for Sign. Since when did the Mastersmith allow the guild's nemesis to give him orders? I asked the question, not bothering to tone down the sarcasm, my court still ready to take whatever he might throw at me. Sylvis chose to ignore my question. His eyes had widened a bit at whatever he was seeing in the damned orb. He should not have ignored me. There are a lot of things that piss me off, but being ignored definitely was at the top of the list, along with other irritants like someone trying to kill me and someone trying to bullshit me with legends of a Wordscapist. I flicked my court and brought it down on the orb with a sharp crack. There was a hiss from the demon as my court made contact, followed by the sound of expensive glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. For a fleeting moment, the Mastersmith showed a surge of rage on his face. I was ready for reprisal as I whipped my cord right back to his throat. He took a moment to recover as pieces of glass skittered over the period rosewood desk to fling themselves into the plush depths of the carpet. That was unnecessary, Amra, he fixed me with those dead eyes of his. I was going to give you my undivided attention the moment I was done going through this creature's report. It was of some relevance to our conversation. Sylvis, I am done with your games. I said, my voice harsh and my teeth still clenched, the court almost quivering for release an inch from his throat. I am here to arrest you, and I am not going to wait in queue to do so. You will come with me right now, or I am going to stun you and get my team to carry you out on a stretcher. Those are your options. Pick. Amra. Such temper. I did not wait for the condescending bastard to finish and shoved my cord at his throat, primed for a debilitating blow. Sylvis was ready though, and my cord froze where it was, an inch of his throat, stuck fast in some kind of escape shield. I immediately sent out a mental alarm to my team. Amra, listen to me. Give me 5 minutes and I will explain. You are making a big mistake. There was a slight strain in Sylvis's voice as he struggled to maintain the shield that kept my cord from his throat. Your time is over, Anton Javier Silversmith. My words came almost on cue, as 3 of my team members burst through the door, followed by 5 more. All of them had their weapons at ready. We were taking Sylvis down, and my announcement of his identity had been a declaration of intent. The name Anton Silversmith had an extremely long CCC record attached to it. He had been listed as a cipher, a wordsmith outside the guild. Once the connection between Anton Silversmith and AJ Sylvis had been made, everything else had fallen into place. I could see the shock on Sylvis's face on hearing the name he had gone to such lengths to bury. He knew the game was up. He was flanked by 2 CCC operatives on either side, all of them armed and ready to shoot him in the head. There were 4 more who were flanking the demon, ready to take down the creature should it make any threatening movements. Sylvis shook his head slightly, probably in a signal to the demon not to try anything. I pulled my cord back and pulled out an electronic leash to slip around his thick neck. I walked around the table, gesturing to my team members to move aside, pulling the leash apart as I leaned over to put it on him. I saw his lips move as he said a word. The air seemed to warp as whatever he tried struggled and then died out. Realization dawned on his face. With a few movements of my cord, I had set in place a perfunctory escape freeze the moment I got in. And I had woven it right around the Mastersmith, with my inane-looking threatening gestures. In his arrogance, Sylvis had failed to realize that the cord was much more than a taser designed to shock wordsmiths into mute submission. I smiled at his expression and reached around him to clasp the leash closed. The leash was not long enough to encircle his thick neck, further thickened by the force field he had woven all around his body. I moved the leash around to readjust the link. And while I did this, I was not watching Sylvis. Big mistake. The word he said blew open the force field he had around him. said within the constraints of the force field, it managed to escape the escape freeze I had set. The entire force field exploded, throwing me and everyone else in the room against the walls and the furniture. In the extended time warp before I hit the wall, I could see Silva smile at me as he used the warp to say several words, mostly under his breath. As the warp formed, I realized that the freeze had been breached. A moment later, I hit the padded wall and landed hard on the carpet. Almost immediately I heard the sharp crack of a teleport. By the time I had picked myself up, Silvus was gone. He had found the precious 5 seconds he needed to get his arse out of there. I looked around and saw the demon on the floor, bits of gristle dribbling down the wall it had hit during the explosion. My team were picking themselves up too, weapons covering the demon. A closer look revealed that it was just the husk, the body. The snatcher had made its exit, probably on its way to the nearest graveyard to pick up a fresh stiff. I picked up the ends of the leash and twisted them together, frustration boiling in me. I could see my team members set up a teleport trace, but I knew that there was no point. Silvus would not have left a trail. But now it was a different game. We had moved on from legal traplaying to an all-out hunt. This was more my kind of game. I sent out a mental missive to the CCC Bulletin Center. The message was an instant all-points alert to all CCC operatives. AJ Silvus was to be apprehended on sight and terminated at the first sign of hostility. I did not have to be careful about bringing him in alive anymore. There would be no trial now. Using escape against a CCC operative was one of the primal crimes and it earned the offender an instant death penalty. Silvus had made one mistake too many. There would be no going back now. This would be a hunt to the finish. One thought nagged me though. He had mentioned the Wordscapist. I had always considered it the wordsmith equivalent of an old wives' tale. But with escape reading of almost 200, Silvus might just have pulled off the insanity he had been spouting. I dismissed the thought. First, I would finish Silvus. And if he was right about the Wordscapist bullshit, I would hunt down that freak too. Chapter 7. A lesson on the word. A step to the left. Another to the right. Not the one in front though. It's a fun dance indeed. When every step could be your last. Slick. I was stuck between a pretty girl who had just tried to kill me, a voice in my head that was trying to give me advice in what appeared to be Scottish, and the prospect of a heavenly meal. I could only hope that I got to finish the meal before anything terrible happened. That was the weirdest conversation I'd ever had. What made it all the weirder had been the voice in my head playing interpreter. Don't let on that you're daft. Keep your gob shut, boy. She thinks you're one of theirs, a true wordsmith. Let her believe what she does, don't you ruin it. I had no clue what any of that meant. But then, through the haze, it all made sense. It was like a distinct and parallel awareness was filtering into mine. The gift of the word, weaving wordscapes, shaping reality, I started finding words to define what was happening to me. I had no clue where it was coming from, but I started understanding who I was and what I was a wordsmith. And I had just wordsmithed a defense that had almost burned this place down. What the hell was a wordsmith? And where was this coming from? I had no clue. But I had to keep the conflict, the questions, all the doubts, for later. This pretty, young girl had proved to be deadlier than anyone I had ever met before. She had thrown something at me that I barely started to recognize, that I had managed to repel through sheer luck. I didn't know if I'd be able to pull off something like that again. I wouldn't bet my life on it, that's for sure. I had to be careful how I played it. Mr. Voice had that part right. What the hell was the voice about anyway, and why was I listening to its advice? I couldn't let her know that I wasn't privy to whatever secret group she thought I was a part of. It helped that I wasn't one of the bastards from the guild, but then I wasn't sure what other groups she had problems with. I didn't want my Greenpeace membership earning me another potentially fatal fireball. I walked to the entrance and picked my bag up. I walked back into the deserted shack, again struck by the extent of damage. I found a slightly charred but still serviceable chair, and settled into it. I could feel the warp itching to jump up, almost calling out to me. I could feel the power coursing through me, the words jumping up in my head. Something had happened, something had truly woken up inside me. Was this power linked to the voice? Was this weird gift of the word, whatever that was, manifested through a voice? Why the hell did it sound Scottish then? I could see the girl moving around inside. She would pop her head out every now and then, as if she were checking on me. I had no clue what to make of her. I think cluelessness pretty much defined my entire state. Well, I hoped the food was all that my friends had led me to believe. I would get a good going meal inside me and then deal with this insanity. It's real enough, boy, you'd better brace yourself for all that is to come. There it was again. While calm, the voice spoke a language closer to my own. It's what it got excitable that it grew a kilt and bagpipes. She came back, with the first of many tray loads. The food was good, and it was plentiful. I dug in, stuffing my face like there was no tomorrow. At this rate, I wasn't sure there would be one. The seafood was brilliant enough to allow me to be more philosophical about that. So were the sausages. The meal was perfect and much needed. I could see her hovering around, watching me. She kept refilling my beer and got me seconds of whatever I asked for. She was extremely curious, but I guess she was politely trying to make up for her lack of hospitality earlier on. I wanted to talk to her, ask her questions. But I figured now was not the time for it. Or maybe the voice told me so. I didn't know which thought was just me anymore. Heck, I didn't even know if the voice was me. I finally laid my cutlery down, sated and stuffed. I leaned back, heard the chair creak, and hurriedly straightened up again. I pulled out my cigarettes and lit up. I could see the distaste on the girl's face, but chose to ignore her. I drew in the smoke and sighed blissfully. So, you didn't tell me your name. She offered this with an almost overdone air of casual cheerfulness. True, I drawled, half sleepily, as I dragged out another blissful lungful of smoke, I didn't. She made a face. I could literally see her make the effort of swallowing a retort. I'm sorry I attacked you, she offered in a carefully neutral voice, so can we please put that behind us and talk? We're all free wordsmiths here, and we can't hold on to grudges. The forced cheer was back. She was cute enough to carry it off, though. I had to give her that. Well, my name's Slick, I offered. Just Slick, I said before she could ask any further questions. Of course it's just Slick, she said, almost scoffing, free wordsmiths don't do second names. Stop testing me, already. With your powers, you probably know stuff more about me by now than Papa Loon does. I watched her carefully, letting her words sink in. It was like playing my first game of chess, and pretending to be a grandmaster while I did so. I gave her a slight smile, hoping like hell that it looked wise and knowing. Get out of here, boy, while you still can. She'll have you figured out before long. Almost in line with that thought, she let loose a flurry of questions, so tell me, which Warren are you from? Are you a guild defector too? How come I've never seen you before? I thought Zobarin was the most powerful one we had. From what I've seen of your scape sign, you sure got her beat. Zobarin. One of the words from the book. I considered telling her about the book for an instant. No. The voice protested. I silently agreed. That would probably blow my cover, if this ridiculous facade could be called that. I should wait for Acto, and see if he was easier to figure this out with. I went over her words again in my head. I was more powerful than Zobarin, and she could see this from my scape sign. I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. I saw her waiting for my response, expectant and impatient. The voice was right, I couldn't keep this up for much longer. I had to leave. I'm afraid that's classified, I said, trying to sound mysterious. I cannot reveal such secrets to you, without passing it by my superiors. I stood up and picked up my bag. I could see the incredulous look she was giving me. Classified? She asked, her tone reiterating just how much off target I was. Wordsmith jargon probably wasn't the same as your standard espionage fare, but I really didn't know any better. Yes, I nodded sagely, you know how it is. The guild might catch on to what we're doing, and we don't want those bastards to know what we're up to. I smiled inwardly at this, patting myself for using some of what she had revealed. She still looked very skeptical. You're leaving? She asked, looking like she was unable to believe this entire interaction. I was sure this was a whole deal less shocking for her. Hell! The girl threw fireballs just like that. She was definitely used to a lot more craziness than I was. Let her deal with this her way, I had to get out of here. Yes, Lil One, I said, warming up to my act somewhat now. I have other fish to fry before I meet your Papa Loon. Thank you very much for the lovely meal. I hope to see you soon, at Ringo's perhaps? That's Ingo's, she said, pursing her lips, and that will be 3,000 rupees for the meal. She stretched out her hand and glared at me. I might have pushed it too far with the Lil One. Well, the meal had been worth it, even if 3,000 rupees was murderously expensive. I fished out the money and gave it to her. You can get a refund from Papa Loon later, if you want. He will be back here in the evening around 6, she said, putting the money away, still glaring at me. I gave her a quick smile and walked out. I wasn't going to risk any more words with that one. I resisted the urge to turn around and look at her as I walked away. I had managed to get away from that without making more trouble for myself. I'd have to wait and see how long I could keep that up. As I put more distance between myself and the gypsy shack, my never-ending sense of optimism was back. There was still the voice to contend with, but I would deal with that later. I was not in the mood for any more walking in the sand and made my way to the nearest exit from the beach. A couple of minutes later, I managed to find a decent-looking hotel. A room was available, though I had to pay a hefty amount for the seedy little place. It was peak season, and this happened to be that time of the year when everyone wanted to be in Goa. I was going through my cash pretty fast. I needed to be more careful how I spent it. I paid up a day's advance and trudged up to my room on the first floor. The room was not much, but there was running water, and that is what I really needed. I took a long shower, pleased to note that there was no stench of blood or demon on my skin or in my head. The voice stayed silent, and that's about as much as you can ask from a strange voice in your head. I decided to let it be for the moment. I got into a pair of shorts and hit the bed, setting the alarm for 6 in the evening. My eyes opened as I stretched lazily. I had finally managed to get some undisturbed sleep, and I felt pretty good. Suddenly, I realized that something was wrong. It was twilight, but the wrong kind of twilight. I checked the alarm. It was 6, but a little birdie chirping outside told me that it was probably 6 in the morning. I had managed to sleep right through the evening and the night. I felt rested, but at the same time, I felt off. My head did not quite feel right. It felt heavier, more crowded. I could not quite define the feeling. It was like being watched. The voice. I couldn't think about that now. I had a loon to catch. I needed to get a move on. I quickly got dressed and rushed outside. There was hardly anyone about. I jogged to the gypsy shack, hoping against hope that Actoloon would somehow still be there. I got to the beach and saw that some of the shacks were still open, people sitting around and having beer. The party never ended here. I jogged all the way to the gypsy shack. As I approached the shack, I saw a bunch of locals sitting on the beach before the shack, chugging the cheap beer that is a local specialty. They gave me suspicious looks. Fitness freaks decked out in tracksuits and jogging at the break of dawn were apparently an anomaly here. I walked into the shack, still panting from my morning jog, something I had not done in a very long time, the jog that is, not the panting. The interior of the shack was empty except for a man dozing at the counter. He looked like a Latino, albeit a very grizzled and heavily tanned and tattooed Latino. He had long curly hair tied in a ponytail and was dressed in a poncho tied at the waist with a rope and canvas trousers. I looked around the shack as I walked towards him. The place looked a lot better than when I had left it yesterday. The girl had done an incredible amount of repair, probably using some of the powers that had caused the damage in the first place. I reached the counter and gently tapped on it. The man immediately came awake, one hand slipping under the poncho in a flash. He saw me standing there and growled out a yes? I am looking for Actomenti's loon. You found him, he said, his voice hostile and his hand still under his poncho. Do left a note about you. I don't know any wordsmiths called Slick in the free word. Who are you? If Do is the one who conned me out of $3,000 for a single meal and a couple of pints of beer, then yes, I am the one. I smiled at the grouchy old man. He didn't respond to that one at all. My charm was not making much of a difference on him. Who are you? He repeated, his whole body tense and with his hands still conspicuously out of sight. I have something that belongs to you, I said. I came all the way here to find you and give it to you. What do you have that belongs to me? Actoloon had a gift for coming right to the point. I reached into my pocket to pull out the notebook. I noticed him tense even more. This man was definitely expecting trouble. I passed the notebook to him quietly, watching to see his reaction. He did not raise an eyebrow as he rifled through the book, flipping pages. After a minute of going through it, he looked up at me. How? One word, growled out at me in a very unfriendly tone. I presumed that he had noticed the bloodstains on the book. The man who gave me the book died a couple of minutes after I ran into him. He had almost been ripped apart by a demon. The demon caught up with him soon after and then beheaded him. I said these words with a deadpan expression, wondering at the sheer insanity of what I was saying. However, Acto could not maintain his calm this time. He went pale in the face and took a moment to look at the book again, specifically the last couple of pages. He looked up at me. I could see that the man was shaken. What did this demon look like? I saw that Acto was watching me very closely too. Looks like the rotting body of a blonde bombshell that went through a molten glass shower. Screeches for conversation and has jagged glass and claws for fingers. It was a body snatcher. The glass was probably the result of a protection scape Andy tried on it. That was his signature scape. It apparently did not work. A body snatcher? I asked. Not that I understood protectionscape any better, but body snatcher I definitely needed to know. A body snatcher, Acto repeated, looking at me like I was stupid. What kind of a wordsmith doesn't know what a body snatcher is? There it was again. For a moment, I considered trying to continue pretending like I knew it all. But then, some instinct drove me to try the truth and I went for it. The kind who isn't a wordsmith, that's who doesn't know what a body snatcher is. I've had enough of this crap, and I told the girl as much. I don't understand any of what is happening, and it's time someone gave me some answers. Acto looked completely puzzled. The wary look came back on full force, his hand again creeping to whatever lay inside that poncho. You say you aren't a wordsmith? Acto asked, the caution making him sound all the more dangerous. Brother, I don't know what a wordsmith is. I wouldn't know if I was one. I injected a bit more sincerity into this one, making it almost a plea. I was walking a fine line here, but it was probably the only way I'd get some concrete answers. Du saw the gift in you, Acto said, she couldn't be wrong. She said you were with the free word. Why would she think that? My mind was racing, trying to figure this out. He had mentioned a note from Du. A note wouldn't have had all the details, and luckily for me, one of the missing details seemed to be the part about how we had a round of fire throwing that almost burned down this place. I had no clue what she was talking about, I said. She seemed convinced that I was a wordsmith and that I was a friendly one at that. Sure, I'm friendly. I don't mean anyone any harm. But beyond that, I really am pretty clueless. So please do tell me what the hell a body snatcher is. A body snatcher, Acto spoke after a long pause, his voice devoid of emotion, his eyes watching me carefully, a demon that borrows dead bodies to move about while the body lasts. That's the only way it can exist on our plane. I digested these words, trying to fit them into the crazy jigsaw puzzle my life had suddenly become. Andy was the name of the guy who had died, and he had tried protecting himself with escape. Scape. Wordscape. It was coming together, but I wasn't sure how. How did escape protect someone? I had images of buckets of molten glass being thrown on attacking zombies. I heard a whisper of a wind in my mind that was blowing the pieces around, putting them into place. The pattern that was forming was crazy and defied all deduction. I was a logical person, but the conclusions that I was arriving at were beyond all reason. They did not even feel like my conclusions. They did not have the necessary aha. I wondered if the voice in my head was capable of meddling with my thoughts as well. And then I realized Acto was asking me something. I looked up, slightly befuddled. He gave me a long, unfathomable look and repeated his question, if you aren't a wordsmith, why did the demon let you live? I stared back at him. That question had caught me off guard. To be honest, I did not know. I said as much, I don't know. I screamed. I must have scared it off. He gave me another one of those looks. Andy was a gifted wordsmith. You tell me that this demon cut his head off. And then you expect me to believe that you scared it off by screaming at it? I took a deep breath, telling myself to calm down. I did not take my advice. In an extremely stressed voice, I started giving Acto Loon a piece of my mind. Mr. Loon, this is an extremely weird conversation. Here I am in Goa, talking to a gypsy at 7 in the morning about body-snatching demons. 24 hours back, I had just woken up and was preparing myself for a day at work. And work for me is writing spiels for corporate clients. There are no demons involved, at all. And no, I do not know why the demon did not kill me. I am extremely grateful to it though for not trying. And yes, the cops probably believe that I killed your friend and then ran off with his head. One more thing, I have no clue what a wordsmith is and whether Andy was any good at being one. I almost screamed the words out, on the verge of hysteria. I heard the voice for the first time that day. It chuckled. I ignored it. Acto looked up sharply. Do the cops know you are here? No. I don't think they even know who I am. So where I am is not quite in the picture. But yes, there were people who saw me and they probably have given the cops a physical description. Acto looked at me, obviously having trouble digesting all of this. Du said she saw your escape sign, and that it was more powerful than any she had seen before. He spoke again in a dead, careful voice. He was saying things to watch how I would react. I realized then that my words were the only thing preventing him from going for whatever he kept going for under his poncho. No pressure. I heard that from her too. I have no clue what she was saying. I didn't want her getting excited and hostile, so I just kept quiet about it. I decided that this bluff was going to work only if I stayed as honest as I could. This man was dangerous and I had to be very careful indeed to make it unscathed through this conversation. He went back to glancing through the book, stopping to read some sections. Breakfast? He growled out, without looking at me. I looked at him rather incredulously. Was this the fattening part that came before the slaughter? I gave in. Sure, why not? That English breakfast on your menu sounds good. I would appreciate it though if you did not charge me season rates. He looked up at me and let out a gruff chuckle. Sit. First we will eat, and then we will talk. He walked off inside to give the order. I collapsed into a chair and turned my attention inward. In my exhaustion yesterday, I had let the voice be. I had even let myself believe that it was a figment of my imagination. But it was becoming more and more obvious that it was a lot more. It felt almost like a person. Just what are you about? I screamed silently, in my head, what's with these comments? I can hear each and every one of them, you know. And you can try to pretend, but I know that these are not my thoughts. I know this is you. There was silence again, but it was a different kind of silence. It was the silence of someone listening to me. I continued, at a lower mental volume and pitch, if that makes sense. I am not used to talking to voices in my head, and if it had not been for the demon incident, I would not even have noticed that something was different. I would probably have assumed that you are just part of my overworked imagination. But now I know you're there. What are you? What are you doing in my head? Who am I? The voice gently corrected, not what. I was dumbstruck. I could not believe it. The voice had responded. I was having an actual conversation with a voice in my head. Before I could continue the conversation, Acto returned. I shot a mental be right back at the voice before turning my attention to the gypsy. He came with a huge tray loaded with food. We both sat opposite each other, giving our full attention to the food. Yesterday's meal was ancient history and I was ravenous again. I steadily worked my way through fried eggs, bacon, sausages, beans, buttered toast and a bowl of fruit, washed down with 2 glasses of orange juice and a cup of strong, black coffee. Acto was taciturn but his attitude was a tad warmer during breakfast. Perhaps it was the food, or maybe he was warming up to me. I guess I was quite an optimist back then. I started a conversation, making an effort to loosen things up. I asked him questions about his shack and Do. He was talkative enough about the shack but completely ignored my questions about Do. He didn't want to talk to me about her, and I half understood. I didn't press the issue. I did learn, however, that Acto had been in Goa for almost 6 years and did a lot of business, apart from managing the shack. He also ran a stall at the Saturday night flea market, whatever that was. I studiously avoided mentioning Andy or the book though. I wanted to ensure he stayed in a good mood. After a bit, somewhere around the coffee, he started asking questions, random queries about my life and work. Somehow, I had the feeling he didn't like the answers one bit. They were quite obviously completely in conflict with the kind of life a wordsmith would be expected to live. What did wordsmiths do anyway? If I really was one of them, I should try and learn more about their way of life. I could not escape the feeling that he was not too convinced about what I had told him. He was looking for something specific. And I had an uncomfortable knot in my stomach because I suspected I knew what it was. The coffee was presently replaced with pints of chilled beer. We strode out to the sea and settled in the sand just beyond the waves, swigging beer and staring out at the colors on the sea as the sun rose in the sky. Andy was my brother. I turned to Acto at these words. They came as a surprise. I had not expected him to bring it up. He did not wait for a reaction. He just kept speaking. We're not related. But he was closer to me than my bastard brothers. I'm sorry, the words came out, hopelessly inadequate and graceless. I will not grieve him, yet. I will grieve once I nail Silvis's hide to my cabin wall. Loon said the words in a matter-of-fact way. I looked at him to see if he was being metaphorical and then I noticed that he was fingering the edge of a wicked-looking knife. So that's what the poncho hid. I tried to recollect what the shack's walls looked like and wondered if there were other such hides on the walls. I noticed that he was looking at me, trying to see how I reacted to it. Another test to see if I was with the guild. First Do, and now this crazy gypsy with a knife. Who is Silvis? I asked, trying to move the conversation away from hide nailing. He is Master Smith of the blasted guild. The answer was growled back at me, like it was supposed to be the most obvious thing in the world. Again, the same look. He was watching me, trying to catch me in a lie. Acto, I am afraid all these words do not make sense to me. Wordsmith, guild, mastersmith, wordscapist. Suddenly, Acto was at my throat and I was flat on my back on the sand, the point of the knife threatening to penetrate my delicate skin. It was another one of those surreal moments, the type that I had read so often about but had never come close to experiencing. Big threatening man pinning me down, knife suspended at my throat, back pressing against the sand, waves coming within inches of my face, cool breeze on my skin. All these thoughts passed through my head in a split second as I considered the possibility that I was on the verge of dying for the second time in 24 hours. What scared me even more was what was happening inside my head. The voice almost screamed in outrage, "How dare he? A Norm! Punish him! Come on, boy! What are you waiting for? How do you know about the Wordscapist?" Acto growled the words in my ear, distracting me from the voice's tirade. I was too terrified, though, to respond. "How do you know?" Acto repeated, increasing the pressure on my throat. It was all a little bit too much to take, but I decided to prioritize. The voice could wait. I had to take Acto's question first. The notebook. I read it in the notebook. I could not recognize the strangled words said in a voice choked with fear. I realized that it was I who had responded. My baritone had deserted me and I had begun to sound like a thin alto on the verge of breaking into a falsetto. Operatic analysis, I was going nuts. "Why don't you just make him into a nice little piglet?" the voice demanded. I continued ignoring it, tough as it was given that it was in my head. "You tell me you can read Esperanto?" Loon asked, the voice becoming all the more hostile, the knife pressing down an infinitesimal bit more. "You, who are not a wordsmith. Esperanto? I don't know what that is." I gasped out. My voice was almost a shriek now. The notebook was written in Esperanto, a language you apparently do not know about. "And you say you read about the Wordscapist in the notebook?" I felt a fleeting bite at my throat and a trickle of warm wetness. "No!" I screamed. "Don't kill me! Don't! Don't!" I was beginning to get hysterical. "Calm down." The voice was clear and loud in my head. "He is not going to kill you. He is nothing, just a Norm. Why would you fear him?" I had no clue what the voice meant, but it worked. I did calm down, marginally. I spoke slowly, coherently and carefully. "Acto, I have no clue what's Esperanto and what's not. I remember that word because it sounded like English. A few others because they sounded like names." The knife eased up a bit. I could almost hear Acto thinking that part through. "Get up," he said as he got off me. I took a couple of moments to catch my breath. I pushed myself up into a sitting position. I touched my throat and my fingers came away red from the trickle of blood. "You're crazy. You're freaking mad," I said in a strangely dead and hoarse voice, looking at my fingers smeared with my blood. This was beyond unreal. Acto gave me a long, hard look. "What is fricking?" he asked. I could not believe his question. I squinted at him as he stood above me, his form silhouetted against the sun. "I say frick instead of the F word. And it's none of your goddamn business." "F word?" he asked. This conversation was getting more and more surreal. "Fuck, man. I do not say fuck. Is that clear now? You understand? You should say fuck when you feel like saying fuck instead of saying stupid things like frick. He dispensed this advice in a very matter-of-fact way, completely ignoring the fact that he had tried to kill me half a minute ago. "The man has a point," the voice said, also rather matter-of-factly. I could not believe this bullshit. Acto offered me his hand, rather reluctantly. I refused to have anything to do with it. I glared at him as I continued to rub my throat. "I'm sorry," he said with great difficulty, "it just felt suspicious when you used that word. I had not mentioned it, and there was no way that someone who did not know anything about the way of the word could have heard about the Wordscapist." Acto looked straight into my eyes as he said these words. The words still sounded too much like an explanation and not enough like an apology. But it looked like the best I was going to get for almost having my throat cut out. I took his hand and pulled myself up. We settled down again and picked up our bottles of beer, going back to swigging and staring at the sea, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. "Well, ask your questions," he said after a while. "It's obvious that you're not a wordsmith. Not a good one, at least. You let me get close enough to kill you, and your skin is not protected from my steel. No wordsmith worth his salt would have allowed that." I digested that. Skin not protected from steel, poetic but scary. I had to figure out how to do this skin protection. "Well, so what is the way of the word?" I asked, absent-mindedly rubbing sand off my elbows. "You really do not know?" he asked, looking at me carefully. I kept up a deadpan expression and looked back at him. "I still can't make up my mind about you," he continued. "You could be lying, but could just be really good at it, wordsmith good. I have a good nose for the gift, and I can feel it in you, strong. You have the stench of a wordsmith on you. Acto fingered his knife as he looked at me. The sun was in my eyes as I looked at him, and I couldn't figure out if he was staring at my eyes or my throat. Acto, I do not know what you are talking about, I said, keeping my voice cautiously steady. That will not change, no matter what you think. He gave it some thought, and then went on, I'll play along for now. I'll answer your questions. But listen well, boy. If you are playing with Actoloon, you will be skinned and fed into the meat grinder. You will be part of the hundreds of pink sausages we sell in our deli. My stomach did a little flip at the thought of the sausages I had just had. I stopped myself from thinking about where that meat had come from. I gulped and managed to appreciate it. I do not believe you're taking this from a norm, the voice sounded disgusted. Shut up. I retorted, careful to keep it in my head. I wanted to hear Acto talk. I wanted to try and make sense of all this. For thousands of years, ever since man discovered speech, there have been wordsmiths, those who can weave reality with words, and there have been norms, those who can't. You are a norm, or at least, claim to be one. The wordsmiths follow what is called the way of the word, a world that is woven around the gift of the word, and all that had to do with it. I felt my stomach dropping as I heard the words. Weaving reality with words, that sounded a lot like what I did with the strange warp. I had never stopped to consider the implications of what I wrought as changes to reality. But it sure sounded like it. It was confirmed now, I definitely was a wordsmith. I could not let Acto know. He would kill me. Hallelujah. The boy realizes he's a wordsmith. The voice exclaimed in mock glee. Once again, I let the voice be. However, the voice soon reaffirmed my suspicions. Wordsmith. I tasted it in my head. It felt right. Wordsmith. I could do this later. I had to come up with a reaction and quick. Acto was looking at me strangely. Considering I know nothing about the way of the word, I guess I am not a wordsmith. So I would be a norm? I was desperately trying to avoid becoming a long string of sausages. Norm, a normal. Wordsmiths are abnormal freaks, Acto explained. When nature goes crazy, it allows some men and women to meddle with it. That is what wordsmiths are. Do sensed it in you, and though I don't have the curse, I can feel it in you too. There is a small chance that you are a cipher, a wordsmith who has not been discovered by the guild. In that case you are not lying, and I will not kill you. Acto said this with his by now familiar deadpan expression, looking me straight in the eyes. But then, ciphers are usually not so strong. Do made you out to be the most powerful wordsmith she had ever seen. With that kind of power, a cipher would plain explode, not knowing how to control the power and channel it. A cipher. There. I had found another word that described me in this crazy world. The guild, whatever that was, had definitely not discovered me. And I was beginning to realize that I was most definitely a wordsmith. There was some comfort in that. But I could not celebrate yet. I had to find out more. I decided to bluff some more. First you tell me that I am a wordsmith. Then I am a cipher, I almost shouted at Acto, getting a little aggressive. Next you will be calling me the chosen one or something. Acto, do me a favor. Why don't you start at the beginning? Tell me what this guild does. Also, tell me what a wordsmith is, especially considering you think I am one. Acto gave me another one of his looks. He definitely specialized in those. I managed to keep my cool and eyeballed him right back. When it came to bluffing, I had few peers. The gift of the word allows you to change reality, using only words. You can change the way people feel, you can change objects, you can make things happen, and in some cases, you can even create things out of nothing. It is like magic, only much more complex. It is not merely knowing spells. It is about using words to shape the world around you. That is what the gift of the word allows you to do. And anyone with this gift is called a wordsmith. I gulped as I heard those words. It was one of those moments when all your life comes into perspective and you realize what it's all about. I wondered how many other wordsmiths there were. I wondered what more I could do with this gift. Not now. Ask more. Find out more. And you think I am one? I asked, trying to give him one of his long, hard looks. It missed by a mile and then some. Yes. You have the stench of a wordsmith about you, he said. You're not just a smooth talker, you're gifted. You might not know it yet though. Or maybe you're one hell of an actor. I'll find out soon enough. Damn it. He was too close to the truth for comfort. I had to distract him. More questions. You mentioned magic. You mean to say, magic is real? Magic is nothing but a simple form of weaving wordscapes, using pre-woven scapes called spells. Acto stopped me with a gesture before I could interrupt him. A wordscape or escape is made of the words a wordsmith uses when weaving reality, changing it, sometimes even creating it. Each wordscape is independent in intent, and must be woven using words that have to be uttered by a wordsmith. These words have to be powerful and said right to have the intended effect. Sometimes, some of these scapes are recorded and the words are passed on to other wordsmiths who just repeat them. Thus, they become spells. Do you understand now? Memories came back, swooping into the new structure I was learning. It felt right. It was the right word. Wordscape. And wordsmith. I liked the ring of it. You are much more than a wordsmith, boy, the voice commented dryly. Christ. Here I was coming to grips with being a wordsmith, and already I was much more than it. I asked the voice to shut up again, especially because Acto was doing a repeat of his "do you understand" rather irritably. Yes, I guess. It kind of makes sense, even if it's tough to believe, I muttered, trying hard to come across as a belligerent norm. So wordsmiths are like powerful magicians who can just create any spell they want? Yes, you could say that. They work with words and the essence of their meaning. They do not need spells except when working on groupscapes. He continued, almost expecting my question. Groupscapes are coordinated efforts where multiple wordsmiths are required to pull off the scape. In this case, they work with predetermined spells to ensure that they are doing the same thing. And the guild manages all this coordination? I asked, playing the part of the bright student who suddenly sees it all. Deep inside, I felt a rush as I understood the implications of these words. I was finding it really hard to keep a straight face. The guild controls most of the scapes woven in our world. It controls the entire world that is linked to the way of the word. It spots and recruits all those individuals with the gift who can become wordsmiths. The guild also trains these wordsmiths and employs them in various tasks across the world. I felt slightly sick at the thought of an organization that recruited and trained wordsmiths, and then employed them to do tasks. What are these tasks? I asked, knowing almost intuitively what the answer would be. They control the way our world works. They decide what happens and who gets to be in power, which group gets to propagate their ideas and which one gets slaughtered for theirs, which war happens and who wins in that war. The guild controls the whole world and every power group running a country or company worth 2 cents. I stared at the sea, now bright blue under a cloudless sky and a bright sun. I took a swig of lukewarm beer and let Acto's words sink in. No wonder I had such trouble sticking to a job. The one organization that could recruit my talents had not found me yet. Controlling the world sounded pretty attractive. I had to know more about this setup. I pumped Acto with another question. This man who died, Andy, your brother, he was with the guild? Acto, like me, was staring at the sea, chugging his beer. He continued staring at the sea, which was fine by me. As he spoke, Andy was with the guild, yes. He could not stick for too long. He had funny ideas about free spirit and independent thought. The guild does not encourage that kind of talk. Andy joined up with the Free Word, an underground movement of sorts, a bunch of renegade wordsmiths. Joining the Free Word automatically means a death sentence from the guild. Andy lived a charmed life for 6 years, escaping multiple attempts on his life. But then he kept upping the stakes. He kept working on bigger things. The last scam he was working was to uncover something illegal Silvis, the guild mastersmith, was up to. It was supposed to be a big deal. With Silvis arrested, the guild would weaken considerably. But then poor Andy ran out of luck. More pieces fell into place. The diary, the words, Andy's death. I believed in free spirit and independent thought too. But I was not anything like Andy, I realized. He seemed to have been a real hero, which I was not. I valued my well-being way too much to want to be a hero. Heroes ended up dead or worse way too often. A thought hit me. Illegal? Arrested? Do the cops know about the way of the word and everything you told me? Acto chuckled at the thought. No. Not your cops. The guild has another agency doing their coppering. It is called the Continuum Control Corps. Silvis was up to something that would have got him into trouble with the CCC. Andy was after proof when he set out from home a year or so back. Both of us spent some more time contemplating the ocean. I could almost feel a third person in the group, the voice in my head. I could feel the comfort and camaraderie you share in a group when engaged in this kind of activity. The sea, the sand, the beer, even if it was warm beer. I did not stop to consider the implications of getting pally with a voice that had invaded my mind and consciousness and that commented on my thoughts and actions with the air of a disapproving schoolteacher. But I did relax a bit. I laughed aloud at the fact that in the midst of all the crazy things I had discovered from Acto, an opinionated voice in my head seemed perfectly normal. That got me a strange look from Acto, but I waved it away with a don't mind me wave of my hand. I settled into a more comfortable position, shifting the sand to form hollows for my elbows. However, a nagging thought kept coming back to me. I decided to ask Acto, no matter how silly it sounded. Acto, I called out, letting the word hang in the air, continuing to stare at the sea. He looked at me in response, waiting for me to complete the unspoken query. I guess this stuff is all pretty secret. I hope you are not going to kill me because you told me all this. I felt pretty stupid saying it, but then it was always better to know. I will kill you if I find out that you have lied to me. If not, I will not harm you. If your story is true, you were the last one to see my brother alive. You helped him send word to me. You were there for him in whatever way you could be, and you have now come down all this way to see me and give me his notebook. And it looks like you are in trouble with the law because of that incident. It looks like I owe you for whatever you did. You shall stay with me as my guest for a while. In the meantime, I will make my own inquiries about you. For your own sake, let us hope that you have not been lying to me. I had lied to Acto all right. I had lied about my gift. I watched Acto swigging his beer nonchalantly. I tasted my beer. It was lukewarm and tasted flat and bitter. I looked at the sea too. Suddenly, the waves weren't so charming after all. Chapter 8. A voice in the head. Wishes are horses. And horses run wild. Hold on for the ride of your life. Remember? Wishes don't heed to whistles. Slick. I came back to my room after my conversation with Acto. Beyond a point, my mind had stopped registering words, let alone concepts. Fortunately, Acto hadn't had much more to say. He saw me off with an invitation to the Saturday night market, to his stall. You will come, yes? Was the way he had put it. The look he gave me let me know that the invitation was to be taken pretty seriously. I guess I had no choice but to turn up at his lantern stall, whatever that was, later that evening. But then, I had always wanted to come to Goa and do all this, I told myself. Not like this, the voice in my head piped up. The me voice. The other voice stayed silent. The other voice, the intruder. I had yet to figure that out. Now seemed like a good time. I was back in my room and I could talk aloud without having people misunderstand or call for the loony bin with a side order of straitjacket. First, I needed a shower. Another one. Goa was muggier than Bombay, and that was saying something. Plus, I was still overcompensating for the blood and gore from 2 days before. I consigned myself to another hot and cold shower. Given the hotel, the hot didn't last for very long. After a while, I discovered that the water didn't either. As the lukewarm water ran out slowly, in unsteady spurts and bursts, I tried to rationalize the voice to myself. We all have a little voice in the head, the one that tends to speak up with advice, comments, or completely irrelevant reactions. I had my little voice too. It had a lot to do with what I had started thinking of as the gift ever since my conversation with Acto. It spoke up when I was in trouble or was considering a shortcut, and in most cases, it gave me ideas that led to solutions that were simple enough, though of slightly dubious morality. I had a love-hate relationship with the voice, thankful for its advice and resentful of the way it helped me in. It had a lot to do with the name I had been given by friends and foes alike, Slick, a label that had long since almost replaced my real name. Slick defined what that voice was and what it had made me, efficient and a little too smooth. The voice that had been with me since last morning was a new one, though. It had nothing to do with who I was, or what I believed. I could sense the identity it had. And it was not mine. It gave me information at times that was news to me. While this was useful, it was also very disturbing. In this new crazy world I was discovering, I had no clue what such a voice implied. Was I possessed? Was I going crazy? Was this just the gift of the word emerging in full flow? At the thought of full flow, the shower gave up on me. The last trickle of water gamely ran down my face as I ruefully looked up. I toweled myself dry and walked out, almost reluctant to start what I knew was going to be a strange confrontation. How does one confront a voice in the head? It wasn't saying anything right then. Could it hear my thoughts? I absent-mindedly fiddled with the TV remote and flicked through channels, thinking up introductory lines to the conversation I was planning to have with the voice. Hello there, disembodied voice, anybody home? Nothing seemed right. Nothing sounded right. I was planning out a conversation with a voice in my head. I switched off the TV and lay back on the bed, thinking about that entire conversation with Acto. What I could not get over was the sheer magnitude of the secret world out there. Here we were, poor little Norms, who went about our lives in complete ignorance of this society of wordsmiths who had us all strung out like puppets. And to make matters worse, I was not even a Norm. I was a cipher. Damn it! I was none of these things. I was me, and I had 24 years of life to prove it. The voice started up, right on cue. Damn right, you are. You don't fit into their petty definitions, laddie. There's a lot more to you. Bingo! I had the voice right where I wanted it, alone in a room with me. Go on and tell me then, I egged it, abandoning the interrogate the voice strategy for the moment. Tell me more about all that I'm supposed to be. I'm pretty clueless, and all this information is not really helping me understand what I'm about. The voice went. Fine then, I will talk to you. I don't have a choice. I'm stuck in your head, and I don't have the time to let you fool around and learn by accident. Jesus. Someone was stuck in my head. Do not go crazy about it, boy. You have nothing to fear from me. And it could hear my thoughts. Of course, I can hear your thoughts. I am in your head. How stupid are you? It asked this rather matter-of-factly. I tried to think a thought silently, but ended up tying myself in knots over it. I gave a big sigh and fell back on the bed. You don't need to think up a thought. I have been hearing all your funny preparations to talk to me. It was most amusing, I must say, the voice chuckled. I decided to ignore that. This part came out sounding more English than Scottish. I had to figure this out sooner than later. And the voice was the first link in this crazy situation I needed to resolve. I have a name, boy, the voice growled. Brilliant. Now the voice had a name too. What do you call yourself, then? I asked. Alan's the name. Of the Vorto clan, the finest of the old wordsmith clans. Alan of Vorto? I asked. Alan de Vorto, the voice said, a tad too grandiosely. I've also been called the Wordscapist. The Wordscapist. There it was, that word, again. And what does that mean, the Wordscapist? I am a source of energy, perhaps the only one in our world. Other wordsmiths shape what they can find around them. My powers are nigh limitless. I was born into this world a long time back, a world that was a lot healthier than the mess you live in now, the voice reminisced. So where are you from? America? I'm from Scotland. I'm a Highlander, if there ever was one. Then why is your Scottish so spotty? It's yours that is spotty, dafty. I am picking what passes for English in your head to speak a language you can understand. That made sense. I realized he hadn't told me when he was from. When he was from, I never thought I'd ever actually use the turn of phrase. So Mr. Vorto, when exactly are you from? Call me de Vorto. Back where I come from, you mistered people you didn't like. And you don't know me well enough for that, yet. De Vorto, then, I conceded, how many years back are you from? Well, the last time I laid my eyes on the date, it was 1599. I knew it. I just knew it. This voice was ancient or crazy, or both. I chewed on that for a while. How was one supposed to proceed, under these circumstances? I moved to the next logical question. De Vorto, how did you end up in my head? There was a moment's silence at that. I sensed that this guy didn't like the fact that he was in my head any more than I did. I was getting traces of his emotions and thoughts, and potentially memories as well. This entire crazy world of wordsmiths made way more sense to me than it should. He was, consciously or otherwise, seeding my mind with his awareness. It was helping me deal with this situation better, but then, I had to get him out before he took root in there. You do realize, boy, that I can hear your thoughts, he said, dryly. I nodded, mentally. I was learning a whole new mode of communication here. But I do agree. We need to resolve this situation. I hadn't bargained for this. So, what happened? I asked, after a long, uncomfortable pause. I don't completely understand what happened. Before the 1600s came, I put myself into a long sleep. Certain events occurred that required my swift disappearance. At this, there was again a long pause. I could sense the voice going thoughtful. I could also sense that he didn't like being called or thought of as the voice. I waited patiently for him to go on. When I came to, my essence, my spirit, was being wrenched out of my body. Without my host, my body, I couldn't summon any powers to fight whatever it was that was happening to me. I was disoriented from centuries of sleep, and before I knew it I was being whisked across the oceans to some place I didn't know. I sensed the words, the intent of the evil that was being wreaked. Some bobag of a wordsmith was trying to summon me, my powers, and wanted to make them his own. Where he went wrong was in summoning the legend of the Wordscapist. I think he failed to realize that I was real. I listened dumbstruck to the narrative. I was trying really hard to absorb it all and make sense of it, but things were just getting weirder and weirder. I was caught for an instant in his scape soul. I don't know what would have happened if he had succeeded. At that moment, something changed. I sensed a presence, an old friend, an old enemy. At that, there was more silence. I had a feeling this had something to do with a woman. But I kept calm and waited, trying very hard not to let my thoughts run away. Everything fell apart and there was chaos. The scape lost control over me. I spun away, directionless, but desperate to escape. Then, with what little consciousness I could summon, I searched for a host, and I found you. A host. That's what I was to this disembodied wordsmith. I didn't like it one bit. I kept quiet though. I needed to think this through. I had a feeling the voice, Devorto, was feeling thoughtful too. I let him be and leaned back on the bed, staring blankly into space. This was going to be a very long day. The meeting with Slick had left me with a mess of emotions. The main one was definitely anger. He had refused to talk to me, and had condescendingly indicated that he didn't think I was important enough to know whatever it was that he did. I couldn't wrap my head around that one. I had seen him go for the food. In that moment, he had been a simple, fun-loving boy, not very different from me. Except for the appetite, perhaps. But the moment I had tried to talk to him, he had become cagey. He then went on to say completely ridiculous things that didn't make any sense coming from someone as powerful as him. And then he had run out on me, leaving all my questions unanswered. I had left a note for Papa Loon, letting him know that a powerful wordsmith, one even more powerful than Zobarin, had come to see him, and he definitely seemed like he was one of us. I didn't tell him about my attack on him, or how he had knocked me back. That part was embarrassing in so many different ways, and I had no intention of talking about that to anyone. I could only hope that the weird Slick didn't either. Slick, who was he? Incredibly young for his power, strangely mysterious and definitely weird. I kept going back to him and the strange encounter all day, as I went through the 100 things that needed to be done before a free word meeting. I tried to see if I could catch Isis to ask her about him, she would know. But she was nowhere to be seen. My questions would have to wait. I finished my preparations and headed out to the shack. Slick would have met Papa Loon by now and there might be answers there. I arrived at my usual time, just after breakfast hour. I strode in, looking appreciatively at the fixes I had put up to remove the damage from yesterday. Apart from a few barely noticeable scorch marks, everything looked as good as new. Matilda wasn't around again, but Papa Loon was. One look at him and I snapped fully alert. I muttered an energy spell for him as I walked up. He looked like hell. None of that hocus pocus on me, he growled, looking up at me with haggard, bloodshot eyes. I'm mourning my brother, and I would rather do it in my senses than have you mess with my mind. I let the weave words dissipate as I digested this. I hadn't expected much else. Papa Loon didn't set much store by wordscapes. I was surprised though at the morning brother news. I didn't know much about Papa Loon's brothers, but one thing I did know. He hated their guts. I would not have expected him to be in this state over one of them kicking the bucket. Mourning a brother, Pa? I'm so sorry. Which one of them? I wish it was one of them, Dooley, he sighed. Andy Day is gone, baby. The bloody guild got him. With those simple words, I learned that one of the most important people in my world was dead. Time froze and I heard words again, different yet similar. Andy says you're too young, but I think you should know. Mama and Papa are not coming back, Dooley. They have gone to a better place. They died fighting. For something good. For you, child. 10 years dissolved into nothing as the pain struck me hard. First my parents. And then my scapefather, Andy Da. I would never see him again. I could see Papa Loon staring at me, his own grief and anger preventing him from reaching out to me. I was glad. I would have broken down. I didn't want to break down. I wanted to understand. How? Why? Everything had gone a little blurry. I sat down hard on a bench. Papa Loon sat beside me and held my hand. The tears came, threatening to spill over. It took a long while before I could speak again. How? I whispered. Silvus, he growled. A chilling spike of fear and rage cleared the blurring pain. That name again. Always that name. A.J. Silvas. Another notch against his cursed name, a name I had come to hate with every inch of the spirit that shaped my escape sign. Silvas killed D? I asked, my voice hoarse from the hatred choking me up. As good as, Papa Loon said, he sent out a powerful demon after him. It was a body snatcher. Scape enhanced. It tore his head off, duly. That bastard. I could hear the fury and pain in his words. Andy D was his brother, like no brother of his had been. I could only grip his hand tighter than I already was. Andy D, or Andrew Wallachian as he was known in his guild days, had been my word guide, my scapefather. He had taught me all I knew about the way of the word, and a lot more about life. And he was dead. A.J. Silvas, master smith of the guild, had murdered my Andy D. How did you find out? I asked. Slick, the kid you wrote that note to me about. Yeah, he is a strange one. He came from Bombay, looking for me. He had Andy's notes with him. With Andy's blood all over it. At this, he slipped me a notepad I knew all too well. I had woven a custom protection spell into it and given it to Andy D for his birthday a couple of years back. I took it and it thrummed in recognition of its wordsmith. He had the strangest story, Papa Loon went on, described what had happened to me. You can pick it from my head. I don't feel like going through it now. Yes, I will let you pick through that memory. This last was said in response to an incredulous look I'd shot him. Usually, he would never let me run any kind of scapes on him, least of all memory traces. But this time, I could see that he almost wanted me to do it. This was about Andy D. I would be only glad to help in any way I could. I closed my eyes and opened myself up to Papa Loon's memory. For the first time, I saw the world as Papa Loon. There was a tinge of warmth and comfort to it that I'd never noticed myself. Through bleary vision and a surge of irritation, I saw Slick. His scape sign blazed even through the memory, that man sure was powerful. Then he started talking, and I could barely control the scape to stay in the memory. He was trying to pass off as a norm. As the memory progressed, things got more confusing. His attempts at passing himself off as a norm were feeble and ridiculous. Even Papa Loon could sense his gift. I listened to the conversation between them as Papa Loon explained wordscapes to someone who could probably weave in his sleep. And still, his scape sign rang true. It was erratic and flared in fear each time Papa Loon threatened or intimidated him. I ran through the entire conversation quickly, and drew out of the memory, more confused than anything else. I opened my eyes, slightly disoriented as my perception rushed in to replace Papa Loon's impressions. He's a wordsmith, I whispered in response to his look, perhaps the most powerful one I've ever seen. More than Zobarin, even. I read your note, duly, Papa Loon said, but are you sure, kiddo? He didn't feel very smithy to me. I managed to nick his throat and he let me. I could have killed him where he lay. He was quite useless at defending himself. I saw that, I nodded. I didn't understand it though. Could escape protection be woven to allow superficial cutting only? Or was the whole thing part of an elaborate glamour? He isn't a norm. He can't be a cipher either. No one but a master can control that kind of a gift. I knew it. He growled. He was lying through his teeth. I don't know about that, Papa, I said slowly, unable to figure it out in my head. Of course he was. He was just good enough to project the poor boy bullshit. He's probably an ancient adept who befuddled me with some kind of a glamour. He won't do that again. Papa, I think I would have recognized a glamour. You don't know half of what these words hits are capable of, duly. He was furious. He used that word only when he was close to snapping. And don't you remind me that you're one, he went on before I could try to calm him down, and he was one too, for all the good it did him. Killed by one of the undead. All because of the biggest words hit of all. The bastard Silvas. I don't know what this slick character has to do with anything, but he's going down. I wish I could get him to answer some questions before I cut his throat, but it isn't safe to let a bastard like that talk. Zobarin will be here tonight, duly. She will know how to deal him. My mind was spinning while Papa Loon ranted. I couldn't put my finger on it. But I had a strong feeling that Slick hadn't been lying. Not much at least. And yet, I knew Papa was right. A cipher could not be so powerful without having blown himself up in his early teens or having the guild with a CCC on his head at the first sign of the gift. The gift must have raged in him way before his hormones had. He was definitely a couple of years older than me. That meant he had left his sloughing years behind. Maybe I too was being befuddled by this adept who could leave glamours, even in memories. I had never heard of that being done, but then I was still being trained, barely a breathsmith for a few months now. That brought back Andyda's memories again, softer this time, sadder still. He was dead. That still hadn't quite sunk in. Papa Loon was still talking, and he was close to done. You're going to get this chap to me, he was telling me, use your gift or just go as the pretty kid you are. Do whatever it takes. I've called him to the market tonight. Let's see him leave once I've sliced that lying tongue out of him. The Free Word Council is here tonight. Let him try his glamours and lies before them. I nodded, feeling an unexplainable surge of fear and sympathy for the guy. I was going to lead him to his death. But then, if he had anything at all to do with Andyda's death, the choice was clear. I knew what side I was on. At least, that morning I thought I did. Slick. I lay back and lit a cigarette. I was tired. Devorto had plumbed my memories for understanding, and had asked me what he couldn't figure out. I did not have the luxury of sharing his memories and had to rely on mere questions and answers to try and add to my remarkably scant knowledge of the wordsmith world. After a couple of hours of intense half-spoken, half-thought conversation, I figured he was learning a lot more than I was. That tastes different, the voice said reflectively, rather bland and dead. What tastes bland? I droned, not really caring anymore. What you're smoking, the reply came. I sat up with a start. You can sense what that tastes like? How many times will I need to remind you, my boy, that I am in your head? You really need to get better, Bocce. Breathe, I told myself, breathe. Don't freak out. It's normal. Jesus. Nothing was normal. This mental trespasser could not only read my thoughts, but also could feel what I felt. Nothing was private anymore. It's not Bocce. It's a cigarette. I muttered. A cigarette, the voice intoned in my head, cured tobacco rolled in treated paper, with a filter at one end to prevent some of the more poisonous stuff from entering the lungs. I started, and then realized he had pulled that out from my head too. If I had to define a cigarette, I'd probably go about it like that. Meanwhile, flashes of memories related to the ills of smoking, cancer, chemotherapy, and many related subjects flitted through my mind. The intruder was busy catching up on a lot of concepts he was clueless about. I'd never imagined someone would be using my head as a quick reference Wikipedia. Smoking does all that? The voice sounded aghast, I had no clue. Is that all true, or is it nonsense someone has fed you, boy? It's mostly true, I conceded grudgingly. I did not like admitting the inherent stupidity of any habitual smoker with half a brain. Holy word. And all the pipes I puffed. I wonder what would have happened if I had come back with my body. Maybe I was halfway through to death when I put myself to sleep. And here I am in another body racked by the ills of Bocce. I am not a body. And I am not racked by the ills of Bocce. I almost screamed this time, quite infuriated by being sidelined, inside my own head. Yes, quite, the voice said, rather condescendingly. I took a few deep breaths. I was still freaking out about having a powerful magician and wordsmith in my head. I was either extremely creative in my delusions, or this world of wordscapes was a lot more messed up than I realized. Either way, I had swallowed that entire story way too easily. I was too shocked to ask questions, and Devorto compensated for my lack of interrogatory skills by quizzing me about everything from the vagaries of contemporary English language to India's history. It was time to turn that around. I had questions to ask. Why, again, did you end up in my head? I asked, stubbing out the suddenly tasteless cigarette. There was silence for a while, and I wondered if Devorto had gone quiet again. After a while, he spoke. I sensed you. You were half a world away, but I sensed your power. You were not like any of the other wordsmiths out there. You were probably the only one I could have ended up with who wouldn't blow or go completely insane. I could see your escape sign like a burning beacon, and I latched onto it. The next thing I knew, I was in your head. It's messy in here, but you are a capable host. There it was again, that word. I hated the idea of being a host. I liked the idea that I was emanating escape sign even less. God knows how many others could sense it and latch onto it. I didn't want my head ending up as the next hot venue for the Wordsmith Spooks convention. And what am I, what are we to do now? This question came from me after some thought. Some very scary thought. I'm afraid there isn't much to do. We need to go back to Scotland to see if we can find my body. If we're lucky, the protection I wove around it is still in place and will preserve it, and we can try to figure out a way to put me back in there. And if we're not lucky? I asked, much as I knew I'd hate this answer. Then we're one body short, and need to find a solution that will free us of each other. I like the idea of being in your head even less than you do, boy. There is much I need to do, and right now, you're the only medium I have to get these things done. Wait a minute. I'm not going to run errands for you. We'll talk about that. No, we will not. I have a life that you have abandoned, running away from a situation you couldn't handle. If only I had been there, you might have made more of it, and maybe even saved that poor wordsmith's life. The shambling corpse demon could have been dispatched easily. I choked in indignation at that. The bastard had been conveniently tapping into my memories, digging up dirt he could throw at me. That was the first time I had seen a demon. Otherwise, I have enough tricks up my sleeve to have sliced and diced that rotting piece of meat myself. Devorto snickered in my head. I realized then that there could be no lies to someone who lived inside my head. Bravado wouldn't work. I was exposed in all my inglorious detail. But I wasn't giving up yet. There wasn't much left to do at the shack. Papa Loon was busy fuming and sharpening his knife. I got a bottle of water from the cooler and walked out. I made my way to my bike thoughtfully, taking sips of water, bracing myself for the weaving to come. I didn't know yet what I would do, but I knew I had to do something. I had always wanted to be a battlesmith, but not for the sake of violence. I hated violence. I had seen fights amongst norms, but knew that they couldn't inflict anything close to what wordsmiths let loose with their scapes. I had seen the injuries on free wordsmiths who had run into guild hunters and their demons. I had never fought myself and wasn't looking forward to it either. I wasn't afraid. I just hated the mindlessness of it all. They struck. We struck back. And it went on ad infinitum, ad nauseum. I knew that the next meeting between Papa Loon and Slick would be marked with blows and worse. I still didn't know what to make of him. Was he an adept who was fooling us, or was he a freak cipher who had ended up with more power than any other wordsmith I knew? He had shrugged my attack away like it was nothing, but he had also reacted only at the last possible second. Someone had to be really good to let things go that far, or really stupid. Remembering the things he had said and the way he had acted, I was leaning more towards stupid. But stupid or not, I had to be really careful. One thing I knew for sure, he was incredibly powerful. Whether he knew it or not, whether he could control the gift or not, did not change the fact itself. He could pretty much blow up all of Ingo's if he went loco. Perhaps all of Goa even. Given that Papa Loon's negotiation would start with an attempt to slice his tongue out, there was a high chance of him going loco. If I was to avoid a bloodbath, I would have to find Slick first. And I would have to find some answers. And fast. I tossed the bottle into my sling bag and started the bike. I rode out, thinking of ways of tracing the guy. I could go norm and put the word out, or I could weave up something that tracked down a strange scape sign in the neighborhood. The only problem was that the free word convention tonight ensured that there would be lots of free wordsmiths and a guild spy or two as well around town, along with a CCC team to keep an eye on both parties. Any questions doing the rounds, or even an anonymous tracescape, would put all of them on alert. Being a free wordsmith was all about stealth and caution, and that severely limited my options. I rode home, turning down the narrow lane off the Baga main road that I always took. The chaos of the main road quickly receded until I was back in the Goa I loved, the sleepy, quiet, green heaven I had grown up in. It was some solace that the tourist madness seldom intruded so far in. A few turns later, each one down a narrower lane, I reached the house. I parked the bike and quickly strode around to the back. In the midst of several coconut trees was a small cottage Papa Loon and Andy De had made for me, woven together with a combination of Norman wordsmith skill. I pulled the screen door, woven with palm fronds, aside and ducked into the small room. The light was much softer inside. It always was. For once though, the small world I had made for myself failed to calm me down. I kicked my chap pals off and dropped on the soft bed. My body was still tense, but I didn't have the time to go through my entire routine. I tied my hair up tight, yanking it back almost painfully, and quickly took up my favorite weaving position, the Padmasana, one of the fundamental yoga postures, perfect for instant thoughtlessness. A few deep breaths later, I was ready. First things first, I had to know for sure what it was that I was chasing here. Was he an adept or a cipher? I brought up Papa Loon's memories and my own. I compared them for inconsistencies. If Slick had been projecting a glamour, there would be inconsistencies. A glamour was always woven to suit the one seeing it. There was no way he could project the same glamour for the both of us, and keep it consistent all the way through. I concentrated hard and superimposed the two images in my mind, looking for telltale signs of a glamour. Nothing came up. They were just straightforward memories. He was who he was and claimed to be. I couldn't believe it. An incredibly powerful cipher. What did this mean? I went back to the memories. I had to know if he was lying, if there was deceit. I focused on Papa Loon's memory again, noting the little flares in his escape sign as Slick spoke, all of them reflecting genuine emotion. He wasn't weaving. The flares were particularly powerful when Papa Loon had jumped him. I ran through that scene half a dozen times, and every time that flare signified only plain fear. There was no anger or any trace of a weave that a wordsmith would have used to defend himself. I could see the thin line of red the knife left on his throat. He had actually been cut, and it was only Papa Loon's restraint and sheer luck that had kept him alive. There was not even a basic sheath defense in place. I don't think he quite knew how to create one. He wasn't an adept. I heaved a sigh of relief as I let the memories fade away. It would be easier now to bring him in. But I would have to find him for that. The memory of the mossy hue came back to me. I knew exactly how I was going to do that. I started weaving, bringing up the identification scape I'd woven on him at the shack. I repeated the words to bring up the scape warp. I saw it twisting and turning as I fed it more words. I took care to tie every word deep into his identity as far as I could perceive it, ensuring that no other wordsmith would be touched by the trace. Slowly, I watched in amazement as the shape started splitting into two. And then it got crazier still. The two tendrils started intertwining, curling up together, and still struggling to stay apart. I remembered thinking about the duality of his escape sign earlier. It was the same pattern, consistent, scary. This didn't make sense. Was I messing up? Or was there more to this than my barely adequate training had prepared me for? I continued weaving anyway, a lot more cautiously than I had started off. Feeding the scape one word after another, each more tentative and delicate than the previous one, I watched the scape take definite shape. It only confirmed my suspicions. There were two entities here, and in some way, they were both tied together. Slick was one of them, I didn't know the other. What struck me was the sheer power both the entities emanated, and how they were entwined in a way that magnified the extent of their gift. It was almost like two wordsmiths had decided to meld their consciousness and existence into oneself just to achieve this dizzy zenith. That didn't make sense. It didn't sound possible. Well, that was just another thing I'd have to figure out when I met him. I decided to try some identification scapes again, this time going through each one individually. From memory, I ran off all the ones that represented the top layer of the guild leadership, the Devil's Inner Circle as they were called. The last name was of course the Devil himself, A.J. Silvis. The manifest scape signs twisting and struggling in front of me showed no reaction to any of these names. I didn't have identification scapes for the lower levels of the guild hierarchy, but I wasn't too bothered about that. The kind of power we were talking about here could be yielded only by very senior wordsmiths. I then turned to the free word roster, just to make sure of what I was beginning to suspect. A few minutes later, the results were out. Neither of the scape signs belonged to wordsmiths from the guild or the free word. I flopped back as I allowed the scape sign to dissolve into nothingness. I wearily pulled aside unruly strands of hair from my face, wiping away a sheen of sweat that had appeared despite the cool winter day. I was dizzy from the realization of what I had discovered. We were talking about not one but two ciphers, both extremely powerful and within one body. I was way out of my depth. Slick. Crash. I watched through a curtain of fury as pieces of glass went skittering around the room and water ran down the cheap paint of the wall. That had been a spontaneous reaction to the voice egging me beyond the final reserves of my patience. And it hadn't taken any fancy wordscapes either. I had merely flung a glass of water at the wall. So there. A long peaceful moment passed with no comment from the voice. I allowed myself a sigh of relief. Had I managed to intimidate it into silence? Some temper you have, boy. Devorto mocked, almost in response to the unspoken question. I ignored it, telling myself to take deep breaths. A point of light, deep within. Focus on it and let your thoughts go. I used the old mantra I had learnt during a meditation program and tried to achieve a peaceful, thoughtless state. Years of practice overcame the intense emotion and I found myself floating towards a more tranquil state. Tabula rasa. Where on blessed earth did you learn to do that? The voice sounded genuinely taken aback. I ignored it and continued moving towards the blissful state where I would be able to view this entire crazy situation with a much more balanced perspective. I felt parts of my mind stirring without my volition and flashes of memory came back to me, a younger me, the unrest of the gift stirring inside me, only then I hadn't known it was the gift. I had assumed I was going mad, meeting Sheikh Sir, the first meeting, where in just one conversation he had managed to soothe my rebellious spirit and provide answers to unspoken questions, the meditation lessons, how I struggled with a mind on the verge of going renegade, finally learning the technique of calming myself, purging myself of intense emotions, a year of disciplined living where I had internalized the technique, all the years of practice where I had retreated to the reliable practice that afforded me peace beyond what anything and anyone else could. He was going through my memories again. I didn't care anymore though. I was separate and distinct, calm and objective. Also, watching my memories dispassionately with his understanding thrown in showed them to me in a new light. I understood better. The gift of the word had clearly started messing with my head very early on indeed. I went deeper still, cutting myself off from the slightest thought process. I left the voice to his ruminations. I had to find that deep silent part within me. I hadn't done this for a very long time, but I needed it now more than ever. I needed to relax and analyze where my life was going. I needed to come up with a plan. And for that, I needed complete silence. Slowly, I felt reality recede as I came close to achieving complete and utter thoughtlessness. Very nice, the voice echoed in the empty cavern of my head, shattering the moment. The peace that came with the state prevented me from losing my temper and lashing out. I sighed, releasing the effort of maintaining the state and turned my attention to him. He very obviously wanted to talk, and I couldn't turn a deaf ear to a voice inside my head. However, I was calmer. And I could deal with this now. Yes, you can. I see you're not entirely without training after all. Devorto sounded thoughtful, almost taken aback. That was merely meditation. I was trying to clear my head so that I could figure this out better. That was a pretty good tabula rasa for a non-practicing, so-called untrained wordsmith. Tabula rasa? A clean slate. I've heard the term before, but not with reference to thoughtlessness. Thoughtlessness, yes. A nice way of putting it. By the way, the man who taught you this technique is an uninitiated wordsmith himself. Chic, sir? Come on. The man has many virtues, but he had nothing to do with this madness. He merely guides people to find peace and calm within themselves. With remarkable ease, apparently. Something you thought was pretty normal. Any reason why he should have succeeded so easily where so many others failed? I fell silent at that. My natural protests muted in my calm state. It was true. Chic Sir did have an air to him that calmed all people who came into touch with him, irrespective of their state or nature. It had awed our group, the bunch of meddly youngsters he had taught the art of self-restraint and objective interaction. It had impressed everyone he met. The man did have a gift. Whether it was the gift of the word, I did not know. It wasn't so much his words as his mere presence that had the effect it did. His talent is vast. He channeled his gift towards the sole purpose of helping others. The effect, as you noticed, was quite extraordinary. Devorto's habit of responding to my thoughts was not so irksome now, especially because he did not sound as condescending as before. You mean to say there are more wordsmiths out there in the world than the members of the guild or the free word? I know as much about the guild and the free word as you do. In our days, wordsmiths were rare, and most of them were hailed as wizards and witches. There was no group as such, though every now and then I would hear about a bunch of them trying something or the other. The druids in particular were always up to brewing potions, trying to imbue some soup or the other with their gift. Soup? You do realize that mere herbs and animals cooked together can at best cure a cold. Everything else was done with words. I digested this quietly. Magic was real after all, though words seemed to be the real source of power and not the rest of the paraphernalia. Right you are. The staff and the wand were mere channeling devices, with the wood and the precious stones helping store spells and power words that could be used later. And what else can be done with this gift? I asked, half tentatively. What else can be done? Let's see. Devorto's voice grew dead serious at this. One by one, flashes of memories came back to me, half discovered by my conscience, half flung at me by Devorto. You can get everyone to like you. You can live a rash life without ever succumbing to the insane risks your days are filled with. You can grab your life and twist it any way your whimsy wants to take it. With a little more effort, you can do the same with another's life. You can make or break a person with a few words. You can make your friends believe they're much better than they are, pushing them down paths they could barely fathom. You can consign your enemies to the pits of hell or to a life of slobbering stupor. You can charm the stockings and every other article of clothing off any woman who takes your fancy. You can pretty much do anything you want. Don't you know what the gift can do, Slick my boy? You have gone about your petty little life weaving away like an adept, shaping the norms and the world around you to your fancy. I saw the memories play out as Devorto threw out statements, each one a bigger slap than the previous one. My words came back to me, only now with the full realization of how exactly they were linked to the events that followed. And suddenly, like it was yesterday, the memory came back. It was a warm day. I could remember the sweat dripping down my 14-year-old face, trickling along the fuzz that passed for a stubble. I was angry. I was furious. The memory brought back the intensity of the emotion. I was shouting at a kid. I vaguely remembered some childish quarrel, the details of which were completely irrelevant. What I remembered were the words, my words. You're going to be sorry. You will never sleep again. Don't think you'll get away. You bastard. You will have nightmares. Worse. As you scream to escape your nightmares, monsters will crawl out of your dreams. They will take you down with them to deepest pits of hell. You will. This is where I stopped. The boy was genuinely horrified. And it was not my childish threats that were scaring him. I blinked as I noticed that the air in front of me had gone dark. It twisted and bucked like something was trying to break through. It coiled and twisted into a diabolic question mark, as if waiting for me to finish what I was saying. I realized that I had run out of steam. The kid, however, was petrified, waiting for me to finish what I was saying. I should not have said what I did. But sweet Lord, I did not know. I did not know. You will, die, I whispered, unable to stop my childish vindictiveness. My stomach sank within me as I saw the gnarled knot of air going crazy. The kid gasped and took a step back. I reached out a hand trying to stop it. Too late. The demonic swirl swooped straight into his head. There was a blip in reality and I blinked again. The kid blinked too. Both of us looked around us. It was still the same, sunny day and we were both still in the school playground where it had all started. He stared at his hands and touched himself to check if he was still alive. A nervous giggle escaped me. He glared at me. You are crazy, he declared, his voice hoarse and devoid of all energy. And then he turned around, stumbling, and took off. I was left standing alone, a meaningless smile of triumph pasted on my face. I had the feeling I had done something I did not begin to understand. The memory faded away, leaving me numb as always. The other snippets came flowing out from the attic of my memory into my mind. The boy had withered away before my eyes in the days following that fight. I would see him every day at school, his face drawn, his eyes red from no sleep. He would glare at me each time he saw me looking at him, but he would never say a word. There was too much fear in his face. He did not dare start another fight. I tried to feel good about it. I had scared him silly. But my stomach kept sinking each time I saw him till it could sink no more. It was almost like I knew what was coming. One day, he was absent from the first class. When he did not turn up till lunch, I went to the bathroom and shut myself in the loo for an hour, tears running down my face as guilt racked me. That afternoon, one of the teachers came into the class to ask if any of us knew where he was. He had disappeared from his room in the middle of the night. They had found the room a mess, with traces of slime, ash, and his blood all over the place. I had spent many nights howling into my pillow, tortured by my imagination trying to answer the question, what had come for him that night? The papers and news channels did not make it any easier for me. It was sensational news and for years triggered what could have happened articles and shows. Every time, the nightmares I had cursed him with came back with a vengeance to haunt my nights. The memories still hurt. Other memories sneaked in too, shouldering each other for space in my mind. A succession of faces. All those people. All the times my temper had caused trouble. No, not my temper. The words. Always the words. It never did get so bad again, but there was no comfort in that. I had killed that kid. It might as well have been me crawling out of a hellhole to drag him down with me. You will die. And then there were others. You will live your life out as a vegetable, your feeble brain and overgrown body useless to you. Of course you're pretty, my love. Why do you think I thirst for one look of those gorgeous eyes? Each time, with growing realization, I had known exactly what I had been doing. I was using words to change things. So that was what had happened to the kid. A creature from hell had indeed come to drag him away. The college bully had not been mentally paralyzed by an epileptic fit. It had been me. The girl had ended up prettier, but had also grown vain and petty. Again, because of me. The numerous instances where my words caused one thing or another came back to me full force. I had done good, but I had wreaked chaos as well. I had been using my gift throughout. At some level, I'd known it too. I had known what I was doing, even if I had not truly believed. All that can be done, and a lot more, Devorto added softly, as my memories faded into the distance. You have used your gift, even if you did it without fully knowing what you did. Wordsmith, you have not acquitted yourself well in the way of the word. You have been petty and foolish. You acted as a child would, wanton and irresponsible. You did a little good, but small charmscapes cannot erase what you have wreaked. You have taken much more than you have given. My chest and throat tightened until I could barely breathe. Again, the objectivity brought on by the meditative state prevented inane outbursts and denials. What good were any of those against a presence that could sense each and every one of my actions, my intentions, and moreover the consequences of my deeds? Devordo knew more about what I had done than even I realized. And in his voice, I could sense a distaste that was all too real, all too justified. I sensed the sheer monstrosity of what I had done, the extent of the destruction and hurt I had wreaked. I hadn't been a good guy, after all. I had never been a good guy. I had been a selfish, inconsiderate son of a bitch who had gotten away with murder. And I honestly had nothing to say in my defense. Except, perhaps, that I hadn't known what I had been doing. I hadn't known I could cause the harm I did. It had been more wishful thinking than anything else. But to wish for such things. Yes, I'm glad you see that. I don't really have anything more to say about this, then. I'll leave you to your thoughts for a while. Later, when you're more at peace with yourself, we will talk about what we must do, what lies in the future, for both of us. Things cannot be undone, but you can try and make amends by doing good with your gift, by helping me do good. I didn't protest this time. I didn't yet have the capacity to think of doing good or making amends. And neither did I have the strength to fight or debate anymore. I couldn't take any kind of a stand and had no surprise arguments. For once, I had lost completely. I had been let down, betrayed by my own self. I guess I did need the time off after all. Go out for a while, boy. It will clear your head. Walk, see the sights, feel the air and the sea on your skin. It's not so bad. And you're not really a bad person. You're just human. And in your human weakness, you asked for things without realizing what you would get. Don't flog yourself too much, not yet. Right now, focus on feeling and seeing with your gift. Go on now, go out. Again, I didn't protest. I got up quietly and walked to the dirty, cracked wash basin to wash my face. As I ran the water, I looked up into the mirror. I saw a stranger in the faded and dirty mirror, weary and old, with eyes much older than his years. The eyes. Devordo, I called out aloud, my voice quivering with a sudden surge of fear. Yes? Why has one of my eyes turned green? Chapter 9. The Trail of the Wordscapist. There are so many ways to weave. And so many threads to choose. The pattern emerges with time. As the weaver is drawn into the loom. The historian. Zobarin did not leave me much time to come to terms with what was happening. We soon had a team pick us up from the warehouse, which turned out to be in an isolated part of Goa, a state on India's western coast. It was the first time I had been to India. I had been on scapes to the east, but they were more often in China and Southeast Asia, for some reason. India had often been viewed as a free word stronghold and the guild rarely sent teams out here. It made sense that my stint as a free word historian should start in India. The team that came to collect us brought a couple of huge SUVs. The people were all norms, but were apparently well versed with the ways of wordsmiths. I even saw some packaged recording equipment, top-of-the-line stuff. Zobarin had obviously been planning this one for a very long time. I wondered what she had intended to do if Silvus hadn't tried to knock me off. I wouldn't have been so agreeable about switching teams then. I gulped as I realized that I was to be a part of the Free Words rebellion whether I liked it or not. Remembering Zobarin's telepathic missive, I reminded myself that she could easily read every thought in my head, even if I was protected against scapes. I decided to keep my thoughts neutral and politically correct. I wish I had had some training in thoughtlessness like wordsmiths do right at the beginning of breathsmith training. The roads hugged the coastline for the most part. Once in a while, we would enter hills, and soon enough, we would exit them through long, dark tunnels dimly lit by spooky, yellow lights. Every now and then, we would pass small villages and towns, but for the most part there weren't too many houses around. The cars kept up a furious pace throughout. We were headed to the heart of Goa for a free wordsmith's rendezvous that had been scheduled, quite coincidentally, for that very evening. I tried striking up a conversation with the norms in the car, but they ended up being quite surly. Perhaps language was a problem. Apart from English, my knowledge of languages extended only to Europe and the Far East. I didn't know Hindi, India's national language. And even that would not have been of much use. India, I had read somewhere, had 28 different states, at last count, and most of them had their own languages and numerous further dialects. Perhaps the men spoke Gonese or whatever was spoken in these parts. The article had claimed that India had around 425 languages and somewhere between 1600 and 1700 dialects. I wondered how the tourists managed. A couple of hours of hard driving later, we entered Panjim, Goa's capital. The roads got more crowded, and deteriorated as well. The cars had to slow down a bit, as they swerved into narrower lanes from the highway. I looked out keenly, trying to get a sense of the country. It was crowded, noisy and extremely colorful. We stopped briefly for a tea break, while one of the Norms inspected the wheels on one of the SUVs, the one Zobarin was in. She didn't emerge though. Little thick glasses of steaming tea were handed around. I took one sip of the scalding hot liquid and abandoned my stubby glass. The thick, sweet liquid was nothing like tea and caused my insides, already shaken by the swerving trip through the hills, to protest violently. I quite liked the place, though. It was green and it was cool, though in a strange way, it was also humid and warm. I didn't need my heavy jacket, which I had been wearing for the wet and cold morning in Galapagos. I shuddered as I thought of my close brush with death. Brushes actually, if you counted Sign's visit and Silvis's execution order as separate incidents. I climbed back into one of the SUVs and we took off for the last leg of the journey, wherever that led us. Nobody thought it important to let me know what the plan was. I thought we had left Panjim, but wasn't really sure. Was Mapusa different from Panjim or within Panjim? But given where my life was, geographical location was the least of my concerns. I was with the most wanted member of the free word, hunted by the CCC and the Guild for multiple crimes against the way of the word and large-scale continuum tampering. I was also being taken to a meeting where I was to meet other such controversial wordsmiths, who would collectively fetch enough bounty to bid for the first wordsmith's scapestaff, should it ever be put up for sale. I wondered how much bounty would be offered for my balding head. However large that amount might be, I was sure I would find the concept more scary than flattering. But with such big names around, I didn't have to worry about being hunted. They would probably look for me only after they had hunted down every last free wordsmith. We finally turned into a narrow lane that was labeled Baga. One last harrowing turn later, we stopped outside a place that claimed to be the Gypsy Shack. Zobarin unfolded from her car, unruffled by the drive. Come along, historian. Get a hand held. You might want to record some of these parts for flavor. I half bridled at this. The Guild, for all its faults, treated historians with respect. We were specialists who only recorded scapes with import that qualified them for the archives. We weren't treated as mere cameramen who recorded every time wordsmiths had a gossip. Before I could protest, Zobarin had moved on and one of the Norms was handing me a handheld recorder and a pack of batteries. I sighed as I took the equipment. I could throw a fit, but I didn't think it would do me any good. These were extraordinary circumstances and I would probably be required to do worse than this before the dust settled, if it ever did. I slipped the batteries in and started the camera. I looked at the viewfinder and turned it around, testing it for light. I pointed it at the Norm who had given me the camera and was waiting, watching me rather impatiently. Smile, I said, as I started a test recording. I might as well have asked him to roll over and play dead. I sighed again, as I turned around and followed Zobarin. I found myself tripping over a patch of sand before I entered the Gypsy Shack. I saw Zobarin talking to someone. He might have been the owner of the shack, or a caretaker. I was leaning more towards Bouncer though. He looked like one of those muscular Latinos who had been left in the sun for too long. Tanned almost dark brown, the man's muscular arms were covered in tattoos. He also had long, curly hair with lots of gray in it, tied in a vague ponytail. He was wearing a brown poncho that he had tied around the waist with what looked like sailor's rope and canvas trousers that flapped around. He was dressed in beach slippers, same as almost half the people I had seen so far in Goa. I turned the camera on them, looking through the viewfinder. I stated date, time, and location, and moved in closer so that I could catch the audio for whatever inane conversation was happening between Zobarin and the stranger. I focused on the man as he was talking and took a couple of steps forward. The first words I heard and recorded were anything but inane. He was very powerful, mistress. Pardon my impertinence, but Dooley, said that he was even more powerful than you. Slick. I took a quick shower and changed into light, comfortable clothes, trading in my heavy shoes for comfortable floaters. I completely avoided looking at the mirror throughout this entire period. The sight had shaken me more than I would like to admit. It hadn't helped that Devordo was completely stumped by the change as well. He had had blue-gray eyes when he had a body of his own. I had plain brown eyes, though they were a lighter brown than most Indians. There was no trace of green anywhere. And now, in one of my eyes, my right eye to be precise, there were striations of green radiating from a black pupil that now suddenly looked quite sinister. My other eye remained the original light brown and only served to highlight the contrast with the newly brown-green eye. It mocked me, loudly declaring the alien presence within me. The eye color issue served one purpose: it completely distracted me from the conversation I had had with Devordo and how it had left me feeling. I slipped my money and my passport into my jacket and zipped up my bag. There wasn't much of value in it now. I was getting out of the room and out into the open. Devordo's advice of catching some fresh air sounded pretty good to me. As I clattered down the stairs out onto the narrow street, I really did start feeling a little better. It was a carnival out there. The lanes were jam-packed with people, even though it was only late afternoon. I walked past the stores looking at the different offerings on display, but it was the people who made it fascinating. I kept looking at faces and the expressions. Snatches of conversations came to me as I passed people. With the foreign tourists, the voices were louder, the expressions more exaggerated, the excitement more intense. The Indians, on the other hand, found the foreigners more fascinating than the sights and sounds that Goa offered. Me, I was fascinated by everyone and everything. Even more than I thought I would be. Somewhere down the line, I realized that the fascination was partly due to Devordo too. I tried to imagine what all this must feel like to a man from the Scottish Highlands of the 16th century. I couldn't. But I could feel his excitement, his wonder. I walked, moving from one lane to another, from one market to another. I did not buy anything. I just looked and absorbed. I was the window through which Devordo experienced the world. It took some getting used to though, having two sets of comments and reactions to everything. Though he was silent for the most part, there was a surge of emotion every now and then, or a whispered word or two that showed how he felt. I spent the rest of the day wandering around the place, walking, thumbing down rides or taking buses from one part of North Goa to another. I did not linger in any one place for too long, and it soon became my mission to cover maximum ground. It might have been some subtle suggestion on Devordo's part that made me do it, or it might have been my own restlessness and desire to run away from it all. I walked and climbed and trudged over all kinds of terrain that day, trying to exorcise the restlessness with sheer exhaustion. Market Beach, Church Cafe Beach, Hill Pub, Meadow Beach. The afternoon flew past and I got progressively more tired, and at the same time, relaxed. As the day came to an end, I found myself lying on a beach, I don't remember which one, as I saw the sun sink into the sea. The child in me expected a hiss of steam as the blazing ball touched the water. I could hear Devordo's faint chuckle at that thought. But it was pleasant and not mean, and I let it pass. The sunset was rather beautiful, and the beach not as crowded as most of the other beaches I had visited. There was a moment of peace as I sank back to my elbows, just appreciating the view without any thought. "Boy," he spoke after a long time. "Do you have to call me that?" I asked, only half annoyed. All said and done, the man was half a millennium older than me and he of all people could call pretty much anyone a boy. Unless she was a girl, I guess. "Remember Acto's invitation? I think you should go. I sense there might be things happening there. Isn't that reason not to go? It's time to find some answers, Slick. And neither of us is aware of what's happening in the world of wordsmiths. Don't worry about your safety. You're a powerful wordsmith yourself, and you have me inside you now. And my power too. Between us, I'm sure we can best any wordsmith the guild or the free word can throw at us. Why does this sound like we're going into a battle? Because we just might be. However, we'll try and keep it as peaceful as we can. Come now, let's go." I pushed myself up reluctantly. I had quite forgotten about Acto's invitation. It felt like a lifetime ago. But then, I guess I was better off turning up than not. He still half suspected me of being mixed up with his brother's murder. I brushed the sand off and started walking. I stopped to ask someone the way and learned that Ingos was north of here. I even hitched a lift to a place halfway there on a dilapidated scooter, the old gentleman in front riding at a speed that made me half wish I had walked. I was dropped off at a bridge over a quaint little creek. It had gotten rather dark and the bridge was pretty isolated too, with hardly a soul around. I walked along the creek in the direction of the market, as directed by the old man. I soon came to a fork, and took a turn based on an approximate estimation. But with me, approximation and direction are not a good combination. I soon lost track of where I was going. I took wrong turn upon wrong turn, and soon I reached a place where you just have to take a U-turn. I tried retracing my path. But to one genuinely lost, retracing a path is nothing more than an academic concept, almost impossible to execute. I could sense Devordo's growing irritation, but I guess he was pretty helpless too. I reached side streets and back lanes and whatever godforsaken paths lie beyond such forgotten places. Darkness ruled here, and there was not a single light to be seen. Even the crickets had gone silent. I was beginning to feel extremely uncomfortable with the way I found darker, scarier lanes with every turn I took. I realized that I had not passed a single house or a cottage for a long time. Apart from some desolate fields on either side of the lanes, and trees on the fringes of these fields, there was nothing else around. I finally saw a silver gleam through a copse of trees. I stumbled through the undergrowth, hoping that it was what I thought it was. It was. I had finally found the shore. I quickly oriented myself and figured out where I needed to go. I knew the direction I had to pursue now, which itself was a great feeling, and decided to walk along the beach until I found an exit road away from the beach. With that rare exultation one feels in such situations, I started singing at the top of my voice as I traipsed along the sand, lost in the beauty of the beach at night, the sand glowing in otherworldly silver. "Ouch," said Devorto. I ignored him and continued singing. I went through a medley of songs, each song adding to Devorto's discomfort as they caromed around my head. Somehow, that made this singing all the more enjoyable. Soon, I saw a sight that added to my joy, a group of people sitting to one side of the beach. Civilization. I could not be far from a road that would take me to my destination. I increased my pace and soon reached the group. They were locals, and they were drinking beer. This was clearly the main pastime for most people in Goa. I recognized some of the people from outside Akto's shack. I did not quite like the look of them, but decided to ask for help nevertheless. Any port in a storm and all that. Most of the guys were looking at me and there were some words being exchanged that were sure to be about me. They were talking in the local language, Konkani, and there was nothing I could understand. I was still dressed in a shirt and jeans, a complete anomaly in the land of shorts. I love Goa t-shirts and beach sandals. I called out to one of them, "How do I get from here to the Anjuna Beach Road? I need to get to Ingo's." The men ignored me and I repeated my question, slowing the words so that they would understand me. They continued to ignore me, and this irritated me. I shouted at them, repeating my question, emphasizing key words like Anjuna, Ingo's, and night market. One of them finally got up and approached me, calling out something to those behind him. There were some chuckles and a couple of others also stood up. He came up quite close to me and looked me over, head to toe. He was clearly drunk. He was also a brute, built like a prime candidate for the annual ox wrestling tryouts. He was swaying the bottle of beer he was drinking from side to side, holding it by the neck. His intentions, it was clear, weren't good. I decided that I had had enough of this situation. I waved a goodbye and turned around to follow my beach path. "Look out, boy." Devorto's voice rang in my head. Before I could figure out what to look out for, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I was swung around violently. I staggered a couple of steps and almost fell. I felt the blood rush to my head as my temper rose. I hated obnoxious drunkards and I hated bullies. This man was both. The ox came closer and in my face, his foul breath stinking up all the air I was breathing in, giving me a little mocking shove. That just about did it. I closed my right hand in a tight fist and gave it to him right on the kisser. I felt his nose crunch and his lips flatten under my knuckles. He went down like the losing ox in the wrestling match. For a brief moment, I exulted. Devorto threw in a well done that added to the feel-good factor. It was then that I realized what I had done. Oh shit. The ox's friends let out a flurry of oaths. The ones on their feet rushed at me. I backed a few steps, tripped and fell, my arse slamming into the thankfully soft sand. I pushed myself to my feet, waiting for them to come to me, determined to give as good as I got. There was a loud cry then, as someone shouted out something. The guys stopped. I watched, my heart pounding, as the ox staggered to his feet. The situation was rather clear. He wanted revenge, and he wanted me for himself. He looked like he could tear me to pieces with one hand while he swigged beer with the other. I gulped as I realized that I had probably been better off being beaten to death by the others. I had got lucky with my previous punch because he just did not expect it. Now, he was ready. And he looked like he was going to put me through a lot of pain. As he approached me, his wrist flicked and there was the mother of all knives in his hand. Jesus. I could not die in such a cliched situation. What are you scared of, boy? You can take them. You can take all of them down. You have the gift. Let it loose. Let it do what you want it to. What? After all that talk you gave me about being irresponsible with my gift, you asked me to let it loose? What do you want me to do? And I have never dealt with anything of this magnitude. I saw the ox leering through the blood dripping from his broken nose and split lips as he flicked the knife through some vicious arcs. I could sense the growing desperation and the surge of adrenaline. I needed to do something. Damn right you do. You misused your gifts against helpless norms. These ruffians are asking for trouble. It's your life or theirs. It is a duel to the death. Do not hesitate. Weave, or I shall. Oh damn. The last thing I wanted was Devorto using me as a host to start weaving wordscapes. I had to do something here. The ox was much closer now. Too close for comfort. I had to talk to him. I don't think he wanted to talk. He was too intent on carving me up. I decided to give talking a shot. It had worked back in the shack. Words. I needed words. The words came to me as they did before, out of nowhere. I did not need to think. I took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop. Back off." Lame, at best. He just grinned wider, his bad teeth made all the more horrible because of the blood. But he did stumble a bit, a frown flitting across his face. Did I do that? Go on, the voice whispered to me. Talk. I took a deep breath and spoke. Strange words came to me, words I did not know, words I did not understand. Stop, or I will unleash Sliveret. I shouted out. An invisible tendril curled into existence. It was a powerful name. The man stopped for a second, slightly puzzled at my words. I was pretty puzzled myself. What in wide heavens was Sliveret supposed to be? I am trying to scare a big brute armed with a foot-long knife with made-up words. Devorto. I called out in my head, my unspoken voice quavering. He whispered to me, "Go on, boy, go on. You're doing just fine." With all the desperation of a man pleading for his life before a lynch mob, I plunged on, "Do not come any further. Back off. Sliveret will cut you all to pieces." The oaf with the blade smirked and asked in a heavily sarcastic tone, "What is silver?" "Sliveret, you fool." I hissed, "Not silver. She is an imp, a wicked lil-imp." I could see that he did not understand much of what I was saying. But then, I had a growing realization that I was not talking to him. I was talking to something else out there. I could almost see a shape forming in the air. Devorto, what the hell am I doing? What are you doing? I asked the question aloud, furiously, spitting the words. The ox frowned, not sure what was happening anymore. Devorto spoke after a moment of silence, "You are weaving, my boy. You are weaving your first real scape. Do." It took me some time to figure out the plan of action. I was searching for two powerful ciphers who were somehow woven into one. I didn't understand how. But I knew I had to do it. Papa Loon had told me to. I wanted to. In some way they were connected to Andida's death. And if that wasn't enough motivation, nothing was. I went back to Papa Loon's memory. Not surprisingly, it was easier to analyze his memories objectively than mine. I ran through it again and again, looking for some clue. For the first time, I let it play to the end, and beyond when he walked out of the shack. Just as Papa Loon was turning around, I saw something that caused my heart to jump to my throat. The mossy tinge, it was there in the memory, even after he had left. Only it was weaker now. More importantly, it was thicker towards the entrance to the shack, which is where he had been headed when he had walked out. It led to him. I quickly dismissed the memory and brought up my scape sign. I knew what I was looking for. I looked through it at the room around me, looking for a light patch where I would be able to see other colors. A white stole was suspended from the hook on the door. As I looked hard at it, I could see a mossy tendril move past, so faint I almost missed it. I quickly started weaving a trace into it. I put in a few power words, augmenting my sight to notice the tinge. Slowly, I saw more and more of it. It was all around my room. And it was streaming in from a crevice in the skylight built into the sloping roof. I had it. I just had to follow the trace all the way to Slick. I stopped to pick up my battle wand and charms. I found the wand and slipped it into my bag. My fingers ran over the words inscribed in tiny letters at the bottom, "To do, stun away baby." Andida. I remembered how I had groaned when I had seen the inscription, at the same time completely thrilled to have my own wand. Before then I had been using an old patched-up wand that Andida had passed on to me when he had made his new one. The one he had died with. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I didn't have time for this. I started looking for charms when I suddenly stopped. There were two ciphers here. Each more powerful than even the most powerful wordsmith in the Free Word or the Guild. Who was I kidding by preparing myself for battle? I wouldn't even dent either of their auras with anything I had on me. My only chance was to somehow lure them to the market, where the free wordsmiths would be waiting. Together I was sure the Free Word would prove a match for this duo. I quickly opened the door and stepped out. And gasped. The mossy tinge was everywhere. These two were so powerful that in some way they had managed to taint surroundings for miles around. I let my consciousness become diffused so I could tie down patterns in the mossy striations around the place. It was like looking at a light through near-closed eyes. I could see starbursts of color here and there, but for the most part, it was just a light hue that tainted everything in that irritating mossy shade, pretty and alive yet somehow decrepit and parasitic. I soon saw a bearing to the north, a pattern that thickened just a bit in that direction. I'd never have noticed it if it hadn't been for my scape sign and my spell building in an enhanced sensibility to this color. I kick-started my bike and set off. This would take time, but I was going to hunt him down. The rest of the evening passed in a tiring blur. It wasn't as easy as I had thought. The pattern wasn't always reliable. Sometimes it thickened just because there were trees or water, and at times, the wind moved it around. Towards the evening, I found myself heading west and the glare of the setting sun kept interfering with my light-chasing scape. It was irritating, but it worked, more or less. I found myself bearing north, as I zigzagged towards Chapora and lesser-known beaches. The crowds thinned out and there were hardly any people around. Soon it was past sunset and I had only the bike's light to guide me. What were these two up to in this wilderness? I headed to the only petrol station in the vicinity to tank up. I refueled and took a few minutes to examine the pattern. With the fading light, the pattern had become clearer. And yes, I could see it pointing north again, towards the beach. I was close. I felt a thrill of fear and excitement. Come on, Dooley. You can do this. I started the bike and set off. I headed straight for the beach this time. The closer I got, the clearer the pattern was. Or perhaps an entire afternoon of searching had just helped me understand and see the pattern more clearly. I soon hit an offshoot path that led to the beach, and I rode down as far as I could. I saw a motley group of bikes and bicycles. Oh, trouble. This was Vincent and gang. They were the worst locals a tourist could walk into in North Goa. Each of them had criminal records that ran into multiple pages. However, with wordsmiths as powerful as these, I wasn't sure who I should be worrying for. I quickly parked the bike and took off down the beach at a run. The moment I hit the beach I knew that my fears were completely justified. The gang was spread out with Vincent at the head. Facing them was Slick, with his back to me. There was no second person in sight, but I somehow sensed that there wouldn't be someone else lurking around. I could see a blaze of mossy tendrils around him through my scape sign. I slowed down, but kept walking forward, wondering what the hell to do. The wind brought his words to me, and in the rhythm and the words, I recognized a very powerful scape. It wasn't one that I recognized, but then, one didn't need to know a scape to understand what it could wreak. Ahead of him, I could see his scape sign twisting and flaring. It was the color of moss on fire, it was his color. I came to a stop a few feet behind him, afraid of alerting him. I continued listening as he wove his scape to an end. Slowly, the meaning of the scape filtered through. Sweet mother! He was going to slaughter the entire bunch. Slick! Devorto's words ran a shiver through my body. It was fear and it was thrill. It was the realization that I was setting out to fulfill my destiny as a wordsmith. It was the terror of yielding to a power I did not begin to understand. It was the misery of all the damage I had already wreaked with my careless words. It was all this and more, all mixed together. I drew a deep breath and started talking. The voice was mine, but I knew the words weren't. I was drawing on what Devorto was giving me. She is death itself. Of the Alsace. From the mounds. A fairy with flails for limbs. And blades for teeth. Sharp from end to end. Deadly in intent. She slashes, she slices. She stabs, she cuts. Her banshee shriek freezes. As she plunges. Her sharp, stinging tail. The tendril began thickening, curling in on itself, devouring its tail, taking on a form that was still invisible, yet menacing. The ox stared at me, as if a bug he had been planning to crush had suddenly started tap dancing in front of him. But I was just beginning to warm up. I did not understand it, but then I didn't have to. Words came all by themselves. Devorto sounded almost triumphant now. He goaded me like a delighted football coach even as I wove. She's on my call. And I will let her loose on you. All I need to do is whistle. And once I let her free. With the word attack comma. There is no turning back. I cannot call her back. Till the task is done, dot. The deed was done, the tendril now knew what shape it was destined to take, what was expected of it. Sliverette cut and sliced her way into existence, a vision of hell with a lot of sharp ends started forming, twisting the air around it. There was an air of impending disaster, and the ox's friends, those who were not drunk enough to overlook what was happening, started backing away. I backed away a couple of steps too. I saw something happening just above the ox's head. I could not quite figure out what, but it was scary as hell. The space warp that usually formed was taking on a shape this time, an invisible shape that I somehow could just about see. The shape was stretching and skewing to look like something very scary, something I had just described. This was getting insane. Well done, boy, Devorto said. I could almost feel the smile. Now, finish what you started. Say the word. I gulped as I realized what I had done. I had created an entity. I had talked to the very fabric of reality, and woven something into existence. And from the words, I figured I had created something very, very dangerous. I wondered if there was any way I could stop this madness. At that moment, the ox took things out my hands. He raised his hand in a smooth and swift arc, bringing the knife really close to my thighs. I leapt back desperately. The femoral artery, Devorto shouted in my head, he almost killed you. And you want to stop. You want to kill yourself. Bampot. Do not hesitate. Or it will be too late. The shape in the air twisted and struggled and almost shrieked to me, adding another voice in my head, set me free. There are only so many voices I can handle. I exhaled the word, attack. Hell bristling with blades broke loose. The knife in the ox's hand clattered to the ground, followed by 2 fingers and a thumb. Blood splattered freely as the ox shrieked in a voice that did not sound anything like his. Some of his other friends lunged forward, trying to help their mate against what they believed was one unarmed man. They ran into Sliveret's rear guard. As promised, it was sharp and stunned like hell. It stabbed viciously and did plenty of damage. Pandemonium escalated to mayhem and then to sheer insanity. Grown men were screaming like children as they blundered about, trying to escape death. They tried to ward her off with knives and rocks and wooden sticks. Nothing worked. She cut, sawed, and drilled through everything. She flitted about at a speed that defied the eyes, flicking aside weapons and other missiles. She was too fast for any of them, for all of them put together. The gang was screaming in chorus now, different pitches and scales. I saw men running around, jumping and leaping. Initially, there were attempts to attack her. But the moment any of them caught sight of her, they would turn and run. She would not stop. She would dart after whoever retreated, dealing a vicious cut that disabled him on the spot, and then she would be back into the melee of confused and scared men who ran headlong in their terror. I realized that I had been silently whimpering at the gory sight. There was also a sense of quiet satisfaction inside my head, an echo from Devorto. I ignored the feeling. I had to stop this. All of them would end up getting killed. I screamed, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" The vicious little nightmare stopped for an instant and snuck a glance at me, grinning in a manner that gloated, crowed, and derided simultaneously. For the first time, I actually caught sight of the nasty piece of work. She was silvery and shaped like a statuette of a woman, sketchy yet beautiful, only with her limbs gone all awry. I caught sight of a variety of sharp blades before she went right back to the prey. I cannot call her back till the task is done. I remembered my words. I could not stop her. She was going to kill all those guys. Serves them right, Devorto said, his voice cold and deadly. No. I protested. We will not kill anyone. We have to stop this. I could feel Devorto holding out for an instant, but then he relented. The words came to me. Before I could say them, however, I heard another voice, spoken over my shoulder, the voice of a girl, quiet, coherent and strangely powerful. I call out. To the spirits. Of the winds. And the waters. Stop this fairy. Stop her now. Gusts and waves. Quench her spirit. Quell her. I turned around to see where the words were coming from. There she was, She looked prettier than ever in the moonlight. The sound of water and wind made me turn around, back to where the action was. My sight was arrested by a twister of water and wind rising out of the sea. It shrieked with power as it bore down towards the chaos on the beach. The men turned and fled, unable to deal with this additional threat. Sliveret turned around and looked at the twister. I swear to God, I actually saw her grin. What followed was a sight that was majestic and beautiful, and extremely scary. Sliveret plunged into the twister and moved through it like she was 1,000 fairies in one. The wind and the water raged around her, but in moments it was over. A gust of wind hit me with spray as the twister melted into nothing. Remaining floating in the air was Sliveret, supremely triumphant. No! I heard the word whispered in horror. I turned back to see Du backing away. I couldn't see her very well, but I knew she was scared. I saw something silvery was past. Sliverette. She was headed for the girl. Du quickly whipped out a slim piece of wood and pointed it at Sliverette. Some sort of a shield appeared that stopped Sliverette in her tracks. But it wasn't working very well. Sliverette was moving forward, one relentless inch at a time. I could see sparks jumping out of the piece of wood. I presumed it was a wand as it strained to stop the fairy. I could see Du straining as she yelled out word after word, trying one thing after another to stop the deadly thing from getting to her. For a frozen instant, I was stuck there, watching her. I could feel my heart sinking with every inch the fairy gained. There could only be one outcome here, and I was almost in denial of it. Du kept screaming out words, trying to stop the thing. She was trying every possible way to destroy the fairy. The desperation in her voice filtered through to my numbed brain. She was fighting for her life, and she was losing. If I didn't help her, she would fall prey to the malevolent spirit. And suddenly, just like that, I knew what to do. This has to stop, I spoke quietly, calmly. There has been enough violence. I could sense Devorto's agreement. I felt some relief that he wasn't a cold-blooded murderer. I closed my eyes for an instant of peace. The word came to me. Partly my own, partly Devorto's. I opened my eyes. It took just one word to put Sliverette to sleep, Soma. Sliverette spun around, a look of shock on her face. And a miniature twister started twirling around her tail. She made a dismayed moo with her bloody serrated lips and vanished. I sighed in relief. That was done. Now for the guys. I turned around to check the scene there. I saw the men shouting and swearing at me, even as they staggered away, pulling their comrades who were incapable of walking by themselves. I realized that each one of those men would carry scars from this day for the rest of their lives. There was a lot of blood, marked in dark patches on the silvery sand. There were also dark lumps lying around that I did not want to think about. I would have to be sick right there if I allowed myself to admit what they were. I did not know whether to feel disgusted at all that violence or to feel thankful that the blood was not mine. Hey! I heard her scream. Hey, you! I turned around again, slightly dizzy from all the turning. Du was closer now. I could see much better. I was right, she did look incredibly beautiful. My earlier judgment of cute had definitely been unfair. And yes, she was also incredibly furious. You murderer! You bloody murderer! She could barely speak coherently, her fury choking her up, as she stomped closer to me. I could only stare helplessly, left mute by her anger and the way her animated face looked so intensely beautiful in the moonlight. She walked up till she was inches away from me, almost grabbing me, but then deciding not to. She shook her fist under my nose, as she spoke through gritted teeth. You deliberately wove that thing up. You murderer! You wanted to kill those men. You stood there watching, doing nothing, while that vile thing cut them up. You sick man. I shook my head stupidly, wondering what to tell her, how to explain myself to her. I didn't want her hating me, I didn't want all that disgust and anger directed at me. And for once, I was at a complete loss for words. She stood there, glaring at me. She was breathing heavily, the blood rush and adrenaline slowly leaving her. Okay, I'm done screaming, she said, her voice dead flat now. Do you want to try and explain why you did what you did? I didn't, I started, and then realized I had no clue where to go with that sentence. I tried again after a pause. I had no clue. No, that was even worse. I had to do better. I could hear Devorto chuckle, and that definitely didn't help. He tried to kill me. The moment that came out, I realized that I really couldn't have done worse. That came out sounding petulant and childish. He tried to kill you? Her voice and expression didn't cut me any slack. And you wove up an elemental fairy to massacre the whole lot? Doesn't that strike you as overkill? I had to give it to her, put like that it did sound pretty bad. But I had no clue what I was doing. Saying that wouldn't help though. I didn't know what would. I imitated a breathless fish for a while, and then shut my mouth. She took a deep breath, and then started speaking slowly, like she would to a kid, a really small and slow kid. You almost murdered a dozen men. I waited while I heard you building that scape, hoping that you would stop after scaring them off. But everything you said was sheer murder. You summoned one of the people of the mounds, one of the worst. I have not even heard of Sliverette. She sounds like you created her, taking a spirit from the fairy folks and casting her in your twisted imagination. She grew more animated as she spoke, almost spitting out her words, condemning me with every one of them. I tried to protest, but she stopped me with a gesture. She was not done yet. You created that scape just to kill. And then, to make matters worse, you let it make havoc without trying to stop it. At first, I thought you didn't know how to stop it. But no. You knew what you were doing. You called it off with a simple word at the end when it came for me. Just like that. But you didn't make the slightest effort when that thing was slaughtering those men. No one died, Devorto noted wryly. With my own conversational ability apparently lost for the moment, I echoed those words, including the wryness, to my belated horror. No one died. She repeated the words with such vehemence that I wilted a bit. How do you know? Those people were bleeding all over the place. How do you know who died and who didn't? How can you be so callous? You're a monster. You did go overboard, Devorto's voice conceded, with some reproach thrown in. I didn't believe this. He was telling me that I went overboard. How much of that madness was him and how much was me? I had no clue, but now was not the time to figure that out. I had to calm this girl down before she chucked another fireball at me. Caught between my newfound fish mimicry skills and my supposed tendency to overkill, one of us would end up dead. I really did not want either of us hurt at all. Say something. Don't just stand there and stare at me. She almost screamed these words. She had flushed as she blasted me with those words. God, she looked stunning. I was still too distracted to know what to say or how to react. You said you were done screaming, the words escaped me before I realized what I was saying. Oh God. Of course, and I'm the one who's wrong here. She was exasperated too now. Great. I really didn't know what would happen. That was the first time I tried anything like that. It was all Devorto's fault. The words tripped over themselves in a hurry to get out. And then, there was silence. She raised one eyebrow, looking at me in anticipation, waiting to hear what that meant. I was dumbstruck at my own stupidity, and going by the horrified silence in my head, so was Devorto. My mentor, I stammered, he just started teaching me this morning, and I am new to all this. I don't know wordsmithing any better than someone who doesn't know it. I was stumbling to new depths of verbal ineptitude. Your mentor? Her tone made it clear that I was once again using the wrong words to say what I should be saying. Devorto's silent fury was flooding my mind like the buzzing of 1,000 bees, making it difficult to think. Her expression made it clear that she wouldn't let me stop there and definitely expected me to complete my explanation. I took a deep breath, and collected what thoughts I could. I'm not a wordsmith. I'm not with the Guild or the Free Word or any other organization. I'm a cipher. I said the word as I struggled to describe who I was. I was using those damn words. I was becoming part of this crazy world. Slick, let me have you know that I am a wordsmith and I have walked the way of the word for long enough to know that there is no way in hell you're a cipher. You summon an entity, a particularly powerful one, without using a spell, a scape staff, or any kind of pre-woven scape. You cast her in the image of your needs, of your words. You violated the most important rules of the way by leaving the scape open-ended in terms of intent, potential and control. To make matters worse, you actually put in a clause that specified that you could not stop the monster until it completed the deed. And worst of all, you did not even mention what the deed was. God knows how many people that imp would have gone on to kill or maim before someone stopped it. I do not even know how you managed to weave it without following the set path. You have done all of this, and you expect me to believe you are a cipher? She managed to make cipher sound like some kind of vermin that crawled in dark, dirty places. I absorbed this analysis of what I had done, those crazy words that had come out of nowhere. I was reminded of my mathematics professor who used to tick me off for finding obscure derivations to regular theorems just because I had never bothered to memorize the standard solutions. At this point, Devorto offered a well, at least she's smart. I guess she was. And I was responding by being my daftest. I was still processing everything she had said and at the same time acknowledging Devorto's comment mentally, when she snapped her fingers before my face. What? She demanded, waiting for an explanation. Are you going to say something or are you going to space out again? Are you high on something? No, I countered. This, I could deny confidently. I'm completely sober. Well, why can't you tell me why the hell you did what you did? On second thoughts, denying that wasn't a good idea. And then I remembered my entire honest bluff sequence with Acto, and decided what worked once could definitely work again. Only I decided to skip the outrage. I took a deep breath and spoke, I'm sorry. I'm just shocked. I have never done anything like this before. Meeting you yesterday was bad enough. You attacked and I reacted with pure instinct. I had no clue what you did or what I did. It's only after that, through conversations with my mentor in Acto, that I have learned about the existence of things like the Way of the Word, the Guild, or the Free Word. It's only then that I recognized that I do indeed have the gift. In all those words he used, I heard the word cipher that came the closest to describing what I was. That's why I used that word when I tried to tell you who I was, what I was. I do not know anything more than this, do. I said her name for the first time, tasting the way it sounded, liking it very much. She gave me a long-suffering sigh. Really? That is your story? You'll have to do better than that. You resisted my elemental attack like it was nothing, bouncing it right back at me, and you expect me to believe this I don't know what I did story? You figured all of this out and wove up a murderous fairy because of conversations with Acto and this mysterious mentor you met today? Are you going to come out with the truth, or shall we just say goodbye to each other now? You can figure this mess out by yourself. No. No goodbye. The words left me almost before I could stop them. I was completely flummoxed. I'd given her the truth, and she had brushed it off as hogwash. It was ironic that this was happening to me, someone who had passed off hogwash as the truth so many times. I was acting like a total imbecile in front of a woman I found extremely attractive. I tried to make some swift repairs to my already irredeemable image, that is the truth. It might sound insane, but really, if I was a powerful wordsmith, I would have come up with a better cover story. Going by that logic alone, you need to cut me some slack and at least try to believe that there might be some truth in what I'm saying. She gave me a long, hard look, reminding me of the ones Acto had shot in my direction all morning. You know, that is a completely crazy story. But I will go along with it for now. However, I need you to come with me to meet Acto and the rest of the free wordsmiths. We can't have you roaming around and murdering people like this. Before the Warren, the whole truth will be out for sure. For your sake, let's hope you're not lying. Let's go. She stomped off, and for a couple of seconds, I was left staring after her. And then I quietly followed her. That was where I had been headed anyway. Only now, my chances of making it through the night alive were looking even bleaker. Chapter 10. To hunt a Wordscapist. The spider wove her perfect web. The fly played its part. And blundered right in. A moment later, chaos broke loose. The fly, it seems, had forgotten its cue. The historian Zobarin believed in hiding in a crowd. The meeting was to happen in a tent at the Saturday night market in Anjuna, a place that was bound to be jam-packed with crowds of rabid shoppers and hippies high on marijuana. I was to bring along my mobile equipment, ready for recording the minutes of the crucial meeting of the free word where war would be declared on the guild. I could not help feeling a shiver of apprehension go down my spine at the sheer magnitude of what this crazy group was attempting. A revolution against the guild was an incredible concept. We got there a couple of hours before midnight, which was the designated time of the meeting. The gypsy Zobarin met earlier was playing host. I wondered at the concept of letting norms in on the secrets of the way of the word. In the guild, the very thought of something like that would have earned you instant execution. Historians were not regarded as norms because of their responsibilities, but in the gifted sense, we were norms ourselves. So in a way, it felt good to know that there was someone else around who could not twist reality. It made me feel slightly more at ease at the thought of meeting some of the most powerful and rowdy wordsmiths the way had ever known. I was herded by one of the guys who drove us there to one of the tents. It was surprisingly quiet inside. I was left alone in the tent to set up my equipment. I wondered if there would be any scape weaving, and then decided to just set up basic recording equipment. If escape was announced, I would use my handheld recorder to figure out what the rest of the equipment could not capture. I was checking the angles on different cameras when the strange-looking gypsy called Actimentes came in. He nodded to me and opened a cooler, pulling out a couple of beers. He offered one to me, but I politely refused. The beer was a local brand and looked highly suspect. He shrugged and returned one beer to the cooler. He cracked the crown cap open with his teeth and settled down in a corner, chugging the beer like his life depended on it. So much for someone like me. I went back to my equipment calibration. After a while, a pretty young girl stomped in, clearly worked up about something. She called the man Papaloon and then rattled off something in a language that sounded like a mix between Spanish and Italian. I could just about make out the words wordscape, wordsmith, and cipher. Actimentes, apparently also known as Papaloon, didn't waste a moment and rushed out, closely followed by the girl. There was high drama afoot. A couple of minutes later, Zobarin came in. She looked around and nodded on seeing my preparations. She made herself comfortable on a little stool in a corner. It was fascinating to see so much woman fit into so little space. I wondered whether I should tell her of the exchange I had witnessed, and then decided not to. It was bound to come out sooner or later. Soon, the others started arriving. I could only gape as I watched them walk in. I had seen their faces on wanted posters and guild pamphlets. These were the legendary renegades of the way. There were saints and sinners, killers and spooks, those who looked really normal and others who were eccentric as hell. Zobarin took me around making quick introductions, which mostly comprised exchanging names and handshakes. They all used their scape names, their real names abandoned along with their guild IDs and associated lives. The first one was the healer. He had made quite a lot of noise before defecting to the free word. He specialized in using wordscapes as a healing therapy, even on norms. He had created several spells to cure tumors of all kinds and was rumored to be close to engineering a rune that could cure any virus-driven illness. The healer had refused to work with the pharmaceutical industry, disgusted by their price control and elitist strategies. He had quit the guild to practice undisguised healing. He had become a miracle man to the norm masses who led severely limited lives bound by what science could define and achieve. He had been hunted by the guild ever since for jeopardizing their secrecy. The healer had proved to be elusive though, and had escaped several traps and assassination attempts by the guild hunters. I wondered at the motivation of a man who so empathized with norms. But ironically, these very norms were clueless about his world. He was dressed in local attire, which I learned later was called a kurta pajama. He nodded a brief hello as he continued to mutter a spiritual energyscape that he was known to sustain at all times, a meditative and protective measure. Watching him with amusement was Gaia, the oldest renegade in the group. I had read of her escapades in the archives, going back more than a century. She hardly looked like a centenarian. She would have passed for 50, albeit a very matronly 50. Gaia led the Free Words environmental wing, engineering hundreds of sabotages, flummoxes and even assassinations every year that dealt crucial blows to industries dealing in any business that hurt the environment. Several guild wordsmiths involved in corporate control had been inducted into the Free Word or terminated, as appropriate, at the hands of this crazy woman. She was one of those who was rumored to be capable of killing a person, actually many people, to save one butterfly, if the butterfly was lucky enough to catch her fancy. She had gaily colored dreadlocks and was dressed in a free-flowing gown that flattered her physique. She took a moment to smile and give me a quick hug of welcome, and then went back to studying the healer with that same strange look of amusement. I was still recovering from the surprise of the hug when Zobarin maneuvered me to the next wordsmith in the line. I would have preferred to miss this one. Lonigan, or Lone Gun as he was better known, was the Free Word's answer to the deceased Jimmy Sao. Assassin par excellence and a maverick who insisted on operating alone, Lonigan added a notch to his scape staff for every guild hunter he brought down, in homage to the legendary gunsmiths of the Wild West. He was a lean whip of a man, corded and coiled like a snake readying to strike. Dressed in black shirt and jeans, he looked every inch the deadly killer he was. He looked at me with his watery, pale blue eyes, offering no other acknowledgement. "Don't mind Lonigan. He likes to spook people out," Zobarin said with what was meant to be a comforting smile. It did not quite work. The next person in line did not help either. Necros was the spookiest wordsmith I had ever met, by far. If Lonigan was the Free Word's Jimmy Sao, Necros was its ZYX. Necros, as the name would imply, was a necromancer. It was not clear to me whether Necros was a man or a woman, but for the sake of narrative, I shall assume it was a he. He was heavily made up, with coal-shadowed eyes, blood-red lips and slicked-back hair. His gnarled scape staff was adorned with a ram skull, and a robe that looked like it was made of raven feathers added to the effect. I shuddered as I wondered how many dead people he had brought back to undeadness and demonhood using that staff. I had heard of demon attacks on guild wordsmiths that had Necros' signature all over them. He hissed a greeting and smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. "I guess I should not mind him either?" I asked Zobarin, trying a bit of sarcasm. "Necros?" she asked, "Why would you mind him? I thought he was rather nice to you." I did not know if she was joking. For the sake of my own sanity, I assumed that she was. Next in line was a nervous-looking kid who would apparently need to wait for a year or two before he could drink in a pub. I was not fooled. The guild and the Free Word had almost come to an open war over the silent kid. The kid, as he was called, was the only mute wordsmith who had made it from the trainee ranks of inksmiths to the hallowed ranks of apprentice breathsmiths. He had been kidnapped by Zobarin before he could be made a full-fledged guild wordsmith, or so it was said. There had been rumors that the kid was the Wordscapist, because he was considered a thoughtsmith. Most wordsmiths assumed he was one because he could not really speak. But then it was discovered that he did mouth the words, though no sound came out. It had sparked many studies that challenged conventional wisdom about how wordscapes worked. The kid was a gifted wordsmith though, and was sure to be a valuable addition to the Free Word. I could not help wondering if the loosed scape had come to this kid in its hunt for fulfillment. But then, Zobarin would hardly have been so warm to him. She would have handed him over to sign in a flash. There were 3 more free wordsmiths in the tent. I didn't recognize them. They were the normal-looking ones. I wondered if it took strangeness to achieve fame or notoriety. I stored away their names for future reference though: Isis, Wind and Chains. Zoberin turned towards our host, and this is our beloved Acto, Actimentes Loon, Andy's blood brother, a Norm, co-conspirator and our magnanimous host. Loon hardly nodded at me and proceeded to whisper to Zoberin. I racked my brains for the name Andy. A moment later, it struck me. Andy or Andrew Wallachian had been one of Silvis's inner circle. His defection to the free word had come as a shock to everyone. It was rumored that Silvis had gone all out in his hunt for Andy, breaking many CCC laws in his quest for vengeance. Andy, however, had remained untraceable. However, I soon forgot all about Andy when I saw Zoberin's expression. She drew back to give Acto a serious look and asked him in a low voice, "Are you sure?" His words were audible this time. Du saw him at it. She mentioned that the spirit was one of the people of the mounds. She tried to stop it and failed. It would have killed her if he hadn't called it off. That too with a couple of words, like it was his pet or something. The scape was powerful, mistress. The CCC is probably on its way to the spot. We might need to split up sooner than we had planned. Zoberin looked at Acto for a long moment, digesting his words. Each one of the free wordsmiths was looking intently at them. The people of the mounds were faerie that eluded wordkind for centuries and were even hostile to them. A wordsmith who could summon the Fey ones was unheard of. How dangerous is he? Zoberin asked, just a hint of fear in her words. I felt a thrill of terror running through me. I could understand Zoberin being terrified by sign. But now this mysterious wordsmith made her uncomfortable too. He's a strange one, Acto replied. Do manage to bring him here without a struggle. I met him, and he seemed terrified of me, couldn't stop me from taking him down and nicking him with steel. Du does think he's dangerous, but I haven't seen it yet. I could see the determination come back into Zoberin's eyes. Anything Acto wasn't afraid of, the great Zoberin could definitely face. Her voice was grim. Bring him here. I would like to meet this gifted cipher. A murmur ran through the others at the words. Lonigan and Necros exchanged a look. I couldn't understand what was happening. How could a cipher summon the fairy, no matter how gifted he was? One of the words being murmured reached me, Wordscapist. That's when my mind finally completed putting 2 and 2 together. This was the man sign wanted. Kid, Zoberin called out to the silent one, I need you to go and set up a signscape for me, just as I taught you. Summon sign for me. There, that was the confirmation I needed. The kid's eyes widened in terror. He did not protest though, silently or otherwise, and quietly left the tent. It felt though like he left his silence behind. Everyone simply froze at the name of the elemental. There was no doubt about it now. This was the rumored Wordscapist. I could see the shock in their faces, including cold-hearted freaks like Necros and Lonigan. The legend of Wordkind was going to walk into this room. Acto hurried out and came back a few moments later with a young man. The cipher was undoubtedly young, and he looked petrified. A quick look around the room at all the people standing around staring at him only added to his terror. The young girl followed them into the room, quite agitated herself. You say your name is Slick? Zoberin asked in a voice that did not bode well for the young man. Yes, he said, his voice shaking, but still deep and firm. He was putting on a brave front. Where did you learn to use your gift, Slick? Zoberin asked, curious at this oddity, a cipher who could use his gift. The others were curious too. Wordsmiths were recruited at a very early age. Some, however, went undiscovered because of a latent gift and ended up as ciphers. Most ciphers usually lived out their lives as norms and were rarely discovered. There were some who would stumble onto their gift in an emotionally charged state. More often than not, the first use would involve a huge hole in the continuum caused by an all-too-powerful scape, leaving behind the poor cipher's smoking remains. Some would survive their first scape party, but would be immediately hunted down by the guild and the CCC with extreme prejudice. A cipher that could use the gift and sustain it over time was rare. Silvis had been one such example and had made it into the guild. However, he had since tightened guild laws to ensure that all ciphers were executed, irrespective of how much control they had over their gift. The prevalent belief in the guild was that anyone who could use his gift without following the set path was a threat to Wordkind. I did not know how the free word went about it, but in the current circumstances, the young cipher's chances did not look too good. I never learnt. This was the first time I've done something like this. I just happened to be in a tight situation where my fists could not rescue me. My life was at stake. I guess the gift just came to my rescue. I can't explain it. The young man went through his explanation quite calmly. But it didn't make sense. The gift, as he put it, wasn't a coherent entity that made choices like that. It just existed. It was indifferent to the state of danger the wordsmith was in. The gift came to your rescue, Zoberin purred, her eyes narrowing. Go on, this is very interesting. How did you use this gift to summon one of the people of the mounds? The people of the mounds, I heard Du say that too. See? I had no clue I was doing that. Maybe I'm possessed by the ghost of an old Scottish wordsmith or something. No? He offered this tentatively, almost like a peace offering. Again, he was too convincing for his own good. Anywhere else, he might have pulled it off. But here, he was in a room full of wordsmiths. I see you know enough to recognize the people of the mounds as coming from the Scottish fens. I guess this ghost is also educating as well as possessing you. Zoberin's voice dripped with sarcasm. Gaia chuckled at that, but no one else said anything. I threw a quick glance to Lonergan and Necros, but just got two very scary deadpans. The boy went silent, his brows knitting, his eyes glazing over, as if in deep thought. Stop lying, Zoberin suddenly snarled, making almost everyone in the room jump. Strangely, the boy didn't react. I need the truth. I know what's happening with you. I know all about the change you have gone through in the last 12 hours. I want you to tell me. I want you to confess. No, I can't do that. The boy muttered, looking like he was speaking to himself. Are you crazy? He hissed, after a pause. Suddenly, his eyes focused as he realized what he had said. Oh shit. He backed off a step as Zoberin's hard features morphed into a predatory smile. So, now you're having conversations with this voice. Nice. So, is this voice teaching you to weave, Slick? No. I just stumbled into the words by luck. By luck. Zoberin snorted in disgust. She turned around to look at Du, who was watching all this with a look of horrified fascination. Du, you saw him weave his scape, didn't you? Yes, milady. I was there. The girl's voice was quiet and terrified. I couldn't understand what was happening there. Did he use the set path or any of the axioms that a wordsmith would use? No, milady. He wove completely freehand, like a master wordsmith would. His style was very strange though. He specifically summoned one of the Aussee. There was a buzz at these words. I did not understand them, but the wordsmiths did. He then assigned the fairy a name and form that was pretty unconventional and extremely dangerous. When I heard him weave, I thought he was just aiming to scare the norms who were attacking him. I was pretty surprised to see the entity coming to life. And moreover, I was shocked at the sheer power of the imp. But he did not know what he was doing, milady. It was obvious. He was screaming at it to stop instead of weaving at termination. That is when I realized that he was not a proper wordsmith. I stepped in and tried to stop it. I'm still training, but I threw a water spell at it. It worked for a while, but the fairy was too powerful. It worked through the element in no time and came for me. A fully charged battle wand didn't help keep it away. And then, just like that, he called it off. With one power word. I didn't know what to make of it. Thank you, Du. Zoberin vaguely waved the girl away and turned to the boy. The girl looked worried though, as if wondering whether she had condemned the cipher with her words. I realized that she had been trying to help the boy by trying to remove the suspicion that he was lying. She didn't realize she had actually condemned him. She moved to a corner of the tent, trying to be unobtrusive, her hands twisting the ends of a scarf as she looked on fearfully. Wordsmiths, Zoberin called out to the others in the room. Yesterday, A.J. Silvas organized a groupscape, the Wordscapist. I already sent you a missive with the essential details. He succeeded in creating the essence of the legend but could not control it. It broke free, and ended up elsewhere, inside a Norm's head. She turned to give the boy a nasty look. This Norm's head, but... She turned to look at the wordsmiths again. The Wordscapist lives in this boy's head. Or he might be a guild spy, an adept that Silvas has been hiding from us. Simple, innocent cipher he most definitely isn't. There is no way an uninitiated cipher could have accomplished what he did. It is either extensive training or the gift of the Wordscapist. We need to know for sure whatever it is. And considering that he is definitely a hostile, whatever we find, I propose a mindscape on this boy. No. I heard the girl let out an anguished whisper. I could not help recoiling myself. A mindscape would destroy the boy. It was a terminal interrogation strategy, used only in the most extreme circumstances, a scape that helped a wordsmith scan another's memories. It was used only on dying or condemned wordsmiths. I could see Lonergan and Necros exchange another look. I wondered what that meant. Zobarin chose to ignore the reactions around the room and continued, "Gaia, you are the specialist. Please initiate one right away. Healer, please assist her." Necros raised his staff, asking permission to speak. Zobarin nodded. "Isn't that a bit extreme?" Necros queried in a strangely vibrant voice. "Close observation and some interrogation over a couple of days could get us the same information without destroying his mind." I could see the look of terror on the boy's face at Necros's words. He had not known what a mindscape would do to him. What surprised me was Necros objecting to the idea. I might have expected one of the others, except Lonergan perhaps, to reject the terminal solution, but Necros would definitely have been my last guess. I would have imagined him to be delighted at the idea of a fresh body to work with. "I do not have time for soft methods, Necros. Sign has warned me not to use my gift for any other purpose. We have things to do. We shall find out right now what he is, and if he is the Wordscapist, I will have completed my mission. I can then get on with helping you all start what will be the end of the guild's rule. Zobarin, he might prove to be useful." What Du said, it would take a powerful wordsmith to just conjure up an LC from nowhere, without using any presets defined by the way. What if he is not the Wordscapist? You might be losing a potential recruit. I'll take that risk, Necros. Your protest has been noted. But then, you're not the one with Sign watching your every move. Let Gaia start the scape. You will have a fresh soul to add to your kitty when she is done, probably two, one of them the Wordscapist. That was in bad taste, Zobarin. You should know more than anyone else that I do not use my gift with such careless abandon. I can clearly say nothing to change your mind. Your ways have always been a bit too bloodthirsty for my liking. And I am sure Mother Gaia will be glad to oblige. He moved back, his expression neutral, but his heavily made-up eyes glowed with emotion. It is strange that one who celebrates death should object to the taking of a life, Necros, Gaia said, as she came forward. She made his name sound like something disgusting. But Necros was right. She did look completely unperturbed, and even cheerful, about the idea of the mindscape. Necros did not react to her words and merely looked on. The others did not offer any reactions. Du started to say something, but changed her mind. She looked close to tears. Acto put a hand on her shoulder and whispered something, his expression stern. The healer looked questioningly at Gaia, telepathically exchanging notes on what kind of help she would need. Gaia started muttering the beginning of the dreaded mindscape. I looked at the subject of the situation, the boy. He had closed his eyes and looked spaced out. I wondered if the scape had already taken hold. Gaia frowned as her words became more intense, her eyebrows knitted in effort. I could catch a few words, but Gaia was careful not to reveal all the words of her special scape. I could have checked the transcriber, but right then, I was frozen into immobility by what I witnessing. The boy was clueless to the proceedings, lost somewhere in his head. That is when I noticed his lips moving, ever so slightly. Could the boy be weaving a defense? Gaia seemed to realize this at the same time, and with a look to the healer, moved closer to the boy. The healer frowned and gestured with his hands as he upped the ante on what he was weaving. I saw the air around the boy warping as the conflict grew more intense. I could see Zobarin's brows knit in concern at this turn of events. Lonergan had a faintly amused look as he leaned back and watched. Necros and the others looked curious. I could also sense worry in them at the growing power of the scape. This was bound to be close to the CCC limits. There was a sudden stillness in the air. With a rush, the space warp around the boy swooped into him. Just as I was wondering if Gaia had managed to get through to him, the boy opened his eyes and looked Gaia in her eyes. All the fear had gone. This was another person altogether. His hazel eyes glowed with a power and rage that seemed misplaced in one so young. I could only wonder at the transformation. "Stop," he said, his voice deep and powerful. Gaia froze, her lips parted, her words stuck in her throat. And right there, in the midst of a warren of wordsmiths, he wove freely, the words coming out in an otherworldly rhythm. "I return your gift to you, Mother. Here comes your cruel scape. Back to you in all its glory. Let it wreak the havoc you had intended. Within you." With those words, he breathed an inaudible word. Gaia screamed. I could see the healer wince as whatever entered Gaia's mind sped its way across the mental link they had set up. He instinctively raised his hands, screaming out aloud, no doubt summoning the energy shield he constantly sustained around himself. For a long moment, everyone stood frozen at what had just happened. And then, slowly, Gaia collapsed right where she stood. That was the cue for the others as well. Zobarin rushed to Gaia, quickly weaving up what looked like a protection scape. I noticed that she took the long way around the boy, doing her best to keep her distance from him. Isis and Wind, however, were not so circumspect. They rushed towards him. Chains stood back, furiously weaving something up, muttering under his breath. Lonergan and Necros just stood and watched, Lonergan amused, and Necros satisfied and vindicated. The boy was ready. He quickly took stock of the situation and figured that Chains was the most dangerous. Chains was ready now, stepping forward to unleash whatever he had cooked up. The space warp looked pretty nasty, twisting and turning to form something that looked like a coil of live barbed wire. I saw Necros move as if to stop him, but someone else reached Chains first. No! The girl let out a scream and struck out at Chains. The delicate-looking man collapsed in a heap as her fist connected with his jaw. Acto looked shocked at the girl's rebellion. The boy turned around and took the sight in, and then gestured to Isis and Wind, who were almost upon him by now, his voice clearly weaving, but the words, unusual and unorthodox. To a time and place in my head. You will retreat. Go! Now! His words were calm, and the effect was electrifying. There was a huge crack that left my ears ringing, and Isis and Wind disappeared. But he did not specify where. The thought came to me as I wondered how someone could just port others around him, accomplished wordsmiths at that. Acto had been shocked by the boy summarily dispatching senior wordsmiths. But seeing the girl attack one of their own startled him into action. He yelled at the girl, grabbing her and shoving her aside. He moved fast for his bulk, flicking out a huge knife, lunging for the boy. There was murder in his eyes. This was insane. For some reason I did not really understand, I wanted the boy to win. I could not bear the thought of harm coming to him. And while I doubt I could have done anything at all against an armed and crazy gypsy, I blindly stepped forward. Luckily, before I could get involved in the proceedings, someone else jumped in. It was Necros this time. The leather-clad wordsmith brought his heavy ramtop staff down sharply on the Norm's head. Acto fell heavily, his knife clattering to the floor. Well done, Lonergan applauded the move, clapping his hands gently, hugely amused by the proceedings. I never approved of mindscapes. Direct methods are so much more fun. The boy looked around, nodding at Necros and Lonergan in acknowledgement of their help. His eyes then flicked over me, nodding once again, as he saw I meant him no harm. There was something in those eyes that was scary and hypnotic. At the same time, I saw something that made me want to follow him, recording every move of his with all my historian capabilities. Here was a boy who would do big things. I did not know what yet, but I was sure I would hear about them. The boy turned to the girl who was staring alternately at Chains and her hand, a trickle of blood running down her knuckles. We should leave, the boy told the girl. The girl was close to hysteria at what she had done. He gently took her hand and closed his eyes. They disappeared with that unnerving port noise. I looked around. Chains was coming to his senses, gingerly rubbing his jaw. Necros picked up his staff and walked out calmly, with Lonergan ambling out next, like they had just finished seeing a movie that had come to a satisfying climax. Zobarin was muttering furiously, battling with the scape set loose in Gaia's mind. Gaia herself was unconscious. The healer looked stunned and half scared to death, but it looked like he had managed to repulse the scape before it had reached him. Isis and Wind were nowhere to be seen. I wondered where they had ended up. I turned to my equipment, mechanically checking everything. I was in shock myself. I had been watching the boy closely when he had teleported with that girl. He did not have a rune with him and neither had he said a single word. He had still managed to teleport, and also had taken another person with him. I checked the video records again for good measure. His lips had not moved. A thoughtsmith. I checked the CM-153. Too much, by far, for one wordsmith. There was no doubt now. He was the Wordscapist. Chapter 11. Freefall. Think, when something must be reasoned out. Feel, when the emotion comes. Act, when it is time to do what must be done. Let go, when in doubt. And freefall. Slick. I opened my eyes and was instantly hit by the intense, debilitating pain. I let go of Dew's hand and staggered a couple of steps before I keeled over and collapsed onto the ground. I curled up into a fetal ball, gasping as waves of agony washed over me. In the typical primal response to such pain, I shut out the world and tried to scream, but there was no breath left in me. No words left. Devordo came through the haze of pain, biting and completely unsympathetic. Go on and rip out reality with a few more heroics. You will rip yourself out, that's what you'll do. I did not understand. I did not care. I just wanted to die really soon so that the pain would stop. I rocked a bit, and tried to roll some, seeing if a change in position would help. It did not. The pain was not in any specific place. It was everywhere simultaneously. My entire being was in pain, and despite the lack of physical wounds, it did not ease the sheer intensity of the agony. Just as I was about to give up and pass out, the pain slowly receded. Too slow for comfort, but definitely receding. I still did not dare try and move, but I could attempt something less adventurous. I let my eyes open from screwed-up prunes to hostile slits, taking a gradual interest in where I was. That's when I knew that I had managed to get it right. I had one thought in my mind when I had taken Du's hand and done it. Done what? Teleport, Devorto obligingly prompted, again, heavy with sarcasm. Yes, that sounded right. That's what I had done. At first, I had teleported 2 of those wordsmiths away to a remote spot in the Himalayas. I could not think of anywhere further away, and then I had transported Du and my own threatened self here. Here was a place from my memory, a place that was safe and that had memories of happier times, peaceful memories. It was lush green as always. I was lying curled up on the grass and moss that grew on the underground water tank, set in a hill in the middle of a jungle. My teleporting accuracy was bang on target, first shot. Well, second at least. I had no idea whether the wordsmiths had reached Leh all right. I did not remember Leh as well as I remembered this place. The pain had by now settled into a gentle ache that gave me enough courage to move and look around. I had tried to come here with Du. I was looking for her. She was on her knees, staring into space, a few feet away from me. She was in some kind of shock. I was not up to picking myself up yet. So I let her be. I slowly raised myself on one elbow. My friend had a cabin nearby that our gang had visited. This was the place I came to, with its trees and lush undergrowth, a haven that was always peaceful, no matter how disturbed the state I was in. I looked at Du, but she was still in shock. It was then that it struck me. I was alive. I had just survived another attempt on my life, and I had repulsed some very powerful people. I raised my hands and took several deep breaths, just exulting in the feeling of being alive, having fought and won for my right to live. The sheer beauty of the place added to the joy. Don't get cocky, boy, Devorto's voice sounded extremely pissed. You got extremely lucky. You're a novice. You need to respect the ether. You try too much and your body will dissolve into it, leaving nothing behind. I suggested teleporting for you, not for half of the free word. I decided to ignore him for the moment. I still thought I had pulled off something incredibly cool. I spent a couple of minutes giving the place the consideration it deserved. The night rendered the 1,000 shades of green into a kaleidoscope of silver and black. The crickets added a peaceful buzz to the scene. I had gone to sleep in this place on lazy afternoons, surrounded by the fragrance of nature at its most vibrant. I had never imagined that I would come back here in these circumstances. But the sheer comfort of coming to a place I knew and loved helped me relax. I finally acknowledged to myself that I had been avoiding approaching Du. I did not really know what to tell her or how to go about making her feel any better. I did not understand my life and the choices I had been making. In such a state, talking to someone else was a little difficult. But then words were what I specialized in. I could do this. I braced myself and walked towards her. I decided what I would talk about and knelt in front of her, putting on my most empathetic expression. Don't even try it, Slick, Du said, her hand right in front of my face, stopping me from speaking or coming closer. I have had enough of your bullshit. I will talk to you when I am ready, and you have some serious answering to do. Right now, I need some time to figure out what the hell I have done with my life and where it stands. Until I have done that, I would appreciate it if you would just leave me alone. She said the words in a monotone, but it was obvious that she meant every word of it. I nodded once, and got up and walked off, trying to build up a huff. I couldn't. What she had said made perfect sense. I couldn't really argue. You're pretty stupid, trying charmscapes on a wordsmith. I do not know how a voice in the head can smirk, but Devorto managed to do just that. More words that described what I did, charmscape. And when I most wanted it to work, I had run up against a wordsmith, someone who instinctively knew what I was trying. Irony. At times it tends to clean you out. I dug into my pocket and managed to retrieve a crumpled pack of cigarettes. I did not remember the last time I had smoked. All the adrenaline had completely taken away the urge. And to be fair, I had not exactly been in the kind of situations where I could coolly light up. I was not really the type who could pull off that kind of thing when faced with people trying to carve me up or weave my mind into a puddle of goo. I made myself comfortable on a flat patch of grass and lay back, giving myself up to the pleasure of an indulgent and leisurely smoke. I could see stars and moonlight peeping through the numerous branches and leaves that formed an almost impenetrable canopy over the place. I could feel a strange fatigue in me, the kind that had nothing to do with muscles. I felt tired in places I did not know I could feel tired in. I had been using parts of me that I had never consciously used before. I had been using the gift. I decided that I was not going to stress about it. First, I would give myself up to the smoke. If by the end of that, Miss Know-it-all had not recovered from her nerves, I was going to take a nap. I did not know what I would do after the nap and did not really care either. The ability to sleep is a gift I've always had. A few minutes after cheating certain death, I was fast asleep. I did not know how long I was out, but eventually I was shaken awake. I felt completely fuzzy and stoned as I slowly allowed myself to come to. I finally opened my eyes to the insistent shaking and calling of my voice. A pretty girl's face was right over mine. I wondered who she was. The name slowly came to me, Do. Of course. This was the girl I had shared 2 consecutive life-threatening situations with. How could I forget her? But I still did not appreciate her waking me up so rudely. I could sense that I had been pulled out of very deep sleep indeed, given how woozy and disoriented I was feeling. What? I managed to mutter as I raised a hand to acknowledge that I was awake. There is a storm building. And it is really dark. We need to get out of here. I have no clue where we are. Considering you brought us here, I am hoping you do. We need to find some shelter while we wait out the storm. What? I repeated, only half of her words managing to penetrate. She was extremely patient and repeated what she said at a higher volume. I finally understood. I propped myself up and looked around. What light there had been had disappeared. Flashes of lightning lit up the place in a spooky tableau, a different perspective each time. We were a few minutes away from a heavy thunderstorm. I quickly got up, trying to clear the cobwebs with a few vigorous shakes of the head. My friends have a cottage nearby. If we hurry, we can be there before the rain starts. Let's go. It was rough terrain ahead and I offered her my hand. She raised an eyebrow. Right. That kind of conversation I could do without. I started walking down the path I knew would lead to the cottage. She followed me wordlessly. It was a hard trek through some heavy undergrowth and over the occasional moss-covered rock. I did not turn back though. If the girl needed help, let her ask for it. I was not going to let her have the satisfaction of raising her hoity-toity eyebrow at me again. Almost vindicatively, I set a fast pace, jumping from spot to spot, rushing through the heavy foliage. The weather was a legitimate excuse. I wanted to see just how tough this girl was. She was tough, very tough. She kept up with me right through. At a point where we had to trek upwards for a while, I ran out of breath very fast. Smoker's lungs. But caught in my own game, I had to keep going, though I almost killed myself doing so. Pride does often go before a fall. It went pretty spectacularly. I tripped and fell, rolling down a steep slope, hitting every tree and bush on the way. I bumped and bounced and rolled until I reached a convenient ditch. This time the agony was very real. I had broken my foot. Do rushed to the spot, a look of genuine concern on her face. She saw the state I was in, and soon that look was replaced with complete exasperation. I could not blame her. I had got us into a complete fix. And somewhere in that crazy rush, I had gone the wrong way. I had no clue where we were. I was in no state to go exploring either. I made a wry face and offered a rather pathetic sounding sorry. On cue, really fat raindrops started coming down in a rush. The storm was upon us. Chapter 12. Discovering the Wordscapist. They were there, they say. They saw him do all that he did. They saw him be all that he was. They know him well, they say. And now it's time to think. How well do you know them? Amra. Silvis had done a good job on the teleport. We could not fix a destination. But I was not overly concerned about that. With an all-points alert out for his escape signature, we would know the moment he used his gift. The CCC would have a fix on his location and my teams would make their way to whatever hole he had dug for himself. The problem with Silvis was that he was smart enough to anticipate this and use other wordsmiths. I had anticipated that too, and had put alerts on the signatures of all the wordsmiths he was likely to use for weaving in case he tried to go norm for a while. Once I had completed the more obvious measures, I began to look around for other ways to track him down. I remembered what he had told me about the scape. If he had not been weaving a tale to save his scape-enhanced arse, he would ideally be going all out on that task, trying to get sign off his back before he tried anything else. I needed to know more about this Wordscapist story. I was one of the CCC authorities on wordsmith lore, and I had trouble believing that there was any truth to this piece of wordsmith fantasy. But if there was, then there was only one place where I could get definitive information. It was a long shot, but it was probably the only way I could know this for sure. I called the morgue and asked for a meeting with the Lyris liaison. Getting information out of a Lyris was usually much more difficult than going about finding it yourself. The Lyrii were mystics who had all-seeing vision into the continuum, past, present, and future. Asking them about the future was pretty pointless because they could see every possibility the future held, irrespective of whether it happened or not. More importantly, not even the Supreme Yen Master had been able to convince them to give a future prediction. They believed that such information was meant to be masked and should not be given to those who did not have the vision, as it could do irrevocable damage to the continuum. However, I needed information on the past, on everything that existed on the Wordscapist. I needed to know what Sylvis had tried. It was going to take some doing, but given the circumstances I think I could convince them to provide the information I required. It was an optimistic assumption, given that all 3 requests for information I had submitted in the past had been rejected without even a chance of pleading my case. I barely had time to think through alternatives before I received a message that my request for a meeting had been accepted. I was given the time slot and teleport coordinates. I checked the sync clock on my desk to figure out what time that translated to in London. This was a lot bigger than I realized. The Lyrii couldn't meet me soon enough. Well, all the more reason to hurry. I quickly made my way to the teleport center. I had read a lot about the Lyrii in my training, especially the case histories that had been produced to provide evidence. That was another thing. A Lyris was never a witness, a Lyris was always evidence. But you had to convince the buggers to talk. I was finally on my way to a personal audience with the Lyris liaison. Considering most Yen had not been granted one in their considerable lifetimes, I guess I was lucky. I reached the teleport center and provided them with the coordinates. The techies were a bit taken aback once they figured out where the cryptic numbers pointed to. "You sure about this?" one of the baby-faced button pushers asked me. I nodded tersely. I hated being questioned. He shrugged and set up the system, muttering to himself. A few minutes later, I was in the chamber. I closed my eyes and let the teleport take me to whatever place the Lyrii wanted me to reach. I gave the feeling of uneasiness that came with a teleport a moment to pass and opened my eyes. I was in a small glass enclosure. It looked like a regular office cubicle, big enough to hold about 6 to 8 people. It was furnished with an oval table and 4 chairs. Only, no office cubicle had ever been constructed in a location like this. This enclosure sat all by itself on the summit of a snow-covered mountain. As I walked along the walls, I could see the mountain fall away steeply on all sides. There were similar mountains all around me. I was in the Andes or the Himalayas. I wondered how they had managed this. I could make out violent winds and snow flurries outside, but not a sound came in. And the temperature was pleasant too. There was the sharp sound of a teleport. I turned around and saw a tall, well-built man dressed in a business suit. He had long white hair that fell to his shoulders, though his face was youthful. The suit was very expensive, but could not quite hide the sheer musculature lying beneath it. I was not sure how one went about greeting a Lyris. The man made things easy for me and came forward and shook my hand, at the same time laying the briefcase he carried on the table. His hand felt incredibly smooth, like there were no lines or marks on them. I tried not to stare at his eyes, which were a glowing purple. I recognized his appearance as an illusion. Perhaps this was the closest he could get to a human appearance. I wondered about the he. He sat down and motioned me to do the same. I wondered if he would talk. Presently, he did, right in my head. "We have been expecting you, Amra. You are 6 hours overdue. You should have thought of us the moment the Master Smith told you about the Wordscapist scape. We have your report ready. The information is for your eyes only, though you are allowed to send excerpts to your yen in the report that you will inevitably compile. I would recommend you start reading up immediately. It is extremely crucial that you act on our recommendations provided at the end of the report with immediate effect. Any delay in this matter could prove highly detrimental to the continuum. I am afraid we can only give you information up to 2 hours before the present, but it should be helpful in finding the party you need to hunt down." "Sylvis?" I asked, speaking aloud, surprised that the Lyrii would want him apprehended as much as I. The man gave me a look that might have been scorn. He continued speaking telepathically. "Sylvis is inconsequential. Do not waste any more time on him. Set your sights on the Wordscapist. Once you have read the report you will realize the urgency of the matter. Go in peace, Amra." Abruptly, the man rose and turned around and disappeared, the air warping to teleport him wherever he needed to go. That was abrupt. I sat there staring at the briefcase, the surreal nature of the situation beginning to hit me. I did not know what to make of all this. I had asked for a teleport window every half hour starting an hour after I got there. It was hardly 10 minutes since I had reached this strange place. I guessed I was stuck here for a while. I opened the briefcase and pulled out the report. It was compiled in a folder very much like a business report would be. I settled back in my chair and started reading. A few hours later, the teleport window came on and stayed on, glowing red to indicate that it was the last window in the sequence. I had missed all the others. In a daze, I closed the folder and put it back in the briefcase. I could not recollect going through the teleport or, later, driving back home. I had absorbed more information than I could handle. Home was as orderly as ever, but it did not have the calming effect it usually had on me. Each time I stepped in, I would feel the chaos of the outside world recede, leaving me with my thoughts and my space. But this time, the contents of the report continued to spin around in my head. I went through the motions, changing into comfortable clothes, jacking my quirt to its charging dock and checking the answering machine. I made my way to the workout room for the session I put myself through each time I came back home. The workout room was equipped with a large assortment of boxing bags, speed bags, and combat marionettes, stuff that I could use to vent all the angst of the day. I stood and stared at the room for a while. I decided that I was too drained to go through the routine and left my room, heading for the kitchen. I made myself a cup of coffee, black as hell and strong enough to clear the cobwebs. I made my way to my study and settled with the report. I went through it again, checking I had got it right. It was a Lyrii report and undoubtedly accurate and incorruptible. But it still sounded like the most fantastic Wordscapist conspiracy theory I had ever heard. There was a lot of information and only about 10% correlated to what I knew. The rest of it was a revelation. The Wordscapist was not merely a legend. He was one of the most powerful wordsmiths ever, Alain de Vorto, a name that no living wordsmith knew about, and that was buried under tomes of dead wordsmiths. Alain de Vorto had been born into a wordsmith family in the early 11th century. He had been everything a wordsmith would have wanted his son to be: gifted, obedient, and hardworking. However, in his 21st year, de Vorto disappeared. Where he went, public archives did not record. He was presumed dead and his family mourned his passing. His ordinary life and mysterious death were duly noted by the historians of the time, who were not privy to the all-seeing vision granted to the Lyrii. De Vorto did not die. He merely went underground to live the life he had been weaving into existence. No other living person ever saw or heard from de Vorto after that. However, the life he lived created a legend, the greatest legend of the way of the word. He had chosen a path that was obscure and invisible, working with reality away from the eyes of his fellow wordsmiths. He had created scapes that were far beyond anything that the guild, even collectively, was capable of executing. The continuum surveillance had not yet been deployed for Earth. De Vorto had gotten away with scapes that would have resulted in a cross-reality manhunt in the present day. And it probably would have taken a team of Yin masters to hunt him down, had such a manhunt been called. De Vorto knew exactly what he should and should not do to keep from being discovered. His scapes were huge, but they were linked to natural phenomena that created enough energy to disguise his work. The results twisted the very definition of reality, but managed to blend into mankind's strangely twisted folklore. He was the toymaker in the background who created dreams and nightmares that ran like clockwork and became one with the stream of humanity. His deeds were hidden in the muddy trail left by all that he reaped. A legend was born of deeds that were beyond the skills and capabilities of any other wordsmith. The legend never had a face though. Simply a title, Wordscapist. The report on Alain de Vorto was incredible to say the least. What the man had accomplished was beyond imagination. There were traces of scapes in his very existence, showing that he had woven his very life and being into whatever he wanted it to be. He had lived for a couple of centuries, his life clearly enhanced way beyond mortal limits. And then suddenly, he had disappeared from the continuum itself. The Lyris report showed traces of escape that might have created an extended suspended state. Alain de Vorto had put himself to sleep, and had probably planned how he would wake up and when. Silvus had thrown a spanner in that plan with his crazy scape. Silvus, in all his arrogance, had not created an entity like he believed. He had merely woken up something that had been sleeping for many centuries. He had managed to capture de Vorto's essence as an entity and had then lost it when Sign attacked. This entity was set loose without a body, and it ended up with a boy who was nothing more than a mere cipher. Without realizing it, Silvus had got extremely lucky when the scape went wrong. The entity, who was none other than Alain de Vorto, would have wiped out Silvus's mind and then taken over. Now he would do the same to the boy he had chosen as his destination. I sat back and wondered what Alain de Vorto had intended to accomplish with all the continuum screwing that he had done. He had left scars on the continuum that were visible to this day. His goal was obscure, indiscernible in the pattern that the Lyrii had drawn. There had to be a bigger plan with one so gifted. There had to be a purpose. All the Lyrii could record were events. They could not capture thoughts. What Sylvis had released was pure power. It could tear all of reality to pieces if it so wished. Alain de Vorto was everything the legend of the Wordscapist was ever imagined to be and more. And now, he was back in this world. I had to find the boy and execute him before de Vorto completely took over his consciousness. Sylvis would have to wait. I abandoned the coffee and went to my console. I had to compose a message to send to the Yen. Something of this magnitude had to be reported. I hoped that I would be able to clean up the mess before the Yen team came. But for once, I could be out of my league. The Wordscapist was going to be a tough nut to crack. The historian. I took some time to go away quietly to a corner and have a bout of hysterics. I laughed and laughed till I cried. It took me a couple of minutes to compose myself and come back to the neutral, emotionless historian that everyone expected me to be. When I was done, I quietly came back to the tent. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the devastation I had witnessed in the Galapagos. The healer was back to muttering. Acto was still out cold. Chains had recovered and was moodily sitting in a corner, holding a kerchief to his jaw. Gaia was breathing now, though she was still unconscious. Zoberin looked exhausted and extremely shaken. There was no sign of Isis and Wind. Neither were Lonigan and Necros anywhere to be seen. I started packing up my equipment. In all probability, Zoberin would ask me to delete the last half-hour's proceedings. She would not want the glorious history of the free word revolution marred by records of a mere boy upstaging an entire warren of powerful free wordsmiths. I could not help wondering at the boy's methods. They were markedly non-violent and ridiculous even, given the sheer effort it must take to achieve the results. The double teleport where he had sent away Isis and Wind was unheard of, and would have killed any other wordsmith trying it. I guessed the gift had allowed him to get away with it. I could think of a dozen other ways in which he could have neutralized them with much less effort. What I could not understand was the sheer transformation the boy had undergone during the interrogation, especially towards the end when Gaia had started the mindscape. It was like there had been a different person standing there. I wondered what had happened. But then, these things were complex and beyond the understanding of mere mortals and historians. I resolved to try and get Zoberin to talk about it when she was in a better state. Right then, she looked like a corpse warmed over. She was leaning back against one wall of the tent, her head in her hands, taking deep breaths. I could see her mutter, probably a spell to re-energize herself after the draining experience of fighting the mindscape set loose in Gaia's mind. I had just about finished with the equipment, thinking of going and getting myself a chilled mug of beer when the kid came into the tent. He held a circle of warped air that glowed a midnight blue, a warp I recognized very well. I remembered that he had been sent to summon Sign. He had brought her back. I felt my blood chilling. The last thing I needed was another confrontation with the murderous elemental. I could still remember the casual way she had killed Jimmy Sao with a mere touch, and Sylvis's petrified expression when she bent close to him. I could see Zoberin look up as the kid probably sent her a telepathic missive. Her expression was pure terror. She had called Sign to deliver the Wordscapist unto her. Now, she had nothing at all to show. Also, she had used her gift to heal Gaia. Sign had warned the three of them to not use their gifts for anything but hunting the Wordscapist. I considered getting the hell out of that damn tent. Only, it was too late. The sphere of warped air expanded to take on a shape that I could no more think of as beautiful. Sign came forward, that deadly smile on her lips as she looked at Zoberin, the most powerful wordsmith of the free word, trembling with fear. The midnight blue coat swayed in a voguish way, though once again, the air was completely still. The scape she had emerged out of had expanded to cover the immediate reality, encasing everyone in a shell that immobilized them. Sign gestured at Zoberin, a move that unfroze her, allowing her to move. Zoberin immediately went on her knees, almost weeping as she spoke to Sign, "I beg for your mercy, Eternal One." We had the boy, a cipher. The Wordscapist was in his head. He proved to be too powerful for us. We tried everything we could. I summoned you assuming that once again the words came a little after they were actually uttered, though the lag was much smaller this time. I guessed it had something to do with the power of the scape. Sign stopped her with a gesture. She looked around at everyone in the room. She looked back at Zoberin. "You say the scape is with a boy?" "Yes." He is very young and does not understand what the gift is about. But I suspect the entity is talking to him, instructing him to use his powers. We were not prepared for what he did. He almost killed one of my wordsmiths. It took everything I had to bring her back. 2 more are missing, sent someplace by a teleport he initiated. He is extremely powerful. It is the Wordscapist you are chasing, not a norm, Sign smiled her scorn at Zobarin. You will continue with this hunt, with everything you have and more. You will abandon your small-minded plans for revolution and find this boy first. I will not have the Wordscapist walk the face of this earth again. Again? I do not understand, Zobarin was flummoxed. So was I. Sylvis had created the scape in the hope the Wordscapist was more than just a legend. So how could there be an again in the picture? I was frozen in the scape though and could not express my bewilderment. You mortals are so lost in your arrogance and self-delusion. Where do you think the legend came from? The Wordscapist is one of the most devious wordsmiths to have woven escape. I hunted him for centuries, until he finally disappeared into a hole, hibernating like a rabid bear. Your mastersmith woke up this madman and brought his spirit back into this reality. I was too late to prevent the scape, but I managed to prevent Sylvis's body from playing host to the power that the Wordscapist is. Now, I need you to clean up the mess you have made. Hunt him down, and do so before he rediscovers the full extent of his powers. If that happens, I will not be happy. And you know who will be the first to taste my displeasure. You do not want one of my pets to come visit you while you are fast asleep. Sign leaned dangerously close to a cowering Zobarin, almost purring the words, do you? No. Zobarin almost screamed, I'll immediately initiate a portrace. I'll find him and destroy him. I will not give you cause for complaint. Good, Sign straightened up and smiled. She looked around again, seeing the healer hunched in a corner, a rictus of terror frozen on his face. You should tell that silly man that his protection is pointless. It will save him only from children and insects. For a split second, I think she seriously considered sending something fatal to demonstrate the point. She looked around, threw a smile of recognition at me, and then twirled around and disappeared. The scape collapsed in on itself and winked out. The kid collapsed in a dead faint from the sheer effort of the scape. I heard the healer scream in terror as soon as he could move, terror that was a belated, but nevertheless extremely justified. Zobarin knelt on the floor and shuddered uncontrollably, having come way too close to Sign too many times for comfort. I just went and found my corner and had a second bout of hysterics. Chapter 13. Crisis. Trouble comes in threes, they say. The first one, a toothless head called misfortune. The second, a child named confusion. And the last, the deadliest of all. A seductress by name, panic. She brewed it all up. And served a hot plate full of trouble. It took me a couple of minutes to collect my breath from the crazy chase he had led me through the jungle. The moment I was able to speak without gasping, I gave it to him, good and proper. You stupid, irresponsible, crazy, arrogant ass. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, you had to go and prove that they could, He shifted uncomfortably, trying to move his rapidly swelling leg to a higher place. He looked guilty and quite stupid. That didn't ease my anger though. A lot of it might have been frustration at where I was and what I had done an hour back, but that too was all because of him. I wasn't letting him off the hook so easily, broken leg or not. Stop moving. And say something. You're not getting away by trying to look sheepish and lost. He muttered something along the lines of I don't know who to respond to. I didn't understand at first, and then it dawned on me. Zobarin had been talking about the Wordscapist and something about an entity in his head. Could it be true? Could that explain the twin presence? Let me talk to him, I demanded, my hands on my hips. This was my moment to make the most of the advantage I had and find out exactly what was happening. He went quiet for a while, almost as if he was having a conversation in his head. What I wouldn't have given to listen in. As it turned out, there wouldn't have been much to hear. He says it isn't possible, Slick muttered, his expression a little grumpy at having to play messenger. Great. Then have him heal you and fly out of here. I'm done with you. The free wordsmiths will be here any moment. They must be tracing your crazy teleport even as we speak. If they don't vaporize me instantly for going renegade, I'll apologize, say you messed up my head, and go back to them. And soon enough, they will bring you in. This time, I will be cheering. With these words, I turned around and walked away. I barely had to take a couple of steps before he called out to me. Stop. Give me a chance, will you? I'm trying to figure things out. And this voice in my head, I know you have a name. Alan de Vorto, that's him. He's not very cooperative, okay fine. He's quite helpful, but can't really do much in this situation. He's stuck in my head and he doesn't have a body to go to. He rushed through this, with pauses to address to the voice in his head. If it weren't for Zobarin's words, I'd have thought he was completely cuckoo. A body, I thought about that one for a while. Why doesn't he use an animal's body for a while? That's a good idea, he exclaimed, and then after a pause, apparently not. He continued sotto voce, no doubt impersonating this Devorto character. It doesn't work like that, and any accomplished wordsmith would know so. I need a coherent human or face shape to be able to make this transition, and it needs to be willing or weak. If not, the possession will destroy its mind and then I will be left without a host and will then dissipate into the ether. After another pause, he exclaimed, who speaks like that? Dissipate into the ether. Makes sense actually, I said thoughtfully, ignoring his reproachful look. There is one more solution though. The esprit spell. He could use that to create a spirit, a shell that he could inhabit. Again there was a pause, and in the same irritating mimicking voice, Slick replied, you expect me, Alain Devorto, the Wordscapist, to inhabit a shell, a mere ghost without form or power? You expect me to leave behind my gift and capabilities in an untrained, stupid wordsmith? Cipher, not wordsmith, I automatically responded, but what's the point of staying put in his head? He doesn't control his powers, you do. And at this rate, he will go insane and you will lose a host as well. There was a long silence at this. I could see that Slick's features had set into hard determination. He didn't like the prospect of going crazy. Slick spoke after a bit, a lot more matter-of-factly, he still doesn't agree. But he needs to help me heal my leg, and he can't do that while he's in my head. Apparently, the pain has some kind of mental manifestation he can't work through. Can you help me heal this break? I knelt beside him to take a look. I winced as I saw the state his leg was in. It looked like a bad fracture and was definitely not a pretty sight. Let me see what I can do, I said tentatively, don't expect any miracles though. I worked a healing charm for a few minutes. The words were simple enough. The moment I drew up my escape sign, I could see the flare of mossy green light around Slick. It felt even brighter so close up. I could see the flares of red that showed the pain he was in. I focused on the spell. This had better work. I felt the air around getting cooler and the moisture in his trousers frost up as the spell drew up energy to heal his injury. I had learnt the spell from Andy who used it to heal a break in my arm after I took a nasty fall from my bike. It was definitely quite a painful experience. Slick grimaced and bore the pain pretty well. However, there was only so much that could be done in one go. And with everything that he had pulled off with the teleporting and the stunts before that, I didn't want to push my luck. I stopped the moment I felt the spell drawing more energy than it should. The swelling had receded a little and his leg looked better. But it still didn't look like he was capable of any kind of brisk movement. Slick sat there with his eyes screwed shut for a bit longer. The pain took some time to dissipate, and then finally he opened his eyes and offered me a wan smile. Much better, he said, a bit hoarsely. Good, I drew back, a little hoarse myself from the effort of sustaining the spell for so long. Now, let's check if Mr. Wordscapist is fine with going ahead with this plan. Slick leaned back against the tree and closed his eyes, bracing himself for a long conversation. I found a comfortable spot myself and waited. I still didn't know why I was pushing for this. Maybe it was for my own sanity. I couldn't believe everything that was happening. I needed to know this was real. I needed to understand. I was actively blocking out the memories of what happened back in Goa, how I had struck the creep chains and how angry Papa Loon had been. I couldn't deal with that yet. I continued to focus on the present and left that for later. He's ready, Slick said quietly. He realizes there's no option. He also thinks you're a smart wordsmith but a stubborn one. He would rather have waited, but then we don't really have a choice. So let's get started. Slick. I propped myself into a more comfortable position. My leg did feel a lot better, though the pain still throbbed with every movement I made. But it was a lot more bearable. With some effort, I could perhaps even manage to hobble around. But first, we had a separation to handle. There was an extended silence for a while. Du was at a loss for words now that we were getting down to it. Devorto wasn't too happy either. Finally, he spoke in my head, I don't know why I am doing this, but I think it is obvious that you trust this girl, perhaps a lot more than you trust me. In a twisted way, I guess it makes sense. I'll tell you what to do. I shall speak through you and help you weave what she calls the esprit spell. You will say the words, and then you will consciously will my presence to inhabit this spell. What you will see will seem much like a ghost. However, be warned that this separates us, but still leaves my gift and powers with you. All this while, I have been using my consciousness to guide you in your use of the power and stop you from destroying yourself each time you reached for it. You will have to go through a lot of preparation to stop yourself from exploding the next time you use your gift. My advice, don't even try. Du started to say something, probably assuming that I had spaced out again, but I stopped her with a gesture. I wanted Devorto to finish. It is a dangerous experiment, to say the least. But I agree that it will help you retain your sanity. And right now, that is pretty important. So are we ready to go? I nodded, without taking too much time to think. I was a complete chicken at heart and knew that spending time thinking about the risks would only mean I backed out of this insane plan. Alright then, tell the girl what we are planning to do and ask her to stay out of it and not go norm when she sees the spirit forming. I quickly told Du about the plan. She seemed a little offended at the suggestion that she might freak out but didn't say anything and merely nodded as I spoke. It was the perfect setting for something spooky. There was incessant rain, thunder, lightning, thick forest all around and 2 scared youngsters to boot. And then I entered the zone. The words came in a rush. I was hardly aware of what I was saying. It sounded pretty weird and there was a bit of what sounded like Latin thrown in as well. In a couple of minutes, I saw a vague form appearing in the air, hovering much like a ghost would. Think of a shape, a form that you would like my spirit to take. In a flash, it was over. There in front of us was the translucent form of a fairy, a male one. He was pretty good looking, if you discounted the curls and the elf-like ears. His delicate clothing and translucent wings did make a pretty picture. It also did not help that he was just a couple of inches tall. His voice, however, was pretty much the same. This time it was audible and did not echo within my head. Moreover, he was feeling extremely vocal. You thought of a fairy. You have cast me in the image of a goddamned fairy. I am cast in a physical form after 400 years and it's a damn fairy. And not even a real one at that. I look like something a bard would conjure up to entertain village folks. Are you out of your feeble mind? Do you know who I am? Do you even begin to understand what it takes to be me? A fairy, dot. At this point, I burst out laughing. I could not help it. There was something incredibly funny about seeing a man all of 2 inches high throwing a tantrum a mile wide. Du was staring with her eyes wide open at this apparition. Devorto got even more furious at my reaction, his form flushing a deep red, glowing with emotion. He flitted around, glaring at me. This continued for a couple of minutes, me in fits of giggles, trying to laugh without shaking too much, Du staring at the glowing, translucent fairy that darted around like a hyperactive hummingbird, and of course, the fairy himself, Devorto in a rare temper. In time, I finally recovered. Du did too, slowly. At least, she stopped gawping. Devorto had not recovered. He was still very pissed and looked every inch of it. Well, 2 of them at least. At this thought, I burst out laughing again. Part of it was the sheer hysteria of the moment. Part of it was also an effort to cut out the stab of fear I felt. Devorto was gone from my head, but I could still feel a presence in there. This time, it felt a whole lot more powerful and formless, and it exuded something that felt like pure evil. I didn't know what it was about, but I wasn't ready to find out yet. Devorto took some time getting over the shape he had to inhabit. In time, he did get to like it though, however much he denied it. He rather enjoyed the ability of flying about pretty much wherever he pleased. He also learned that he could become almost invisible if he managed to focus for long enough. This was pretty irritating for Du and me because we could never make out when he was around. Du managed to further heal my leg, with Devorto's help and guidance. Devorto did not trust me to use the gift and I was forbidden from trying the simplest of scapes until I started my training. Once the rain abated, we made our way to my friend's cabin. The spare key was behind the decorative griffin on the veranda, as always. We made our way in and lit up the storm lamps. We would have to figure out the generator and the fuel before we could have electricity. My leg still hurt a fair bit and I was cold and damp. So was Du for that matter. Devorto was waterproof, one of the many perks of his form. I limped to the kitchen, where I was glad to find a fully stocked kitchen with lots of canned foodstuff and, wonder of wonders, wine. I quickly fixed a meal of gourmet canned food along with a bottle of a modest rose. Du in the meanwhile had managed to dry her clothes using an iron she found. She had freshened up and looked as good as new. Devorto was fluttering about, checking the place and muttering to himself. In the main room of that cottage I had my first date with Du, with storm lamps instead of candles, Devorto's buzzing replacing violins, and thunder and lightning providing a lively ambience. The food was bland but the wine was decent. Du was quite lost though, and apparently unaware of the inherently romantic setting. She was stealing glances at Devorto, who was putting up quite a show with his aerial acrobatics. I finally gave up on trying out soulful, intense looks and concentrated on eating. Food and drink done, I settled in a corner with the mandatory after-dinner smoke. My packet had been soaked through, but my friend, ever the thoughtful one, had a carton as backup. It was pretty old backup and the cigarette tasted harsh, but any port in a storm. I gently massaged my foot as I smoked, wondering what was going to come. The presence in my head had settled down some, but it was there. Each time I did something difficult, which with a broken leg is almost everything, there was a flare of power in my head, an unspoken suggestion. I knew what it meant. It wasn't using words, but it was pretty much saying, weave. It would be so easy to say a few words that would ease my pain, that would bring things flying to my hand, that would make me fly. These were crazy thoughts. I had to focus. I had to stay sane. No weaving. Devorto had said I could blow myself up if I tried weaving. I didn't want that. I went back to looking at Do. At least that was safe. But she was lost in her own thoughts. I knew it wasn't the food. Eventually, Do looked up, ready for conversation. I gestured to Devorto to join us. There was a lot to talk about. Do gave the cigarette a rather disgusted look and asked, "Do you have to?" I shrugged and tried to look sheepish. Nevertheless, I took a couple of quick puffs and stubbed out the cigarette. Devorto came closer, running into a swirl of smoke. He went a shade of gray-blue and looked like he was choking. He recovered quickly enough to make me wonder if it had been a show. All of this from someone who had been an inveterate pipe smoker all his life. His new anti-smoking policy was quite irritating. Just my luck, to be stuck in the middle of nowhere with two virulent non-smokers. Du leaned forward and spoke, her expression serious. "First things first, where are we?" "I have not had a chance to ask you yet. We seem to be in a jungle of some sort." I was rather pleased with myself for having brought us here. "Yes, it is a jungle. This is one of the islands in the Andaman and Nicobar chain. We used to come here every couple of years. My friend owns a bit of land in this cabin here. I could not think of any place safer than this." "The Andaman and Nicobar Islands?" Du asked, her voice quite shocked. "And which island is this?" I crossed my fingers behind my back as I coughed through the name, Catchell. "Catchell?" Du asked, the way she said it clearly indicating that she knew the name. "Yes," I said, trying to keep my deadpan expression. Devorto wasn't getting this, and was alternating between our faces. "And how do we get out of this place?" Devorto asked, an edge to his voice. "Well, we teleported in. We can teleport out," I said, wondering why Devorto was getting worked up, though I could understand why Du might be getting testy. "Can you, Du?" Devorto asked Du. She shook her head. "I thought as much. It takes an experienced wordsmith to manage a teleport. You, sir, got lucky with all you did, and it took everything I had to prevent you from exploding spontaneously as you did it. Now, I would not be able to do that anymore. And neither can you. So what are our options?" I had a sinking feeling. I realized that I had taken a lot of things for granted. I lowered my head, wishing I could somehow hide my face between my shoulders. I gulped and muttered, "There is no other way. We will have to wait till someone comes here. And this time of the year, no one will. "I'm not surprised," Du said, gritting her teeth. "Something I should know?" Devorto asked, anger fighting with curiosity. "Catchell was one of the worst hit islands when a tsunami, that's a massive wave triggered by an earthquake, hit these parts. I volunteered the information before Du could say much. The government is still rebuilding infrastructure here. Also, this place is close to tourists, and there are only a few inhabitants." "What?" Du and Devorto shouted in chorus. I pulled my head in a couple more inches, wincing a bit. "I thought you knew this, from the way you said Catchell," I said to Du, half petulantly. "I knew about the tsunami, not about the rest of it. Is there no way to send word to your friends? A radio or something?" Du asked. "My friend has a sat phone. But it is not here. He brings it with him when we visit. This place doesn't have any kind of connectivity at all. It's just tribal folk living on the far side of the island, and they are pretty hostile." "What is a sat phone?" Devorto asked. "Never mind, Devorto. You have 400 years of catching up to do. We'll explain things in time," I said. "No connectivity, hostile locals, Andaman fucking Nicobar Islands. Brilliant. Well done, Slick." Du's sarcasm was vicious. "You have been a peach all along. First you almost murder a dozen beach bums. Then you take on a warren of free wordsmiths and antagonize them no end with all the fancy tricks you pulled off. Then you go and bust your leg with your stupid posturing. And now you bring us all to the back of beyond where we are stuck for I do not know how long. Congratulations. That did it. I had a pretty unpredictable breaking point. And this time it happened, I gave it back to her. Thank you, do. Now please try and do something for me. I knelt in front of her, looking her in the eyes, ignoring the pain from my leg. Think about your life and everything about it that you hold dear. Take enough time while you think, so that you can remember all the little things that make you smile, that make you feel nice and warm inside. Think about everything you have worked towards, squirreling away precious baubles like an obsessive magpie. Think about those few things, those few people you would kill for. I took hold of the cushion she was holding, and tugged firmly at it, pulling it away, continuing to speak. Now, take all that away, each and every one of these things, these people. Take away the whole world you have got used to and mastered. Fill up all the emptiness left behind with pain, violence, confusion, and fear. Replace all those you love and who love you with people who hunt you or try to hurt you. Now, put yourself in a world you do not understand. Twist and tear every little thing out of shape till you do not recognize a single thing about your life anymore. I let the words sink in, watching her eyes go all wide and serious. Ruthlessly, I drove the point home. Have you done all this? Have you imagined how this would be? Now, let us look at the person you are. Are you the same person, Do you stay untouched, virginal white? Will you be able to stay true to all that you believe in? Will you be able to just get on with this new life and master all that is new? Would you be able to think sensibly and take the right actions in spite of all the insanity around you? Think hard and answer me honestly. Think, before you pass judgment on someone else. I pushed myself up and hobbled to a corner of the room, standing before a window, looking at the storm that raged outside. There was an uncomfortable silence, but I was beyond caring. I lit up another cigarette rather vehemently. They could go stuff it if they disapproved. After a while, I felt a hand on my elbow. I'm sorry, I heard. It was Do. The big guys who were standing outside the tent, do all of them work for your dad? I asked Do. She was pretty confused at that turn in the conversation. Acto is not my dad. I just call him Papa Loon because everyone calls him that. And if you mean the guards, yes. You saw Reno who was asked to guard you. There are 2 more. Great. I just saw one of them peering at the cabin from between the trees. I think they have tracked us down. Devorto. What do we do? I looked around. Devorto was nowhere to be seen. Shit. Do, turn off the lamps. Let's scoot up to the attic. We can hide. Do shook her head, her face pale. They will just run a tracescape on me. They won't have your signature yet, but they have mine. They will find us. I felt a clammy hand wrap itself in my guts. I hobbled to the storm lamps and turned them off. The room was plunged in darkness, except for the occasional burst of white from the lightning. I'm assuming they traced the spot we teleported to. They must be hiking around, trying to see where we are. There are a couple more cabins around this place. These guys have probably split up to check the place. Tell me, is this guy a wordsmith? Do shook her head. Good, I said. I knew I could not use my gift, but I could use everything else I had. The presence in my head stirred and flared. But at least now there were no words. I focused on the situation and ignored the silent urging within me to reach out for the gift. I went to the closet and opened it, pulling out a small axe we used for chopping firewood. I was done running and hiding. I was going to take the fight to those bastards. I turned around and saw Do kneeling, her eyes closed. She seemed to be praying. Well, we could always use a little prayer. Devorto was still nowhere to be seen. I went to the kitchen and let myself into the garden. The rain was sheeting down and I was soaked in a few seconds. I limped, trying to ignore the pain, sticking to the wall. I caught sight of a tree that would cover me. I made a quick dash for the tree and reached it just before the entire place was lit up by a flash of lightning. I hefted the axe in my hand and peeked out from behind the tree. I could see the courtyard in front of the house. It was deserted. It was then that I noticed the big guy next to the wall. He was making his way to the window, the same window I had been standing at a few moments before. I hobbled and skipped from tree to tree, jumping over rivulets of water and slimy patches. I was in a different zone altogether now, completely focused on the man and nothing else. He reached the window, and within seconds he was dashing for the door he had seen Do. I made a beeline for him, running flat out, ignoring the pain and everything else. He put his shoulder to the door and rushed into the house while I was still some 20 meters away. I came very close to giving into the desperate mental flares to try something wordsmithy. Instead, I took a deep breath and threw the axe at the door, hoping to get a lucky shot at the guy's back. I was running behind on my axe throwing practice though, and the axe hit the wall a good distance away from the door, clattering to the floor. I had no option now. I closed my eyes and drew on the power, waiting for the words to come. I could feel the presence swell and fill my mind. And just when I braced myself to say the words, I heard an explosion. I opened my eyes just in time to see the intruder come flying out the door to land with a huge splash in the muck right in front of me. I looked up at the doorway as Du walked up. "You think you're the only who can do any rescuing around here?" She had been weaving escape when I saw her kneel on the floor. I felt pretty stupid after all the stunts I had just pulled in my panic. Relief washed over me. She was safe, and that was what mattered. As the adrenaline retreated, I felt the pain from my badly abused leg surging back. I limped to the door and almost collapsed on the floor. "We cannot rest now. We have to go. There is someone with a CM out there and it is sure to have detected what I just did. They will be here in no time." Du pulled my hand and tugged. I pulled myself up and went to the kitchen. I picked a bag from the storeroom and stuffed it with whatever provisions I could. I slung the bag on my back and returned to the hall. Meanwhile, Du had found a couple of jackets inside. Equipped as well as we could be, we headed for the door. I winced as I saw the state it was in. I was going to have to pay my friend for all the provision pilfering and the damage done to the house. I saw the axe lying forlorn on the floor and left it where it was. I was likely to do more damage to myself than anyone else. I looked around for something I could pick up to use as a weapon. I saw a bamboo staff, thick enough to do damage and long enough to use as a walking stick. I picked it up, groaning as my leg complained when I leaned over. I wondered where Devordo had gone off to, especially when we needed him the most. I nodded at Du to indicate that I was ready. It was close to dawn when we took off into the jungle, the rain still pouring down. It was a crazy trek through the forest. We jogged while I could, and walked when the pain got too much to bear. Du kept muttering a healing scape that stopped the pain from completely crippling me. We did not stop though. We did not dare. I kept trying to send Devordo telepathic messages. But I did not know if I was getting it right and whether they actually made it through to him. I found myself regretting this separation scape. At times like this one can even miss an insane voice in the head. I would have loved to have been able to teleport us all out of there to some other location where no one could follow us. I could feel the gift slithering in me, but it was too alien and way too scary for me to risk without Devordo's commands to guide me. "Where are we going, Slick?" she gasped, leaning against a tree for a moment. I stopped too, using my staff for support. The incessant rain was beginning to get on my nerves. I wanted to be some place where we could be dry and safe. Did I have a plan? I decided to cook one up for the moment. There is a river nearby. If we can reach there and walk upriver to the tribal area, we may find a boat. Then we can try and make our way to the nearest inhabited island, that is, one with civilized people living on it. Du gave me one of her looks as I stumbled through the crazy plan. "Sounds good," she said, "let's go." And she took off again. I stared after her incredulously. She actually thought the plan sounded good. It was complete suicide. I would have to think of an alternative before this woman actually started executing my plan. I decided that I would figure it out along the way. We continued until we stumbled onto the river bank, more by chance than design. Then, we started moving upstream, following the plan, word for word. Me and my big mouth. By this time, night had receded and the approaching dawn made the going a bit easier. My leg had gone almost numb and I had stopped thinking about it. I just focused on the next step, gritting my teeth against the pain and discomfort. Du was incredibly tough and did not utter a word of complaint. Finally, a couple of hours into our escape, we took our first real break. We settled down and made a meal of some tinned pineapples and biscuits, washing it down with juice. I was dripping wet and something squelched with every move I made. Right then, I would have killed for dry clothes. The rain had lessened to a light drizzle though, and things were looking up. "Can they track you here?" I asked Du, still thinking of the tracescape she had talked about. "No," Du said, "that works only in close areas. They will assume that we teleported out and will now be looking for the port location so that they can trace out the next point in the port." "You mean to say they can always track down a teleport?" "Not necessarily. There are ways to erase the tracks of a teleport. But it takes a lot of skill to pull off something like that. Even senior wordsmiths have trouble doing something like that. I digested that bit, pulling my trouser leg up to ease the pain. Slick, your leg has gone purple, Du gasped. I looked at it myself and realized that she was right. The leg had also doubled in size. I felt sick to the stomach at seeing my own leg looking like a rotting piece of meat. I guess the healing scape you used has not been working, I said, my voice quivering a bit. I'm sorry, Du whispered, tears coming to her eyes. I was focusing on easing your pain. I am not very good at healing. I was training with Lonergan to be a hunter. Healing is not something I am expected to know. A hunter? I asked, gulping inwardly at the ominous-sounding word. Clichéd revenge story. My dad was a free wordsmith. He was assassinated by a squad of guild hunters. I was born with the gift, and the free word took me in right from the beginning. When I made it to Breathsmith, I was asked to choose a vocation. The choice was clear. I wanted to be a hunter. I wanted to fight the guild and its assassins. Du said all this as she folded her scarf and then tied it around my leg, above the injury, a rudimentary tourniquet. This will prevent the infection from spreading to the rest of the leg, she said, as she tightened the knot. Where the hell is that blessed dead wordsmith when you need him? I swore freely, letting some of my frustration out. Right here. And I am not a dead wordsmith. I am very much alive. Devorto was hovering right above us, trying to look outraged while smirking, a feat he managed to accomplish rather successfully. Du. I looked out at the blue expanse, unable to believe where I was, a small boat in the midst of the ocean. We figured we couldn't head towards any of the other islands because of the danger and were making for the Indian coastline, trying to sneak in somewhere close to Pondicherry, a place with civilization enough to give us options. Provided we got there in the first place. We were in a boat. And we had a few hundred miles to go. It was also really cold. Being a wordsmith helped make the boat a little safer than it was. But there was only so much you could do when you were taking on the might of the ocean. It didn't help that the two companions I had were the most powerful wordsmiths I had ever known, yet were currently quite useless in terms of weaving up assistance. One of them was lying on the floor of the boat, fast asleep. I looked at him for a while, 1,000 mixed emotions roaring through my head. It was all his fault. Or maybe it wasn't. I couldn't decide. I looked at Devorto, who was flitting above the boat, his face turned towards an imagined horizon in the distance. The fairy form might have given him supernatural vision. I couldn't say. I called out to him. Devorto. A moment later, he was fluttering beside me. Can you sit down someplace? It's difficult to talk to someone hovering mid-air, I said. Well, it's a lot more effort to appear to be sitting. You see, there's no real matter to me, so I don't need to rest. Also, it's quite a pleasure to fly about. You really should try it sometime. Devorto was putting on an air of fake cheer. That was scary. What little I knew of him, he didn't care much for other people. If he was trying to lift my spirits, things were definitely worse than they were some time before. I gulped and waved my hand. I think I'll pass. I'm comfortable sitting. I just wanted to talk for a bit. And I don't think I want to talk to him. Not for a while at least. Devorto looked at Slick and nodded. I can understand that. I was in his head all this while, and now that I'm out, the last thing I want to do is talk to him. Did I do the right thing? I was still staring at the ocean. I was trying hard to gulp down a huge lump in my throat that kept showing up, threatening to burst the dam that had been building for a while now. I could feel Devorto giving me a long look. I looked at him as he lowered himself to the side of the boat, right next to me. He raised his hand and blew a small puff of glowing dust at me. I blinked in surprise. He smiled and said, "You acted on instinct, but you acted well. It is difficult to act against your family, against your Warren. But you followed your heart, and it guided you well. Stop worrying about it." But for him? Is he really worth this? I gestured angrily at Slick. You tell me, Devorto hovered a little closer and looked at me seriously. You met him barely a few hours ago and were ready to fight your own folks for him. You followed him into a teleport and then onto this frail little boat. After taking such big steps, you should not have room for doubts anymore. You have long since crossed the point of no return. I took a deep breath that turned into a sob. I couldn't help myself. The tears came, and I was sobbing openly. I could feel Slick stir, and I tried to control myself, but I couldn't. Devorto moved closer, warming me with his glow, unable to do more. He continued talking instead. I have been in his head, I know him better than he knows himself. He is a good boy, though a confused one. I wouldn't have wished this curse on my worst enemy. He has to deal with the corrupting power that I have burdened him with. What's worse, it is a lot more than I had to control. That cursed scape wrenched more than just my spirit from the ether. It sucked in every legend, every myth there ever was of the Wordscapist. And some of those legends are not pretty. I was in his head, and even I was overwhelmed at the storm of power that swarmed up each time I guided him through his scapes. He now has to deal with that, how to harness it and do right with it. And all he has is us. He made sense, but for some reason, it made me want to cry all the more. I couldn't stop the stupid tears. Devorto went on, "Don't cry, Lil One. Don't cry. It will all be okay. Eventually. For now, you need to be strong." He gave me a little pat that I almost could feel, though it did send a shiver down my spine. Through my tears, I could see Slick looking at me, his face a mask of misery. Devorto hadn't known he was awake and listening. At that moment, I didn't care. I lay my head in my arms and sobbed away. Chapter 14. Journeys. They asked where. He was here. And everywhere else too. They asked when. He was in now. And in every when too. Some journeys are too big to keep to one time and place. Slick. I leaned against one of the few sides of the raft that was lean-worthy. I took care to hold on to a bit of rope, just in case. I looked at Dew, who had been silent for most of the trip. She didn't want to talk to me, and I had stopped trying after a bit. Devorto was flitting over the raft, our nestless crow who kept giving us updates on how he could see no land. Of course there was no land. We were trying to cross one half of the Indian Ocean, after all. We had covered a fair distance though, thanks to the strangely shaped, scape-enhanced sail that was set up over the boat we were in. More of a raft actually. Barely even that. A few logs and planks tied and nailed together so that they could more or less float. That was all we could pilfer from the debris of an abandoned village. Dew had done something to ensure it didn't fall apart, and that was all I knew. I couldn't ask for more at this point. However, given the size of the ocean and how far land was, given my limited knowledge of geography, I had a feeling we were going to be on this raft for a long time to come, no matter how fast the winds bore us along. I was willing to wait, as long as we didn't end up in hostile land. Burma was close, and so were some islands that were rumored to be secret Chinese military facilities. We had set out in the direction of the Indian coastline, but I wasn't too sure if we had managed to stay on course. It was hot. Not the blazing heat of the city or the humid heat of a tropical beach. This was the sapping, unrelenting, moist heat that rose off the ocean in waves. We had some water and some food. I was already thinking about how to get more. There was a small shelter rigged up at one end of the raft, where the sail formed a wall and some more scraps of cloth came together to make a tattered roof. I had managed to scoop this roof into a funnel and place some coconut shells below. If we had any rain it would hopefully replenish our water storage. "We are still at least 100 miles away from land, if not more," Devorto grumbled, as he hovered within earshot. I grimaced but didn't offer any comments. We were nearly through our food rations. I wondered if Dew could fix something that made it possible to grab fish from the ocean, but I wasn't too sure about that. Dew was doing her best to keep us moving without capsizing, but she needed to conserve her energy, considering she was the only functional wordsmith we had. Given the mood she was in, I wasn't sure I should ask her either. It was tempting to try and do something. I could feel a near limitless power sloshing around in the backwoods of my mind. There was something there that almost begged me to release it, let it loose and shape it. Devorto was keeping a very close watch on me though. He probably knew what it felt like, and he was making sure I didn't try anything. He had warned me in graphic detail of the consequences of trying to do anything at all with the power. "Any ideas for going faster than this?" I asked. Dew didn't react. Devorto continued grumbling, his accent becoming so broad I didn't understand him anymore. I noticed he lapsed into his native tongue when he was excitable. Other times he managed to sound closer to how I spoke. I guess he had absorbed that from my head. I wasn't completely sure how I felt about it. But then it helped me understand him, and I couldn't complain about that. We passed the next couple of hours in silence, which was the theme for this journey. I dozed for a while and woke up with a cramp. I stood up to stretch, and then noticed something in the distance. I could see a haze that ran at an angle to us and we were going to sail right into it. The air was blurred and I couldn't see beyond it. I squinted, trying to clear my vision, wondering if this was some kind of marine mirage. "Devorto!" I called out. Devorto shimmered into sight a couple of inches away, giving me a start. He had been practicing his invisibility, and was getting uncomfortably good at it. I didn't need to say more though. He was looking at exactly the same thing. Du raised her head, sensing the tension in my voice. She saw the both of us staring and looked around. What is that? She asked. A ley line, Devorto muttered. Can you latch onto that, girl? That might be a mite helpful. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Du replied, still staring at the haze. Of course not, Devorto sighed, I'm more the fool to think you could. You're not a source. I'm not a source? Du asked, but got no further response from Devorto. I had an almost instinctive idea of what Devorto meant though. I had heard about ley lines. They were mythical force fields that spanned the globe. Earlier, during Life as a Norm, they were nothing more than interesting paranormal trivia. Now I could actually see one. And without completely understanding how, I could even guess what Devorto wanted to do. Ley lines were supposed to be flowing lines of force. They had direction and speed. If we could latch onto it, we could trail it almost like a water skier. I wondered if I could pull it off, but knew that there was no way these guys would allow me to try anything. Our raft slowly approached the ley line. Is it dangerous? Du asked. Only if it's ripped open, was Devorto's cryptic response. I guess it wasn't ripped open and we were safe for the moment. The three of us continued to stare at the haze as it got closer. I felt a growing urge in me to do something. I had a vague realization that I was mirroring Devorto's feelings, and the frustration I felt at not being able to do something was more his than mine. I could actually do something, though I didn't know what exactly. And then it happened. Our raft nosed into the haze and for a blurred instant we were in the midst of it. I knew we would pass it and be left to drift with the wind. I couldn't let it go. I cast out with my mind, my hand reaching out as if I were throwing a fishing line. Hook. Merge. Ride. Fly. The words came to my head and I whispered them out. I felt something snap into place and felt a tug jerking me forward. I clutched onto the rope I was hanging onto, further wedging myself into the corner of the raft. The raft surged forward. Du let out a shriek as she toppled backwards onto the raft, and then clutched on to a piece of rope herself. Devorto turned to glare at me as I shouted, "Hold on." It was a little late for that though. The raft was already plowing through the waves at an incredible speed. We were skimming the water, bouncing off waves like a crazy water skier attached to a plane. Everything blurred as I coiled the rope a couple more times around me. I had a feeling that I would go flying away all by myself if I detached myself from the boat. I definitely did not want that to happen. You cannot control this. Devorto shouted at me, flitting furiously to try and hover alongside me. I think you should hold on to something, or you're going to get left behind, I muttered through clenched jaws. It was taking a lot of concentration to hold on. I cast a quick glance at Du and saw her glaring at me as she hung on for dear life. Devorto had disappeared, and I was hoping he had attached himself somehow to the raft. I was being constantly hit by the spray as the raft bounced and jumped through the waves. I didn't think our creaky transport could take a lot of this treatment. I had to change something or the raft would fall to pieces, scape or no scape. I concentrated on the near intangible hook I'd sunk into the ley line, and sank it even deeper, trying to get a better, tighter grip. Considering all this was happening in my head and based on nothing more than mere feeling, I was also simultaneously trying to convince myself that I was not going insane. Something did change though. We were in the air more than on the water. We were also going even faster, much faster. I had done some crazy speeds on road, but this was definitely way faster than any speed limit I had ever hit. We were almost flying. And the times we did touch down on water resulted in jarring bounces and huge splashes. If we hit a big wave now, we would simply crash into pieces. Float, not fly, I heard Devorto shout. Oh good, he was still around. What did he mean float? Float. He shouted again, not fly. I remembered the words I had used. Fly. Ah. I repeated them, this time focusing on float, willing the raft to ride the ley line and not the water. The raft turned into a hovercraft in an instant, and stopped touching the water. It went up a couple of feet, leaving a wind trail in the water. The ride was much smoother though, and even though I tried to ignore the fact, even faster. The wind was whipping our faces as we flew through the air, just above the expanse of the ocean. I was having trouble holding on now, as the rope dug deeper and deeper into my skin. Du! Devorto called out. Du looked up and saw him motioning her to come closer. She threw me a dirty look and then started inching closer, using the rope she was holding to drag herself forward. I did not want this idiot to weave, Devorto shouted, trying to be heard over the wind, but this is good for us. I think this ley line will lead us straight to the nearby coastline and within a few hours. Weave up an anchor for the boy so that he is a part of the raft, or the ley line will wrench him off and leave us stranded. Du nodded and started weaving. I suddenly felt something sliding over my feet. I looked down to see them covered by what looked like bark and leaves, a mossy growth emanating from the raft itself. In moments I was stuck to the raft, and couldn't move my lower body. I could feel the pull transferred from my arms to my entire being. I gingerly loosened the rope around my arms, noting the thick, angry welts it left behind. The blood rushed into my arms and I winced at the pain, tenderly rubbing them. This new position added even more stability to our movement and our raft rose up a couple more feet now, safely over the height most normal waves reached. "Thank you," I said, as Du wrapped up her scape. She didn't acknowledge me, and instead started working on another scape that was building more of the same stuff on the front of the raft, in the shape of a dolphin's nose. It acted as a screen against the wind, and I guess also helped our raft's aerodynamics. She was done a few minutes later, and our raft looked a lot cooler, quite like a jet ski hovercraft hybrid that Tarzan would use. I couldn't move, but I had the constant pull that reminded me that I was what was powering our raft along. It was an incredible sensation. Protected from the wind, and raised above the water, the journey was a lot more pleasant now. We were flying really fast, and we would reach land soon. We were going to survive this journey after all. Well, for the moment at least, I mentally amended. The historian. I had a massive headache. Well, my head was only a part of it. My whole body ached from the exertion and stress it had been subjected to over the last couple of days. I had traveled across the world, been subjected to more action than my action-light body was used to, and been in danger of being killed at least twice. Every time I was within a mile of that insane elemental was a near-death experience, historian immunity or not. I had also seen one man attempting to become the Wordscapist and another who might already be the Wordscapist. All in 2 days. Too much. By far. I watched the free word making arrangements to go into hiding. They had overreached last night. The CCC were in town and they wouldn't rest without some arrests. I frankly didn't see Zobarin or any of her crazy flock giving themselves up. Isis and Wind had managed to make their way back from Leh. In the bloody Himalayas. That's where the boy had sent them. One moment they were in the thick of action, trying to take on one boy who was fighting their entire warren, the next moment they had found themselves slap-bang in front of a tea stall in Leh. They weren't powerful enough to port back and had no choice but to trek over the mountains, hitching rides to a port point close to Delhi. They were both silent after their return, chilled by their involuntary trip and the sheer power of the young wordsmith who had teleported them thousands of miles against their will. I think what scared them most was that he had used that power to move them out of the way, but had chosen not to hurt them. Suggesting he could have, if he wanted to. A lot. Lonergan and Necros were not to be seen. They were also not responding to telepathic missives from Zobarin and the others. They had gone renegade from a renegade outfit. Double renegades. I had seen them moving to help the boy. Necros had done more than move. He had taken Loon down. Loon was still walking around with a bloody bandage covering his head. They had made their choice clear. They had backed the boy, and that was that. Who was the boy? What was his deal? I could barely control the curiosity I felt. I was itching to talk to him, understand what was happening in his head. A thoughtsmith. The Wordscapist. The stuff of legends. How exciting. To be in the midst of all this was a blessing indeed. If only I could avoid Sign. And Sylvis. And the CCC preferably. And yes, get out of this situation where I was the free words historian. I guess it wasn't much of a blessing after all. Are you ready to leave? I almost jumped at the voice. I looked up to see who was talking to me. I realized it was Zobarin and she looked tired, frustrated, angry, and perhaps even a little afraid. She was quite a wreck, very different from the Ice Maiden I had seen all these years in her senior guildsmith role. Yes, I didn't have much and hadn't really unpacked what your team put together for me. Our team, historian. You are one of us now. Indeed. I didn't respond to that and gave her a perfunctory smile. Let's go, historian. We don't need to tangle with the CCC. Not now at least. Not now at least. That did not sound good. I kept my counsel. Historians were not noted for their opinions, merely their narrative style. I sighed as I picked up my bags. I thought fondly of my warm London apartment with its comfortable furniture and all its books. It felt like another place in time. Someday. But today I must travel. Again. Amra. I got off the little plane, grateful to be on the ground again. I didn't mind teleports, but flying wasn't my favorite mode of transport. But there had been a report of a continuum flare in Goa. The nearest teleport center had been a few hundred miles away, in Delhi, and I had to fly in from there. We set up an extreme alert across all CCC centers, and anything unusual was to be immediately investigated. The guild was without a master, the free word had crawled out of whatever dark places they huddled in, and there was a wordscapist out there somewhere. These were turbulent times, and they called for extreme measures. I smelled the salt in the air as we drove through the crowds to the temporary office my team had set up. Goa! This was supposed to be a hub of free word activity. Somewhere in the midst of this Indian carnival was an entire warren of rebel wordsmiths plotting to overthrow the guild. I half wished they would succeed. That would eliminate the guild, and the act of aggression from the free word would give me an excuse to lock up all those freaks as well. Oh, for a wordsmith-free world. We reached the office, which was located in a large warehouse on one side of a commercial complex. It was a basic, perfunctory setup. I found a serviceable corner and set up my office there. As I waited for my team to get their act together and make their report, I saw a familiar face, a face I didn't like. The baby soft, pretty boy face came with a huge, hulking body. Within moments of me noticing him, face and body both made their way towards me. Gurmeet, I said in acknowledgement, curt even by my hostile standards. Amra, he responded, his tone demonstrating how mutual our dislike was. He said it wrong though, like always. My name had 2 phonetic syllables. You got it wrong only if you were stupid or rude. He was both. But then I quite deliberately mangled his name too. For me, he was always Kermit, and I said his name likewise. Congratulations on almost getting Silvis, he smirked, the stress clearly on the almost. Well, it's closer than you have got to the free word, I responded, my expression deadpan as I responded to the sarcasm and not the compliment. I heard there were some fireworks here last night, and I don't see any wordsmiths in restraints. Well, I might not have wordsmiths, Kermit replied, his smirk still in place, but I do have information on the Wordscapist. For once, I didn't have a response. How the hell had he pulled that off? How did he know? You're not the chosen one, Amra, he said with an infuriating chuckle. The Lyrii have other agents as well. And some of us are even making progress. I bit my tongue to prevent myself from responding to that bait. I would figure this out later. Right now, it was important to find out what this fool had discovered. And what kind of progress would that be? I said, trying to inject a balance of taunt and curiosity into that. Well, unlike you, I have no qualms sharing my work with my CCC colleagues. It's all about getting results at the end of the day. Results, my foot. But I smirked back at him and waited for him to complete his grandstanding and come to the point. Andrew Wallachian aka Andy's body was found in Mumbai. He bears signs of a snatcher attack, Kermit proceeded, thankfully abandoning his smirk. The interesting thing is that the snatcher was definitely souped up and directed. The guild has taken down another free wordsmith. The scene in Silvis's office made sense now. I didn't mention that though. I didn't want Kermit to rub more of my failures in my face. What does that have to do with the Wordscapist? I asked, downplaying Andy's murder. Patience, Amra, Kermit responded with enough condescension to drown a cat. So, there are signs of a witness. Someone who was there. Someone who wove. The guild assassin? I asked. No, the guild just sent the snatcher. Someone else. A cipher. The boy. My eyes widened despite myself. Exactly, Kermit smiled. The boy who was playing host to the Wordscapist. We studied the continuum monitors and got readings of some chaotic but powerful weaving on the scene. We don't know what role he played, but he was there. Do you have a fix on him? I asked, trying my best to keep my voice steady. Well, you know how things are, we have to do things traditionally here, he said, the smirk back in place. We got some norm witnesses who saw the boy at the scene, bloody and messed up next to a beheaded body. With some prodding, we retrieved some memories that gave us a physical description. Even better, we got his motorbike's license plate details. Brilliant! I exclaimed, despite myself. Kermit was taken aback, and responded with a surprised and straightforward thank you. He continued in a more civil manner, with some more investigation, we discovered the boy's name and address, and also the fact that he bought a train ticket to Goa. Inquiries here revealed the hotel room he booked, and we have retrieved his belongings from there, including his passport and some other papers. All records indicate that he is here now. I had to give this round to Kermit. He got lucky, yes, but he had worked with his luck and had achieved results. Good work, Gurmeet, I said, making half an effort at getting his name right. This is great news. So what is his name? And where is he now? Kermit stumbled through a series of foreign-sounding words, 5 of them in all. Sorry? I said, as I failed to understand what he was saying. He repeated the words, stumbling less, but making the same sounds. What is that? I asked. His name, Kermit said. All of that? I asked. Yes, all of that, he nodded. Wow. There is no way I am remembering that. Is there a code name you have assigned him? Well, he calls himself Slick, based on our investigations with his colleagues and friends. I guess we could go with that. I made a face. Some cheek he had calling himself Slick. Well, we would see how slick he was. So where is this Slick now? We don't know yet, Kermit said, but we will soon enough. He has left quite a trail. He roughed up some locals last night at the beach with a powerful summoning scape. I believe some kind of fey being was involved. The victims were delirious and it took some effort to piece together a story. We haven't managed to track down any of the free wordsmiths yet, but there are signs that something big happened in the free word camp last night. The scape signatures point to the cipher and some of the free wordsmiths. He's been active, hasn't he? Any sign if the boy's mind is still aware? Or has the Wordscapist completely taken over? That's where things get a little confusing, Kermit said. The signature we got from the Mumbai scene was a straightforward one. One wordsmith, untrained but powerful. He wasn't weaving, but I guess he had some kind of a visceral reaction to the snatcher that caused a tracescape. The one we got here in Goa points to a strangely combined signature. 2 wordsmiths, both incredibly powerful and weaving as one. I'm not completely sure, but I think the Wordscapist and the boy are both involved. The boy is definitely aware, and he is working with this Wordscapist being. That is not good, I said as I walked towards the table where the boy's stuff was laid out. I picked up his passport and looked at the photo and the name. No, there is no way I could even begin to figure out how to say it, let alone remember it. The photo showed a smiling, benign face. There was nothing benign about the trail this boy had left. I turned around and spoke to Kermit. For all purposes, we will treat them as one entity. And the mission is clear. Take them down with extreme prejudice. He looked at me and slowly smiled. For once, Amra, we might actually agree on something. Let's take this freak down. Do. I watched the waves as they rolled in, one after another. It was good to be back on land. An entire life spent by the ocean hadn't prepared me for the experience of trying to cross it on a small raft. It had been rough. A lot less than it could have been, I guess, if Slick hadn't attached us to that ley line. It got us to the Indian coast in 4 hours, traversing a huge distance at an insane speed. It was scary to even think of it. But we arrived in one piece. Which was a miracle considering that Mr. Slick hadn't figured out how to let go of the ley line. We had approached land at a frightening speed, primed to be splattered against the first tree we came across, as Slick muttered word after word, trying to jump off the ley line. Devorto had worked with him, but had slipped into Gaelic with his instructions because of the excitement of the moment. That hadn't helped, and there was a brief moment where I had actually considered cutting him loose so that I wouldn't be pulled to my death with him. I had realized then that I couldn't do it. I couldn't abandon him. I was stuck with him, even if it meant ending up spread across a series of palm trees. But one of the things Slick tried worked after all, and the raft skittered across the shallow waves like a flat stone skimmed across water, before plowing to a stop on a deserted beach, north of the Pondicherry coast. The landing totaled the raft, but then, I didn't see any of us planning another trip on that bundle of matchsticks anytime soon. I saw Slick patting it a couple of times as he got off, freed of the bindings I'd woven around him. I was surprised, I hadn't pegged him as a sentimental type. We found a couple of fishermen who provided us with fresh coconuts, fried fish, and directions. A short hike later and we were in Pondicherry. Slick dug up some contacts and got us a cottage on the beach in Oroville, which was a pretty enough place to stay in. I had come to Pondicherry a few times in the last few years. It was like a smaller, quieter, stranger version of Goa. It had its pluses though. There was a peaceful, quiet air to the place that I liked. Devorto had dismissed the feeling as a lay fugue when I spoke to him about it. He said that there was an abundance of holy places along ley lines because of the ways in which they affected norms. I didn't contest it, but held on to my special feeling for Pondicherry. Sometimes, a rational explanation just doesn't cut it. Everything that had happened in the last couple of days had been overwhelming. And given my life in the free word, that was definitely saying something. I had learned of Andy Dawes' death. I had met Slick, and though I didn't know it in the beginning, Alain Devorto, who in a strange combined way were the Wordscapist. I had seen scapes beyond imagination. I had turned against my people, Papaloon, the free word, to impulsively help this crazy boy I just met. I had flown in a creaky raft across the ocean. I wished I could say thank you very much, that will be all, and take it easy. That wasn't an option. I was in it for better or worse. I wondered what it was. I waited for Devordo to come back and talk to us, to give us some direction. I tried to ignore Slick, who was snoring heavily in the cottage, his snores carrying to where I sat on the beach. I watched the waves, lost in my thoughts. Slick. So Norms can fly? Devordo repeated, a little slowly, as if he was having trouble absorbing the concept. Using metal birds that can fly really fast? Yes, Du repeated patiently. I was trying hard not to burst out laughing. Devordo had learned a lot when he had been in my head. But now he was finding life in the 21st century more and more disorienting, especially with no personal mind reference to dip into. And you propose that we reach Scotland in this manner? Well, I was saying that we cannot get to Scotland in this manner, Du said. We need money and lots of papers to be able to get there, which none of us have. Mine are in Goa, and so are Slick's. Can't we weave up these papers? Devordo asked, failing to understand why that was a challenge. Not really, I said. These papers need to go through machines that are immune to illusions and wordscapes. They need the real deal, and will not respond to imitations. Du nodded. She had started coming around. There was still a weary irritation to the way she dealt with me, but at least now there was acknowledgement and some conversation. Slick's right, I'm afraid. There are all kinds of complexities with tickets and passports that we would never manage to weave correctly. Passport, Devordo said slowly, something that lets you pass a port. Nice word. Well, it might be a nice word, but we don't have it. You can go invisible and slip through, but Du and I will be stuck. You said that you haven't learned how to teleport yet, Du, Devordo said, looking at her for confirmation. I have learned the theory, but I haven't practiced much. I couldn't risk porting all of us across such a distance to a land I have never actually visited. Du was quietly emphatic. There was a cautious determination to that girl, which was so completely different from my wild impulses. It was fascinating. No, I wasn't suggesting that you teleport us across. I was thinking of a passport, Devordo said, rather mysteriously. Are you thinking of a teleport spell? Du asked. Devordo looked up at her, surprise on his dainty little features. Yes, I guess that is one way of looking at it. Have you used such a thing? Yes, the free word uses it extensively. It ensures that free wordsmiths can travel together to locations irrespective of skill or personal experience with the destination. Good, Devordo said. Then let's get to work building one. But I have never been to Scotland, Devordo, Du said, I wouldn't know where to start. And I have never built a teleport spell myself. Well, you can start now. And don't worry about being to Scotland. The Highlands are a part of me, and they will guide us to where we need to go. Oh, we're going to Scotland. Haggis, here I come. I rubbed my hands with glee. Both of them, however, continued speaking as if I didn't exist. They were doing it all too frequently now. Devordo, I do not understand how you propose what you, Du started. Devordo darted towards her and disappeared an inch away from her, almost as if he had merged with her. A strange look came across Du's face, as she went silent. I wondered what was happening but had the sense not to say anything. I sat and watched her face as she stared into the distance, lost for the moment. A few long minutes passed, during which time I fidgeted more and more, trying hard to keep silent and not interrupt whatever it was that Devordo was doing. Finally Du relaxed, her eyes returning to the here and now. Devordo reappeared too, looking extremely pleased with himself. It's beautiful. Du exclaimed, looking at Devordo. He smiled at her. That it is. My land. I am going back. And Devordo, Du spoke slowly, as if she had just realized something. Yes, Du? He asked with a smile. I seem to know exactly how to weave up a teleport spell now. She looked at him accusingly. Isn't that something? He exclaimed, throwing up his tiny hands. Well, get to it then. With that, he flitted away. He disappeared even as he reached the cottage door. I wondered what he did when he disappeared. It's not like he had a social life or anything. Du looked at me, a little helpless and lost. He messed with your head, didn't he? I said quietly. Well, he gave me memories. And yes, he did something to my memory of the teleport spell theory. I know a lot more about it now, and I also remember weaving it. Though I've done no such thing. And it's all different now, the words, the technique. Yeah, he does that, I said. He doesn't understand that memories are personal. Memories are powerful, my dear little children, Devorto whispered softly. He had been hovering just over us. He hadn't left at all. Stop doing that, I said, a little sharply. He smiled at me rather mischievously and then turned to Do. Get to it, Do. It is past sunset there. We will have a bit of a walk to my cave once we reach our destination. Do looked at him blankly, while he looked at her with his I'm so happy I am going home smile. The spell that you left in my head is in Latin. I learned it in Esperanto. What have you done? She spoke slowly, in that peculiar way of hers, where the speed of speech or the lack of it conveyed menace. There was a lot of menace in this one. Esperanto, I picked up a few words from the boy's memory of the dead wordsmith's notes, Devorto spoke, smiling. It's funny how my spells have survived and become a language all by itself. Andida's notes, yes, Do said pensively. I forgot that you predate Esperanto by many centuries. Your name does translate pretty well in our language. Of the word, Devorto murmured, indeed. Nothing more, nothing less. But that's the language I learned my smithing in, Devorto, Do continued, after giving him a moment. I cannot weave in Latin. I haven't learned it well enough to weave in it. It's all the same, my child, Devorto said, his smile cuddling the condescension in his voice into a soft, non-threatening tone. I had to learn how to do that. Just speak the words, as you ride the meaning in your head. The same way you always do it. Your gift is strong and this spell will not tax you at all. Do opened her mouth to speak but Devorto continued right on. Moreover, it is a spell. It does not cause any harm till you cast it. And I will be watching, guiding you. If there is any hazard in it, I will not let you cast it. Beal? Deal, Devorto, not Beal, I corrected automatically. I was his Wikipedia, and now I was his Urban Dictionary as well. Deal? Devorto repeated without missing a beat. Do looked at him searchingly, trying to see if this strange man was conning her into doing something dangerous. I decided to put in my 2 cents, Devorto, I don't want to burst your bubble but. He didn't give me a chance to complete my thought. Then don't. We will get there, and we will find my body. If it isn't usable, we will have to find another way. I hated it when he did that, responding to questions in my head. How was it even possible, especially now that he was out of my head, all 2 inches of him? I nodded, however. There was no point fighting this, and I guess it was as good a plan as any. Mumbai was already a distant memory. We weren't going back to Goa for sure. Pondicherry wasn't going to be safe for very long. I guess Scotland was far enough to offer us some sanctuary for a while. And then there was Haggis, of course. Do picked herself and looked around. I guess that's as good as anything, she said, walking over to the bottle of water left in the room. That's pretty smart, actually, Devorto nodded. I don't understand, I said. Well, he needs to be inside something considering he can't really hold on. Otherwise we won't be taking him with us, Do explained, even as she turned the bottle around, examining it. I was still not completely sure what was happening, but decided to keep quiet. I didn't want to look any more stupid in front of Do than I already did. She sat on the bed and started whispering a string of words, most of which I didn't understand. I didn't want to admit, even to myself, that I didn't understand any of it at all. I watched her work as her scape sign pulsed and glowed, covering the bottle completely. A few minutes later, she looked up. I'm done. Good girl. Devorto exclaimed, his form glowing with excitement. A neat scape, if ever I've seen one. That will take us right where we need to go. Do nodded, I can sense it. It's stable and completely safe. I guess we can leave now, if you want. Wait, what? I exclaimed, jumping up. Leave for where? Scotland? Devorto said, a warm glow suffusing his little form. We are going to Skye. We are going to the Black Quelan. I had no clue what he had just said, but I guessed they were Scottish places. Now? I asked, completely shocked at how we were just ready to skip to Scotland. I guess, Do responded. We shouldn't stay here any longer than we need to. She looked at Devorto and asked, can this port be traced? Let them try, he said, with a cocky smile. Oh God, he was so much like me. What about food and clothing? Do asked. The land will provide, little one. Don't you worry your pretty head, Devorto said. He flew right into the bottle and settled down, gesturing furiously for us to get going. I looked at Do, still in shock at this sudden decision. She shrugged and motioned to the bottle, putting her hand on it. I reached out tentatively and held the bottle too, my hand alongside hers. As she whispered the closing words of the port spell, I asked out aloud. Isn't it going to be cold? Then everything dissolved with a loud bang into a crazy whir of darkness and colors. It was freezing. And windy. And extremely dark. There was a cold rain, the kind they call sleet. Slick was hunched beside me and Devorto was happily flitting all around. Slick and I were definitely not dressed for this, and in a moment were drenched and very cold. I looked around. We had arrived in a black valley in the midst of a bunch of black hills. In the dark night, everything looked black, but I could sense that everything was actually black too. There was no civilization for miles. I couldn't see any sign of life or even shelter. I did the time math in my head. It was dusk and we had a long, cold night ahead of us. It was a miracle we had reached here safely, but it was going to be an even greater miracle to leave in one piece. That's Skur Dirge, Devorto said, pointing at one of the more jagged peaks around us. I noticed that he was losing Slick's tone and accent and was slipping back to his Scottish roots. I had long since stopped asking him to repeat stuff, trying to make sense of the words he said. My mind boggled as I tried to imagine how those sounds might be spelt. I looked in the direction he was pointing. That sound was probably the name of the mountain in the distance. It was also definitely the highest and looked pretty menacing. So? Slick asked, his voice loaded with "Don't tell me we have to climb it." We have to climb it, Devorto happily announced. A short walk and we'll reach the point where we descend into my valley. Said the one who can flit. You do realize that my leg still hasn't healed completely, Slick responded, struggling with the effort of keeping his voice calm. Devorto frowned at him, and then looked at me to check if Slick was just being a baby. I tried my best to look cold and miserable and not enthusiastic at all about trekking through the dark while freezing to death. I didn't have to try very hard. Oh well, where is that bottle? Devorto asked. I pointed to it. It was sitting straight on a rocky ledge, rainwater dripping into it. Devorto flitted around the bottle a couple of times, his form glowing brighter for a few moments. The doubt I had was slowly becoming a certainty. He was lying to us about not being able to wield his power in this form. He looked at me and said, "Weave. Take us to where this will port us." We huddled around the bottle again. Devorto was inside, of course. Once again, I initiated the teleport, and another crack later, we were in a new place. More importantly, a dry place. One that wasn't buffeted by wind. One that was still cold, dark, and rocky. But it was much better. We were in a cave of sorts and I could see the rain through the opening. It smelled damp and it was still really cold. But without the rain, the cold wasn't as much of a challenge. I brought up my favorite fireball spell and set up a self-sustaining bonfire floating a couple of inches above the rock, right at the entrance of the cave. That would keep any wild animals out, and also not suck all the air from inside the cave. I crouched beside it, drying and warming myself. Slick smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up, and proceeded to do the same. Devorto looked at us, and shook his head. I guess wordsmiths were made of tougher stuff 500 years ago. Right now I was glad I didn't have to live up to wordsmith machismo. I could be a delicate thing and shiver. Slick was pretty much doing exactly that too. A moment later, I realized that Devorto had disappeared. For now I was glad to let him go. I could do with some rest, even if it was in a cold cave. You think this is his valley? Slick asked, warming his hands in front of the fire. Careful, I said sharply. The fire is hotter than it looks. It's not your standard wood fire. Believe me, I know, Slick said, grimacing slightly. I remembered the fireball incident and grimaced myself. I couldn't imagine what it must have been like to be him, walking into that situation and being attacked like that. It was incredible that he had managed to deflect the attack like he did. It said something of the innate skill and power that he had. I didn't know how much of that had been him and how much Devorto. I didn't want to think about that now. I was just glad that I hadn't hurt him. Time to change the topic, and I gladly latched onto the question he had asked. I don't think this is the valley. I think this is some kind of a safe spot nearby. He has probably gone to scout ahead. How long has it been? 500 years? Not quite. More like 400. A little more, Slick said, carefully warming one arm and shoulder, trying to dry himself out. I think he went into stasis or magical sleep or whatever around 1599. Well, I'm not sure what's happening around these parts. The place looks deserted enough. I was half afraid someone had built a mall over whatever hole he had concealed himself in. Slick chuckled at that. Yes, I thought about that myself, but decided not to raise it. Well, you are plenty rude to him. I didn't think you watched what you said while talking to him. He grimaced as he hurriedly pulled a smoking corner of his shirt away from the fire. Well, you know how he is. And it wasn't fun having him inside my head. Also, I think my defense mechanism to stress is to become more the comedian. More the bad comedian, you mean? You know, you're plenty rude to me too, he said, giving me a tragic look. I didn't bother responding to that. I was warmer and it was almost nice inside the cave. I saw a fog rolling by the entrance, sizzling against the fire as it tried to work its way inside. We would be alright here. Actually, we'd be just fine. If Devorto was right about that teleport being untraceable, we had just bought ourselves some safe time. And I really could use some time to just lay back and rest. I leaned against the rock and rested my head on a convenient ledge. I'm getting some sleep, Slick. I suggest you do the same. Knowing Devorto, we have some excitement lined up over the next few days. Slick nodded and leaned back himself. He was staring into the distance, like he did ever so often. After a long, quiet moment, he called out. Do? You think we'll get out of this all right? I didn't know what to say to him. I wish someone would answer that for me too. I hope so, Slick. Sleep now. Good night. After a long pause, good night. Both of us took a long while to sleep that night though. I tried to tell myself that it was the sound of the rain and the fog sizzling on the fire that kept us awake. When I finally did sleep, I had nightmares of Papa Loon coming after me with his knife. Chapter 15. Back to the beginning. The chase is afoot. Pursuers and fugitives unknown. The plot thickens. Questions still unanswered. But the end can always be traced. If you start right at the beginning. It's one of those nights of absolute darkness. The moon is nowhere to be seen and the clouds prevent even the starlight relieving the gloom. All beauty is lost in a swirl of dark grays that barely allow the naked eye to discern one detail from the other. AJ Silvis has no such problems though. His scape-enhanced sight allows him to see everything, including the dark, life form that makes its way towards him. Finally, Silvis can sense that ZYX is shielding from him. Whatever she is feeling or thinking, she doesn't want him to know. He is irritated at the ploy, given how futile it is. He doesn't break it down instantly, and waits for her to explain herself. She is his last aide at the guild, and he cannot afford to lose her. Jimmy Sao was his right-hand man and a big loss. That crazy elemental didn't know just how much she had damaged his power base with her actions. Once this entire mess was done with, he would have to rebuild everything. ZYX walked up the last few steps to the huge man and looked at him with one of her practiced, mischievous smiles. Silvis continued staring at her impassively. Any reaction at all would only result in more games, more wasting of time. The best ploy was always to stare her out. A few moments later, her smile slowly changed into a pout, moving slowly from sexy vixen to spoilt brat. Can we get down to business now? Silvis asked, his voice flat, not betraying any emotion. ZYX considered continuing with the charade for a moment, but then dropped the idea. Her features reformed themselves into a plainer but far more efficient version of herself. He's here. I've managed to get escape signature confirmation. It was the free wordsmith, the girl. And he is with her. I am unable to get a lock on their exact position, but Sky it is. Good. We need to flush him out, then. What do you have planned? ZYX looks at him, trying to read his dead eyes. Silvis, you know that the CCC will shut down the guild at the slightest infraction. We cannot afford to. I still am the Master Smith, ZYX. You could try and acknowledge that when you speak to me. There is a distinct surge of power at that. The temperature drops as the air frosts up around them. ZYX's eyes widen. I'm sorry, Master Smith. I was only. Our priority is to hunt the boy down. I believe that is what the CCC is trying to do too. I think they will accord leniency to any actions that are directed at hunting that abomination down. ZYX lowers her eyes and tries not to show any reaction to the innate hypocrisy in Silvis's words. So, I ask you again. What have you planned to flush him out? ZYX takes a deep breath and speaks, Master Smith, I'll unleash the spooks. They should be able to lock onto him the moment he does anything at all with his gift. The slightest flare, and they'll be all over him. They might not do much damage, but they'll give us the sign we need. I'll tie in a notification spell to the both of us, and we can move in quickly and hunt him down. Good. Silvis purses his lips as his eyes light up in anticipation. That is a good plan. I've got a couple of surprises up my sleeve for that boy. He might have caught Zoverin and her gang by surprise, but we will get him, ZYX. And there still might be hope. ZYX freezes as she hears the words. He still hopes to capture the gift, to become the Wordscapist. There really was no end to the man's madness. She smiled. That was exactly what she loved about him. Slick. The morning made everything feel a lot better. For one, everything was a lot prettier. The rain had stopped, the bone-chilling cold making way for a pleasant, cool wind. The fire was gone and I didn't miss it too much. Dew and Devorto were nowhere to be seen. They had let me sleep, and I was grateful for that. The rocky cave we were in hadn't offered many comfortable options, but I'd managed somehow, between a rolled-up jacket and a couple of smooth rocks. As I stretched and walked out, I realized that I wasn't limping either. My leg did feel much better, almost completely healed. I tried a few test kicks and everything worked well. A fine day indeed. I felt the pulse at the back of my head, the surge of power that was waiting to be called. I wondered if that had something to do with how quickly I had healed, like one of those vampire or werewolf creatures in popular fiction. I wondered how I would fare before garlic or silver. Silver I could stay away from, but I really did like garlic. Maybe super wordsmiths had other allergies. I wouldn't mind being allergic to pumpkins. I wasn't fond of them. And I didn't see how anyone could wear a string of pumpkins around their neck. I pulled myself out of that silly reverie. Everything was different alright, but today I almost felt like I could deal with it. Almost. I clambered out of the cave and saw a wide expanse in front of me. It was a pretty place, provided you found rocks pretty. The fog was moving in and out of the rocks, adding a certain mystery to the scene. That was when I noticed Dew. She was standing very still, barely a few feet away from me, staring out at something in the fog. Her body was tense and her escape sign was up. It was alive and flaring, ready for action. Something was wrong. I sensed movement above me and saw Devorto hovering nearby, motioning me to stay still. I looked carefully at the thick fog, trying to make out what it was that had spooked these two so much. I couldn't see anything. I shot a mental thought at Dew, what is it? Just one word came back. Fairies. I could barely believe I'd heard her right. I squinted into the fog, trying to see what they saw. A moment later, I saw them. Almost unconsciously, my mind brought up faint words that cleared my vision, revealing the forms that were walking, almost gliding, towards us. Damn it, I had to stop doing that. My mind was racing ahead on becoming a wordsmith, and Devorto had warned me that it was dangerous. They moved closer until we could see them clearly. Their forms were still vaguely blurred, but I doubted that had anything to do with the fog. I stared at them, trying to see them for who they were. These were Sliveret's kin, her folks. That was definitely not a comforting thought. It was difficult to describe them. At first glance, they looked like a clutch of young, pretty, pale people. There was a sort of vague beauty to them, pleasing at a subconscious level. But no one feature stood out, no strong characteristics that made an impression and stayed. Then I looked more closely. I thought about Dew's lessons on glamours, and focused hard on seeing what really lay beneath. That generic beauty was just the surface. Slowly, the illusion faded, and I could see more. Much more. They were the fairy. There was strong magic in them. There was the history of hundreds of years and experiences I could scarcely begin to imagine. I could see all this and more, through flashes of reality that buzzed in my head and settled into my consciousness. The most disconcerting thing, however, was the complete lack of empathy. I felt their eyes on me and I could see that they did not really feel the way humans did. What was precious to me was nothing to them, and they could, without a thought, destroy my world. They were the fairy, and they were very dangerous. They spread out, making themselves comfortable. There was one leaning on a rock, another who effortlessly leapt onto and perched atop a huge boulder, others who just sat where they stopped. They looked like this was home to them. Maybe it was home to them. One of them stepped forward, looking at Devorto. It looked like a woman. Not as tall and real as one, but somehow close. She was bigger than Devorto though. I had definitely got my fairy dimensions wrong when I wove his form. But he was hovering at eye level, drawing himself up, looking a lot bigger than he was. I don't know how he did it, but he was on my side, and I was glad he did. They stood and looked at each other for a while. I guess there was some telepathic conversation happening. It went on for a while. Dew and I waited tensely to see what would happen. Her escape sign pulsed, indicating its readiness to do anything she willed it to. I almost unconsciously brought mine up. Mine was more ice than fire, but it felt warm to my touch. I plunged my hands into it, and waited. I didn't know what it was I could do to help, but I was ready. As my warp came up, the fairy woman shot me a look, and then looked right back at Devorto. He turned to look at me and frowned. He turned back to her. This was getting frustrating. I wanted to know what the conversation was about. Du was glaring at me too, and shot me a few choice telepathic epithets. I did not respond, focusing on keeping my warp stable. This looked like a situation where taking risks was justified, and even necessary. Devorto suddenly spoke aloud. I want these two to know what is being said. The fairy's eyes widened in a comically exaggerated imitation of surprise. You speak their tongue, she said haltingly in a lilting voice. I am not here to play games, I am here to retrieve my body. But then there would be two of you, Alan. We cannot allow that. Not after you abandoned us in our direst hour of need. Not when you wrought the harm you did, all alone. Not when the new one barely understands how to ride the storm within him. It was a long speech, and she took some time getting through it. I could barely understand her, and the content itself didn't make much sense either. I just waited, warp in hand, for the hostilities to begin. I cannot help the boy unless I am restored, Devorto snapped. I need my body for that. Without my host, I am a mere shadow of my former self. And why would I want that to change, Alan? Even as a shadow, you are a threat to the Fae. This new threat you have brought bears chaos within that might tear our world apart. Yours even. And you want us to help you? What threat is she talking about? I sent a mental thought to do. The response took some time coming back. When it did come, I didn't like it one bit. I think she might be talking about you, Devorto and the fairy had gone back to glaring at each other. This was getting a little tiring. I started studying the fairy, one after another, trying to discern differences between the vague pretty forms. My warp shrank as I stopped focusing on it, and then blinked out. After a while, do let hers go out too. This was going to take a while. Do not anger me. Devorto shouted, suddenly. I demand my host back, or the Fae will face my wrath. Go on then, Alan Devorto, smirked. Let's see you hurt even one of my people in a fair fight. Devorto glared at her. The fairy were slowly getting up, one by one, rising from their comfortable positions. I now knew that there were 8 of them. From what I remembered of Sliveret, that was far too many. Both Du and my scape signs came back in an instant, flaring brightly. It was time to do something. I wondered what. Do not weave, boy. Devorto's voice was clear inside my head, just like old times. It was a telepathic missive. He wasn't in my head anymore. But it was bad enough. Unfortunately, for the rebel in me, that is just the kind of trigger that gets me going. I knew I couldn't speak aloud. I had to cook something up in my head. So be it. I knew what I wanted to do, ensure that none of these crazy fairies could hurt us. I had to freeze them in place, immobile and, if possible, unharmed. I wasn't too worried about the unharmed bit. They were hostile and had some harm coming as well-earned payback. I let the words swim up, shaping them in a form that just felt natural. It was almost like writing poetry. I had never been much of a poet, but this came easily to me. Capture form. Immobilize intent. Prevent escape. Hold in limbo. As the words appeared in my head, my warp stopped swirling around, becoming almost solid in my hands. The fairies hadn't noticed anything and were still focusing on Devorto as he glared at AEIA. I felt my warp getting heavier and heavier. I had to cast whatever I had woven soon or it would go out of control. Would it even work? I shot another glance at Du. She was staring at my warp, her eyes huge and round, full of alarm. Before she could shoot me another thought, the fairies made their move. 4 of them darted forward, 2 towards me and 2 towards Du. The rest moved towards Devorto. Well, if that's how they had calculated the threat, they were very wrong. I released the scape with a breath and a few words. Freeze where you are. Until it's time to thaw. The effect was instantaneous, they all froze right where they were. I saw Devorto glowing bright, in the midst of what looked like another warp. He was ready to strike. He could weave. Furious, he glared at me. His warp winked out as he darted towards me. I almost brought up another freeze spell in self-defense, but stopped myself. I didn't want to take him on. What have you done? He demanded, flitting inches away from my face. You can weave. I shouted. He had lied. What did you do, boy? He almost growled this one out, his form glowing dangerously again. Didn't I just save us all? I asked. You attacked the fairy. You were going to do the same. I need to reason with them, or they will not return my body. Why do they have your body? That is not the point. The point is that you are a bobegg who has once again screwed up. You proved the fairy right. He shouted, right in my face. They were making their move, attacking us, when I finally decided to let loose what I'd woven. I wasn't backing down this time. I was right, and I wouldn't let him take that away from me. You had no business weaving. This time it was due. I had pretty much had it with the both of them. What do you guys expect of me, damn it? I shouted, my warp appearing almost instantly, flaring up. All of us fell silent, staring at it, as it glowed between my clenched fists. I took a deep breath and let it go out. It took some effort. Whatever is happening inside you is not stable enough, Slick, Du said, more quietly this time. I nodded quietly, biting my lip to prevent any retorts. That had been scary, the way my power had sprung up when I was angry. Devorto continued glaring at me. He was really angry, and as my rage cooled down, I was beginning to understand why. He acted for the best, Du said, speaking up softly but firmly. I was on the verge of attacking too, only I had no idea how to bring them all down at once. Devorto threw her a dirty look and then got back to glaring at me. He looked back at the frozen fairy. Some of them were beginning to thaw. He turned towards us, his face more composed. Both of you will walk out that way, Devorto spoke in a voice that made it clear that there was to be no further debate, pointing towards the valley below. You will see a portal that I have set up. Walk through it, and you will find yourself inside my home, where no one else can enter. Go and wait there. I will clean up this mess and come. You sure you don't need help thawing them out? I asked. Boy, you forget yourself, Devorto said, his voice carrying more ice than my scape had. I half raised my hands in surrender. I nodded to Du and both of us set out to find Devorto's home. As we walked away, the thought came to me that I had just pulled off my first scape independently. It worked quite well, and was super cool too. I stored it away in my head, labeling it as the free spell. I was sure it would come in useful sometime soon, no matter what Devorto or Du said. Du. The portal was a little rip in the air. I had a feeling it had been set up so that only Slick and I could see it. Devorto could definitely weave. We had to talk about this. For now we just went quietly through the portal. I let Slick go first. He was tentative, unsure how to deal with this new phenomenon. Again, the thought came to me, how strange it must be to enter a world where everything was so different. I wondered how it felt. He reached out with his hand, slowly slipping into the portal, stepping through as the rip expanded to encompass him. I followed him, and bumped into him on the other side. He was standing, frozen to the spot. I gently shoved him aside and looked at what had left him dumbstruck. I had to admit, it was quite a sight. We were in a little valley. It was gorgeous, green and lush, very unlike the bleak, black surroundings. I couldn't get a grasp of the size of the place, as the horizon melted into a haze that showed a trace of the mountains that surrounded us. Devorto had built some kind of illusion that combined with the natural inaccessibility of the place to ensure that no one could see it from the outside. I wondered how he had worked with all the problems of attempting something like this, the sheer physics of hiding a location and stitching everything else around it on the outside, the one-way vision and the obvious shielding it had from all wordsmith senses, the energy it took to sustain something like this. It was an incredibly brilliant example of weaving, something that only the Wordscapist could have come up with. For now, it looked like we might be safe again. Slick was walking around the place, his mouth wide open, stopping now and then to give me "Can you believe this place looks?" He was cute when he wasn't trying to be a smartass. I smiled at him, and settled down on a patch of grass. I didn't want to explore. I wanted Devorto to be back so that I could talk to him. I needed some answers. After some walking around, Slick returned and settled down next to me. We sat for some time in silence. I liked that. I liked him better when he wasn't talking. I stopped the thought before it could sneak away and go to other places I didn't want it to go to. I'm hungry, Slick said after a while. Can you do an Accio fruit thingy? We're not in the Harry Potter world, Slick, I replied with a heavy sigh. Wordsmiths need to work harder. I suggest we go fruit hunting, if you want to eat any time soon. He stuck his tongue out at me, and then scrambled up. His leg was back to normal, and so were his antics. I guess cute could become irritating very soon. But it was still difficult to stay mad at the idiot. I followed him with a smile as he exclaimed loudly at having found a patch of apple trees. Before he could try something stupid like climbing one, I wove up something that brought down a shower of lovely ripe apples. He leaned to pick one up and threw me a look. I thought we had to work harder. Well, apples won't come zooming to you, I responded, picking one up myself. But you can convince them to fall a bit sooner, but. He bit into one, making a face at me as he did. Only he could manage to do that. I hope Devorto is doing all right, I said. Well, he can weave, Slick spoke through a full mouth. And he is the incredible, amazing, and ultimate wordscapist. He can probably wrap them up and sell them as Christmas tree decorations without breaking a sweat. I need to talk to him about that, I said after chewing through a mouthful of extremely delicious apple. We need to know what he can and cannot do. There is no point pretending he cannot weave. And if he doesn't act so damn cryptic, we might be able to get things done more easily than we could have otherwise. He nodded vigorously as he demolished another apple, his second. The next hour was pleasant, if slightly strange. We spoke and ate, and spoke some more. Every now and then we would wonder about Devorto. Eventually, we would give up and get back to talking. Slick had lots of questions, and I was glad to answer what I could. He wanted to understand how weaving worked. He wanted to know the science behind it. He wove by instinct, stringing words together as they came to him. His scapes definitely got results, though his words were without form or structure. I tried to explain to him the logic of the classic structure I had learned as best as I could. My responses made him thoughtful, and every now and then there would be a lull in the conversation as he digested what he had learned. And then he would plunge right back in with another question. I told him about scapes and the training process. I told him about the guild and the free word. I even told him about Sign, what little I heard, and the fact that she was more myth than fact. He found all this endlessly entertaining. I leaned back during one of the quiet periods, resting against a tree, twisting some grass in my hands. I liked this place. It was nice. And Slick could be nice too, if he didn't try so hard to be himself. I watched him frown at some thought running through his busy head. His strange mismatched eyes glowed brown and green for a second as he turned to me again. That bit was going to take some getting used to. So I use one path to construct and another to deconstruct, he said suddenly, repeating what I had told him a while back. Why can't I just reverse the same path? I gasped in horror. Don't even think about doing something like that. You come up with the most bizarre ideas. Using escape path in reverse indeed. What do you think this is? A card game? Well, it seems logical to me. Slick, I tried to keep my voice calm, despite the sheer insanity of what he had just proposed. Weaving is complicated. It's not child's play. Your element might be water, or ice. That might come naturally to you, like fire does to me. But other things take time. You need to try and learn the classic paths. You need to. He closed his eyes and suddenly a twig lying in front of us burst into flame. It made me jump, and I almost shrieked. That was completely unexpected. What is wrong with you? I shouted at him. You are sitting on this huge reservoir of power that you barely understand. Devorto has expressly forbidden you from weaving. And you just play around with it like it's nothing. And thoughtscapes. Inside your head. With no control over what you wreak. You could blow yourself up. There is a reason why wordsmiths are taught as inksmiths before they can move to breathsmiths. You're just plain jealous. He retorted, with a smirk. No, I am not. I shouted again, outraged at how clueless he was about the seriousness of the situation. I know the power of the thoughtscape lies with the wordscapist. But you are yet to learn the basic skills of a rookie. You have power, yes. But you lack the knowledge to control it and use it constructively. He looked at me seriously. I think he finally understood just how serious I was. Tell me, he said, do you know what it feels like to wield this power? That threw me off. I wasn't sure how to respond. I finally decided to just go with honesty, though I didn't like what he was implying. I guess not, I muttered. Then, how do you know the best way to use it? I do not, I snorted. Devorto is probably the only one who can train you. And he has already forbidden you from weaving. I could guide you to the way of the inksmith and the breathsmith. Anything beyond that is up to him. My volume had gone up again, despite myself. Do you realize that a lot of the gift I have is beyond even what Devorto had? He asked, his voice irritatingly reasonable. To make matters worse, he's not really being completely honest about anything at all. We don't even know how much he can do right now, and why he says the things he does. Slick, do you realize just how perfectly arrogant, incorrigible and unbearable you are? I asked, giving up on trying to convince him. Do you realize how perfectly beautiful you look when you flush like that? That one threw me off completely. I flushed even more and was at a complete loss for words. The bastard. He had snuck that one in and caught me off guard. I saw him smiling at me, leaning back to take in the view. Cute could definitely get extremely irritating really fast. You are incorrigible, I muttered, getting up. I see you're good at charmscapes though. That was not a charmscape and you know it, Slick retorted, standing up too. I was merely telling you something I observed. Never mind. I give up. I'm not going to argue with you. Let's go check on Devordo, I said, walking back towards the point we had entered, visible as a tear in the haze around us. It has been way too long. Slick was walking alongside me, looking at the portal as we approached it. You really think we should step out? He asked us to wait here for him. Well, we did wait, I said, as I continued walking. I'm beginning to get a little worried though. We did leave him in the midst of a crazy situation. I guess, Slick said. Hold on, let me go through first. With that he stepped through the portal. With an exasperated sigh, I moved to follow him. I walked right into him on the other side, again. He was frozen right in front of the portal, and this time I sensed that there was something a lot more serious holding his attention. I moved around him to see what was wrong. There was a gray-black mass of ectoplasm in front of us. I could make out a bunch of shadows. We were surrounded by what looked like a few hundred ghosts. Slick. I could feel the fear prick every inch of my body. I didn't know what they were, but they were really scary. I could feel the combined weight of their hostile rage pressed against my mind. I wasn't able to think straight, much less move. I felt Du standing right next to me, staring at the immense mass of gray swirling around us. There were a lot of them, distinct for a split second and all mixed up the next. They made it impossible for us to move, and I didn't really know how to fight them. Du? I asked, my voice quivering a bit. Spirits, Du whispered. Ghosts? I have never seen so many of them together. I did not need to know that. I hated ghosts. Not that I had had any personal experience. But this was insane. Zombies, psychotic wordsmiths, murderous fairy, and now ghosts. Where had these sprung from? I tried to think of a way to counter them. But the fear was overwhelming. I couldn't clear my mind, I couldn't focus on one thought. And I knew better than to try weaving without achieving a tabula rasa first. What worked against ghosts? I couldn't think of anything beyond a proton pack, and I didn't think the Ghostbusters script writer was a wordsmith. Not in the traditional sense at least. And even if they did work, I didn't have a proton pack. Damn it, I had to focus. The ghosts crowded us, surrounding us on either side. I reached out, trying to sense the portal behind me. We could slip back into it and leave these things behind. They wouldn't be able to follow us. I felt nothing, however. I turned around to look for the tear in the air, and saw nothing. It had closed. Devordo had set up a single entry portal for us. Damn it! I looked back and saw that we were completely surrounded now. The sense of terror was off the charts, and my mind was closing down. I looked at Du, she was riveted, staring at the gray forms. Why aren't you weaving? I whispered at her, wondering why I was whispering even as I did. I sensed them. They're wordsmith ghosts. Spooks. This is a guild attack. They attack wordsmiths, especially the ones who are weaving. They are drawn to scape signs. Don't try to weave. Just stand still. Stand still? I wasn't sure how to take that. And they will go away? No, they won't, Du whispered back at me, still staring out at the ghosts. But if you try to weave, they will all swoop into you and drive you completely insane. I gulped. That didn't sound good. The ghosts, the spooks, were done crowding us. It was probably because they had run out of space. They were inches away from us, swirling around like ghosts, I guess. I felt the power rolling in my head, almost responding to this danger. I was trying very hard not to let it loose. I think the spooks sensed it, and they were definitely getting chummier with me than Du. I could feel the occasional feathery touch, and it was creeping the hell out of me. Du! I whispered fiercely. Yes? She responded, her cautious monotone was strained, the effort of keeping still beginning to show. I don't think we should do nothing. We really must respond. That's how they kill, Slick, Du whispered, speaking slowly. Don't respond. Don't act like a wordsmith. Wait and watch. Their entire purpose as spooks is to hunt out and kill renegade wordsmiths. A lot of very good free wordsmiths have gone down trying to repel a spook attack. Okay, I breathed out, trying to relax. It was impossible when you were surrounded by hundreds of ghosts. And does this mean that someone dangerous from the guild is around and that they are going to do something bad to us? Well, based on everything I heard back in Goa, Silvis is out to get Devordo and you. I don't think he realizes there are two of you yet. Silvis is, I left that hanging. The bastard who is responsible for everything bad that has happened to me, yes, she said that a little more quietly, a little more slowly. Definitely a 10 on the menace level. And you think he is here? I asked, wondering at how we were keeping a conversation going in this insane situation. Either he is, or his bitch ZYX is. And we should be able to deal with them much better than we would be able to deal with these damn spooks. Ah. I digested that. I realized that the terror had receded somewhat. We were still surrounded, but my mind was slowly getting used to being group haunted by a dead wordsmith reunion. It's incredible what the mind can get used to. The relative calm did have an advantage though. The ideas were back, and there was a silent surge of power in my head as I skipped through several options. My head cleared completely and I was alert and ready. Ready for what exactly, I was yet to decide. I could feel the spooks converging around me. Slick, Dew's voice betrayed more than a trace of nervousness. What are you doing? Shush, I whispered, as one of the ideas shoved the others away and settled down, ready for some action. Swoop into me, would they? Well, what if I was ready for them? I had some kind of a massive monster in my head that felt powerful enough to take on pretty much anything. Now was a good time to figure out just how much. I didn't pause to think about the what-ifs. From what I had heard about Silvis and the rest of the guildsmiths, I wanted to be free of this spook menace and ready to face them when they got here. Once again, the words appeared as mental whispers, coalescing and taking form as I shaped them into clear intent. This was fun. Dust to dust. Ashes to ashes. Drawn to power. And burnt by it. Time to let go. Time to move on. This one was a biggie. I could feel it opening up what felt like a massive sinkhole in my head. It whirled and swirled. My warp came up and went nuts, doing an incredibly accurate tornado imitation, funneling right into my head. Dew was screaming something out, but I didn't hear her. I needed to focus here. I saw the gray blur of the spooks go crazy as they went into a violent outward spiral, building up into the swoop that I knew was coming. The final words were ready to cast. Into the void. Each one, every one. Dissolve. The swooping spiral of the spooks met the intensely powerful tornado of my warp. There was a complete absence of sound for a long, frozen moment. And then with a huge blip, everything disappeared. Spooks, warp, everything. I felt the surge in my head swell and then it blinked out completely. It was gone, for the moment. I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. I could see the sky again, and the world around me, the black rock and the mountains. They're gone, Dew said, her voice flat and toneless. She was in shock. I nodded, almost afraid to speak. She looked at me for a moment, as if seeing me for the first time. And you're okay, she said, sounding vaguely disappointed. I nodded again, carefully. My head felt a little funny and I didn't want it falling off. What did you do? She asked, her voice still lifeless, sounding like she didn't really care. Sent them somewhere else, I said. Where? She asked, staring into the space that had recently been packed with a bunch of ghosts. One-way place, I said vaguely, moving my hands to try and add more meaning. Won't come back, I continued. The end. I wasn't being very eloquent, but then, I didn't really know what I had done. And right then, I was afraid of words. And the way to this place is through your head? She asked, her voice sounding just a little sad. It's kind of like the portal, I guess, I said. I didn't like the sad tone. I wanted to explain. There's this immense energy rolling around in my head, and I suspect it's just the surface. It's from someplace else, someplace much more powerful. Alien, all-powerful. I just sent everything there, to be dissolved. You opened this portal, Dew said, looking at me. Not really opened, I tried to defend myself, knowing where this was going. Just shoved things through it. And how did you know, Dew asked, her sad voice making my heart drop, that nothing would be shoved through from the other side? That nothing has been shoved through from the other side? I don't know, Dew, I said, shuddering a bit. I don't think anything came through. I built up a bit of vacuum to let the ghost spiral thing through. Physics says that nothing can come in from the other side. You think, Slick? Dew asked. You hope, you mean. I shuddered again as I hugged myself, looking around. Yes, I agreed, I hope. Let's go find that damn wordsmith now. I have a feeling things are going to get worse. I walked off towards the scene of the morning's confrontation. Du followed me wordlessly. Amra. Yes, ma'am, the agent said. There has been no mistake. There was a reading of 220 on the CM. 220? I asked again. That was not possible. No one had ever breached 200. This was impossible. Well, 219.5, the man conceded, looking a little nervous in the face of my angry disbelief. And there is only one signature on this? I asked, repeating another of my questions. This time the man merely nodded, looking even more nervous. You're scaring the guy, Amra, Kermit said. He's just reporting what happened. Don't kill the messenger. Though I hated to admit it, he was right. The problem was not here, it was there. And this was in Scotland? I asked, trying to calm my voice, but unable to stop myself from repeating stupid questions. Yes, the man nodded. 220, one man, Skye in Scotland, Kermit summarized. Looks like we know where we need to go. Goa hasn't turned much up anyway. And I think we can let the Andaman lead go now. I think these freaks are skipping all over the place. We know where they are now and we need to get there. He said we dot. He was planning to join the hunt. I couldn't allow that. I wouldn't allow that. I'd had enough of this man over the last couple of days. It's one signature? I asked, despite myself, not an anomalous, intertwined dual signature? Just the one, ma'am, he said, trying to sound even more confident, hoping he could convince me with his tone, though the signature does resemble one of the two signatures in the dual one we traced here in Goa. Devorto had fled the host, the boy. He had probably assumed his own body and was weaving again. 220 made it clear that it was the Wordscapist, there was no question about that. It would take a warren of wordsmiths augmented with a bunch of spells to even attempt to come close. Set up a teleport for Skye, I said. I need to get there right away. You'll have to travel to Delhi, ma'am, the agent said, trying to make it sound like it was an inconsequential detail. It wasn't. I hated flying. But I'd have to do this. So when do we start? Kermit asked, quite happily. We don't start, I said, as I started walking towards my stuff. I do. You stay here and find out everything there is to find out. And set up something a little more solid so that we catch anyone who comes back. I was quite a distance away from him by the time I finished saying that. I wasn't sure he heard all of it. I didn't care. I just didn't want to hear his response. The Wordscapist was mine, and I wasn't letting anyone else spoil the party, especially not Kermit. Chapter 16. Of Scapes and Smiths. There was a tale. That was told long back. It held a smidgen of mischief. That broke loose and ran off. It's still around somewhere. Causing laughter and grief unbound. There was no trace of Devorto when we got back. Nor the fairy. Slick was quiet and pensive, and so was I. The incident with the spooks had been scary, but the way he had just whisked them all the way through his head and beyond was much scarier. I could only wonder what was in there, and how it was doing whatever it was doing. Actually, I did not want to wonder. I had a growing realization that the Wordscapist was not just a powerful wordsmith. He was something else entirely, a whole different creature. I was a wordsmith. I didn't have anything in my head. I merely shaped the world around me, using words to mold energy. What Slick was doing was not weaving at all. I did not understand how it worked or what it could do. I wanted to find Devorto and have some questions answered. Desperately. I could not go on like this. He isn't here, Slick said, his tone apologetic for stating the obvious. I didn't bother responding to that. So, what do you think we should do? He asked. Again, everything about how he spoke was almost beseeching me to make peace with him. I didn't want to, not yet. You're the hotshot Wordscapist, absorbing hundreds of spooks into your head, I retorted. You decide what we do. It was a mean shot, but I was feeling mean. He went silent. But he wasn't a patch on me. I could do silence much better. We sat and stared into our respective spots of space. Predictably, he broke the silence. I'm sorry, he offered. An outright apology. This was new. You're not, Slick, I responded, sounding half-tired and half-numb. It was exactly how I felt. You're going to do this all over again. I'm not even sure if it's a bad thing, considering the kind of situations we're getting thrown into. So far, you've managed to come through and save the day. What scares me is the possibility of you going wrong. I have a feeling that you are not going to get a second chance. You won't survive that first mistake. Neither will anyone around you. Hell, I don't even know if the life on Earth will. Come on, he implored, it's not that bad. Yes, it is, Slick, I said firmly. He had to understand. You have the power to do pretty much anything you want. That's scary. And something like that doesn't come without repercussions. The stunt you pulled off back there is what us regular wordsmiths call a continuum wrenchingscape. Something that powerful will have some far-reaching consequences. There was silence again after that. This was a more uncomfortable brand of silence. I didn't like it. But then, I wouldn't take back anything I had said. He needed to know what he was doing and what it implied. I don't really understand how any of this works, all I know is that our life, is in danger. And I think of some way to get us out of danger. And honestly, at this moment, I am not going to stop and wonder what the implications of my actions are. I need to react to keep us alive. And I just did something to keep us alive. I shook my head, exasperated. He was right, but he was also an arrogant brat who was going to cause us all a lot of grief. Okay, so you took care of some spooks. What are you going to do when Sylvis comes? He's your problem, Slick muttered. No, Slick, I spoke, gritting my teeth to prevent myself from losing it. He is the most powerful wordsmith there is, or was, before Devorto and you came along. He is the mastersmith of the guild and is experienced enough and shrewd enough to be able to take us out before we even know he's here. My hatred for him will not stop him. And neither will your limitless power. His patience had given out. I could see that. He stood there, glaring at me. I glared right back. I intended to make this point with him, even if I had to pick a fight. I'll figure it out, I'll counter him some way, Slick muttered. How? I asked. I didn't intend to let him go this time. The same way I did this morning, with the fairy. The same way I did with that colorful dreadlocked freak back in your carnival, he shouted at me, his control slipping for a moment. Mother Gaia? What do you mean? I was curious to spike myself, curbing my instinct to point out that he had Devorto in his head then, guiding him, shaping his words. I can read people. I can see what's happening in their heads. If I try, Slick muttered. I can get in this Sylvis's head if I have to. That's not really how it works, I said. I didn't believe this part. It sounded far-fetched, even for him. When faced by a wordsmith enemy, you need to tune into the reality around you. There is a feel to it that you need to tap into. It is this feel that will tell you what the other person is weaving. It is easy to figure out whether the intent is hostile or not. In Sylvis's case, it will inevitably be hostile. That's what you can hold on to and take guidance from. I don't really need to do that, Slick said, drawing himself up, feeling a little more confident. I can read your thoughts, what you're planning to weave. Especially if I know you're hostile, Okay, I said, pursing my lips, stop this, then. I took a breath, preparing to weave up escape. You are weaving up something that will tie me up, Slick said, sounding almost bored. And you're planning to use something with frills, to embarrass me further. What? I was completely shocked. I had no clue how he had done that. You've been telling me about how scapes work, Slick said, explaining it rather patronizingly. Intent forms words, words shape energy, energy shapes reality. If I tap into the intent, I can counter whatever reality you're modifying before you even get through your words. Thoughtscapes, I whispered. The maniac was figuring it all out in his head. I had had enough, I wasn't equipped to deal with this. Devorto! I called out. Slick looked confused for a moment. Devorto, I shouted louder. You want me to call out too? He asked, not quite sure what was happening. Alan! I put everything that I had into that. And suddenly, there he was. Devorto appeared right above us, going through shades of translucence as he became more visible. We have a problem, I said. Devorto nodded. Yes, we do. Slick gave us a nasty look, but wisely said nothing. I heaved an internal sigh of relief, though. Devorto was back. Slick wasn't my problem anymore. At least, not for a while. The historian. I was a lot closer to home than I had been 24 hours ago. But then, Glasgow is still not London, and the relative closeness didn't mean the likelihood of going home had gone up. We were still in hiding, hunted by the guild. The mastersmith of the guild himself was in hiding, hunted by the CCC. I wondered idly for a moment if the CCC was hiding from someone. I picked up the glass of golden amber in front of me and took a sip. I sighed appreciatively. The scotch I was having was amongst the best, smoky, peaty, and all the wise that mattered. I let the warmth comfort me some. Word knows I needed the comfort. The door opened with a loud sound. The bartender who had been trying to catch a snooze jumped awake. I would have jumped too a couple of days back. But living around the insane woman who was now walking furiously toward me had numbed me somewhat to little things like loud sounds. I saw someone hurrying after her. Ah, Chains. Another of the psychos. I wondered where Isis and Wind were. They were the sanest. They hadn't joined us for the Scotland leg of the free word version of the insane race. I saw Zoberin signaling to Chains to get her a drink, and then she came to the table I was at, sitting down heavily. Her body clearly screamed out her exhaustion and anger. I wisely kept quiet. At times like these, silence was a lot more than golden. After a point, my curiosity got the better of me. Any word on the boy yet? I asked, keeping my tone benign and mildly curious. I got a dirty look in response. I took it with stoicism and washed it down with another sip of the whiskey. Chains walked over with 2 huge mugs of stout. He let Zoberin swig down half of it in one go, while he delicately sipped at his mug, apparently not much a fan of the beer. He was doing the Me Too version of the Yes Man. He leaned closer to Zoberin. Mistress, I think we should bring Acto's colleagues into the hunt. There aren't enough free wordsmiths. We are spread out too thinly to be effective. The boy and the girl are moving too fast. Their movements are completely random and cannot be second-guessed. Zoberin ignored him and kept at her beer till it was done, and then looked at him meaningfully. He scuttled across to the bar to get a refill. So, what happened? I asked, trying my luck again. Sylvis is here. The CCC is on its way. Everyone is here. It's a fucking party. I thought fondly of the icy but civilized Lily Pendleton I had known. This waterfront version was definitely a downgrade. Zoberin was beginning to come undone at the edges. Is the boy here then? I asked, trying to stick to the topic. I couldn't help but wonder about him. I had the strangest feeling of a very deep affinity with him. The Wordscapist. The greatest wordsmith ever. Ah, to tell his story. Our CMs point skyward, she growled, as Chains returned with her refill. She threw a contemptuous look at his nearly full mug and got started on her second. He blushed red, and picked up his mug, trying to swig too. He came to a spluttering stop a couple of seconds later. After a sustained coughing spell, he apparently decided to give up, and laid his still foolish mug down. I had been trying to figure out this statement in the meanwhile. You mean the 220 reading we got somewhere off the coast? She grimaced at that. 220. By one boy, all by himself. I remembered the 180-odd we had hit on Galapagos just a couple of days back. It had taken 4 of the most powerful wordsmiths on the planet to get there. 220. One boy. By the word, he was powerful. The source is in Sky. It's an island off the coast. We cannot head there now though. Sylvis and his gang are already there. And the CCC will be coming. She sounded mighty angry at the turn of events, and took it out with a vengeance on the beer. The second mug was fast disappearing too. Chains picked up his mug rather petulantly and started sipping cautiously again. But if he has woven something so flamboyant, isn't it likely that he's gone by now? I couldn't help but say the obvious but damning thing. Crash. Zoberin brought down her mug on the table with enough force to send a few wood splinters flying around. The mug survived the experience though. I carefully removed one splinter from my glass, watching with dismay as a dark drop of stout dissolved slowly into my whiskey. He will not escape us. Not this time. There are too many people hunting him. One of them will get him sooner than later. And then we make our move. She gave a terrible grin as she raised her mug to drink again, realizing belatedly that it was empty. She threw Chains a dirty look, and he scurried off. I didn't say anything more. I didn't want this woman bashing that curiously strong mug down on my noggin. I took a sip of my stout sullied scotch. It wasn't half bad. Chains brought back her beer and again, moved up close, ready to deliver another smart suggestion. Norms, mistress. That is the answer. Loon is furious enough at Dew's defection. He will summon all the help we need to post surveillance all around Scotland. We will know the moment they are spotted and will have enough time to mount an ambush. We need careful planning to take him down. Zoberin took a deep swallow of her third mug, staring balefully into the distance. Do whatever it takes. I want that Cypher's head on a platter. It's not just about sign anymore. It's personal. Slick. I could see the way the both of them were looking at me. I knew it meant trouble. Oh well, it was time to talk this out anyway. But first, to use one of my all-time favorite tactics. I went on the offensive. You know everything that happened, don't you? I asked Devorto, looking at him accusingly. Yes? Devorto said, with an unintended question in there, not quite sure where this was going. You were weaving back there with the fairy. You apparently managed to resolve that situation just fine. You meddled with Du's head and gave her a brain infusion to teach her teleporting 101. You have been lying to us, Devorto, I wrapped it up in style. He had a lot of explaining to do before he could take the high and mighty stand with me. I also managed to get Du unsure. She was also looking at Devorto expectantly. These were questions she needed answers to. Well played, my boy, Devorto said softly. You are so much like me, it's scary. I see I might have chosen a little too well, but... I didn't dignify that with a response and continued to stare at him, waiting for the right response. Yes, I can weave. I am more than that, he stopped to gesture at himself, whatever you have made me. I wield my gift, but am forced to use it sparingly because I do not have a host to anchor me on this plane. I am in danger of being sucked into the continuum every time I open myself to it. Okay, so you never stopped being the Wordscapist, I said, speaking slowly, trying to understand this. He made a funny sound, which I guess was his version of audible scoffing. You never stop being the Wordscapist. You need to be dispersed into the ether for that to happen. So how am I the Wordscapist, then? I asked. This was definitely the million-dollar question. Devorto looked a little uncomfortable at that. When he realized that the question wasn't going away, and both Du and I wanted it answered, he finally spoke. You're not the Wordscapist, boy. It wasn't what I had expected. I had suspected it, but to have it put right out there put things in perspective. Okay, I guess that makes sense, I said. No, it doesn't. Du said sharply. I have seen this boy pulling off stunts that I suspect you would have trouble with, let alone any other wordsmith. How is he doing it then? Devorto looked even more uncomfortable now. Du did have a good point. And anyway, I didn't know enough about the wordsmith world to be a good prosecutor. I let her take over. He was a powerful wordsmith, to begin with. I might have changed things inside his head when I was there. Changed things how? Du asked. She was good. A little tear that opened him up to the continuum. Made him a source, so to say. Du didn't look like she understood this. For once, I had company. But I didn't like the sound of that. So I kept listening. Wordsmiths have the ability to shape the energy around them. I, on the other hand, draw directly on the source of energy, from the continuum itself. Devorto explained rather reasonably. And Slick is the same too now? Du asked. In a way, Devorto said. And what way is that? I asked, unable to resist the opportunity to slip in a prosecution sting. You are an accident, boy. You weren't born a source. You're not made to be one. But you are one now. So, doesn't that make him the Wordscapist too? Du asked, or should I say, a Wordscapist? No, there is only the one me. Devorto sounded pretty final about that. He is a portal to the energy, and while he retains control of his consciousness, he can control it, in a manner of speaking. And how is that different from you? Du asked, a hint of frustration beginning to spill over into her voice. The tear in his head is not stable. Sooner or later, he will do something that will rip it open. And that will be the end of him, and everyone else around him. Well, more like everyone else on this plane. There was a long silence after that. I had heard the words but wasn't sure I'd heard them right. Devorto had just called me a time bomb that could bring about global apocalypse in an instant. I didn't know how to react to that. How does a bomb feel anyway? Du looked at me, and then back at Devorto. And there is nothing we can do to stop this? Du asked. If he were like me, perhaps there was a chance, Devorto said, after a long pause. I wondered if I could teach him. But the power spills over. It surges each time he is in danger, and given how things are, that is going to be all the time. I still didn't have anything to say. I was feeling a little sorry for myself, but considering that I had a rare case of Diane the world dies with you, it was confusing. Did it make sense to feel sorry for myself? He swallows up a legion of spooks like they're a pint of beer. His eyes glow different colors each time he weaves, or even if he's excited. He thinks up scapes that are beyond my understanding in his head and releases them with a breath. Du spoke slowly, deliberately. He has to be the Wordscapist. Devorto shook his head slowly, from side to side. He wasn't Indian, so I guess that was an emphatic no. Okay, so I'm not the Wordscapist, I conceded again. But can I not learn to control this power? Wield it so that it doesn't rip apart something in my head. God, it sounded bad no matter how I said it. I definitely deserved some self-pity. You're not the type that can be taught, Slick, Devorto said. You're like me. You pick it up. You learn on your own. You have to make mistakes to figure it out. Only here, you cannot afford to make mistakes. But I do have control, I said eagerly, trying to salvage something out of this situation. I froze the fairy, I got rid of the spooks, I have even figured out a way to resummon Sliveret with a word, You will do no such thing. Devorto thundered, a surprisingly loud voice coming from his little frame. Stop meddling with the fairy. It took me forever to reason with them. The thing you call Sliveret is one of them, an ancient one, Iamain. I summoned her because I felt her presence nearby. You, on the other hand, recast her in a terrible image and gave her deadly purpose. You are reckless and foolish. You will not weave, I forbid it. I felt myself losing my temper, thought of controlling it, and then thought, what the hell? Sure, Devorto. Why don't you just stick around and protect us then? Every time you disappear and leave us to fend for ourselves. I then find myself on the verge of dying a painful death or worse. And every time I have to pull something out of a hat I didn't even know existed, hoping desperately that the rabbit that comes out will prove sufficient. And you forbid it. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to allow you to forbid it. You try and figure out a way to keep me and the rest of this miserable planet alive. In the meanwhile, I will continue keeping me and anyone else I care about alive. And that definitely does not include you anytime soon. I ended it on an ugly personal note. I had a gift of getting nasty when I lost it. It was one of the reasons I tried not to lose my temper. Stop it, you two, Du said, her tone quiet and menacing. We are in enough danger already. Slick just pulled off a massive scape where he swallowed up a couple of hundred spooks. I'm sure it has got the CMs ringing all over. We can expect company very soon. We should leave. We can go back into my home, Devorto offered. We will be all right there. No, Du shook her head firmly, we cannot risk that. The CCC will figure out a way to get in, even if the others don't. They have stuff these days that work around glamours and scapes. Your protection will not work with them. Devorto, surprisingly enough, didn't protest. He merely nodded and looked off into the distance. You do realize that we are fighting a losing battle here, right? Du asked. We both turned to look at her. We might dodge the free word. We might escape the guild too. But the CCC will catch us sooner or later. If we continue fighting, Slick will end up weaving again, and we all know what that means. Du sighed, as she let that sink in. It wasn't a revelation, merely a summary. We might as well give ourselves up to the most reasonable pursuer, no? I couldn't believe Du had said that. Not Du. Not the girl who never gave up. I gaped at her, wondering what had happened to her. Did she want me to turn myself in? Had she had enough of this madness? I turned to Devorto to see what he would say. He looked pensive, like he was struggling with something. Du just continued looking at him, not even acknowledging my presence or my dumbfounded expression. No, Devorto finally said. We're not giving up. We will figure this out. I have someone I can talk to, someone who will help simplify this situation. The both of you will need to take the Norm way out of Sky. Head to the mainland, and then find some place safe to hide out. I'll find you. Sounds like a plan, Du agreed readily enough. Let's go, Slick. That was too easy. What? Ah. That's when it hit me. Du had been keying Devorto up. She wasn't giving up. Not Du. I looked at Devorto and wondered if I should say something different, something that would change things. I didn't have the words for it. I got up and walked off. Du hung back to say a couple of words to Devorto, and then hurried to catch up with me. Smile, she said half kindly. You aren't dead yet. Way things are going, I replied, looking at her as we walked along, I guess we're doomed to go out together, one way or another. Gee, Slick, Du retorted, that has to be the most romantic thing you've ever said to me. I couldn't help but smile at that. I really did like this girl. Amra. Glasgow was better than Goa. It had a CCC office, and I could teleport right in. This was civilization. I had a teen waiting for me, and more importantly, no Kermit. I had managed to make good time. So what do you have? I asked the bland woman who was leading the CCC team here. She was a definite improvement on my last local liaison though. Far less aggravating. We have set up teleport traces all over Sky, ma'am, as per your instructions. Deferential. Obedient. Just how I liked my subordinates. Why couldn't they all be like that? Good. I took the report from her hand to see all the measures they had put in place. All the boxes were ticked. This was an all-out manhunt. Teleport traces, CM alarms, liaison agents working with the norm legal system, bringing in their resources to bear as well. This woman was definitely a lot more competent than she looked. We have reports of sightings on Sky, and have sent the norm cops to try and flush out the quarry. We should be looking at results pretty soon. She spoke the words in a slow, irritating cadence. I focused on the content, and was again pleasantly surprised. Good job, I said, even considering giving her a little pat for a moment. But I didn't do physical contact, and so dropped the idea. So you've considered the possibility of them going norm? Them, ma'am? She asked, the daft blandness on her face taking a turn for the worse. Yes, them, I said, wondering why that part had been confusing. Do you want to apprehend ZYX as well, ma'am? She asked. ZYX? I wasn't sure where this conversation was going. Yes, I believe she might be around Silvis. There was a spook report on Sky. Things are getting exciting there. Again the slow speech. Only this time, the content didn't make much sense, and it did begin to irritate me. Silvis? I asked again, wondering where the disconnect was. Yes, ma'am, she said patiently, speaking to me like I was slow in the head. We are confident of helping you apprehend Silvis. I am not looking for Silvis, I said, a little blankly, wondering why this woman was running 48 hours behind schedule. You are not looking for Silvis? She repeated. This was apparently too much for her to absorb. You stupid cow, I snapped, losing it finally. Get an info update from Central HQ and send out the new information to all your agents. Now. She looked at me in shock, her mouth opening and closing. I made a threatening movement toward her. She squeaked and with a little hop, turned and fled the room. There was no hope. If I had to get this right, I would have to do this myself. And I knew just what I needed to do. Chapter 17. Come to my parlor. A dash of wilderness. A pinch of adventure. A hint of danger. And a measure of mystery. Stir well, my friend. You have a weave-worthy tale. Slick. I sat and stared at the wall. It was night again, and I was in a little cafe on the outskirts of Glasgow, sitting at the corner table facing the wall. I was waiting for the telepathic missive from Du that would tell me it was time to go. Getting to the mainland from Skye proved to be a cinch, with a direct bus over the bridge connecting the island to the rest of Scotland. It was nice to take a bus ride with Du. I had done most of my traveling alone, and it was a refreshing experience to have such pretty company. Du was a hell of a lot more than pretty company, and I was definitely beginning to go soft on her. We had pretended like we were two regular youngsters on a trip together, and knew nothing about death or apocalyptic endings. We spoke about the little things, like our common dream of backpacking through Europe, which, in a strange way, we just might end up doing now, and how we were completely different in some ways, obsessive planner versus impulsive hitchhiker. We talked about things like family and friends. There had been an uncomfortable moment when she had asked me about my real name. After considering lying for a moment, I came clean with her. It took her 5 attempts to get it right and say it all together, after which she burst out laughing. I can see why you stick with Slick, she said with a wink, and left it at that. Yeah, that was always awkward. But for that, the rest of the trip was lovely. We had reached mainland without incident. We did see a lot of cops around, but a gentle mental probe showed that they were looking for a thick-set man with silver gray hair. Du said that it sounded like the Silvis manhunt was still the focus of the CCC and the Norm Police. It was strange thinking of cops as the Norm Police. I had crossed over to another world. It did feel quite weird. But for better or for worse, the heat wasn't on us yet. I couldn't complain. I'd had enough heat for a lifetime, and didn't mind spending a low-profile life for the rest of my TikToking days. If I did blow up, I wanted to blow up after a happy, fulfilling few weeks. I didn't want to spend the last days of my life scrambling around desperately. We split up on the mainland. The plan was that she would arrange for a car and I would meet her at the bus stop. I would wait at the cafe around the corner in the meanwhile. I didn't like it, but it was the only option. We couldn't continue leaving a public transport trail. I leaned back in the tiny cafe chair, trying to get comfortable. Harsh, bright lights and chrome furniture that was hard, cold, and extremely uncomfortable. Not the best place to be in, but I had to lie low. I sensed someone enter the cafe and turned to see who it was. A man had entered, and he didn't really look like a local. He went to the waiter and started talking to him. In an instant, my spidey sense came alive. Whatever played the role of a spidey sense in my pseudo-superhero life, that is, the power, the presence, the wormhole in my head. Call it what you will, it came alive. This man was trouble. I hadn't ordered anything and didn't need to pay, so walked straight out. Even as I stepped out of the cafe, I sensed that the man had turned and was following me. Things were going to get exciting, again. I walked in the direction of the bus stop I had come from. Dew would come there when the time was right. I had to lose my pursuer by then. Make that pursuers. There were 2 of them now. No, 3. Oh God, there were 4. They were converging from different directions, and the way they were moving, it was clear that they wanted to stop me, and not just follow me. For a second I considered running, and then I stopped. What the heck, I could do this. I turned around, and saw the 4 guys slow down. They all looked official, like secret agents. Men in dark suits, if not actually black. I guess this was my first brush with the CCC. I knew they weren't wordsmiths, but in some ways, they were supposed to be worse. They were escape-resistant and whatnot. I wondered what to do. They had fanned out and were approaching me very cautiously. I was the dangerous one here. They definitely believed that. I just had to believe it myself. My mind was strangely blank and no ideas came to me. I looked around for inspiration. A dark, isolated road with nothing around, the cafe I'd just left in the distance, and nothing behind me but a long walk to the bus stop. No inspiration. One of the guys pulled out a short rod. The others did the same. They meant violence. Mr. Slick, we recommend you give yourself up without resistance. We promise you safe. I had a feeling they would act before the guy finished speaking. I saw all of them moving their thin rods in a specific pattern and sensed something building. It was a trap. I didn't let the guy finish speaking. I closed my eyes and cleared my head even as the guy started speaking. I needed to stop them, not kill them. This should be easy. From air and earth. From stone and steel. Rise to do my bidding. Bind but do not kill. Restrain and do not let go. I opened my eyes to see ragged ropes appearing out of nowhere, tough tendrils closing around the guys. The guy that was speaking had been gagged before he could complete his sentence. I saw their thin rods connected with some kind of an energy pulse. It was stuttering now as they were bound tightly, their hands unable to complete whatever moves they'd been trying. In a couple of moments, it was over. For tightly wrapped packages lay on the road. I let them be and walked off. I could control this, I kept telling myself. Everything depended on it. Everything. I reached the bus stop and saw a Mustang parked there. She had found transportation after all. I wondered why she hadn't called for me to come. Had I blocked her out when I had been weaving there? Had she figured I had been weaving again? Was she angry with me again? Only one way to find out. I was impressed though. She had gone off with a vague promise to find transportation, and had come back with a Mustang. I opened the passenger door and got in. Good choice, I said, as I turned to face her. I'm glad you approve, the reply came back, the voice unfamiliar. I looked into the eyes of a short, handsome woman with thick eyebrows. Before I could say a word or even think, she jammed a rod into my throat. I tried blocking the blow, but she was just too fast for me. For one searing moment I felt intense pain as a bolt from the rod racked my throat. And then, everything blacked out. Amra! I had the bastard. Not Kermit, not anyone else. Me. I caught him fair and square. And the girl too. The other CCC agents had been a good distraction. I would have to send word for them to be released. I'd seen what he had done. He was good, he was fast. I was just better, faster. Wordscapist indeed. 72 hours and he was down. I checked him for a pulse. He was alive. I had hit him right in the throat, taking him out before he could weave up anything. Now, with his vocal cords gone and his face paralyzed, he was harmless as a newborn babe. I would use the fine old blend of torture and telepathy, and get all the information I needed. The Lyrii missive had been useful, and helped me prepare for this better. The other freak, Devorto, was still out there. He'd be trickier to catch, being in some kind of weird semi-corporeal state. Well, I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. I flattened out the seat and pushed him back to join the girl. She was knocked out too, similarly debilitated. I leaned over and put standard restrainers on the both of them. They wouldn't be waking anytime soon, but I liked to ensure everything was doubly safe. Once that was done, I started the car. Time for the fun part. We weren't far from the local CCC bureau, and I drove fast. Once there, I would start on these two and figure out exactly what had been happening all along. In a port-safe cell, with a core interrogator on hand, even the toughest would talk. Once I had wrapped this one up, I would go and get Silvus. He had already been spotted, and couldn't be far away. There had been reports of the free word congregating nearby too. This boy was drawing them all like flies. Might as well catch the whole lot. With a whole load of wordsmith riffraff eliminated, life would get a whole lot more pleasant very soon. And with the Lyrii happy, I could look forward to some kind of a move up the career ladder as well. I might even make it to Yen sometime in the future. With these pleasant thoughts keeping me busy, I reached the bureau in no time. I asked for the two to be transferred to a cell. I needed to ensure that they could not port out. Once that was done, I could leisurely work on getting all the information I needed to close the case. While the CCC team saw to their transfer, I took the opportunity to go take a long shower and change into clean clothes. I had been skipping around the world, looking for this freak. I needed to catch up on sleep too, but that could wait. I had seen what the local teams were capable of when left to themselves. I would have to close this one myself. I looked at myself in the mirror as I got dressed. I looked stressed and haggard. I had dark circles and some fresh gray strands. Work was getting too stressful. I needed to close the loose ends and move on to bigger things. The wordsmiths on this plane didn't rate very high on the overall continuum hazard scale. But while they continued to pose problems, I would be stuck here cleaning up after them. The boy was the latest addition to a long list of aggravations. I had had enough, and would start cleaning up, beginning with him. I picked up the intercom and called the help desk. Amra here. I am heading to the detention cell. Number 26. Please send one of the interrogators there. Do check if the Yaki has arrived. Thank you. I picked up my quirt, checked the charge on it, and then headed for the cell. I was ready to deal with the two brats now. I was going to make up for all the times the kids' parents had spared the rod. Slick. I came to my senses in a haze of pain. My throat was on fire, and I could not move an inch, my head, arms, legs, all held tightly by metal bands. I realized that I was lying on my back on a table of some kind, with bands that prevented any movement. I saw the bright fluorescent light right overhead, and knew that I was either in an operating room of some sort or a modern torture chamber. I tried speaking, but could not. My entire face was numb. They had injected something into my face. This was crazy. But then I saw the logic behind it. I could not weave escape now, unless I tried one of my thoughtscapes. I decided to wait for a while before I did that. From the corner of my eye, I could make out another form similarly stretched out. I could not make out who it was. I probed telepathically, and realized that the other person was unconscious. But I could recognize that mine anywhere and in any condition. It was due. She had been caught too. I had to wake her up. I started sending her tiny thought probes, in an erratic random pattern with different strengths and feels to them. It worked. Presently, I saw her move, her mind slowly coming awake. Slick? The question came at once along the mental link I had opened up. Right here. You are tied too? Yes. Plus that funny stuff in the face. Can't move a muscle. Oh shit. Do you know who? Little woman with a strong face and beetle-like eyebrows. Amra. The word came bouncing along the link, a mental gasp. Who? I asked. She's a CCC officer, one of the worst. Oh. Yes. We're in deep shit. I could try something, I offered. Slick, no weaving. Please. We might be able to get out of this, but if you lose control, that'll be the end of everything. I'd rather die at my own hand than let this Amra woman kill me. Don't. Let's figure out what she wants to do with us first. We might get an opportunity later. I could see traces of color in the thought. Du was trying to sound reassuring, weaving confidence she did not feel into the thought. And moreover, I don't want to die yet. Du, we are probably in a CCC cell. You did mention some horror stories about these guys. They do not slip up. There won't be any chances. There was silence. I could feel the despair in the mental link. I could feel the emotions sympathetically welling up inside me. I quickly quelled it and sent a positive surge. We can do this, Du. Slick, I will not have you killing yourself. Not while we have a chance. I knew my chances of weaving safely and not making a mistake were getting leaner with every time I tried something new. But right then, I was busy being inordinately pleased at how concerned Du was for my safety. Every instance where I discovered that Du cared was a small victory for me. Apart from these precious few moments, Du was consistently sarcastic and condescending in generous measures. I stayed silent for a couple of minutes. In the meanwhile, I quietly put a shield on the mental link, faking drugged somnolence. Slumber. An illusion. Till I say the word. Do not wake up. To my wakefulness. It worked. Sleep for now, Slick. Let them tell us what they intend doing with us. We will have a chance. We will break out somehow. I saw her withdrawing herself, apparently letting me drift into sleep. I felt mean and small, cheating her in this way. But I could not bear the thought of CCC goons torturing Du, or even me for that matter. I was going to get us out of here. I quickly slipped into thoughtlessness, becoming one with my body. Time to weave in my head. First, I had to heal myself. I quickly detected the inflammation in my throat, the tissue charred and numbed by Amra's attack. I drew up positive energy and directed it in a continuous flow to my throat. I was shocked to see the amount of energy my throat drew. That woman had done a lot of damage. I felt anger rising in me and quickly pushed it down, sharply drawing my focus back to thoughtlessness. Emotions were lethal, and would pretty much ensure that I would lose control. I couldn't afford to do that. I returned to the cold, neutral state I needed and kept up the energy flow, adding the words to accelerate the process. Rebuild and knit. Let the lifeblood flow. And make right what's been torn. Undo what's been wreaked. Heal on. Till all hurt recedes. And all's well. Slowly, the damaged area recovered, and I could feel the pain fade away. In a couple of minutes, my throat was back to normal. I then slowly sent a thought probe to the muscles in my face, trying to figure out what was wrong there. Once again, a surge of anger rose in me as I saw that the damage was meant to be permanent. What got my blood boiling was the fact that they had done the same to Du. I had to fight the emotion again to return to thoughtlessness. I could not afford to screw up. Not now. I had to pay these CCC guys back for what they did. Slowly, I started thinking up escape that would counter the damage, intuitively picking words that would undo the paralysis. I tied the scape to a few words in my head. I would have to repeat it for Du and would need to quickly summon it with a few words. This was the technique I had planned to use with Sliveret whenever I'd need her again. I had a feeling it would be very soon. Slowly, the numbness was replaced with a tingling sensation. It was working. I blocked out all thought and worked hard at weaving the scape, the words coming to me in that mindless flow that I thrived on. Soon, I felt the tingling go away. Feeling returned to my face. The drug had been neutralized. I completed weaving the scape into a few spell words. I tied them to Du's aura, and released the words in my mind, still not daring to speak. At the same time, I sent out a thought to Du, don't speak, no matter what happens. Slick. What are you doing? You? Yes, I have managed to counter the drug. I am weaving it around you right now. Lie back and let it complete its work. In the meanwhile, I am going to weave up something that can get rid of these restraints. But they have sound detectors all over the place. They will know the moment you say a word. Who's saying anything? Slick. Don't. Du, for once, please trust me. I would never ever do anything that could harm you. I know I can do this. I have managed to cure us of the paralysis. Now I will weave something up for the restraints. We cannot talk or they will know in an instant. Don't even try muttering or showing an expression on your face, just in case they are monitoring us. Just let me do this. Please? Du was silent for a while. Then I felt her send a mental nod to me. I sent a smile in return. It is difficult to explain how nods and smiles traverse telepathically, but they do. It took another minute to think up a neat little spell that converted all our restraints to sugar icing that merely looked like metal bands. Hold thy form, but soften thy soul to something sweeter. A candy well wrought in marzipan and floss. I sent to a thought, warning her against moving her limbs. The slightest movement would shatter the confectionery. I was ready now. I would wait now for that little bitch who had tried to turn us both dumb for life. Devorto had been right after all. It was time to get people to fear me. I was not going for any more cheap tricks. Amra would remember me and fear me for as long as she lived. The CCC would sit up and take notice. I had been waiting for an opportunity to vent at these smug buggers, and this was the best time to do so. I relaxed and went into a meditative trance, summoning energy for all the fireworks to come. Chapter 18. Everyone's invited. They all came to the feast, with carving knives and meat forks. But the prey was not down yet. And cutlery does not make for good hunting. The historian. I went through the motions setting up my equipment, mentally numb by now. I had tired of the free word. I realized that I had tired of the guild too, if I were to ever consider switching sides again. I had also tired of all the words and threatening gestures. Today was supposed to be the big day. Everyone was crowing about being close to catching the Wordscapist. There was an entire team of free wordsmiths and norms congregated in a dingy house belonging to a free word sympathizer. There was a round of speeches, and then this entire bunch of dangerous wordsmiths would go off to attack the two kids. It would be ridiculous if it had not been for all these grown-up, legendary characters taking it so seriously. Truth is, my sympathies had never lain with the free word. I hadn't had much of a chance to feel one with the gang. I had been pretty much press-ganged into my role. Neither had I ever been a guild loyalist. The one person who had managed to ignite a flame of loyalty in me was the boy himself. Slick or the Wordscapist, call him what you will. He had managed to escape the free word, and then the guild. He had overcome ZYX's spooks, and made them all disappear. ZYX had reportedly broken down after the incident and had to be transported to the guild R&R unit. The woman had had a dark and deep connection with her spooks, and their loss had taken the zing out of her. Half the free word had cheered at the news. ZYX hadn't been very popular with the free wordsmiths, with her spooks having taken out quite a few renegades over the years. And the boy had taken out her main weapon. All of them. Together. I could only wonder how. The equipment was set up, and I made a rudimentary check of the settings. And then, the menagerie trooped in. Zobarin was the first, as usual. She made a big show of going around, checking the meters. The woman believed in putting on a big show. But I was beginning to suspect that she did not really understand how recording equipment worked. The next to come in was crazy Mother Gaia. She had only partly recovered, and had a wild look in her eyes. I had learned from Isis that she had always been pretty crazy, an environmentalist who would happily use a chainsaw on the loggers. The power of the word with someone like that was plain murder. The healer came in next, a nervous tick added to his eternal muttering. There was a tangible aura from the energyscape that he constantly sustained around him. I wondered if Zobarin had told him what Sign thought of his shield. Well, it at least looked pretty, glowing in different colors depending on his mental state, which currently ranged from irritable to hysterical. Isis and Wind came in together as always. I liked them. They had spoken about their sudden departure to Le and their trip back from there in good humor, even laughing at the boy's cheek. They were the type of free wordsmiths who could speak about their beliefs without foaming at the mouth, and they did not think it blasphemy to joke about what the free word was doing. 5 more wordsmiths walked in, dressed in combat gear, complete with ski masks. They were part of the primary assault team that was going to attack the CCC center. Today, the core team would be going in themselves too. I was sure that Zobarin must be sorely missing Lonigan and Necros. They had walked out soon after the kid had teleported. I had seen Necros taking down Acto, something that everyone else in the room but Lonigan had missed. Zobarin was happily clueless of their betrayal. She found it convenient to reach the conclusion that the boy had done something to them too. To further her own interests, she spread the rumor that the boy had killed the two using a conjured-up scape, leaving no trace of their bodies or souls. This kind of dastardly deed had provoked the ire of the free word, and soon all the members had signed up for the hunt. Avenging their comrades turned out to be a lot more motivating for the free word gang than saving their precious Zobarin's neck. Finally Acto came in. He was dressed pretty much as usual, but had a dark cloak covering him. I could make out glints from beneath showing that he had quite a few blades about his person. The filthy head bandage was still in place. He was a lot surlier and very, very serious about what the free word was trying today. Do had been like a daughter to him, and like he had said at least a dozen times in the last couple of days, he had lost a brother and a daughter. Though there were constant reports that Do was with the boy and was helping him do all that he did, Acto continued to persist with the idea that the boy had run escape of some sort to brainwash the girl. He was joining the hunt today with 6 of his men. With everyone gathered, Zobarin signaled me to start recording. Clearing her throat, she started speaking. Brothers and sisters, we have the enemy cornered. The same enemy who attacked our warren, injured our fellow wordsmiths, and humiliated us. The CCC has him sequestered in their local bureau. I do not know what they intend to do with him, but they will not execute him. There is also a good chance that they might slip up and let him escape, considering that they do not know his devious ways as well as we do. We will not have a better chance of bringing him down. We are going to execute him while he lies helpless within CCC precincts. I could see the duality of the message. This was a clear case of overkill. They were attacking a CCC bureau, something that would result in a serious backlash that could hurt all of Wordkind. I could not believe the lengths to which this woman was going to complete her mission. But then, Sign had been cruelly emphatic with her warnings. To all the people assembled there, these were rousing words. They had all heard about how a mere boy had humiliated their beloved leaders and senior wordsmiths. Doctored information showed how he had merely got lucky and how skill had nothing to do with all that he pulled off. It had become a matter of personal pride to hunt down the boy. Lonergan and Necros had been feared and admired. They had also been 2 of the most powerful members of the Free Word, adding muscle to the vision of a world free of the guild. Hunting down their murderer was a serious incentive. Zobarin had gone ahead and sweetened the pot by offering senior membership to anyone who managed to kill the boy. She looked around, nodding her approval at the wave of hate that went through all the room's inhabitants. I was glad to see the doubt on Isis and Wynn's faces. They had not let Zobarin's plans lead them into a hate-filled frenzy. But willing or not, they were part of today's events. I wondered what they would do if they were the ones who had to utter the fateful words that would kill the boy. Today, we go in full force, Zobarin continued. We have 5 of the best free word hunters here. We also have Acto and his group who shall help us in whatever way they can. I have also called a band of Norm mercenaries who will be helping us with breaking into the bureau and eliminating the CCC defenses. As you can see, we are leaving no stone unturned. Gaia, the healer, and I will be coming along with you too. Today, we throw everything the free word has at that hated boy. Let us see him weave his way out of this one. There were furious cries of yeah at that, as most people in the room broke out in cheers and applause, exchanging high fives. I felt sick to my stomach. I could not believe the amount of bullshit flying around. I could see that the 5 hunters were the ones who made the most noise. They were all extremely excited about going on a hunt with the legendary founders of the free word. I exchanged an uncomfortable glance with Isis and Wind. I wondered whether I should try and disappear somewhere comfortable while these maniacs went hunting the boy. I did not want to be around when the CCC came down on this crazy group. Wordsmith or not, they would be merciless in exterminating everyone involved in an attack on their bureau. I had once been in the same room as a yen and would do anything possible to avoid going through that experience again. The very memory of that alien presence made my skin crawl. My stomach sank as Zobarin turned to me. I knew what was coming. Historian, you joined us but recently, but have been a faithful companion of the free word. I would like for you to be there at the final chapter of this epic battle. We can then have a detailed account of today's attack and the parts that different members of the group played in bringing it to a successful conclusion. The others once again roared. I noticed Isis give me a rueful grin. I guess I knew now just how she felt about going along on this venture. I silently nodded my assent. There was nothing else I could do in a group like this. Zobarin smiled and patted my shoulder, turning back to the group to iron out details. I should have listened to my heart and sank out of sight in Goa. I doubted if I would live out the day and ever be able to go back home. Amra. The Yaki joined me before I reached the cell. I had worked with several interrogators in the past, and he was a personal favorite. The Yaki, contrary to his name, was not really an American Indian. No one really knew where he was from. His name stemmed from an incident where one of his subjects who had been due for a terminal interrogation was delivered to the disposal squad with the scalp hanging off. Some smartars had christened him Yaki and the name had stuck. He did not object to it. He never objected to anything. The Yaki was completely dedicated to his work, bothered by nothing else. He fell in step as I walked down the corridor, nodding in greeting. I was not feeling particularly sunny either and nodded in return. We reached the cell and walked in. Call it instinct or sixth sense, I instantly knew that something was wrong. The two of them were lying on the restrainers like they should have been. Everything looked alright, and I couldn't see anything very obviously wrong, but I could feel the hair on the nape of my neck bristle as I sensed danger of some sort. I flicked my cord on and kept it ready. I wondered what the boy could have done against all the restraining measures and the drugs that were administered to him. The Yaki seemed unperturbed though and walked to the interrogation stand, calmly unpacking his case, pulling out the tools of his trade. I drew some comfort from his attitude, and approached the two unconscious wordsmiths. I closed my eyes and sent out a sharp mental nudge to both of them. I could feel that the boy was extremely woozy, but the girl was on the verge of consciousness. I was not surprised. The boy would still be in shock from the jab I had given him. It should have seriously injured his vocal cords and he probably would not be able to talk for the rest of his life. But considering he had not much time left to live, that was not really a concern. I saw the girl open her eyes. I sent the boy another sharp nudge, making it a whole lot more powerful than it needed to be. His eyes fluttered open, the pain from the nudge bouncing back satisfactorily through the mental link. I wished I could weave a mindscape like some of those creepy wordsmiths, and get into the self-satisfied brat's head to see how cocky he was feeling right then. I nodded to the Yaki to lay out his equipment on the tray so that they could see it in all its glory. There were some impressive blades, saws, hammers, pliers, drills and a whole lot of other hardware, all of it custom-made to work on the human body. Each piece in that set had a common goal, to inflict maximum pain with minimum damage. This ensured that the subject survived for a long time and revealed all there was to know. In terminal interrogation cases, the Yaki would usually administer a quick cut to the throat at the end of the interrogation, dispensing a mercifully quick death to the victim who would by then be half insane with nerve-wracking pain. I smiled as I saw all the equipment. In a couple of instances, the subjects had told all just at the sight of all those horrendous tools. I could see the girl's eyes widen at the range of equipment laid out before them. The boy was befuddled and did not really react, his face slack from what was probably an overdose of the paralytic drug. Once I had given them enough time to study and appreciate the equipment and wonder about the different ways in which it might be used, I spoke to them. You two have blazed quite the trail. Goa, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Pondicherry, and then Skye. Over the top, continuum wrenching scapes in every one of these places. You have been a lot of trouble and have inconvenienced me no end. You have also caused harm to my team members with the stunt you pulled when they tried to capture you. Do you acknowledge and accept all this? The girl was paralyzed with terror. She did not say anything. The boy responded with a feeble telepathic yes. I smirked as I looked down on the one who had had so many powerful people tracking him, lying so pathetically helpless before me. I found myself wishing that he would show a bit more spirit. There seemed to be no pleasure in crowing over such a weak subject. I did not think they would give us any trouble. The boy would probably be all too glad to tell us what we needed to know. It was almost disappointing. I reminded myself to be professional. I needed the information, and then, as per the recommendation from the Lyrii, this boy would be executed. I did not really need to inflict pain on him or his accomplice. Listen carefully, I told him, looking him in the eye. I need you to tell me everything that has happened to you ever since you first realized that you had the gift. Try not to lie or miss out any details. If I even suspect that you are lying, I will ask my friend here to start his work on you. Do you understand? Again I heard an eager yes from the boy, as if all he wanted to do was avoid even the possibility of pain. I felt disgusted at the complete lack of spunk in this creature. Go on then. Start talking. I picked up the dictaphone and switched it on, ready to repeat aloud for the benefit of the record all that he sent me telepathically. I saw the girl's eyes go wide as she realized that he was going to talk. I saw by the flickers in their eyes that they were talking to each other, probably having an argument about him squealing so easily. I let them sort it out. The girl finally relaxed, her eyes still suspicious and furious. The boy looked at me and started talking to me telepathically. The boy's words came in a rush, a veritable flood of information. I struggled, trying to capture all that he had to say. It was pretty incredible. The boy had started out his journey as a cipher. He told me about his first encounter with Wordkind when he ran into Andrew Wallachian just before he was murdered by a demon. His description concurred with that of the demon I had seen in Silvis's office. I understood why Silvis had been so intrigued by that report. The demon might have noticed the boy and reported his presence to Silvis, who for some reason had suspected him of being the Wordscapist right from the start. The boy went on to tell me about Alain de Vordo and how de Vordo had been pulled into wakeful existence by Silvis' escape. De Vordo had apparently come to him as a voice in the head, and then later, they had woven a separate form for de Vordo. The boy was adding a lot of interesting detail to the information the Lyrii had provided. I wondered where de Vordo was. The boy was on a roll. I let him talk. He spoke of their escape from the Andaman Island, and then their trip to Scotland. He talked about an encounter with the fairy and then with hundreds of spooks. He had taken them all out and apparently without much effort. Most of it corroborated with what I knew. I just couldn't believe that this spineless wimp had done all that he was talking about. He finally claimed that he wasn't the Wordscapist. It was Devorto all along. He was just a cipher who had been messed up by the experience of having Devorto in his head. He spoke about some kind of a continuum breach in his head that was a threat to the entire planet, and how he needed help, the CCC's help. I tired of keeping up with him, and gestured to him that I needed a break. He had been transmitting for nearly an hour and I had been speaking aloud throughout. I paused the dictaphone and wondered at all that the boy had relayed. While most of it was in line with what the Lyrii had told me, the last part was a new twist. The continuum breach didn't make much sense and I didn't understand how one weak cipher could be a threat to the whole plane. "Where is Alan Devorto now?" I asked him. No clue, the response came back immediately. He was with us in Sky, but then had to go talk to someone about potentially fixing this situation. "Can you talk to him now? Can you send out a message and ask him to come here?" "No, I cannot. I can communicate with him only when he wants me to. Other times, he just goes off air." I wondered if he was speaking the truth. But everything he had said sounded true so far. He was too scared to try anything else. I was in a fix. The Lyrii had asked me to hunt down Alan Devorto, and now he was somewhere else. I could not execute the boy after all. And after talking to him, I was not interested in executing him either. He had turned out to be a spineless coward. I decided that I would use him to trap Alan Devorto, and then I would send the boy and his accomplice to detention and leave it at that. I needed to know more about the spirit that Alan Devorto had become. I wondered how we would go about trapping or destroying something like that. We had demon hunters at the CCC, but they specialized in soulless beings generated from scapes gone awry. A spirit of a man who was still technically alive was quite complicated. I saw the emergency light in the room glowing. I went to the communication console and switched it on. "Yes?" I asked, irritated at being disturbed. "We're under attack, Amra. It's a team of Norm mercenaries. We are sustaining heavy casualties. We have asked for backup. I would advise you use the teleport center to leave with your prisoners." The free word. It could not be Silvus. He did not have the kind of firepower needed to attack a CCC bureau, especially since he had gone into hiding. The free word must know of the boy's capture. They were trying to get him. I could not believe it. They dared to attack the CCC. "Hold on," I told the operator, "I am coming out." I turned around and looked at the boy. "You are going to have to call Alan Devorto here," I told the boy. "Keep trying and hope it works. In 5 minutes the Yaki here will start on your girlfriend. And when he is done with her, he will start on you." The boy's eyes went wide at this. He then opened his mouth and spoke distinctly, "Fuck you." My heart jumped straight to my mouth as I realized what that implied. In the same instant he let out a low whistle and all hell broke loose. Slick. The toughest part had been getting Dew to play along. She was petrified and furious in equal parts. When Amra and her tough-looking friend walked in, I could sense that she smelled something suspicious. That woman knew her job, I'll give her that. But I was in my element now. I put up a fake shield to let her telepathic probes detect all that she would expect to find. I also summoned a simple physical protection scape around Dew and me to ensure that any crude measures they tried were deflected. I never took any risks where Dew was involved. I decided to act obedient for a while. Everyone needed to know what was happening, especially the CCC. So, it made perfect sense for me to answer all the questions she had to ask. I also wanted to give her one more chance to redeem herself. I wanted to see if she would ease up on the cruel and violent act if I cooperated with her. Everything was going according to plan, and she looked like she might even consider letting us go unharmed. The message from the operator about the attack changed all that. She decided that she had to get Devorto immediately. I did not know who was engineering the attack, but I knew that it was for me. I decided that I had played enough. It was time to get my act together. I let her finish her ominous-sounding threat, and then gave her a succinct "fuck you." At the same time, I whistled while mentally uttering a few select words, and summoned my old faithful. Sliveret was my first real scape, even if it had been with Devorto riding shotgun. I had gone through the words in my head many times in the past couple of days. She was extremely powerful, but I knew I could control her if I tried. I had made changes to the scape that called her up, ensuring that the direction and closure were no longer problems. Now was the time to see how it worked out. I shattered the sugar bands around my hands and legs as I swung away from the table, just in time to avoid Amra's quirt. I had a shield, but I did not want anyone knowing about it if possible. At the same time, Du also sprang from her table. The big guy with all the vicious tools coolly pulled out a scalpel and threw it at me. Halfway to me, the scalpel met Sliverette. Sliverette, version 2 if you will, was a lot more potent and focused. I had shaped her to my needs. Her primary directive was to protect Du and me, and to do whatever it took to protect us. I had woven a secondary directive that required her to follow my instructions and protect or attack whoever I directed her to. Her third priority was to protect herself from whoever was attacking her and to use appropriate defensive and offensive measures. Her final directive was to vanish until summoned again the moment I dismissed her with the word I had woven into her being, Soma. I had tweaked the scape to ensure that only Du or I could dismiss her. I had also put in a failsafe that ensured that all injuries she inflicted were non-fatal unless one of the directives required her to act otherwise. Whatever I had done worked admirably. Sliverette parried the scalpel, smartly twisting it around and sending it flying at Amra. Amra was in shock and just managed to duck out of the way. The tough man, Amra had called him the Yaki, was a cool customer though. Using both hands, he kept throwing blades and different kinds of sharp things at the imp. Sliverette proved a worthy adversary. She darted and twisted in the air, parrying blades with blades, wrenching hammers and axes out of the air using her arms, throwing them back viciously at the Yaki or Amra. The Yaki used a blade he held to deflect each of the weapons coming back at him. I could see Amra duck and weave, using her rod to hit out at the flying weapons. She was also swearing luridly. I quickly murmured up a warpscape to slow down the action, just in case something flew my way. Slip into the folds of time. While leaving space unchanged. Unhindered by friction and body. View and move tenfold faster than all else around. I was just in time. A heavy blade flew at me, arcing lazily, slowed down by the warp I had created. The man had thrown one of his last weapons at me, hoping to cut down the source of all the chaos. Two things happened simultaneously as I summoned my favorite freeze spell. Sliverette flew to get in the way of the blade, and at the same time, Du threw her trademark explosive spell at the dagger. The result was tragic. I saw Sliverette blown apart, hit by Du's potent spell. The blade that had caused it all continued unhindered on its way to me. The time warp gave me enough time to get over the shock of Sliverette's destruction and still freeze the blade, a scant couple of inches from me. It fell to the ground, a huge block of ice. I turned around to glare at Du. She stuck her tongue out in a cute, rueful gesture, raising her hands in apology. Du could disarm me better than any spell I knew of. I turned back to the CCC duo. I saw the man charging at me with what looked like an ice pick in his hand. I had let the warpscape slip. I did not need it anymore. I was pissed now. I thought up a ball of compressed air and threw it hard at the man even as he leapt at me. The effect was instantaneous. He was thrown through the air at a furious pace, exploding through a glass wall into the corridor that lay outside. I saw Amra duck under one of Du's explosions and dive out of the man-shaped silhouette left in the glass. She was definitely going to return with backup. I turned to throw another glare at Du. I could not stay angry at her, but that I did not want her to know that. She grinned at me and punched me in the arm. It's okay. You can weave her up again. We did good. I broke into a grin myself. We had definitely done well. We still had to break out of this place though. Du, I cautioned her with a hand on her arm as she prepared to chase after Amra. There is a team of people attacking this place. They are sure to be after our heads. Let's go carefully. There are going to be fatal scapes flying all around the place. Copy that. Du gave me a quick pat, summoning a ball of warped air with a few words, another potential explosion for whoever crossed our paths. I bent to pick up one of the pieces of the broken sugar bands. I was curious to see how they tasted. I took a tiny bite. Not bad at all. I munched away, offering one to Du as I walked out, stuffing more pieces into my pocket. She tasted it gingerly, her expression changing from suspicion to amazement. I quickly drew up a thoughtscape while she was still wondering about the candy, summoning a multiple freeze spell. I ducked to avoid the jagged edges of the glass, stepping through the hole in the wall and out into the corridor. The Yaki lay on the floor on a huge clump of shattered glass. He was going to be out for a long time. I sent an all-okay telepathic to Du, checking both sides of the corridor as I juggled the icy warps in my hand. I could not hold them for too long. I had to find someone to throw them at. On demand, one of the doors burst open and two armed men in camouflage outfits dove through. I did not hesitate. 2 of the 5 spells I was juggling went out, leaving 2 man-shaped popsicles frozen in guerrilla attack mode. I could sense the outer fringes of Dew's spell nudging me in the back. Don't get too close, I threw the thought at her. I did not want another fiasco, with her spell exploding on me this time. I felt her backing up. It was time for the next entry. Out of the damaged door, I saw a monstrosity shamble in. It was a classic zombie, a couple of weeks into Rotsville. It was armed with a broken baseball bat with jagged edges, already coated with a sheen of blood. Sleek, it intoned, as it continued to me, waving the bat menacingly. It was the body snatcher, my old friend. I knew what this meant. Sylvis was around. I quickly threw one of my spells at the zombie. It collapsed in an icy heap. At the same time, I sensed the Yaki begin to move. I turned around and saw him getting up jerkily, picking up his ice pick. Oh shit. He had been dead, not unconscious, and the body snatcher had just switched bodies. The previously agile man now lurched, doing the zombie step, approaching me. An explosion tore through one side of the body, spinning it around. Dew. It stayed on its feet though, and kept coming at me. Dew. Look out for Sylvis. Keep the explosion handy. I sent out the remaining 2 spells I had at the fresh zombie, instantly converting him into a stalagmite. You learn the terms if you're into spelunking. The free word was here. Sylvis was here. I didn't have Devorto to guide me. Getting out would not be so easy this time. I racked my brains, wondering what to do. Too late, I had run out of time. The door on the other side of the corridor burst open spectacularly, toppling Dew and throwing her to the floor in a heap. Dew! I shouted, lunging towards her. I stopped instantly though, as someone walked through the shattered door. It was a huge trunk of a man, with a totem pole of a staff. He looked powerful and deadly. I guessed this was Sylvis. Even before I could react, I sensed someone else entering the other side of the corridor. I moved right up against the wall so I could cover both sides. I felt my insides going numb. It was Zobarin. And she was looking pretty huge and deadly herself, with a spherical warp on her fingertips, its blue glow lighting up her face like that of an evil witch. Chapter 19. Down the sink. Blood and bone. Hair and flesh. The game of death. Has gruesome trophies. The Yen come from worlds that are far removed from the ones they supervise. As powerful continuum channelers, the Yen play a big role in keeping the many worlds connected to the continuum in check. Wordsmiths, for all their power, don't merit more than half a yen. Yen Hito was assigned Earth and a couple of other potential worlds that might manifest channelers at some point in time. Many looked on it as a punishment. It could have been some controversial decisions he made, showing leniency in dealing with those that meddled with the continuum. It could have been his less than reverential attitude towards the Lyrii. It could even have been the rumor that he was gifted with Lyra's sight, a power that allowed him to guess the paths that lay ahead. But Yen Hito didn't mind being assigned Earth. Yen Hito had made his peace with all that came his way. He wasn't feeling very peaceful at the moment though. He was in the presence of an individual who had taken things too far even by his lenient standards. This man had caused flutters in the continuum with repercussions that could barely be fathomed, even after centuries of study. Tell me, Alan Devorto, the Yen spoke aloud, trying to keep his tone neutral, why should I listen to you? Would I not be better off terminating you right now and be done with it? You have caused the core more grief than an entire era of wordsmiths put together. Devorto drew himself up to his full height, which wasn't much in his current form. Cursed the boy, Yen Hito, I have appealed to you knowing your reputation as someone with a balanced and just view. A hearing is all that I ask for, after which you are free to take whatever decision you will. And you are here to appeal for your life? Yen Hito asked. I'm afraid the stakes are much higher, Yen Hito, Devorto responded, his voice grave. I am here to appeal for the whole plane of existence we humans call Earth. The historian. I had never recorded something like this. It was an all-out war. It was cruel, merciless, and completely insane. It was a massacre. We arrived under the cover of the night, the different groups spreading out into positions best suited to what role they were going to play. I was near the outer perimeter, catching the action on my all-purpose camcorder. Zobarin and Gaia spent a couple of minutes weaving up a mother of escape that threw an isolation bubble around us. This ensured the Norm police would not come rushing in at the sound of a veritable war within Glasgow city limits. It would also prevent teleports in and out of the premises, stopping CCC backup from arriving hastily and making sure the kids could not escape any other way. Once the bubble was in place, the attack began in earnest. The Norm mercenaries went in full force, lobbing bombs and shooting at the security force around the building. The 5 wordsmith hunters were next, weaving explosive warps and priming them to explode the moment anyone not in the free word team came out. Isis and Wind volunteered to stay outside the bubble to deal with anyone who arrived through any other means. Smart choice. I was stuck inside to capture the bloodbath. I saw CCC guards mown down by a vicious combination of gunfire and deadly scapes. They were woefully underprepared. But then, no one could have seen something like this coming. The mercenaries burst into the building and went on rampage inside. Meanwhile, the wordsmith team finished setting the traps outside and followed the norms to provide backup and clean up after them. Zobarin and Gaia formed the rear of the attack. The healer volunteered to stay behind and ensure that anyone coming out wouldn't escape the trap. The free word didn't want any surviving witnesses. I went numb at the sight of so many people being cut down by the relentless gunfire and scapes. Zobarin motioned me to accompany Gaia and her into the building. I hurried after, trying not to breathe in the dizzying stench of gunsmoke, burnt flesh and blood that permeated the entire building. We made our way through the reception and the rest of the front office, stepping over and around dead bodies in CCC uniforms. I was running on autopilot, recording all there was to note, providing explanatory notes in a toneless voice. At one point, I saw a wounded survivor crawling down one of the corridors. Zobarin sent the poor chap a spell that completed what the first wave had left unfinished. Zobarin and Gaia decided to split at the landing of the first floor. The mercenaries and wordsmiths seemed to have done the same, leaving 2 diverging trails of bullet marks and burns all over the walls and furniture, not to mention a couple of the guards near the elevator. Zobarin gestured for me to follow her, and as we walked down a long corridor, she summoned a particularly powerful spell that glowed blue on her fingertips. She was preparing for whatever she came across. I could only pity the kids. We reached the end of a corridor when I saw a petite woman in civvies, holding a CCC quirt, coming rushing through a door, banging it behind her. Zobarin immediately sent a bolt from her spell in the woman's direction. The woman was fast though, and quickly absorbed the bolt with her quirt. She returned fire with a shock pulse, but Zobarin's spell just absorbed it into the glowing blue ball. The woman had not tarried to see just what she had managed to pull off. She dived down the fire exit, and we could hear her clattering down the stairs. Zobarin rushed after her and I was left in the corridor, wondering what I should do now. I turned around and looked through the viewfinder to see a zombie walking towards me. I felt sick at the sight of the animated dead body lurching towards me, holding a baseball bat in its rotting hands. I was frozen right where I stood, recording what could well be my death approaching me. I heard sounds of gunfire, and saw 3 of the mercenaries rush out of one of the doors, firing wildly. The zombie was right in their way and took a wild swing, connecting the bat with one of the mercenaries, right on his skull. The cap that was part of his uniform and part of his scalp went flying, along with a piece of the bat. The man collapsed right there, dead or grievously injured. The other 2 mercenaries took one look at their fallen comrade and got the hell out of there, screaming at the top of their voices. They had been pretty spooked to start with. The zombie had been the last straw. They crashed through the door at the end of the corridor. I heard their screams die out abruptly, and wondered what nightmare lay beyond that door. Whatever it was, it had a zombie walking towards it. The zombie ignored me and followed the 2 men through the now shattered door, groaning and trying to say something that I could not quite catch. A few moments later, the zombie went silent too. Right then, Zobarin came charging out of the fire exit. She took one look at me staring at the door and whatever might lie beyond it, and then dashed right through its sagging frame. She had spunk, that woman. But then, she did not know that she was on the track of a zombie who hit home runs with people's heads. Actually, I reconsidered quickly. I felt sorry for the poor undead creature. I wondered if I should take the opportunity to run. It was then that I discovered what the 3 mercenaries had been running from in the first place. I heard the rhythmic clattering of claws on the gleaming floor as one of Sign's beasts walked through the door they had run out of. The midnight blue from its coat, green from its beady eyes and yellow from its drooling fangs combined to light up the dim corridor in an eerie, otherworldly glow. It looked at me and snarled. For once, I did not freeze. I ran right after Zobarin through the shattered door, zombie or no zombie. I could hear the creature bounding after me. As I neared the door, I felt the creature spring into the air. In desperation, I launched into a flying leap myself, literally soaring through the door. For an instant, I saw the tableau laid out in front of me. Sylvis and Zobarin were facing each other, ice-covered bodies covering the space between them. I could see wisps of a fast collapsing scape warp on the floor. But what caught the eye, even in that one instant, was a huge glowing sphere suspended in the air in the middle of the corridor. It was a riot of glowing colors, rapidly expanding, clearly on the verge of exploding. Sylvis had a snarl of rage on his face. Zobarin's broad back was right in front of me. I could hear her shrieking and she sounded pretty pissed off too. She was shouting something along the lines of no. When I flew full tilt into her firm derriere. The collision sent her crashing to the floor. As I fell, I saw the shape of the beast fly past, mere inches above me. It was a surreal moment as I watched its muscular, alien form glide past me, missing me and rather neatly disappearing into the sphere. There was a huge gloop of sound and then the sphere simply collapsed in on itself. Sphere and cat were gone but Sylvis however remained, and he was glaring at Zobarin and me, his staff glowing with the power of a summon spell. Amra! That devil of a boy had managed to pull off much more than I could ever have imagined. I had no clue how. What struck me in the midst of all that chaos was the sheer cheekiness with which he went about everything, reminding me all over again that he was just a boy, an evil and dangerous boy though. I knew just how dangerous the Yaki was. But he had been rendered completely ineffective. The demon that the boy had conjured up was perfect to counter the Yaki and his knives. It had a dozen blades and whip-like things all about it, and it pirouetted about like a damn ballerina in a free-for-all knife fight. And he had just whistled it up, like it was a pet dog of some sort. With the Yaki down, I had to make a quick exit. They were too strong for me to take. I jumped through the hole the Yaki had left, hoping desperately that another one of those deadly spells would not hit my exposed back. I did not waste any more time. I had to get out and get back up. I ran up the corridor and yanked the door open, banging it close behind me. Things just got worse. I saw the ungainly frame of Lily Zobarin Pendleton before me, ready to attack with a huge glowing ball of energy. She even had a historian behind her, recording the encounter. I could not believe the woman's guts, to attack the CCC, engage a CCC officer in combat and to top it all, record all that was happening using a historian. I did not have the time to be outraged. I did not even have time to duck, as a bolt came right at me. I brought up the cord to absorb the spell, quickly threw a shock pulse at the murderous woman and ran to the fire exit. I needed to get out of here. I rushed down the narrow metal stairs, willing myself to go fast. I could feel the stairs shuddering as Zobarin climbed heavily after me. For once, I was grateful for my small size. I could move faster. I soon hit the ground and took off in a fast, weaving run across the courtyard. I felt a bolt surge into the earth to my left, tearing up a huge chunk of concrete and dirt. This woman was aiming to kill me. I could not keep up the running and I couldn't teleport either without the teleport unit inside the building. I had no other option. I called to my yen. I needed his summons. At the same moment, I leapt violently to the left, rolling as I landed on the hard floor. I was just in time. I saw another bolt searing into the spot I had been a second before. I rolled desperately, clutching my cord hard, waiting for the next bolt to hit me and finish me. The bolt did come. But I was in luck. An instant before the bolt reached me, I felt the tug of a yen summons. Everything froze, and still I saw the bolt inch forward, flattening up into a web of blue light on the port that had opened up. A moment later, I was in the infinite, formless white of altar, sprawled flat on my back. A teleport block worked only with conscious teleports. They did not work with summons. That was the card I had been banking on. But it still had been too close for comfort. I gingerly picked myself. The yen was levitating in the standard posture, suspended vertically, leaning forward a little with arms and legs bent slightly as if floating in some liquid. He was looking at me expectantly. There was someone else in front of him. I looked closely, unable to believe my eyes. It was a little man with wings and all, looking very much like a fairy. I had seen something like that in one of those fairy tale books back in my childhood. But there he was, fluttering his wings lazily as he too stared at me rather curiously. I could see that he was translucent and wondered if this was a mental projection of some sort. The yen did have a strange sense of humor. Amra? The yen spoke, his voice an unmistakable query. I quickly saluted, offering the standard greeting, health and peace, Yenhito. To you too, Amra. What was that about? You sounded desperate. The free word is attacking the Glasgow Bureau, Hito. I had to make a quick exit. I know about the attack. I have sent Yen Alahi with his team to help you. Oh, you knew? I was taken aback. I did not think the call for backup would have reached the yen. Well, Devorto here helped some with an advance notice on what was happening. Devorto? I looked incredulously at the fluttering fairy, Alan Devorto. The fairy gave me a rueful grin. The boy did this, he explained with a gesture to his form. I must say I do not find it so shocking now. It is pretty convenient to have this form and shape, especially when you're a spirit. Alan Devorto? I repeated, rather stupidly. Yes, Amra, I could feel the smile in the yen's voice. Yen expressions always remained the same. You had to watch the voice for inflections that betrayed what they actually felt like. Devordo gave himself up to the CCC some time back, asking for a yen, specifically me, to come pick him up. We have some history, going back a while. I have always been curious about all that he did and how he managed to stay off the CCC records. We were having a nice chat when I received your request. And gathering by the state you are in, I guess it was an emergency. I stole a glance at myself and discovered that my clothes were torn and stained in a dozen places. I remembered the circumstances I had left in. I felt myself flush with embarrassment and anger. It was a matter of some pride to me that I was always immaculate in presentation. I apologize, Hito. I was engaged in combat with Lily Pendleton, Zoberin as she now is. She took quite a few shots at me with a lethal energy spell. I felt the surroundings swirl gray as the yen's rage sympathetically affected the section of altar we were in. She dares. The core will be avenged, Amra. Each one of those wordsmith rats and the norms with them will be hunted down like continuum vermin. I saw the gray swirling pretty violently, making me dizzy as the entire space around me changed from pristine white and took on the appearance of the center of a storm cloud. I was not surprised though. The CCC was firm in continuum management and just about ruthless when it came to any kind of lawbreaking. An attack on the CCC was completely unprecedented and needed to be dealt with swiftly and without mercy. They would be made examples of. I waited patiently for the gray to turn a lighter and more comforting shade. Devordo too faded into the background, his translucent form almost disappearing into the gray around him. I could not help wondering at the almost casual air between the yen and Devordo. It was almost like two friends catching up. There had been an order out for the execution of this character, and now the yen was having a nice chat with him. It was pretty confounding. Presently, the gray started clearing up. I sent the yen a thought, not wanting to speak out the query aloud. Hito, I was under the assumption that Alan Devordo was a terminal convict. I do not understand the state of affairs right now. I can understand your confusion, Amra, the yen went on, his voice still trembling from residual rage. This last hour has been most enlightening. Devordo has cleared up a lot of misunderstandings. The Lyrii have been playing the obsessive alarmists all over again. We've had this problem with them in the past. They tend to act like their eyebrows are on fire the moment they see someone smarter than them. Devordo had been busy the 200-odd years he was active, and his work is commendable. I do not understand how the Lyrii could have read any of his actions as threatening, especially when he went to such lengths to minimize the impact of escapes on the continuum. I realized that my jaw was slightly agape, astounded by the way the Lyrii had just been written off like a bunch of paranoid spinsters. I had taken the report, word for word, as the absolute and incorruptible truth. All my actions had been guided by these very assumptions. Now, as what the yen told me started filtering down and making sense, I felt like a complete idiot. I was not ready to give in, though. But Hito, the boy has resisted arrest and woven scapes that are incredibly powerful. He has probably done more damage to the continuum than the rest of the miserable bunch of wordsmiths put together. He has also hurt and humiliated CCC officials. We cannot let him go. The last traces of gray around us disappeared. The yen spoke, the smile once again apparent in his voice. Perspective is a wonderful thing, Amra. I could have wrung that boy's neck myself an hour back. Talking to Devordo has been most enlightening. I have seen how the boy was torn from his world, thrust into the skewed realities of the way of the word, stuck with Devordo here as a voice in his head. It would have driven anyone insane, leaving a trail of bodies on the way. Instead, the boy maintained his cool, and learned to weave under the most stressful conditions. I must say, I haven't seen any damage due to escapes yet. He has only sought to stay alive in a world where everyone he met tried to do him harm, Devordo said, flitting forward. Tell me, Amra. Do you blame him? I ignored the little figure. Hito, I'm afraid I must bring him in for a trial. I agree that he is not a candidate for terminal execution anymore. But boy or not, I will not let him get away with all that he has done. I appreciate that, Amra, the yen said, nodding his head, and I support that decision. Justice must always be served. I could see that Devordo was not too happy about that, but then that was the best he was going to get. I wondered if I should push my case for a conviction for Alan Devordo too, but then decided to leave that to the yen. I just wanted to get the boy alone in escape-proof room for an hour. I think I owed myself that for the hell he had put me through. I decided to leave. I wanted to be part of the team that hunted down the free word murderers. Hito, I saluted, permission to leave. I would like to be part of the team hunting the free word members. Permission granted, Amra. The yen nodded. As I turned to leave, summoning the words that would take me to the head office in the bureau nearest to the California city center, I heard Devorto speak. Amra, one piece of advice. Give up on the thought of arresting the boy. He won't surrender. And neither will you be able to catch him if he is unwilling. He is simply too powerful. I turned around to reply with a "we'll see" as a parting shot. But I did not get the chance. The window opened up and swallowed me, leaving a half-uttered "will" hanging in the air. It just wasn't my day, I guess. Slick. Devil and deep sea if you're orthodox, frying pan and fire if you're feeling culinary, Scylla and Charybdis if you are mythologically inclined. Call it what you will, but it was the worst situation I had ever been in. I had heard that the Guild and the Free Word were both hunting me. And here I was, stuck between two of history's most powerful wordsmiths. Some days, life tended to be just peachy. I saw Silvus raise his staff, summoning whatever nightmare he had woven up for me. Simultaneously, Zoberin arced a glowing blue warp between her hands. They both wanted me dead. Very dead. I desperately thought up my time warp again, slowing everything to 1/10 of its speed. It still was not enough. I remained a split second away from death. I had just managed to stretch that split second a bit. They say your entire life passes in front of your eyes in moments like these. I could only think of one person, and she was lying unconscious a couple of feet away from me. In that one moment, all the do was and the best moments I had spent with her did come to my mind, though they did not really pass in front of my eyes quite the way I had imagined. I knew it was supposed to mean something that I could think only of her. But I was too much of a survivalist to dwell on sentimentality when there was still some hope left. Did I say hope? Yes, I was also quite an optimist. At the same time, I saw two powerful arcs shoot towards me, one from Silvus's staff and the other from Zoberin's spell warp. In that instant, I knew what I had to do. I thought up a piece of pure vacuum right over my head. Nothing. That holds its own. Small enough to hold. But too powerful to control. Absolute vacuum. Now. I dove down even as I felt the air surge in response to the scape. I hit the ground hard, sliding into Dew's form. I could feel immense power building over me. It was an abstract thought-given form, but it worked. I felt space twist and turn as a sphere of absolute nothing came into existence, displacing the air that had been there. And as absolute nothing usually does, it pulled violently at everything around it, including the two powerful spellbolts arcing roughly in the same direction. I grabbed Dew and tried a thought teleport, desperately trying to get the hell out of there. It did not work. I should have asked Devorto to teach me how to do that too. Just as I was about to give up, I felt a sliver of reality open up, almost beckoning to me. It was a small tear in spacetime that I could weave myself and Dew into, away from the mayhem that was going to break loose in less than a second. I could see it glowing a midnight blue, a tantalizing possibility, as words kicked up a veritable storm in my head, trying to find a way into it. I did not spend any more time thinking. I held Dew tightly and willed myself into that space. The words that came to me were powerful and fantastic, words I had never used before. I felt everything twist and turn as the tear opened to swallow us up. The last thing I saw was the spellbolts converge in the sphere of vacuum even as a huge cat leapt right into that space. Before I could figure that one out, I felt myself, and Dew along with me, being pulled violently into another reality. We emerged in another world altogether. Everything around me felt really weird. But right then, I needed to check if Dew was okay. Everything else could come later. Dew was still unconscious, limp in my arms. I checked her breathing and pulse. She was breathing evenly and her pulse was firm and steady. I heaved a sigh of relief. Now, I could figure out where we were and see what turn events had taken. I looked around. The terrain was completely desolate, rocky, and bleak. It was like a desert, only it was like no desert I had seen. Come to think of it, I had not really seen any deserts, I just knew that no desert was supposed to look this. A furious wind whipped up sand in harsh and gritty flurries. There was no sun to be seen, but the place was hot enough to get me sweaty and sticky in the few seconds we had been there. But the most alien part of the landscape was that everything was a shade of dark, disgusting purple, quite like the lifeblood of one of those slimy aliens in a B-movie. Where the hell had I got us? Welcome to my world, came a voice that was sexy and deadly at the same time. It sounded like what every femme fatale in the history of mankind had aspired to, but could not quite achieve. A couple of days ago, it would have frozen me on the spot in anticipation and terror. But life has a way of preparing a man for everything that comes his way. I turned around and looked at the owner of the voice. I had spoken too soon. I did freeze. I had heard about this lady from Dew to know on sight that I was in the presence of the formidable and deadly sign. Chapter 20. Word and sign. I am a myth. A story. A ghost. Slick. So this is how it ends, the thought came to me, settled down and made itself comfortable. From Norm to Cipher to Wordscapist to incredibly powerful wordsmith doomed to die, to this? I had gotten into and out of more hairy situations in the last couple of weeks than a mouse at a cattery. And after all these feats, I was to be executed like a common wordsmith by sign, hoodless and scytheless, but still every bit as omnipotent and inevitable as death. I slowly got up, leaving Dew lying on the hard terrain. What was to happen now? She was some sight, decked like a goddess of chaos, and accompanied by her 3 beasts. 3? There was a 4th, and before I started turning around to look for it, I remembered the leaping kitty that had disappeared into the vacuum I'd summoned. Oh well, Sign stepped closer, every move and gesture threatening, and spoke, "You are finally mine, Alan de Vordo. You have taunted me for centuries, evading me time and again with your little tricks. You disappeared into your hole when I attacked you. You come back after so many centuries and start your old tricks all over again. And now, to make matters worse, you have also destroyed one of my pets, a companion I have had for centuries. I will make you pay, Alan de Vordo, for each of these crimes." I stood there and calmly took all this in. That voice was definitely hypnotic. Then again, I always had a lamentably short attention span. The effect was beginning to fade. "Let's take this one at a time," I said, looking her right in her glowing purple eyes. "To begin with, I am not Alan de Vordo. I have no idea where that useless bum is. I have had to fight the CCC, the Free Word and half the guild all on my own today. Dew was right alongside me through all this, but then got knocked down a minute ago. Now I have to deal with you. And the Alan de Vordo you hunt is off being miffed in some corner." I could see her eyebrows going up at this. This was not what she had expected. I was going to continue keeping her off balance. This might just turn out to be fun. 2. I have never seen you, so you can't blame me for all those centuries of irritating behavior. I've hardly been around for a quarter of a century myself, and had no clue that there was a psychopathic elemental called sign until a couple of days ago. I could see a range of emotions flitting across that coldly beautiful face. I wondered what I would do when I ran out of points. Until then, I was going to lay it on, thick and powerful. I was done with being pushed around, even if it was the almighty sign doing it. And yes, I have no clue what you mean when you say that I destroyed your pet. I personally like cats. Yours are a bit too overgrown for my taste, but I still would not go so far as destroying one. I was pushing it. And I could feel my adrenaline pumping as I realized I was having fun doing this. I was egging sign on. But I hadn't lied. Except for the cat part. But that was collateral damage. Sign glared at me, and then took a few moments to regain her calm. She pulled off a convincing smile and spoke, making her voice a bit more hypnotic and arresting. "Your insouciance is irreverent and misplaced. But I shall pardon that as a consequence of your youth and ignorance. You say you are not Alan de Vordo. Who are you then, child? You are apparently unaware of me and all that I am." I put on my deepest, classiest voice and spoke, "I am Slick. My real name does not matter. And I heard very recently about your power and your exploits, how you have terrorized the wordsmith community ever since it came into being. But if you don't mind me saying, you seem a little cliched in form and presentation. I mean, come on. For cats made up to a Night in Hell theme? And you look like Trinity's replacement in a Matrix revival series. Does it get any more obvious than that?" The entire world around us went dark and stormy. She was silhouetted in lightning, her glare piercing enough to bore holes in me. The pop cultural reference might have escaped her, her world looked like it was short on HD TVs and multiplexes, but I think she grasped the general tone I had adopted. I gulped and braced myself for some more insouciant irreverence. I put on a show of checking out the thunder and lightning, and then brought my hands out in a flashy see what I mean gesture. Unfortunately, that just got her more pissed. The world went all the more stormy. I wondered if it would start raining next. Given the purple all around, it would probably rain blueberry juice here. I decided not to say this though. I had pushed her enough. "Stop!" she thundered at me. I did not bring to her notice that I had stopped quite some time back. "You dare! You disrespect me?" She came closer. I tried very hard not to flinch or back away. I succeeded, barely. I knew conceptually that one touch of that black skin and I would be dead. "You have gone too far, child. I might have let you live, even after your foolishness led to my pet's destruction, but you must be punished for your insolence. And with me, there are no warnings, and all punishments are terminal." She leaned closer. "Do you understand? She smirked a radiantly cruel smile at that. It was time to quit fooling around and do what I did best. Only, I could not speak aloud. I quickly thought up the words to summon my ice balls. Nothing happened. I tried again. Nothing continued to happen. I saw Sign's smirk growing. I chucked the silence and said the words aloud. No ice balls. Not even a snowflake. You are in my world, boy. Your tricks do not work here. I can feel the gift in you and it is strong, stronger than it ever was in Alan de Vordo. I can see now that you are not him, but his gift lies in you. And for that, you will die. I will not tolerate such power in such a malicious boy. Oh shit. I was in deep trouble. I wondered how a right hook would fare against her. I do not hit women on principle, but this was one of those moments when you had to lay aside these things. I found myself wishing I had picked up the demon's baseball bat. What happens to do? I asked, gesturing to the unconscious form on the ground. I knew what she would say, but I was stalling, trying to buy time. No one who comes here leaves alive, boy. She is a wordsmith too, and she has been consorting with Alan de Vordo and you. She will pay the price for living dangerously. I will let her get back to your world as a shade. You on the other hand, I will leave no trace of, corporeal or ethereal, but... Great. This woman's pinnacle of mercy lay in making someone a ghost. What was I to do? If you are done asking your questions, can we end this now? She asked rather sarcastically, coming closer. I was possessive of my physical space and resented such forward behavior. She was not really my type. At times like these, you may remember there are 3 things you can do: freeze, fight, or run. I was not the freezing type. I was out of fighting options. I did not have a choice. I turned and ran. I would come back for do the moment I had figured out a way to neutralize Sign and her cats. Yeah, right. Some hope I had. The last couple of days had involved a lot of physical activity and grueling schedules. I had discovered that I was a lot tougher than I had given myself credit for, that I had much more stamina than I imagined. Nevertheless, I was gasping in the first minute of running. Cigarettes. They would be my ruination. I could sense no motion behind me. I wondered what was up, but did not dare turn around to check. I continued running. I patted my pockets even as I jumped over a huge scar in the land, hoping that a machete or a submachine gun had wondrously appeared there. I found a crumpled pack of cigarettes, a disposable lighter and a few pieces of candy, the metal camouflage ones. Not really the kind of stuff you'd like to have when 3 cats out of hell and their angry owner were after you. I put everything back and put a piece of the candy in my mouth as I ran. I really liked the way they tasted. I saw a line of cliffs coming up. I took a detour to run around them, wondering why no one was pursuing me. While I was running pretty fast, I had to admit that even a little house cat could have easily outpaced me a while ago. I wondered how much of a handicap Sign was offering me. I told myself to stop thinking and continued running, my breath coming in ragged gasps in the hot, stifling air. I turned quickly to sneak a glance. There was no one behind me. Allowing myself a little smile, I turned around and made my way to the other side of the cliffs, slowing down to a jog. Right in front of me was Sign. Behind her, her 3 cats sat in various poses. One of them was washing itself while another stretched and yawned. Do lay right there, exactly in the same position she had been in when I had taken off. Sheer shock turned to incredulity. How? That is when it came to me. Space and time had no meaning here. I had merely run right back to the place I had started from. I slowed down and stopped near due, collapsing to my knees, overplaying my exhaustion a bit. Only a bit, though. Sign watched me with a cold smile, her cats giving me dispassionate green-tinged glares. I gasped for a little longer, trying hard to come up with a strategy of some sort, words that would bail me out. I was running out of options here. More importantly, Sign was running out of patience. And soon, she would lean over and touch me out of existence. Sign flicked a finger and the entire world dissolved to a cold, wet gray. I was in a sea. Huge waves battered me and I was thrown about. I tried to kick and stay up, but all I managed to do was catch another wave as it hit me in the face. I swallowed huge amounts of rancid, cold salt water as I struggled and gasped to stay afloat, beating with hands and feet. The sheer immensity of the sea hit me as huge swells tossed me about. All the fear I had of being set adrift came rushing into my head, paralyzing me. I felt myself slipping deeper and deeper into the water. I gasped, trying desperately to suck in air and keep the water from flooding into my lungs. Swim! I screamed at myself. My legs struck out in the 1-2 pattern, and my arms tried to push the water down. For a couple of moments it worked, and I managed to stay afloat long enough to grab a few lungfuls of air. And then the waves took over. Vicious currents grabbed me and pulled me all over the place, corkscrewing me deeper into the water. Panic washed over me as I tried to whoop in a huge breath before I was pulled down. Too late. I felt harsh salty water sear its way down my windpipe, flooding my lungs. I shut my eyes and kicked desperately, breaking through to the surface again. But I still could not breathe. I choked and coughed as I tried to draw in air, but all I managed was pitiful convulsions. My body stiffened and once more I slipped into the water. Even with my eyes shut, I could see my entire world going red. I was low on oxygen and on the verge of passing out. Let go. It's okay to let go. This is the best way to go, the safest. It will give you a chance to live on. It will leave the world a better place. You're a disaster waiting to happen. Just let go, and complete peace will come. The words were hypnotic, increasing the urge to just relax and draw in the water into my lungs, to just finish it all. Words. They're just words. And in response, I felt words of my own come up, rise up. I can't go like this. I can't die. Not here. Not now. Not like this. For one instant, everything around me froze. The thought came back, I cannot die. That is when things changed. I kicked furiously, pulling with my arms as I burst through to the surface. I managed to drag in a breath. The air flooding my lungs worked miracles. I kept kicking and took in a few more breaths. I was alive. I saw a huge wave coming my way again. I knew I could not keep this up forever. Sign was playing with me. And it was a game that was all too real and lethal. If I died here, I stayed dead. I would not even have a second innings as a ghost. I had to get out of this madness. And swimming was not the answer. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes as the wave tossed and turned me about. In that chaos, the answer came to me. It was simple. It had never changed. Words. The answer always lay in words. Words that lay beyond sign's control. Words that would define my being and the world around me. I knew what I had to do. I closed my eyes and fell back, falling into a dead float in the water. Unlearn and learn. Deconstruct and build. That would be the beginning. I started weaving, ignoring the physical world around me. I do not exist. I was who I was told to be. I was who I was expected to be. I was. Was I? I felt the air stirring in response to my words and concentrated thought. I felt it resist me. I could feel the midnight blue leaking into the gray, poisoning the world around me, getting it to ignore my scape. But no. I was not done yet. Words, there was no voice this time. Only a simple realization. Words, in the beginning there was the word. In the end, there will be the word. With words, I shall assert my identity. With words I shall call out. No. I am who I want to be. I am a myth, a story, a ghost. I am flux that can be shaped anyhow. I am me, I am you, I am anyone. Open-ended thought flowed, taking the world with it. The sea drained out, disappearing as if sponged up by a huge divine mop. I was suspended in air, feeling the liquid seep out of me, as if suddenly aware of its non-existence. In moments, I was dry, and back on my feet. I was back in Sign's world. The gray of the sea bled out, giving way to the purple of that perverted place. I saw her snarling as she started towards me, her hands reaching to snuff me out. Her cat sensed the danger and leapt too, all of them at the same time. But I was beyond them. I was beyond time and space now. I was in my world. Words capture the form. Fleeting though it is. Everything slowed, everything stopped. I was on the verge of the biggest moment in life, and I finally knew what pure consciousness meant. I knew the words that remained. There could be no other. In these ephemeral scapes. I exist. I am. The Wordscapist. In that one instant, I had defined and embraced all that I was supposed to be. I didn't care what Devorto said, what anyone believed. There was to be no more denial. There was to be no more doubt. My powers and limitations were defined by me, and I had been limiting myself for too long now with thoughts of escaping the world and all the challenges that lay therein. I had accepted who I was, who I wanted to be. I would be the Wordscapist. I was the Wordscapist. In that split second of insight, it all came to me. It all became real. And yes, the Wordscapist does not let anyone define his reality. Stop, I said, extending my arm, palm out. It was the classic gesture I had seen in so many movies, and in my head I knew how it was to play out. They were all supposed to freeze in the air. Well, they did not. A split second later, Sign came crashing into me, her hand around my throat. I collapsed on the hard ground. The elemental did not weigh much, and I was able to push her off and roll away. It was just as well as two of Sign's cats crashed down on either side of her, where my arms had been splayed a second before. And by way they landed, they did not sound very lightweight. I rolled desperately and scrambled up. That is when I realized that I had survived Sign's touch. Something had worked. Words. I needed more words. The cats slid wildly, their claws scratching fiery trails in the rocky ground, trying to twist around. Sign got to her feet, much slower, more graceful and a whole lot more deadly. She shrieked her fury at me and brought her hands up, no doubt to launch another reality twisting spell. I knew then what I had done wrong. I had broken through the scape constraints in her world. But I still needed to weave. I could not just say stop and expect to freeze them. I feinted to one side and dove to the other, away from a bolt of power that shot from Sign's hands. I had my favorite freeze spell running in my head, as I put in words to take Sign and her beloved pets into account. Capture form. Immobilize intent. Prevent escape. Hold in limbo. The elemental and her pets. Wait in frozen motion. For my command to thaw you. I was just in time. Everything stopped. The very air turned immobile as I saw Sign and her cat stop in their tracks. The third cat was caught in the midst of a lethal leap a few inches from me, its claws unsheathed and aimed at my face. The scape had worked. Sign and her cats waited, frozen and yet strangely animate. I couldn't delay, but the lure of studying these alien beings was too much. I walked around them slowly, looking at the sheer definition of their physical forms, the perfection, the texture and the otherworldly hues. I could see little twitches and momentary warps as they struggled against the spell. I did not have much time. I had to figure out this mess. More importantly, I had to figure out what this entire deal with Sign was all about. I squatted beside Sign's petrified form, weaving an identification spell around her, the like of which had never been woven before. In words and images. Memories and intent. All that you are. And all that you were made for. Let the shadows and veils drop. To reveal your maker. And the purpose that drives you. Open up, elemental. To the one who reads you. I took a deep breath, reached forward and touched her forehead. A flood of memories swamped me. It was an intense experience, drawing in memories of all Sign's experiences. I went through those memories, kind of like a regressive hypnotic experience. I saw myself through her eyes, an unprecedented threat who moments before had been nothing more than a rude runt in need of some terminal disciplining. I saw Zoberin quivering and begging mercy. I saw Sylvis, pale and drawn. Wordsmith after wordsmith went flashing before my eyes, each of them humbled, most of them murdered mercilessly, torn apart by her cats or caressed to death by a fleeting touch of those lethal hands. As clothes and surroundings changed, I could make out that centuries were flying past. I felt dizzy at the sheer scale of this being's existence. But I had to hold on. There was much more to go. I was reaching some really ancient memories now, as Sign had fewer and fewer challenges and tasks, the earlier days in Wordsmiths being much more peaceful and much less disruptive. And then her memory came to a standstill. There was no more. Abruptly, with the ridiculously easy hunting of a wordsmith who had no clue who she was, her memories came to an end. But how? There had to be more. I had to find out who she was and how she had come into existence. I could already feel Sign's consciousness rebelling against the restraining scape. I could not keep her bound for long. Wait, there was a hint of memory, deliberately shrouded in a mist. I instinctively knew that the solution lay therein. I had to uncover that one last piece of memory. It may hold the secret to the creation of this elemental and all the madness that had followed. The scape I had woven had a provision for such a veil. But I could sense the strength and the protection that hid further memories from me. I wove further, extending my consciousness into Sign's mind. What I was trying was suicidal, running an invasive probe into Sign's mind, disconnecting my consciousness from my body. I had to know what this was about. I probed and parted, cajoling the veil apart. Hints and shadows lay beyond. And then, suddenly, I was through. I was inside Sign, seeing the memory from her perspective. Only, the other memories had an alien tinge to them, much like her form and world. They were bereft of emotion and any feeling. Sign had come across in all of them as a ruthless elemental who went about a job that she had to do. But this was different. She was a woman, a simple, ordinary woman. I kept my thoughts to myself and let the memory play. She was sitting on the top of a hill. I recognized the surroundings. Devorto's home, his private little world. I could feel traces of excitement and fear inside her, inside the memory. She was waiting for something monumental, dangerous. I did not have to wait long to find out what. Lorna. She turns around at the voice. I see the wordsmith that the last, or rather the first memories, had focused on. Now, seen from a human perspective, the features were clear and easily recognizable. It was Alain Devorto. Though it was a little difficult to recognize features on a full-grown man when you have always known him as a 2-inch-tall fairy. Alain. Finally. I was afraid you had chosen someone else. I wish I could, Lorna. I do not like this idea one bit. But this is your brainchild, Alain. I am merely the tool. Sign had been an exclamatory kind of person while she was Lorna. I could not believe the sheer difference in personality. Lorna, Devorto was struggling to say what he wanted to. I could guess. And I was not far from the mark. I care for you. I do not want you to be hurt in this process. I could accept another's loss. You, I cannot lose. Alain, you have always put your craft before your life. You can do this. You have to. It will be the greatest escape ever. It will watch over Wordkind and protect the rest of humanity for all of eternity. Do you realize that you are playing God himself, Alain? Lorna, I have a confession to make. The scape-crux was provided by Eliris. I do not trust those infernal mages. I am afraid there might be mischief laced into this rune. I noticed then that he had in his hand a small stone that was carved intricately with multiple symbols. He had been fingering it throughout the conversation. The Lyrii? You have their blessing. You do not have anything to fear now. Let's start, I can't wait any longer. Devorto rather reluctantly made his way to a stone altar that stood to one side, laying the rune on it. Without further ceremony, he started weaving escape. Lorna did not go closer and I could not make out much of what he was saying. It was a long scape and throughout Lorna stood rooted as if frozen. Slowly, I realized that her perspective was changing. Her excitement slowly died out, replaced by a single-minded purpose. I could read the thought forming in her mind, loud and clear. Eliminate all wordsmiths, starting with the one who created you, moving on to those who dare scar the continuum and ending with those who remain. Purge the curse of Wordkind from the surface of this planet. This did not make sense. Why would Devorto weave escape that would lead to Wordkind's annihilation? Before I could make sense of what was happening, the rune exploded, sending a bolt of flame at Lorna. I could see her wreathed in flames, but she did not move. There was no pain in the memory. I could make out Devorto screaming and shouting, throwing spell after spell at Lorna, trying to extinguish the flames. But she continued burning. I could see the effect the flames had in her head. Her identity and her memories were being burnt away, one after another. I guess that is why there was nothing else left to hunt for in that mind. I wondered how this memory had survived. Just then, one of the spells broke through, and the flames died. Lorna had changed completely by now. I could see the familiar alien and cold perspective that I recognized from the rest of Sign's experiences. The transformation was complete. Devorto withdrew in horror, unable to come to terms with what he saw. I could see the sheer terror and misery on his face. You should not have interrupted the escape, wordsmith. You will pay for that. I recognized the cold, alien voice from my own memories. What are you? Devorto sobbed, Lorna. There was sheer anguish in those words. Somehow, the little caricature of a man who was Devorto to me did not seem capable of such intensity. It wrenched me to hear the pain in his voice. In a weird, detached way, I felt empathy for his situation pouring into my mind. Lorna? Sign's alien voice could not have contrasted more with the sheer intensity of all that was human about Devorto. I am Sign, wordsmith, the scourge of Wordkind. And I begin my hunt with you. With those words, she let out a battle cry that sounded a lot like my friend the demon's shriek. From the warped air above the altar, her 4 cats leapt forth. I was caught in a horrible fascinated paralysis, and all I could do was stare like a horror film aficionado at the events unfolding in front of me. Run, Devorto! I whispered, though I knew that there was no point. This was a memory. And I was as helpless as the movie viewer I had likened myself to. I drew comfort from the knowledge that Devorto had survived. I tried to find reassurance in that thought, but could not. I saw the beasts stalking Devorto, creepy in their feline, predatory stealth. He just stood there, staring at the unrecognizable woman he had loved. I saw the anguish on his face slowly morph into ugly rage. The Lyrii! He almost screamed, they betrayed me. The scape was to create an elemental that would guard Wordkind, protect it from the ones who misused the gift. You are delirious, wordsmith. Come hither. One touch should remedy that. I could see the evil smile in Sign's mind. Devordo stumbled towards Sign, in some kind of a dazed trance. He was muttering to himself in grief-stricken delirium. No! I screamed. It made no difference. The memory progressed as it had transpired. Sign reached out to touch Devordo as he came within her reach. He looked up, his expression clear, all traces of delirium gone. He spoke the termination to the scape, distinctly. Your form encased. Your actions redundant. You cannot advance or leave. Wait, elemental. And stay your pets. Till my command sets you free. I smiled as I recognized the logic and structure of the words. It was my free scape. For some vague reason, it felt good to know that he used something so similar. I wondered what he had been muttering before. I was soon distracted by the instant fury I felt flaring up in Sign. But she was frozen, and so were her cats. There was no flamboyant crackling of ice that usually accompanied my scapes, but it was just as effective. I saw a fleeting moment of soft emotion on Devordo's handsome face as he watched her frozen form. And then it stiffened into cold resolve. He spoke the rest of the scape he had woven, you shall be blind to Wordkind, elemental. Only their deeds will you see, and those too, only when they harm the continuum. At all other times, you will flounder in your search, unable to sense the most powerful wordsmith even if he was right in front of you. I have exhausted myself with all that I have wrought today, and it is time to rest, for a long time. I shall come back though. I will come back to see whether you have strayed from the path I have set you. And if you have, beware elemental. I shall terminate you. I shall know no mercy when dealing with you, even if the form you inhabit is someone I loved very much. And yes, if your masters stop by, do tell them that I will hunt them down too. I will come back and I shall hunt every one of those purple-eyed monsters. Until then, they can try and contain Wordkind to the best of their ability. All the cached scapes I leave behind should keep them busy while I'm gone. With those words, he turned around and disappeared, leaving behind an extremely furious woman and 4 confused hellcats. Once again, the memory ended abruptly. I sensed it continuing on, but I could not follow it any further. The shielding here was much stronger. And it smacked of something extremely disturbing. I could sense something purple about it. The Lyrii. I was extremely curious, and wished there was something I could do to unravel this puzzle further. But I did not have the time or luxury to try and weave any more holes. Sign was almost free from my scape. I quickly retreated and returned to my consciousness. Easier said than done, of course. I could feel the vicious intensity of the elemental's consciousness trying to snare me, trap me inside her until she broke free completely. Yet there was a singular control to everything I was doing now. And strangely, I felt no fear at all. In an instant I was back where I should have been all along. I focused hard to shrug off the dizziness that came from an out-of-body experience. I saw the cats beginning to move, their muscles rippling against the remnants of the scape. Sign was almost through. I had to do something fast. I could not use the same scape again. When the going got this tough, I usually got the pranks going. I collected dew and started weaving a return scape. I retraced my path here, and opened the portal. Just before I stepped into the portal with dew in my arms, I could not resist a look behind. The 3 cats were snarling and pulling at each other, their tails tied together with a combination of very effective sailor's knots. This particular combination needed an anchor for stability. In this case, it was Sign's neck that provided the anchor, and the elemental was furiously trying to quell her cats into submission before they wrenched her neck off with their desperate attempts at escape. I caught her eye for an instant and she snarled at me, for that one instant looking every bit as feline and predatory as her cats. I gave her one of my most charming smiles accompanied by a cute little wave of the hand, and then stepped through the portal, leaving the snarling party to sort out their situation. Perspective is indeed everything. It felt like a horrible eternity, caught in the perverse domain of Sign. I could still feel the salt from the metaphorical ocean burning my lungs with every breath. I had been escaping certain death at the hands of murderous wordsmiths, only to land in Sign's clutches. And now I was walking right back into the wordsmith's trap. Yet having survived Sign, fear was no longer clutching at my throat. I felt calm, nonchalant even. I still obviously had no clue what I was going to do. The situation was still dangerous and potentially lethal. But at least it felt good approaching the problem in a positive frame of mind. Not that I had much time to approach the moment. Things had changed in the split second I had been away, but not much. It was a smoking ring of mayhem. Zobarin was on the floor with a podgy man I had seen behind a camera earlier lying squarely on top of her. Sylvis must have dived to avoid the smoldering line marking the walls like a waterline left by a wave of molten lava. The cat that had leapt into the sphere was nowhere to be seen, though sign had let me know that I had destroyed one of her pets. I presumed that had been the pet. With pets like those, her temperament was becoming less surprising. Very briefly, I let the pieces fall into place. The two spells had converged as planned in my lil ball of nothing. There had been a mega explosion that left a burning streak across the walls. Both Sylvis and Zobarin looked like they had escaped the destruction mostly unscathed, Sylvis with the help of his own alacrity, and Zobarin with some help from a podgy man. The point was that both of them were recovering from their respective dives to the floor. I had a fair idea of what they would try the moment they came back to their senses and feet. There was not much time. I bent down and laid gently on the door that Sylvis had flattened during his spectacular entry. It had been softened up a bit by the recent explosion, but was not smoldering like the rest of the place. I breathed a protection spell around her even as I placed her in the most comfortable position possible in such circumstances. Now, to business, Sylvis and Zobarin business. It was obvious that the main danger lay elsewhere, the purple tinge, the Lyrii. I had heard some things about this mysterious race from Dew, but Devordo would never acknowledge their existence or admit he knew anything about them. I was not surprised. From all that I had learnt, they were clearly a remarkable sore point with the little guy. Actually, the big guy. I did not even begin to understand all that the man had been and had done. But at least, I would not make the mistake of underestimating him anymore. Never again. I shot a quick mind probe at the two dazed wordsmiths as they got to their feet. I needed to check a hunch I had before I started off on the insane plan that was beginning to take shape in my head. There was a sudden rush of information and impressions. Sylvis was the classic, psychopathic megalomaniac. He would be easy. Zobarin was just plain crazy, a wannabe filled with hate and petty ambitions. Petty or not, disgusting or not, these two were still incredibly dangerous. But the hunch checked out just fine. These two hated each other far more than anything they felt for me or Devordo. And that's what I needed. Zobarin had been swearing pretty fluently at the man lying prostrate on her. He was hastily and awkwardly trying to get off her. Sylvis was slowly coming to his feet with the help of his staff, which looked a little worse for the wear after the explosion. I could see shreds of wood veering away from the main line of the staff, much like a discarded piece of driftwood. But it still managed to bear Sylvis's considerable weight and he made it to his feet. I could read rage and fear in their faces. They did not understand what had happened. They knew that there had been an intensely destructive explosion here and could not imagine how I had escaped instant vaporization. They did not know about me ducking out for a swim. What's the plan, Slick? What's the plan? There was a plan. But I needed some more time. I could feel the thoughts in my head weaving up escape that defied description. I had no idea where it was going or what it was supposed to accomplish. With hindsight, I would figure it out. I was flying on instinct. And instinct told me that I needed time. Sylvis raised his staff, his lips moving in some damned destructive incantation. Zobarin mirrored his efforts, but only with her hands. I raised my hands and thought up two showy but relatively cool flames in my hands. And with the impressive blue-green flames in my hand I shouted, "Stop!" This time it worked. Sylvis and Zobarin stopped and stared. The flames were no big deal, but they had noticed that I had not moved my lips. They had figured out that it was a thoughtscape, however elusive and non-threatening it might be. And even the newest rookie on the guild rolls knew that a thoughtscape would beat a breathscape every single time. The threatening blows on Sylvis's staff and between Zobarin's hands died out. I had managed to stall them. What next? Talk, Slick, talk. I was going to be talking for my life. Wordsmiths, halt. I'm the master smith, you prat. Sylvis growled. He had done something even with that insult, words woven into speech to suck at my very existence. An impressive trick. However, I was beyond such petty tricks. I had opened myself up to the chasm within. I felt the energy flooding me. It was a risk, but I needed it all now. Master Smith, then, I conceded. I was feeling generous. And leader of the free word, I added before Zobarin could add her two-bit protest. I saw the frown on that classically beautiful face, but she said nothing. I went on before she could say anything, what I had in my hands can wipe both of you out in an instant. As you've now realized, I weave with my thoughts, and there is nothing you can splutter through that will save your exalted hides before I could tear you apart. You? Sylvis started. Not a word, Master Smith. Not a word. For your own good. And at this, I made the flame flare a little. It worked. His face went a shade of puce that was interesting and comforting. I like to have my enemies as scared as possible. I do not like killing people, but I love scaring them. My hands were beginning to ache and the flames were getting warmer, despite a constant thought to sustain them at body temperature. Something that looked like a flame had to get hot to sustain itself, or it would just end up with a harmless phosphoric glow. I had to make this quick, or my bluster was going to come to a messy end. I could easily imagine up a simple death for both of them. There was also a chance of one of them could conjure up something deadly before snuffing it. I might manage to duck or weave my way out, but Due was lying unconscious, and nothing was worth risking her safety. And did I mention that I don't kill people? Not even Sylvis and Zoberin. In all honesty, at that thought, I was tempted for a moment. Just a moment. Let your egos out for a short walk and consider the thought. I can actually kill you. You might manage to throw something at me before you buy the farm, but buy the farm you will. And probably kick the bucket while you're at it. The point is that there is way too much risk here to consider. Now I know of your pact with Sign. The good news is that I have sorted things out with her. From now on, she and I will dance alone and you guys can opt out of this ballet. So you do not have to kill me. Understand? Before either of them could say a word, I went right on. Actually, that was rhetoric. Don't bother replying. You can check with Sign the next time she comes down for a visit. While you guys were trying to dig your way out of the spectacular explosion you created, I was away in Sign's charming world, parlaying with her. Through all the talk, I kept a close watch on the two wordsmiths. I could feel my consciousness reach out in invisible tendrils, feeling their scape signs, checking if they were up to something. It hit me then that all I had to do was watch their lips. I was the only thoughtsmith around. All the others had to say the words, inaudible or not, to make things happen. And that involved moving their lips. I'd never heard of a ventriloquist wordsmith. Sylvis obliged immediately with a demonstration of my theory. His lips quivered a bit and immediately I felt his scape sign flare. I flexed my fingers and sent a searing flame his way. It came up against a protective aura and spread out rather spectacularly, outlining his shield. He quickly stopped whatever he was doing. Back to stalemate. But he did not know that. I kept my eye on Zoberin through this entire exchange, just in case. Phew. This was tiring. You expect us to believe you, runt? Sylvis roared out, his fury made worse by his failed attempt at whatever he had tried. I do not expect anything, old man, I gave it back in the same tone, and you are in no position to be indignant. The last time, I chose to nullify your nasty attacks. This time, I'll simply reroute them. Let's see if your shield can stand up to what Zoberin throws out. I might even add a something of my own for flavor. Did you hear that, Lily? The boy is trying to manipulate us. Sylvis roared. He quickly followed it up with a telepathic probe. I felt the thought fly past, though I could not quite figure out what he had said. Before I could figure a way to stop the mental chit-chat, Zoberin chimed in. You dare tell me what to do? Your days of playing God with Wordkind are over, Sylvis. I'll take this kid down, and then I'm coming for you. Phew. That was that, for now. I just had to deal with them one at a time. But how? And then it happened again, that moment of sudden realization, as when I was drowning. Sudden, brilliant insight that made all that I had done before look rather foolish. There was a solution. With a focused thought I went invisible, letting the flames in my hands die out at the same instant. The problem with going invisible, especially when you do it for the first time, is that you don't know if it's worked. But I was riding an incredibly high wave of confidence. Intent is equal to thought is equal to words is equal to reality. That was my equation, and with the focus I had right now it was going to be spot on every damn time. Chaos tore loose instantly, and I knew I'd got it right. Both Sylvis and Zoberin immediately unleashed their trademark bolts. Rather unimaginative, but still deadly. I was already pasted on the floor right next to Due. I drew a shield over the both of us and lay back to watch the fireworks. The two most powerful wordsmiths in the world were trying their damnedest to wipe each other out. Both of them were encased in identical spherical shields, suspended in the air, moving around as they dodged the other's bolts and kept throwing attack after attack at the other. Quick darts, bright flashes and a lot of heat and smoke, it was some display. I could hardly see the two forms creating all the mayhem. I reminded myself to focus on keeping the invisibility and shield in place. The last thing I wanted was for all that fury and power to be unleashed at me. Almost absent-mindedly, I probed to see if the teleport block was still in place. Bingo! I had hit pay dirt. The teleport block was gone, dissolved, probably struck by one or more of the deflected spells. It was time to leave. There would be a split second before I ported Dew and myself out when I would be exposed invisible, but then I had pushed my luck so much that I could not worry about such minuscule risks. And luckily, it worked just fine. The teleport opened up on the little paradise that Devorto called home. I even had the satisfaction of seeing the looks on Sylvis and Zoberan's faces as we zoomed out. The next moment, it was all over. Peace, quiet, and even nice weather. Devorto's protection ensured that the trace analysis was disabled, so we should be alright as long we didn't get out. There was no convenient entry portal anyway, so we couldn't really get out without teleporting unless Devorto dropped by. I hugged Dew's still form to myself and closed my eyes. She was okay. I was okay. And we were safe for a while. I'd just wait till she came around, and hold her until she did. Understandably, I was in no hurry. Chapter 21. Loose Ends. I exist. I am the Wordscapist. Dew. I came to with a whopping headache and blurry vision. It took a while for things to clear and a while longer before I dared open my eyes. The first thing I saw was Slick's face. He was right beside me, cradling me in his arms. I raised my head slightly to look around, pushing his hand away as he shushed me and tried to put my head back down. It didn't take me more than a couple of seconds to recognize the place. We were back in Sky, safe inside Devorto's hideaway. The last I remembered, we were in the midst of a very tight situation and a door had crashed in my face. I also had some vague purple memories that felt very scary. How the hell did we get back here? My head started spinning and I lay back down, closing my eyes. I waited for the buzzing and dizziness to pass and then opened my eyes again. Now I had Slick looking at me with a soppy expression, smoothing my hair back. Slick, my voice escaped as a croak that didn't sound anything like me. Yes, sweetheart, came the reply. Set my head down gently and back off at least 2 feet. If you don't do it immediately, I will knee you really, really hard in a soft place. That is after an hour or so, when I can move my head without everything spinning. I had to give him this much credit, he realized when he needed to act right away. He followed my instructions to the letter and then sat back with an innocent expression. My headache was receding a little too fast and I saw the expression on his face. He was weaving a remedy through thoughtscapes. Again. I let him continue though, at least until my headache eased into a dull throb. I whacked him one on his knee nevertheless. He really should know better. He gave me an injured expression and then dropped it when he saw my face. That was the good thing with him. All the drama ceased the moment he knew I could see through it. So tell me, I managed to speak with a voice slightly closer to mine, what did I miss? Oh, not much. He tried waving it off, and failed miserably. Modesty was really not his strong point. I got us out of a dual attack from Sylvis and Zoberan, right into Sign's universe. Then I faced Sign down and froze her up. I set up a mental link and figured out what her deal is. Finally, I tied her cats up to her throat, picked you up and brought you back. Oh yes, Sylvis and Zoberan were still around. I fenced with them for a bit and left them to fight it out and brought us here. That's about it, . I guess my jaw had dropped to gate position when he mentioned Sign's universe. It was still there. Knowing Slick, I could guess that was pretty much what happened. He tended to exaggerate the simple stuff and simplify the fantastic stuff. With this much brevity, I could only imagine what must have actually happened. Run that by me again. Slowly. And then he did. In lurid detail. I was guessing there was some exaggeration this time, but the stuff was incredible enough for any exaggeration to be merely stylistic. I could give him that much. When he got to the combating Sign part for the 3rd time, I realized what he was telling me. I leaned closer and took a good look at his eyes. It just took one look. There was no missing it. I slowly let myself back into a lying position and closed my eyes. I needed some more rest before I could deal with this. Slick. I didn't need to ask Dew to know what had happened. She had asked to see my eyes. And then there was a look of complete shock before she lay back down. It wasn't the pleasant kind of shock I had been expecting either. It was the terrified kind. My eyes had bothered me ever since that day in Goa when I had discovered that one had suddenly turned a sinister green. I learned to ignore it and took to wearing dark glasses to keep my eyes shaded. The color was still quite disconcerting whenever I happened to notice my eyes in the mirror. But slowly, the weirdness had begun to fade out, and much like everything else about my body, I had begun to accept it as normal. Du's reaction brought back all the initial fear I'd felt on seeing my dual-colored eyes for the first time. What had happened now? Did I have vertical slits like that of a snake? I looked around and saw the pond. That would work, and I scooted over to get a look at myself. The pond was nice and clear, and I could see my face in all its glory. Both my eyes were green now. I guess the word for that color was eldritch green. I felt my stomach do a flip-flop as the fear came right back into my head. A couple of hours later, Devorto finally arrived. True to his word, he knew exactly where to find us. There were still lots of unanswered questions, but I was already looking at him very differently. After the mental link with Sign, I now knew the true importance of being called the Wordscapist, a title that I had foolishly claimed as my own. The 2 hours that had passed since my eye examination and Devorto's arrival had been quiet. Du and I sat beside each other, staring into space, the occasional sentence leading to some stilted conversation, which would be followed by more silence. Both of us knew pretty much exactly what had happened. I had claimed the gift of the Wordscapist for myself. It was part of me now. It was true that I could feel no presence in my head anymore, no surge of external power. It was all part of me. The problem was I now couldn't stop myself from drawing on it. It had become part and parcel of who I was and would be there, innately and intricately linked to every action of mine, every word. I was stuck with it for the rest of my life. Perhaps even after that. I didn't really understand how this entire Wordscapist deal worked. When Devorto fluttered in, it took him a moment to realize something was wrong, and one look at my eyes to realize what I had done. He was furious. "What were you thinking, Slick? Why would you do that? But you don't know what I did. I can see it for myself, can't I? You've claimed it for yourself. You gave into the power, became one with it. I had to. I was in Sign's world. Nothing else worked there. You were where?" At this, Devorto went very still. "Yes, I was trying to teleport out and ended up in Sign's trap. I told you not to teleport. You weren't there. You didn't know how it was. I told you not to teleport." Devorto was going an alarming shade of red. But damn it, I didn't have a choice. I was stuck between Sylvis and Zoberin. And Du was unconscious. Devorto paused for a moment there. He looked at Du. "Are you all right?" She nodded. He got back to glaring at me. "There must have been another way. You didn't look hard enough. Damn it, Alan. Give me a break." I felt like shoving him back, but knew that I couldn't. I shouted instead. "I just fought off Amra, her interrogator, a zombie that won't stay dead, Sylvis, Zoberin, Sign, and her cats. I got us both back here alive and well without any assistance from you. And all you can tell me is that I should have looked for another way?" Devorto gave me a long, sad look. When he spoke again, he was much softer. "Slick, I just got the CCC death warrant on your name cancelled. I convinced the yen assigned to this plane that you were right, and they were wrong. I even agreed to go on trial for my own deeds conducted half a millennium ago. And after all that, I came back to try and find a way to free you from this curse." Another long look, and then Devorto lost it. He screamed right in my face, but no. What do I see? I see a wordsmith who has given into the corruption, who has become the word, who has become the Wordscapist. Have you seen your eyes, you foolish boy? I felt tears prickling my eyes. But I had to save Du. And what I had wasn't good enough. I didn't have a choice, Devorto. I had to become. I saw my reflection. I feel what's inside. I know, but I wouldn't have done it any differently. I couldn't have let any of those horrible people, zombies, or elementals have her. At this, I felt Du's arms come up around me from behind. She gave me a tight hug and a quick kiss on the cheek. And then, she looked up at Devorto, who was still looking very sad. "Remember what you told me on the boat, Alan? We are all he has. And now, after what he has done, he needs us all the more." Devorto sighed and then nodded. "I'm afraid you don't have too much time, my boy. The gift will rage in you even more. You will not be able to control it as a separate entity. It is a part of you. It's time to get down to some serious training." I groaned inwardly. I was careful not to let Devorto see that, though. I shot Du a quick grimace. There was no choice, though. It was time to get down to work. "So what do you suggest?" I asked Alan. Du had already established that wordsmith lessons weren't for me, they wouldn't really work. Practice, Devorto said grimly, you fought norms and wordsmiths, and even Sign herself. But you need to start lower down. The zombie was only the beginning, Slick. There are many more monsters. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, succubi, incubi. My eyebrows had shot up as he went through the list. Say what? Yes, they're all real, Du offered. Just like the ghosts you munched up, dot. Oh yes, they're real, Devorto said. They are the spawn of wordscapes gone wrong. Some are shades of wordsmiths who refuse to die. Others are victims who weren't killed right. Some of my life's work was to set up protectionscapes for humanity against these monsters. I am sure there's a lot more to do there. I think that's a good place to start. I was staring at Devorto with my mouth slightly agape. This was beyond insane. He wanted me to go hunt monsters. I turned around and looked at Du. She was grinning at my reaction. But didn't you say that it was potentially fatal for me to weave? I asked, half tentatively. I think you've fixed part of the problem, boy, Devorto said, giving me a piercing look. I told you that you weren't made to be the wordscapist. It looks like you wrenched yourself into shape. You should be all right. I'm more worried about the world around us. I chewed that for a while. There was one other question though, the most important question of all. Devorto, I spoke and hesitated. Devorto's expression changed. He sensed it, but didn't say anything. He just looked at me expectantly. What about the Lyrii? We can't let them go, not after what they did to Lorna, to you. There was a long pause. I could literally see the thoughts running through his head. You read Sign's thoughts? He just about whispered the question. I nodded sheepishly. He went a shade of red I had never seen before. I was half afraid he would explode. But then he swallowed and flitted around until he resumed some of his calm. How much do you know? He asked, his voice still strangled. Most of it, I said, unable to keep the guilt out of my voice. I had, after all, peeked into a very private part of his life. I just didn't know it then. I could see Du's face burning with curiosity, but she wisely kept silent. Devorto flitted around some more and finally spoke, this time almost in a normal voice. We will talk about this later. There is much you need to know. You're not ready for the Lyrii yet. But you will be. I think you have proven yourself. However, if I hear you try anything as stupid ever again, I will work my way back into your head and drive you insane. Is that clear? I nodded quietly. I didn't know if it was possible, but I would give him the benefit of doubt any day. Then, let's get started. We have a lot of work to do. With these words, Devorto did his disappearing act. I turned back to look at Du. She was almost bursting. I sat her down and started telling her the details. Amra. The teams had been at work for 2 weeks, repairing the office. It had been a mess. Entire chunks of wall and floor were missing, especially near the interrogation area. The tapes, those of them that survived, showed the biggest battle had been between Silvis and Zobarin. I guess it was too much to hope that they would snuff each other out. They exhausted each other to a stalemate, and then Silvis bailed out with a teleport. Zobarin tarried long enough to discover that the CCC backup team had arrived before taking Silvis's lead, teleporting with an untraceable port. Not much of the free word survived that assault. There were a few that escaped. However, the CCC backup team had orders to attack with extreme prejudice. And that meant take no prisoners. There was a terrified historian in the mix, who was caught alive. He provided enough evidence to lock down a watertight case and put a shoot-on-sight bounty on Zobarin's head. It also helped establish the innocence of the free wordsmiths who did not play an active part in the attack. He was still being interrogated and had turned out to be extremely cooperative. He was almost relieved to be dealing with normal human beings and not wordsmiths. Can't say I blame him. Silvis and Zobarin were on the run, but not for long. We had teams on the lookout for them, and it wouldn't be long before they were caught. Slick, or the Wordscapist, call him what you will, was also at large with the girl. They were still wanted by the CCC for prosecution, but the most serious charges against them had been dropped. I tried hard to build a strong case, but with my yen going soft after his conversation with Devorto, I had very few options left. Devorto stood trial for his crimes against wordkind and humanity, presented a watertight case, and bailed under the spirit with no host clause. He walked free, or flitted free, and was now no doubt with that absconding couple. I tried to hook a trace on him, but with no corporeal body or escape sign to lock down that proved impossible. The entire forgive and forget approach didn't go down very well with me. My yen might not understand, but I had another appointment with Thalirii. I would find all the help I needed there. I would catch that twerp after all. And when I had him, well, I could always claim he resisted arrest and I had no choice but to terminate him. The last 2 weeks had been tough, back to the cat and mouse game. Only, this time I didn't have complete CCC backing and was acting under my own steam. My yen was more amused than anything else at my persistence. Nothing had gone according to plan, but all that was going to change soon. Slick had been on a monster hunting campaign of sorts since his escape. He had been going after the worst kind of escape nightmares, presumably honing his skills in the bargain. It wasn't illegal, but it was still vigilantism. And it set down a pattern of behavior that I could track and use to capture him. We had a fair idea what the next target was, a succubus, one of the worst. That should be interesting. This time I would go myself. I might just get to catch him. Well, a girl can live in hope, can't she? Epilogue. It will never end. Because it never began. And if it feels like the past, it's probably tomorrow. It always was and will be. And you have my word on that. The Historian. It was over and done with, finally. After almost 2 months of detailed interrogations and discussions, I was free again. If that's what you call persona non grata status at the Guild and the free word, and an unspoken but perfectly obvious death threat from the 2 most powerful wordsmiths in the world. Although of course they weren't the most powerful, not anymore. They weren't even close. I had seen the boy face them both down. That said, they were still powerful enough to snuff me out without a second thought. The CCC knew this and provided sufficient round-the-clock protection. I think I was more bait in the trap to apprehend Zobarin or Silvus. Should they turn up, I was just a pawn in the game, and I was all too aware of that. Pawn or not, I had done a remarkable job of staying alive through all the madness. I was part of some of the most tumultuous happenings in the history of Wordkind and had survived to tell the story. Not really. My tale would not make it into the Historian archives. But I had noted it all anyway. There would come a day when I'd find the time, place, and stage to tell the tale. Before that, I had a lot more recording to do. I was done with the Guild and the free word though. I had to find the boy. He was the one to watch. He was the one to follow. I had thought long and hard about it. I knew the dangers associated with such a foolhardy enterprise. But that is the purpose of a historian's life. To record worthy deeds. And I could think of no honor greater than to be the personal historian of the Wordscapist. I didn't know how I was going to accomplish that, not yet. But it was the direction I was headed in. Even historians have resources. Even historians have methods. And I would use everything at my disposal to make this happen, even if it was the last thing I did. The first thing to do was to arrange a meeting with some friends I had made recently. Isis and Wind were no longer with the free word. There were 2 more who were out there, Necros and Lonergan. I had heard from them not long after the Glasgow debacle. They wanted to know who else could be relied on. I had been the coordinator, and soon we were all to meet. There was a definite agenda, a common purpose, to find and help the greatest wordsmith in all of history, the Wordscapist. A young man makes his way rapidly up the stairs of a seedy motel, on one of the lesser frequented streets of Venice. He takes the stairs 2 at a time and quickly makes his way to the narrow corridor on the 3rd floor. He pauses beside an ancient-looking door and knocks twice, and then after a pause, twice again. The door is opened by a pretty girl, about his age. That wasn't the password. Why did you open the door? I can recognize knuckleheads by the quality of the rap, the number doesn't make a difference. She smiles playfully at him. He responds in kind, and then raises one hand in acknowledgement. I'll have to give it to you though, that was a good one. So are you ready for this? She asks. She's supposed to be one of the old ones. She pretty much ate up a wordsmith who tried to summon her. Isn't that what they do? I mean, they aren't called succubi for nothing. Except, I think there is supposed to be some premeal sex as well. Ha! You wish. The girl throws in a punch with that. Alright, fine. I'll keep my distance. Though I always wonder why you get so uppity about it. Go have your succubus sex. And come back as a dripping doggy bag, what do I care? At this point, there is a brief warp in the air and a translucent figure, barely a few inches in height, materializes over them. If you kids are done, we have business to do. Louise is in her room. You have a skyscape to weave and a call to surf. You don't surf calls, Alan. You make calls. Make, surf, click. Whatever. Get to it. Amra's team is watching, so be careful. No worries, Alan. This will be an easy one. I even have a little love letter to deliver to Amra. I was writing it while I took a gondola to this godforsaken street. What love letter? The girl aims for casual curiosity but misses it by some. Oh, nothing at all. The boy pockets the note and heads for the phone. He makes a motion in the air that brings up a polished warp. The warp starts as a gray swirl that clears to show a beautiful woman in a red dress. A hotel room can be seen in the background. The boy smiles and picks up the phone. He dials a number. The woman in the warp picks up the phone. Louise. Oui, qu'est-ce? The Wordscapist starts weaving his next scape. A conversation between lyrii is impossible to document in a coherent format. A structured maelstrom of thoughts, ideas and intents that transcends time and space is exchanged through a shared communal pool. One such exchange, however, is critical to this tale, and is summarized here for the sake of context. There is a place outside the universe as we know it. It is outside time too, existing in a pocket of probability that will never happen. This place is home to intergalactic mystics who are known to wordkind as the lyrii. What they call themselves doesn't translate too well into any language known to beings that use standard means of communication, written, spoken, telepathic. There aren't many lyrii. Sexless and formless, the lyrii sustain their numbers by voting into being any required additions. Formed by thought and purpose, with the continuum as their only sustenance, each lyris is powerful enough to destroy entire worlds. The lyrii are omniscient. This isn't the same as omnipotence, as knowledge of everything that can and may happen does not necessarily translate into knowledge of what will happen. The lyrii have their ways though of working through high probability futures and narrowing down options. At times, for the odd rare occurrence that is important enough for them to want a particular outcome, the lyrii meddle. With their all-seeing vision into all possible pasts, presents, and futures, the lyrii realize the severe repercussions of this interference, an extreme outcome of what is known on Earth as the observer effect. At times, they deem these repercussions acceptable. The lyrii have been concerned about half a millennium's worth of spacetime planes on an otherwise inconsequential planet called Earth. Some possible futures show that a continuum source might open up on these planes and might even find a sentient host who could control this power. A sentient being connected to the continuum is either a lyris or a myth. Once in a time-space eternity, a third possibility opens up, a physical life form with the power of multiple lyrii. Such a being is usually outside the lyrii vision. There is nothing the lyrii detest more than a blind spot. This occurrence needs to be mitigated at all costs, through indirect facilitation or direct intervention. This particular blind spot had managed to evade the lyrii for too long. They had tried indirect facilitation and it hadn't worked. It looked like the problem had compounded now. There might even be two of them. It was time for direct intervention. The possible extinction of all life on Earth comes up as a possible outcome on some planes. The lyrii unanimously agree that this is an acceptable loss. They have started planning for the event. It would take time and painstaking effort, at least by Earth standards. But to one outside time, patience isn't a virtue, it's inevitable. Arpan Panikkar is an enthusiast, whether it's traveling, food, gadgets, movies, motorbikes, theater or animals. He has always found solace in reading everything he could get his hands on. His favorite author and inspiration is, and will always be, Terry Pratchett. After experimenting with careers in journalism, copywriting, and web design, he settled in the learning and development field, which satisfied his need to write, be creative and keep up with the latest technology. He and his wife currently work together as learning consultants in Pune, India, with their very dog-like cat. Urbane Publications is dedicated to developing new author voices and publishing fiction and non-fiction that challenges, thrills and fascinates. From page-turning novels to innovative reference books, our goal is to publish what you want to read. Find out more at urbanepublications.com.